Chapter 1: The Summoning of Qiongqi. On the Blue Planet, in Linjiang City, the night enveloped the surroundings in a thick darkness, mingling with the ambiguous glow of urban neon lights, casting an eerie silence over a dilapidated residential area slated for demolition. Normally, this place, though in ruin, would be filled with the sounds of stray cats and dogs, as well as the rustling of the wind. Yet at this moment, a profound stillness prevailed, and the air was as thick as a congealed colloid, permeated with a chilling scent of decay and sweetness that lingered in every corner. The area had been hastily sealed off, with red and blue police lights silently flashing in the distance, erecting a fragile line of defense for humanity. Within this perimeter, several members clad in dark blue uniforms adorned with the insignia of the Abnormal Response Bureau were operating instruments with a palpable tension, maintaining the energy barrier. At the forefront, the squad leader, Chun Tao, a rugged-looking middle-aged man, was now drenched in a fine sheen of cold sweat. He stared at the energy detector in his hand, where the needle danced erratically before finally settling on the glaring B-grade designation, his expression darkening severely. If left uncontrolled, it could devastate the entire city. B-grade, abnormal entity, corruption demon. Damn it! How could such a thing appear in a densely populated urban area? He muttered under his breath. He shouted into the communicator, "Report to command. Target confirmed as B-grade. Characteristics match the records of corruption demon with high precision. Requesting support, repeat, urgently need B-grade or above psychics for assistance." A hoarse and frantic voice responded from the other end. "Captain Chun, hold on. The nearest B-grade psychic is en route, but it will take 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Chun Tao's heart sank. He turned to glance back at the three-story building shrouded in dense black mist, the malice emanating from within nearly freezing his very soul. He could sense that the entity was growing stronger, the barrier before it as fragile as paper. There isn't enough time. If it breaks through the barrier, the consequences would be unimaginable. In a high-rise apartment several hundred meters beyond the barrier, Lin Fan stood by the window, slightly pulling aside the curtain to gaze distantly at the area cloaked in ominous shadows. He appeared to be merely an ordinary university student with a fair complexion, yet his eyes held a maturity and excitement that belied his age. B-grade abnormal. TSK. This sensation is unsettling even from this distance. Lin Fan murmured to himself, a smile creeping upon his lips. However, for me, this is a delightful emotional value gift package delivered right to my doorstep. Before him floated a semi-transparent interface, visible only to him. Emotional card drawing system. Host. Lin Fan current emotional value. 11050 times drawn, 10 single draw 1000. 10 consecutive draws 9000. Cards owned. Spell breaking rod, earth grade. Exquisitely crafted wooden sword, human grade. *2, cleansing charm, human grade. *2, exquisitely crafted training suit, human grade. *4, Shennong Hall medicine boy, human grade. This very system had inexplicably bound to him when he traversed into this perilous yet opportunity-laden parallel world a week prior. By collecting the shock, admiration, and fear of the world, he could garner emotional value for card draws. The card pool consisted of but one, yet the card grades were distinctly categorized. Human grade, blue ordinary member cards, disposable skill cards, miscellaneous cards. Quite common. Earth grade, purple elite member cards or item cards, with a guaranteed 1 from 10 consecutive draws. Heaven grade, gold core member cards or item cards, with a guarantee of 1 from 100 consecutive draws. Guardian, colorful legendary cards, no guarantee, with an appallingly low probability. The structure of the 10 halls had also been made clear when he activated the system. Each hall was governed by a supreme guardian, beneath which were the heaven, earth, and human tier members. Lin Fan licked his slightly parched lips, his gaze fixated upon the 11050 emotional value. This was the entirety of his savings, painstakingly gathered through frugal means, mostly due to lack of opportunity, by engaging in antics with human grade members and items. Just enough for a guaranteed earth grade from 10 consecutive draws. The opportunity lies before me. A B-grade abnormal incident. The authorities are helpless. This is the perfect stage for me to make a name for the 10 halls and harvest emotional value. He resolved to draw a miracle. System, grant me a single draw. I'm willing to gamble. Lin Fan silently urged. Ding. Consuming 1,000 emotional value. Executing a single draw. The card pool's roulette spun wildly, lights flashing, ultimately halting on a dazzling blue light. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a human-grade item card. Cool Charm *1. Lin Fan. A poor start. One more single draw. Ding. Consuming 1,000 emotional value. Executing a single draw. The blue light flashed again. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a human-grade item card. Damaged wooden armor *1. Lin Fan's eyes twitched as he looked at the dwindling emotional value, now over 9,000, and with a steely resolve declared, no more hesitation. 10 consecutive draws. Give me 10 draws. Ding. Consuming 9,000 emotional value. Executing 10 consecutive draws. The card pool's roulette spun once more, a cascade of lights flashing. Blue, 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 blue. The ninth light suddenly erupted into a brilliant purple. Goods incoming. Lin Fan's heart raced. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an Earth-grade character card. Qiongqi, permanent. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a human-grade item card. Low-level spiritual energy potion *1, blue. As the light faded, a card surrounded by a purple glow floated at the center of the system interface. On the card was a youthful figure with fiery red hair, handsome features, and a sunlit smile, his muscular torso bare, adorned only with fierce-looking crimson armors, exuding explosive power. Character card. Qiongqi level. Earth-grade. Purple. Affiliation. Fenshin Hall identity. Earth-grade member of Fenshin Hall special traits. Cheerful and sunny disposition. High combat spirit. Mastery over the power of flames. Possessing strong restraining effects against cold and corrupt entities. Skill. Visible upon summoning. Lin Fan clenched his fists in excitement. Fenshin Hall. Earth-grade member. Fortune favors me. Without hesitation, he fixed his gaze on the distant building enshrouded in black mist. Now is the moment. Summon Qiongqi. Target. Eliminate the B-grade abnormal corruption demon. In the name of Fenshin Hall. Within the barrier, Chun Tao and his team were nearing their breaking point. The black mist from the small building began to spread outward like a living entity, corroding and disintegrating the concrete it touched, emitting a hissing sound. The bone-chilling cold rendered their movements stiff, the psychic shield on the verge of collapse. Captain, we can't hold on any longer, a young team member cried out in despair. Chun Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it truly end here? Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a thunderous boom erupted. The sky seemed ignited. A blazing pillar of fire, like a spear of judgment descending from the heavens, unexpectedly tore through the heavy night and the thick chill, striking precisely at the rooftop of the small building shrouded in black mist. Pure, domineering, and radiant flames erupted instantaneously. Roar! From within the depths of the small building came a sharp, agonized wail filled with malice, a sound unlike any earthly creature, sending chills down their spines. The raging flames clashed violently against the dense black mist, producing a series of explosive crackles akin to cold water hitting hot oil. The suffocating chill began to rapidly dissipate, as if spring snow met the sun. What is happening? What is that? All members of the response bureau were left in shock, while Chun Tao stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Illuminated by the flames, a figure descended from above, landing steadily before the small building, turning its back to the vigilant members of the response bureau. It was a young man with fiery red hair, his muscular torso bare, his bronze skin illuminated by the flames as if flowing with lava, and his arms clad in fierce-looking crimson armors. Simply standing there, the intense warmth radiating from him dispelled the chill from the onlookers, bringing an inexplicable sense of security. The crimson-haired youth twisted his neck, producing a crisp sound from his bones, as he gazed at the swirling black mist distorted by the flames ahead. A bright and somewhat battle-ready smile spread across his face. TSK, the vile spirits dare to emerge and wreak havoc upon the world? He struck his fists together, creating a resonant clang as the fiery red flames instantly coiled around his arms, resembling two roaring fire dragons. Remember, your annihilation shall come from the 10 halls of fiery heaven. Flame Fist. Before his words fully left his lips, he transformed into a crimson meteor, charging boldly into the inferno and the churning black mist. 10 halls. Fiery heaven. Flame fist? Chun Tao muttered the unfamiliar name and organization, his mind blank. He had never encountered such a supernatural organization in any official records. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated from the small building, shaking the very ground. The flames occasionally coalesced into massive fists and then spread like surging waves as the nauseating chill and the howls of the corrupting demon diminished at a visibly rapid pace. The battle did not last long, less than 3 minutes. Accompanied by a desperate and piercing scream and the last soaring crimson fire pillar, all the black mist within the building was completely evaporated and purified. The unsettling chill vanished without a trace, leaving only the crackling of the burning structure and the high temperatures permeating the air. The flames, seemingly alive, swiftly retracted and extinguished. The figure of the crimson-haired youth, the flame fist, reappeared before the spectators. He dusted off non-existent dirt from his armed guards, his battle fervor gradually subsiding, still maintaining his handsome demeanor as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. He turned to face the still shocked and bewildered members of the Countermeasure Bureau, flashing a bright and clean smile. The B-rank anomaly corrupting demon has been entirely eradicated by my halls of fiery heaven. The residual corrupting energy here has been purified. The subsequent cleanup is up to you. With that, he ceased any further conversation, casually waving goodbye to the crowd. In a swirl of distorted light, he vanished as if merging with the flames, leaving behind only a ripple of scorching air. Even several minutes after the flame fist's departure, the scene remained eerily silent. "Captain, has he left?" A team member stuttered in disbelief. Chun Tao suddenly snapped back to reality, inhaling the still hot and charred air, forcing himself to suppress the turbulent emotions within. He said hoarsely, "Quick, immediately report to the command center at the highest level." The content, an unknown powerful organization, Halls of Fiery Heaven, has emerged. Its member, Flame Fist, is suspected to possess peak B rank or even A rank combat capabilities, with attributes of ultimate fire. Attitude, tentatively deemed neutral and friendly. He cast his gaze towards the still, smoking ruins, his expression profoundly complex. Halls of Fiery Heaven. 10 halls? What manner of existence are they? What changes will their emergence bring to this world? Within the apartment, Lin Fan beamed at the system interface, where notifications were rapidly refreshing. Shock value from Chun Tao, 888. Shock value from Zhang Mingming, 666. Shock value from Li Liping, 777. From current emotion value, 25,890. In just one appearance, one battle, within minutes, the emotional value accrued exceeded the total from his previous cautious efforts over several days. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. If a D rank member is this effective, how about those at the Celestial rank? And the Supreme, Unconditional Guardians? Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 2. The Addiction of Card Drawing. The Maiden of the Jing Xindian. In the apartment, Lin Fan gazed at the staggering 25890 emotion value displayed on the system interface, his heart racing uncontrollably. The speed at which this fortune, no, the emotional value was accumulating was astonishingly rapid. Just from Flame Fizz's spectacular entrance and decisive battle, the gains far surpassed the total he had meticulously accumulated through minor schemes with human-level cards. Indeed, risk accompanies reward. To achieve rapid wealth, one must create a grand spectacle. Truly, it is better to astound the world than to quietly amass wealth. Lin Fan delightedly observed the continuing influx of shock values in the system records. Realizing this was the result of the news slowly fermenting within the Anomaly Countermeasure Bureau. He forced himself to calm down. Now is not the time for celebration. The entrance of Flame Fist merely cast the concept of the 10 halls into the world, akin to tossing a stone into a tranquil lake, the ripples just beginning to expand. He needed to transform those ripples into a colossal wave. And more emotional value was the driving force behind that wave. 25,890 points, enough for 2 10 draws with surplus. Lin Fan's gaze returned to the mysterious, shimmering card pool. Card drawing can indeed be addictive, especially after tasting the sweetness of success. The first 10-draw guaranteed flame fist, indicating that the guarantee mechanism is sound. Thus, the next 2 10 draws should at least secure 2 more D-rank cards. A glimmer of determination shone in Lin Fan's eyes. The framework of the 10 halls needs more characters to fill it out, to appear authentic and substantial. Only by showcasing the vast scope and intricate capabilities of the 10 halls can he instill awe and better equip himself to handle various types of anomalous events in the future. System: initiate a 10 draw. Ding! Consumed 9,000 emotion value for a 10 draw. The wheel spun, lights flashing. Blue, 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 purple, blue, 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 blue. A purple light appeared amidst the 9 blue lights. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a D-rank item card. Purifying Jade Pendant *1, purple. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a human-level item card. Spiritual Energy Potion *1, blue. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a human-level character card. Shennong Hall Apothecary *1, blue. Lin Fan examined the results, slightly raising an eyebrow. Although the guaranteed D-rank item was not the most ideal character card, the Purifying Jade Pendant, as per its description, could calm the mind and resist mental erosion, rendering it quite practical. Meanwhile, the human-level card Shennong Hall Apothecary caught his attention. Another apothecary. It seems Shennong Hall is associated with healing and restoration. This was fortuitous, with Halls of Fiery Heaven focusing on offense, and Shennong Hall on healing. The combination would render the 10-hall structure more complete. He glanced at the remaining 16890 emotion value, making a swift decision. Another 10 draw. Ding! Consumed 9,000 emotion value for a 10 draw. The wheel spun again. The first 8 were uniformly blue light, causing a slight unease in Lin Fan's heart, until the 9th light burst forth in a dazzling purple. I hit the jackpot. Lin Fan felt invigorated. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a D-rank character card. Su Xiaoan, permanent. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a human-level item card. Standard Longsword *1, blue. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a human-level item card. Cleansing Talisman *1, blue. As the light faded, a new purple card emerged. On the card was a young maiden clad in a simple long dress, appearing merely 16 or 17 years of age, with gentle features and a pure aura, reminiscent of orchids in a secluded valley. She cradled a blossoming blue lotus flower in her hands, emanating a calming presence. Character card: Su Xiaoan level, D-rank, purple, affiliation, Jing Xindian, Jing Xindian, identity, D-rank member of Jing Xindian traits. Gentle and serene, possesses strong empathic abilities, excels in mental comfort and spiritual purification, significantly effective against heart demons, obsessions, and mental pollution targets. Skill: visible upon summoning. Jing Xindian, Jing Xindian. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with joy. Just as he had thought about healing, a specialist in mental aspects appeared. With the Halls of Fiery Heaven specializing in physical purification and Jing Xindian in spiritual purification, it seemed Shennong Hall focused on physical healing. This framework was increasingly taking shape. After 2 consecutive 10 draws, Lin Fan was delighted to receive a regional character card, a regional item card, and several human-level cards. Observing the remaining 7,890 emotional points, he suppressed the urge to draw once more, as he needed to keep some in reserve. While he was counting his gains, his phone suddenly lit up, displaying a local news alert from Linjiang City. Breaking. A collective fainting incident of unknown origin has occurred in the 3rd teaching building of Linjiang University, with over 10 students in a comatose state. Their vital signs are stable, yet they cannot be awakened. Experts have intervened for investigation. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. A collective fainting? Unable to awaken? This did not seem like a mere accident. Coupled with the recent draw of the Jingxin Dian card, he immediately sensed an unusual incident, likely of a psychological nature. An opportunity has arisen. Lin Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. It is perfect timing for Su Xiaoan from Jingxin Dian to confront this phenomenon. He needed to verify Su Xiaoan's abilities and also to showcase the distinct styles of the 10 halls to the world. It would not do for them to always make an entrance like Yin Quan with flames erupting. Sometimes, silent purification held greater prestige. The third teaching building of Linjiang University had been temporarily sealed off. The atmosphere was even more tense than in the previous demolition area, as it involved young students and an eerie situation. The personnel from the Anomaly Countermeasure Bureau had arrived, led by Deputy Captain Zhao Gang, whose expression was equally grim. The energy detector indicated that the anomalous energy fluctuations were only around level C, but the challenge lay in its intangible and formless nature, leaning towards the psychological realm. Conventional methods proved ineffective, especially as the staff entering the core area began to exhibit symptoms of mental disorientation. Report attempted to use the Qingxin Ling for area stimulation, but the effects were minimal. The physical investigation team discovered faint energy residues in the third-floor corridor, but could not locate the source. Another agent has shown symptoms of dizziness and has been withdrawn. Bad news kept coming. Deputy Captain Zhao Gang was at his wit's end, as such mental anomalies were the most challenging to handle, and those adept at dealing with them within the Bureau were exceedingly rare. Just as he was at a loss, a subtle, fragrant aroma unexpectedly wafted through the air. The scent was elegant and tranquil, as if it could cleanse the spirit, alleviating the anxiety and discomfort of everyone present. Instinctively, everyone turned to look. At the corner of the building's staircase, a young girl clad in a simple long dress had appeared, her presence seemingly unnoticed until now. She had a delicate and gentle countenance, clear eyes, and cradled a gently spinning lotus hologram in her hands, radiating a soft azure light as she gracefully ascended the stairs. She moved slowly, yet with each step, the refined fragrance intensified, dispersing the unsettling atmosphere around her. "Halt! Who are you? This area has been sealed." One of the agents stepped forward to block her path, but his tone unconsciously softened, devoid of any hostility. The girl paused, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and spoke in a voice as gentle as a mountain spring. "This place is tainted, disturbing the peace. I have come to purify on the orders of the commander." Her gaze swept past the crowd, directing her attention towards the third floor where the energy was most concentrated, softly stating, "Lost souls, return to tranquility." Without awaiting a response, she continued her ascent. The agents exchanged glances, none daring to impede her, as if her very existence exuded a power that inspired trust and reassurance. Deputy Captain Zhao Gang, observing this scene through the surveillance, felt his pupils constrict and immediately recalled the internal emergency notification from the day before regarding Fenshendian. He quickly connected to communications, his voice tinged with incredulous excitement. "Command Center. This is the scene at Linjiang University. A second unknown, extraordinary individual has appeared. Female, young, suspected to possess powerful mental soothing and purifying abilities. She claims to serve the commander. I repeat, she may belong to the same unknown organization as Fenshendian." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the girl, Su Xiaowan, slowly positioned herself in the center of the third-floor corridor. There, faint strands of twisted, black, silk-like energy could be seen swirling in the air. Rather than unleashing a cataclysmic force like Yin Quan, she stood quietly and gently extended the azure lotus hologram forward. "Jingxin domain, activate." With a hum, an invisible and gentle wave of mental energy radiated from her, spreading like ripples on water. Where the azure light passed, the twisted black threads melted away swiftly, as if thawed by sunlight, purified in the process. The oppressive discomfort in the air dissipated rapidly, replaced by an indescribable sense of tranquility and peace. Minutes later, a faint groan emanated from a classroom at the end of the corridor. A previously unconscious student slowly opened his eyes. Following this, as if triggered by a chain reaction, other unconscious students gradually awakened, their expressions vacant yet no longer hollow. Su Xiaowan observed the awakening students, her face illuminated by a gentle and reassuring smile. She retracted the lotus hologram, turned, and with a slight bow to the astonished agents of the Countermeasure Bureau below, said, "The heart's demons have been dispelled. May you all be well." Jingxin Dian, Su Xiaowan, bids farewell. With a flash of clear light, her figure seemed to merge into the air, vanishing quietly, leaving behind a lingering, subtle scent of the elegant lotus as proof of her visit. In his apartment, Lin Fan beamed as he observed the system interface refreshing once more. Shock value from Zhao Gang, 699. Shock value from Sun Jingyi, 720. Shock value from Qian Sun, 888. Current emotional value, 18,900. Although the single harvest did not match the explosive results of Yin Quan's draw, it was commendably sustained and cumulative. Moreover, the emergence of Jingxin Dian undoubtedly conveyed a more explicit and shocking message to the Anomaly Countermeasure Bureau. The 10 Halls are not a mere combat organization. They represent a colossal entity with a complete system and distinct functional divisions. Fenshin Dian wields flames, conquering all. Jingxin Dian guards the spirit, cleansing impurities. Lin Fan could imagine the tremors and speculations that would arise when these two reports landed on the desks of the senior officials at the Countermeasure Bureau. Satisfied, he closed the system interface, his gaze sweeping over the two fiery purple core cards, the fervent Yin Quan and the tranquil Su Xiaowan. The groundwork has been laid. Now, it is time for the fish to take the bait. Lin Fan reclined back on his bed, his hands clasped behind his head, his eyes reflecting a profound depth. The legend of the 10 Halls has only just begun. I wonder what kind of sincerity the officials will exhibit in approaching us. Chapter 3. Official Contact, a New Crisis Abnormal Response Bureau, Linjiang Branch, High-Level Conference Room. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could drip with moisture. Branch Director Zhou Songhai, an elderly gentleman adorned with stars on his epaulettes, exuded an inherent authority without a hint of anger. His sharp gaze sweeping across the two urgent reports before him. Seated below were Chun Tao, Zhao Gang, and several core members and technical analysts of the branch. On the massive projection screen, two segments of processed video material were displayed side by side. On the left, the fiery figure of Yin Quan, whose crimson hair and bare torso commanded flames to incinerate the foul demons. On the right, the serene presence of Su Xiaowan, in flowing white attire, cradling a green lotus, purifying the heart's demons. The Burning Heaven Palace, Yin Quan. The Pure Heart Palace, Su Xiaowan. Zhou Songhai's voice resonated, deep and powerful, each word striking the hearts of the attendees. Within a single day, two previously unrecorded extraordinary beings, classified as B-level or above from two distinct palaces, proclaimed themselves as the 10 Palaces, tackling our pressing dilemmas with thunderous resolve. Gentlemen, share your thoughts, he commanded. The head of the technical department spoke first, incredulity evident in his tone. Director, according to the energy spectrum analysis, Yin Quan's energy response peaked near the lower limit of a level, characterized by an extremely pure and violent flame. Meanwhile, Su Xiaowan's energy response, though stable at B level, exhibited an astonishing purity of mental strength. So much so that our equipment struggled to fully analyze it. Her purification methods lean more towards the realm of rules, far surpassing our current cognitive framework. The commander of the action team interjected. Their behavioral patterns are also worthy of study. Yin Quan's combat style is fierce and direct, his words brash. Su Xiaowan, in contrast, embodies gentleness and tranquility, her actions suffused with compassion. Yet, they share a commonality. Their goals are clear, their efficiency remarkably high, they linger not after their tasks. And each clearly announces the name of their respective palace. It resembles a declaration of existence. Chun Tao added. Field team members reported feeling a life-level pressure in their presence. Yet there was no apparent malice. After Yin Quan departed, the residual heat left a sense of trepidation. After Su Xiaowan left, a tranquil aura lingered. Maintaining a neutral and friendly stance seems reasonable. Zhao Gang nodded in agreement. The appearance of Su Xiaowan confirms that the 10 Palaces is not merely a singular combat organization. There exists a clear division of labor within. Burning Heaven focuses on battle, while Pure Heart specializes in purification. Are their palaces responsible for healing, defense, reconnaissance, and even punishment? Zhou Songhai fell silent for a moment, his fingers tapping the tabletop, producing a rhythmic sound. An extraordinary organization with a complete system and formidable power, of which we know nothing. He began slowly, his gaze piercing. This presents both an opportunity and a significant threat. The opportunity lies in their current display of order and potential for cooperation. The threat resides in the mystery surrounding their intentions, origins, and true capabilities. The main office has issued the highest directive. Proactive contact, careful assessment, and an earnest attempt to establish friendly relations while minimizing hostilities. Zhou Canghai turned to Chun Tao and Zhao Gang. You two are the only ones who have had direct contact with their members. This task is entrusted to your action team. Seek suitable opportunities to establish communication channels with them. Remember, your demeanor must be cordial and respectful. Yes. Chun Tao and Zhao Gang responded solemnly. Meanwhile, in his apartment, Lin Fan remained unaware of the nuanced details of the high-level meeting at the response bureau, yet he surmised that the officials would not remain indifferent. He observed the emotional value stabilizing at 18,900 points, slowly beginning to ascend, and felt a sense of joy. This indicated that the reputation of the 10 palaces was spreading more widely. Merely waiting for official contact felt too passive. He needed to provide them with some motivation while creating more opportunities to garner emotional value for himself. Rubbing his chin, Lin Fan contemplated his next course of action. While resolving unforeseen events yielded high rewards, they were unpredictable. He required a more stable source of emotional value, or rather, a stage capable of continuously attracting attention. His gaze fell upon his computer screen, where local forum information regarding urban legends and unresolved anomalies had just arrived. Among them, a post about the suburban Heishan Reservoir piqued his interest. The poster claimed that in the past month, livestock had been disappearing frequently near the reservoir, accompanied by eerie sounds resembling both an infant's cries and a woman's wails during the night. Some even asserted they had seen massive dark shadows swimming in the water. The authorities had previously dispatched personnel to investigate, but ultimately, the matter was left unresolved, with only a warning sign erected indicating dangerous water depths. Water monster? Cries? Dark shadows? Lin Fan's eyes flickered. This sounded like a typical characteristic of an aquatic anomaly. Its level should not be too low, yet not exceedingly high. Perhaps be level? That would suffice. Lin Fan decisively concluded. He considered the cards in his consciousness space. Yin Quan was fire attribute, inherently disadvantaged in underwater combat. Su Xiaowan excelled in mental purification, but her effectiveness against corporeal water monsters remained unknown. Those human-level members and items were temporarily insufficient. It seemed he would need to see if this time the 10 palaces could provide him with surprises. Lin Fan, glancing at the 18,900 emotional value points, resolved to invest an additional 9,000 points. System, 10 consecutive draws. Ding, consuming 9,000 emotional value points, executing 10 consecutive draws. The roulette spun, radiance flickering. Blue, blue. Purple, blue, 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 blue. Just as Lin Fan thought he would have to settle for a guaranteed purple, a brilliant purple light burst forth unexpectedly. Early delivery? Lin Fan rejoiced. Following that, the subsequent lights remained blue until the last one. This radiance was neither purple nor gold, but a profound, dark hue that seemed to absorb all light, a color that had never appeared before. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a terrestrial-level character card, Shadowblade, permanent. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a human-level item card, Water Avoidance Talisman 1 Blue. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special terrestrial-level skill card, Shadow Stealth, field type. Character card, Shadow Blade, level, terrestrial, purple, affiliation, Yueying Palace identity. Terrestrial member of the Yueying Palace traits. Elegant and mysterious, taciturn, master shadow power, skilled in stealth, assassination, and information gathering. Skills. Visible upon summoning. Skill card. Shadow stealth, field type. Level. Terrestrial, special black. Effect. Unfolds a shadow domain, significantly reducing the presence of designated targets within the area, seamlessly blending into shadowy environments. Note, this skill can be used on the host and other character cards. Yueying Palace. Shadowblade. Lin Fan's heart surged with delight. Truly, what one desires comes to fruition. A character adept in stealth, capable of operating effectively in aquatic environments. Moreover, he possessed a corresponding field-type skill card. This combination was tailor-made for underwater reconnaissance and combat. He glanced at the remaining 900 emotional value points, opting to reserve them for contingencies. Summoned Shadowblade. In a shadowy corner of the room, the light slightly distorted and a slender figure quietly emerged. Clad in a fitted black knight suit, his handsome face bore a hint of androgyny, with deep-set eyes reminiscent of ancient wells. He carried 2 black short knives, seemingly merging with the surrounding shadows. his presence tranquil and elusive. He bowed slightly to Lin Fan, his voice low and resonant. Xuanming Palace, Shadowblade, at your service. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, bestowing the Shadow Stealth skill card upon him and issuing his command. Target: the suburban Heishan Reservoir. Investigate the anomalies within, assess the threat level, and eliminate if necessary. Understood. Shadowblade uttered no further words, his figure gradually sinking into the shadows beneath his feet, vanishing like a droplet absorbed by the ocean. That night, the moon concealed by clouds, a gusty wind swept through. The Heishan Reservoir lay shrouded in a veil of mist. Silent save for the faint whispers of the wind caressing the water's surface, accompanied by the eerie cries that seemed to emanate from the depths below. The monitoring point of the response bureau was stationed at the reservoir's periphery, where two team members were intently focused on the instrument screens. The fluctuations in energy have intensified once more, stabilizing at level C, with peaks reaching the threshold of level B. The cries resonate chillingly within the heart. At this moment, a fleeting dip abruptly appears on the monitoring screen's energy curve, as if something has interfered with the anomalous energy's diffusion. What was that? A malfunction of the apparatus? It seems as though something has passed by. The two exchanged glances, both perceiving suspicion in each other's eyes. They saw nothing, yet the instruments detected anomalies. Deep within the reservoir, a shadow, nearly indistinguishable from the darkness, silently glided into the water along the bank's shadows. The effect of the water barrier talisman enveloped him in an invisible shield, while the domain of shadow stealth perfectly concealed all his presence and energy fluctuations. The shadow blade moved like a true fish, swimming towards the source of the cries filled with malice. Chapter 4. Stealth in the Shadows, Underwater Peril. Deep within the Heishan Reservoir, darkness and coldness are the eternal themes. The figure of the shadow blade, merging with the ink under the protection of the shadow stealth domain, seemed to become the very essence of shadow, silently slicing through the heavy water. The bubbles formed by the water barrier talisman isolated him from the lake's waters, without hindering his movements in the slightest. The deeper he ventured, the colder the water became, and the eerie cries grew clearer, no longer distant whimpers, but rather close, wailing with a certain mental penetrability, attempting to invade his mind and disturb his thoughts. Ordinary people, even low-level abnormal beings, would likely have succumbed to insanity at this moment. Yet, the gaze of the shadow blade remained as calm as a still lake, his training in the Hall of Shadows granting him a remarkable resistance to such mental disturbances. He meticulously followed the source of malice deep within the reservoir's abandoned flood discharge pipe. Approaching the pipe's entrance, a pungent stench and foul energy nearly coalesced into substance. Utilizing the vision granted by the shadows, the shadow blade discerned the scene within. A massive creature resembling a catfish yet adorned with countless pale, hand-like appendages was coiled within the depths of the pipe. Its bloated body heaved slightly, and as its tooth-filled maw opened and closed, it emitted a cry that bewitched the mind. It was entwined with a dense, black-red miasma, evidently having consumed numerous lives. Level B anomaly, the soul-snatching water nightmare. The shadow blade instantly made a judgment, recognizing it as an aquatic evil adept at mental attacks and physical corrosion. Blending completely with the shadows at the pipe's mouth, he observed intently. The water nightmare's state appeared peculiar. Despite its formidable aura, it bore an unstable ferocity, as if provoked by something. Moreover, deep within its lair, there seemed to be faint, anomalous fluctuations distinct from the foul energy emanating from it. An anomaly? The shadow blade's thoughts stirred. He refrained from alarming the beast, instead sending forth a thread of the faintest shadow, akin to a jellyfish's tentacle, silently maneuvering around the water nightmare, probing towards the source of the strange fluctuations. The information relayed back by the shadowy tendril caused him to pause momentarily. It was a crystal approximately the size of a fist, entirely azure, with a flowing luminescence resembling water swirling within. Half buried in the silt, it emanated a pure and refreshing water-type energy. A natural water attribute spiritual object? The shadow blade instantly comprehended. The soul-snatching water nightmare had likely stumbled upon this spirit object by chance, instinctively nesting nearby in an attempt to absorb its energy. However, its corrupted nature clashed with the purity of this water spirit, rendering it incapable of absorption and instead provoking it into a frenzy, attacking all nearby living beings. Just then, the water nightmare appeared to sense something, its massive body quivering violently, and countless pale, hand-like appendages began to thrash wildly, the cries transforming into sharp, piercing shrieks. Its murky giant eye abruptly turned towards the direction where the Shadow Blade concealed himself. Though it could not see him, the creature's instinct and sensitivity to energy disturbances alerted it to a threat. As it discovered me, the Shadow Blade remained unfazed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. So be it. This would save him the effort of reconnaissance. At the monitoring station outside the reservoir, alarms blared. Energy fluctuations surged sharply, reaching mid-level B. Anomalous activity has escalated. The monitor staff gasped at the abruptly soaring curve on the screen. What is happening? Has it been stimulated? Quickly report to the command center. The anomalous activity at Heishan Reservoir has increased. Request support. Almost simultaneously, the communication devices of Chun Tao and Zhao Gang buzzed to life. The two exchanged solemn glances, each recognizing the gravity and a hint of anticipation in the other's eyes. The command center ordered us to immediately head to the Heishan Reservoir site. This could be an opportunity to encounter the 10 halls. Chun Tao spoke gravely. They had just deployed, focusing on potential anomalies that might attract the 10 halls. And the disturbances at Heishan Reservoir had immediately come into view. Underwater, the battle was on the verge of erupting. The soul-snatching water nightmare let out a furious roar, its enormous tail crashing against the water, creating a swirling current as countless hand-like appendages shot towards the Shadow Blade's hiding place like arrows. The Shadow Blade sprang into action. No longer concealed, his figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, akin to a wraith. Facing the oncoming appendages, he neither flinched nor evaded, drawing the short blades from his back. Infused with shadow energy. Execution. His form transformed into a streak of black lightning, leaving behind afterimages in the water. As he wielded the shadow blades, those appendages, resilient enough to tear through steel, were severed as if cut by a hot knife through butter, dissipating in a black mist. His movements were graceful yet lethal, devoid of any superfluous action, each flicker precisely avoiding the whirlpool's pull, while leaving deep wounds upon the water nightmare's massive form. The shadow energy, imbued with potent corrosiveness, relentlessly eroded the creature's vitality. The water nightmare, in pain, shifted from cries to furious roars, its gaping maw unleashing a torrent of thick, black-red foul energy like cannonballs, corroding the lake water into a sizzling, hissing chaos. The Shadow Blade's gaze sharpened, his form melding once more with the shadows, narrowly evading this lethal assault. The spot he had occupied moments before was struck by the foul energy, instantly melting and disintegrating a nearby rock. He cannot withstand it directly. The Shadow Blade assessed the peril of the foul energy. Altering his strategy, he exploited the exceptional mobility afforded by shadow stealth, constantly darting around the water nightmare, slicing at it like a parasite, depleting its strength. The aftershocks of the battle reverberated through the depths of the reservoir, causing abnormal ripples and bubbles to rise to the surface. Chun Tao and Zhao Gang, accompanied by an elite team, arrive at the reservoir's edge, witnessing this astonishing spectacle. At the center of the reservoir, it resembled a boiling cauldron, enormous bubbles erupting continuously, at times a black-red beam shooting from the water's surface in pursuit of something, only to be suppressed by an unseen force. The air was thick with two powerful energy fluctuations, one chillingly foul, the other profoundly mysterious. A confrontation has already begun below. Zhao Gang tightened his grip on his specially crafted weapon. Are they from the 10 halls? This combat style is unprecedented. Chun Tao fixed his gaze on the lake's surface, sensing that the profound power was gradually gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, the entire reservoir quaked violently. A colossal, shadowy spike seemingly materialized from the depths, thrusting upward, piercing the soul-snatching water nightmare's head in an instant. The creature's cries abruptly ceased, its massive body convulsing violently as the foul energy began to spiral out of control. In the next moment, everyone witnessed a shadow shooting forth from the reservoir's center like an arrow released from a bow, landing gracefully on the shore. It was the Shadow Blade. He returned the shadow blades to his back, surrounded by a faint black mist, water droplets cascading from him without revealing any semblance of disarray. He did not even glance at the corpse of the water nightmare behind him, his gaze calmly sweeping over the approaching Chun Tao, Zhao Gang, and others. Just then, the shadow blade seemed to sense something, raising his hand towards the still-churning surface of the lake, grasping at the air. A stream of azure light surged from the depths of the lake, landing in his palm. It was indeed the coveted water, a tribute spirit object. He glanced at it briefly before tucking it away. Subsequently, his gaze returned to Chun Tao and the others, and he nodded slightly, acknowledging their presence. His voice remained deep and unperturbed, betraying no signs of the tumultuous battle that had just transpired. Ying yin dian, ying rein. As the words fell from his lips, before Chun Tao and the others could respond, his figure dissipated like smoke carried away by the wind, blending seamlessly into the shadows of the trees along the shore. Vanishing from sight, all that remained were the members of the Tactics Bureau, gazing at the lake's surface, which was slowly regaining its calm, yet lay in disarray, and the lingering traces of shadowy power and taint in the air, leaving them momentarily speechless. Sandian, Indian, Chun Tao murmured to himself, as the recording device diligently captured the unfolding events. Chapter 5, Collaborative Invitation, The Descent of Yusu, the Anomaly Response Bureau, Linjiang City Branch, Conference Room. The atmosphere was more complex than before. The projection screen displayed enhanced footage of the battle between Ying Run and the soul-draining water nightmare, as well as the moment he collected the blue crystal and departed with an air of indifference. Fen Dian Dian, Xing Xin Dian, Xing Yin Dian. Director Zhou Songhai slowly recited these three names, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table, each distinct in style and function. An organization capable of manifesting such three mature and powerful systems of strength in different locations within a week. What does this imply? The head of the technical department spoke with a tone tinged with shock and a hint of fatigue. Director, based on the capabilities displayed by Ying Ron, its energy attribute is shadow, possessing formidable stealth, penetration, and corrosive properties. Its combat style is efficient and succinct, delivering lethal strikes, a stark contrast to the ferocity of Yin Quan and the gentleness of Su Xiaowan. We can almost conclusively state that the 10 halls represent a rigorously structured, thoroughly inherited, and profoundly rooted extraordinary force, whose overall strength likely far exceeds any prior estimations we had. The operational commander interjected. Moreover, they seem to possess an intimate understanding of various anomalies, including their characteristics and weaknesses. Their efficiency in resolving these issues is astonishing. The intelligence capabilities and knowledge reserves behind this are equally formidable. Chun Tao stepped forward respectfully. Director. Before Ying Run departed, it cast a glance our way and reiterated the name of the hall. Might this be interpreted as a tacit approval? It does not seem averse to our observations, and may have anticipated our arrival. Does this imply that they are also observing us and would not mind engaging with us on a certain level? A glimmer of insight sparkled in Zhou Songhai's eyes. That analysis holds merit. Passive waiting is inadvisable. Since they have shown goodwill, we must seize this opportunity. The latest directive from the headquarters: elevate the level of engagement. Attempt limited information exchange and collaboration. He turned to Chun Tao and Zhao Gang. Task update. In the name of the branch, draft a formal communication letter. The content should express our gratitude for their efforts in eliminating anomalies and maintaining order, while subtly proposing a desire for information sharing and collaboration regarding anomalies in Linjiang City and its surrounding areas. Seek an appropriate method to deliver this communication letter to them. Understood. Chun Tao and Zhao Gang felt the weight of their responsibilities increase, yet they were also filled with a sense of mission. How to deliver the letter became a conundrum. They had attempted to leave marks and messages in places where members of the 10 halls had previously appeared, but to no avail. Just as the Tactics Bureau was grappling with this issue, 3 days later, one evening, Chun Tao discovered a peculiar black card of unique material on his desk in his apartment, appearing from nowhere. The card bore a single line of silver text: tomorrow at the hour of Z, at the north suburbs Wangjiang Pavilion. There was no signature. Yet the faint aura of shadow surrounding the card immediately revealed its source to Chun Tao. Inside the apartment, Lin Fan observed the system interface. The emotional value surged rapidly after a brief spike, stabilizing at 22,000 points. This increase primarily stemmed from the astonishment of the Tactics Bureau members at the emergence and Battle of Yingren, along with the subsequent ongoing ripple effects. The authorities should have received the letter, Lin Fan mused with a slight smile. Having Yingren deliver the letter not only showcased the 10 Hall's elusive capabilities, but also ensured that the initiative remained firmly in his grasp. He toyed with the azure crystal in his hand, the spoils brought back by Yingren. Water Spirit Crystal, Earth Grade. Contains pure water attribute energy. Usable for enhancing the cultivation of water attribute practitioners or as a high-grade energy source. A fine item. I shall keep it for now. Lin Fan stowed the crystal away. Though he currently lacked any water attribute cards, this item would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. He glanced at the remaining emotional value and decided to draw once more. System, 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Consume 9,000 emotional points for 10 consecutive draws. Radiance flickered, and, as expected, the guaranteed outcome was a single purple glow. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an Earth-grade item card. Thunder Pearl, 1, purple. Amidst a plethora of blue lights, a few whites intermingled. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a human-grade character card. Preliminary reserve of the Pajun Hall, 1 blue. Lin Fan frowned slightly. The results from this 10 consecutive draw were mediocre, inferior even to his earlier spontaneous pull when Yingren visited the reservoir, which yielded a purple card and an underground base. He surveyed the remaining 13,000 emotional points, opting not to continue drawing and instead reserving them for future use. North Suburb, Wangjiang Pavilion. The hour of Z. The moonlight was hazy, and the river breeze carried a chill. Chun Tao stood alone in the pavilion, feeling a mix of tension and anticipation. In accordance with the request, he carried no recording equipment and made no arrangements for an ambush to demonstrate sincerity. As the hour hand struck precisely in the shadows of the pavilion, it seemed as if ink had coalesced and the figure of Yingren silently materialized, maintaining that same indifferent demeanor. The letter, we have received it. Chun Tao inhaled deeply, taking the initiative to speak, his tone respectful, expressing gratitude for the repeated interventions of the 10 halls in maintaining peace in Linjiang. Our bureau sincerely hopes to establish a communication channel with your esteemed side to facilitate collaboration in the sharing of information regarding anomalous events. Yingren listened intently, offering no visible reaction. Chun Tao continued, to express our sincerity. Our bureau is willing to share certain non-confidential documents on anomalous events and can provide some material or intelligence support within our capacity. He extended a specially crafted USB drive, containing organized records of recent anomalous activities and our preliminary proposals for collaboration. Yingren's gaze lingered on the USB drive momentarily, yet he did not reach for it. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and calm. The 10 halls watch over this realm, and the elimination of corruption is our duty. He paused, as if heeding some intangible directive. Before continuing, collaboration is not out of the question. However, you must demonstrate your value and sincerity. With that, he raised his hand, and the USB drive seemingly flew into his grasp, disappearing from sight. If necessary, we will make contact. As his words faded, before Chun Tao could utter another word, Yingren's figure dissolved into the night, as if he had never appeared at all. Chun Tao remained in place, reflecting on Yingren's words. Demonstrate value and sincerity. He understood that this was the initial response from the 10 halls, a slight crack in the door to collaboration, yet the initiative lay entirely in their hands. He promptly reported the encounter. Although the higher-ups at the Tactics Bureau felt somewhat helpless regarding the 10 halls' transcendent demeanor, they had at least established preliminary contact, marking a significant breakthrough. They began to expedite the organization of more valuable information, preparing for the potential value assessment that the 10 halls might propose. However, just as the Tactics Bureau was diligently preparing, 2 nights later, an intense sense of foreboding simultaneously swept through Lin Fan and all summoned characters. Almost simultaneously, Lin Fan's phone, computer, and even the city's emergency broadcast were forcibly interrupted by an urgent high-level announcement. Emergency alert. In the eastern coastal region of Linjiang City, 30 nautical miles from shore, an extraordinarily high-intensity, anomalous energy response has been detected. Spatial fluctuations are abnormal. It has been classified as an A-level anomaly. I repeat, an A-level anomaly. All citizens are urged to remain calm, and personnel in coastal areas should immediately evacuate inland. All non-combatants are strictly prohibited from approaching. This A-level event far surpasses all previous incidents in severity. Lin Fan's pupils constricted sharply. He could sense the energy emanating from the east, filled with brutality, chaos, and the scent of destruction, far more potent than the previous corrupted demon and soul eater nightmares. What startled him further was the system interface, which at that moment displayed a new, blood-red alert. Warning. High-intensity Yoshu essence detected. A spatial passage is forming. Event level assessment. A level. High threat. Immediate intervention is advised to prevent escalation. Emergency mission triggered. Guard the passage. Prevent large-scale descent of Yoshu beings. Mission rewards. To be calculated based on completion. Guaranteed reward. 50,000 emotional points. 1 designated Tian level character card. Yoshu. The origin explicitly indicated by the system. The true challenge has arrived. Lin Fan took a deep breath. His eyes reflected no fear, only a surging battle intent and excitement at the prospect of substantial rewards. Finally, a worthy challenge had presented itself. He glanced at the radiant cards within his consciousness space. The 10 halls. It was time to stretch their muscles. Chapter 6. The Emergence of Yoshu. Gathering of the 10 halls in the eastern sea of Linjiang City. The night sky was tainted by an ominous dark red hue. Approximately 30 nautical miles from the coast, a massive vortex was forming, the seawater swirling as if disturbed by an invisible force, emitting a low growl. At the vortex's center, a distorted rift, seemingly tearing the very fabric of reality, was faintly visible, from which a dense, sulfurous, putrid dark purple energy continuously surged forth. The A-level anomaly, the Yoshu Passage, has been activated. The Coastal Division of the Anomaly Response Bureau has reached the highest state of combat readiness, with piercing alarms echoing incessantly. Director Zhou Tsanghai presided over the command center, where the large screen displayed real-time satellite imagery and energy readings, the ever-increasing curve plunging the hearts of all into despair. The energy level stabilized at A level. The passage is solidifying. Multiple high-energy life forms have been detected attempting to traverse the passage. The Vanguard has reached the designated sea area to establish defenses, but they may not hold for long. Zhou Tsanhai's expression was grave as he spoke into the communicator. All units, attention. At all costs, prevent the anomaly from landing. Request the highest level of support from headquarters. Additionally, attempt to contact the 10 halls. Though hope was slim, at this moment, any possible strength was worth pursuing. In his apartment, Lin Fan stood by the window, gazing into the eastern night sky, stained red. Even from dozens of kilometers away, the overwhelming sense of impending destruction was palpable. System. Analyze the stability of the passage and the composition of the enemy. Analysis in progress. The spatial passage is in an early unstable phase. Complete stabilization is expected to take 1 hour. The current energy level threshold is B level. Vanguards detected. Low-level demon remnants, C level. Soul Eater demons, B level. And a command-type unit. Abyssal Scorpion, B level, possessing mental shock and strong physical defense. B level at the forefront. Fortunately, the passage is not fully opened. Lin Fan let out a slight sigh of relief. But the situation remained dire. The official forces would likely struggle to withstand such intense attacks for long. He glanced at his card collection. Main forces, Yanquan, Earth level. Su Xiaowan, Earth level. Ingrun, Earth level. Human level members, Shennong Hall's Medicine Boy, blue. Pajuan Hall's Reserves, blue. Items, Thunder Pearl, Earth level. Water Spirit Crystal, Earth level. Purifying Heart Jade Pendant, Earth level. Several low-level talismans and potions. This was the first joint operation of the 10 halls. They must display their might. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly issued commands. Yanquan, Su Xiaowan, Ingrun, proceed immediately to the eastern sea area and engage in collaborative combat to prevent the landing of Yoshu beings. Members of Shennong Hall, carry the Purifying Heart Jade Pendant and all Spirit Power Potions. Proceed to the coastal evacuation point to assist official personnel in treating the wounded and defending against possible mental aftershocks. Members of Pajuan Hall, carry the Thunder Pearl. Proceed to the coastline to assist in defense. At a critical moment, use the Thunder Pearl for area strikes. Commands were dispatched through the system. In the next moment, Three powerful energies surged from different corners of Linjiang City, transforming into streaks of light racing towards the east. Members of the 10 halls also appeared at the coastal evacuation points and defensive fortifications, silently commencing their duties. On the battlefield at sea, several patrol boats struggled against the raging waves to maintain their line, energy weapons firing beams that incessantly struck the monsters surging from the vortex. These included low-level demon remnants, resembling a mix of skeletons and mud, and the elusive Soul Eater demons, capable of directly attacking souls. The Bureau's C and D level abilities faced a tough resistance, while the solitary B-level ability, User, was deeply encircled. The battle was exceptionally fierce, with vessels being destroyed intermittently, just as the defense appeared on the verge of collapse. A piercing long howl echoed from the horizon. The Hall of Burning Heaven is here, banish the evil. A blazing fire meteor streaked across the night sky. The figure of Yin Quan fiercely descending upon the bow of the largest command ship. His fists collided, unleashing a torrent of violent flames that detonated, instantly evaporating the demon remnants within a radius of several dozen meters. It's Yin Quan. The members of the 10 halls have arrived. The commander on the bridge exclaimed excitedly. Almost simultaneously, a gentle azure glow enveloped several ships, as Su Xiaowan's figure quietly appeared on another vessel. Holding the purifying heart blue lotus, her radiant light cascaded down, instantly soothing the spiritual pain and fear caused by the Soul Eater demons, elevating the morale of the soldiers. The Hall of Purifying Heart, Su Xiaowan, aids all in maintaining spiritual stability. Most curiously, within the shadows of the battlefield, those demon remnants attempting to crawl out from the ship's shadow were often silently cut to pieces by the shadow blades that appeared unexpectedly. Ingren remained concealed, yet his presence was felt everywhere, efficiently eliminating potential threats and focusing on targeting the troublesome Soul Eater demons. In the Hall of Shadow, a chilling thought entered the minds of several commanders, leaving them both astonished and delighted. The addition of 3 Earth-level members instantly stabilized the precarious defense. However, the true trial had only just begun. At the center of the vortex, the rift suddenly widened, releasing a piercing shriek capable of tearing souls apart. A colossal creature, resembling a fusion of a giant scorpion and a crustacean, covered in obsidian-like armor, crawled forth with its enormous pincers raised. Its compound eyes glimmered with a cruel red light, and a powerful mental pressure momentarily froze the entire battlefield. B-level, Abyssal Scorpion, the commander of the Yoshu Vanguard. Haha, just a chance to unleash some pin-up energy. Yin Xuan's battle spirit soared as flames erupted around him. Its mental shock is formidable. We must exercise caution, Su Xiaowan said, her expression grave, as the light of the purifying heart blue lotus intensified, forming a mental barrier. Ingren's figure flickered in and out of the shadows, locking onto the vulnerable points of the Scorpion's armor. Let us strike. Yin Quan was the first to attack, transforming into a fire meteor rushing towards the Scorpion. Su Xiaowan's azure light followed closely behind, countering the mental disturbances emanating from a Scorpion. Ingren, like a lethal stinger, launched a surprise attack from the creature's blind spot as it focused on Yin Xuan's furious onslaught, his shadow blade plunging into its joints. The 3 Earth-level members of the 10 halls joined forces for the first time, battling the B-level Yoshu monstrosity. In the expanse between sea and sky, flames, azure light, and shadows intertwined, clashing violently against the Scorpion's dark purple energy, the explosions echoing deafeningly. All observers of this fierce battle, whether the soldiers on site or the high-ranking officials of the Bureau monitoring through satellite imagery, held their breath. Chapter 7. 3 halls unite, slaying the Scorpion. On the battlefield at sea, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The emergence of the Abyssal Scorpion brought with it an almost tangible pressure. Its massive form, encased in an obsidian shell, resembled a moving fortress. Each swing of its colossal pincers stirred up violent whirlpools, while dark purple energy spiraled around it, exuding a repulsive scent of decay. Roar! The Mo Xiao emitted a piercing shriek, and a powerful mental shockwave spread like a tide. Even with Su Xiaowan's Jingxin Qinglian barrier mitigating the effect, many warriors felt dizzy, and those of lesser strength even bled from their noses. Its shell was incredibly hard, and its joints and compound eyes were its weak points. The cold voice of Ingran relayed the reconnaissance results through the shadows with precision. "Leave it to me," Yin Quan shouted, charging forward fearlessly. His fists ignited with blinding flames, a manifestation of fire compressed to its utmost limit. Finchen. Boom! The fiery punch struck the front of the Mo Xiu's shell with a resounding thud. A charred crack appeared on the shell, but it did not fully penetrate. The Mo Xiu roared in pain as its massive pincers swept toward him with tremendous force. Yin Quan deftly retreated, flames erupting beneath his feet, propelling him to narrowly evade the attack. At that moment, as the Mo Xiu's attention was drawn to Yin Quan, Ingren emerged from the shadows like a specter. Two shadowy daggers aimed precisely at the joint connecting the Mo Xiu's left claw to its body. Sizzle. The shadow energy, imbued with potent corrosiveness, finally breached its defenses, leaving two wounds deep enough to see bone. Dark purple viscous blood gushed forth. The Mo Xiu let out a mournful roar, and its other claw, along with a spiked poisonous tail, simultaneously lunged at Ingran. The speed was astonishing. "Be careful," Su Xiaowan cautioned, the light of Jingxin, Qinglian intensifying. A solid beam of green light surged forward, attempting to disrupt the Mo Xiu's attack rhythm. Ingren's figure flickered, merging back into the shadows, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. However, the gale from the Mo Xiu's poisoned tail still caused ripples in the surrounding shadows. This creature has remarkably thick skin. Yang Quan spat. Yet his fighting spirit soared even higher. He noticed that the Mo Xiu's movements had become slightly uncoordinated due to its injured joint. "Xiaowan, can you restrain it again?" Ingren, look for an opportunity to strike its compound eyes. "I'll deliver a decisive blow." Yang Quan swiftly comunicata. But Yingren replied succinctly. Su Xiaowan took a deep breath, forming hand seals. The Jingxin Qinglian began to spin slowly, its luminous glow transforming from mere protection to countless delicate strands of light that, as if alive, wrapped around the Mo Xiu's limbs and head. Jingxin cursed bind spirit. The Mo Xiu immediately felt its movements hindered, as if ensnared in a mental quagmire. Its action slowing. It struggled in fury, dark purple energy erupting as it continuously broke free from the light strands. But Su Xiaowan gritted her teeth, maintaining her focus. Now, Ingren's figure shot forth from above the Mo Xiu, emerging from the shadows. The twin blades merged into a singular, exquisite bolt of black lightning, piercing the Mo Xiu's glimmering red compound eye. Thud! A sickening crunch resounded. One of the Mo Xiu's compound eyes exploded instantly, viscous fluid splattering everywhere. It let out the most anguished scream since the battle began, its massive body thrashing wildly, nearly breaking free from Su Xiaowan's bindings. "Take this." Finchen Dian Ring. Yin Quan seized this fleeting opportunity. Flames surged around him, forming a massive halo of fire behind him, the terrifying heat causing the seawater beneath to boil violently. He transformed into a human-shaped sun, charging at the Mo Xiu's chest, which had been repeatedly assailed by him and Ingren, now covered in cracks. Boom! The blinding light consumed everything, and a colossal explosion sent waves crashing across the sea. The violent shock wave even rocked distant ships. When the light dissipated, the Mo Xiu's enormous body stood frozen in place, its chest blasted open, dark purple blood and fragments of innards spilling forth. The remaining compound I dimmed rapidly. "You are finished." Ingren's cold voice echoed once more. A thin shadow thread had somehow wrapped around the Mo Xiu's neck, and, as he spoke, the shadow power erupted, causing the Mo Xiu's grotesque head to slowly detach and fall into the sea. The B-class abyssal Mo Xiu has been vanquished. A brief silence enveloped the battlefield, soon erupting into thunderous cheers, whether from the soldiers on the ships or the members of the Strategy Bureau witnessing the event through monitors. Excitement was palpable. "We won. The Ten Halls triumphed. How powerful!" The three members of the Ten Halls truly managed to slay the B-class monster. Is this the strength of the Ten Halls? Yang Quan, panting heavily, landed on a ship, gazing at the spot where the Mo Xiu had sunk, grinning widely. What a thrill! Su Xiaowan's face was somewhat pale, yet her eyes sparkled as she took a moment to recuperate. Ingren, however, slipped once more into the shadows, as if he had never intervened. Just as everyone thought the crisis had temporarily abated, The vortex of the spatial passage became increasingly unstable due to the violent energy released upon the Mo Xiu's death. Showing signs of expansion, the internal energy fluctuations began to rise. Warning: the spatial passage has mutated due to energy turbulence. Stability is declining, yet the energy threshold is increasing. Detecting stronger abyssal creatures approaching. The system's alert sent a jolt of anxiety through Lin Fan. Is it not over yet? Lin Fan's brow furrowed. It seemed that merely slaying the vanguard was insufficient. They must find a way to disrupt or even close this passage. He glanced at the remaining cards and items he possessed. Water Spirit Crystal, for the water attribute passage over the sea. An idea flashed in his mind. Yingwei. Try to throw the Water Spirit Crystal into the passage or get as close to the core of the passage as possible. Use its pure water attribute energy to impact the unstable abyssal passage structure. Lin Fan immediately issued a new command to Ren through the system. This might disrupt the passage and delay the arrival of even stronger monsters. Upon receiving the order, Ren wasted no time. Gripping the Water Spirit Crystal, as his form transformed into a nearly invisible wisp of shadow, utilizing the chaotic energies and shadows of the battlefield. He stealthily approached the swirling vortex of terror. Chapter 8: Spirit Crystal Breach, First Encounter with the Guardian. The atmosphere above the sea tightened once more. The anomaly of the spatial passage had completely erased the joy that had just arisen. The vortex spun with increasing ferocity, the edges of the fissures spreading like shattered glass. Dark purple energy gushing forth, accompanied by a chilling roar that hinted at a more terrifying presence eager to cross over. The instability of the passage was worsening. Energy readings surpassed the A-class threshold. Multiple high-energy reactions detected approaching the exit of the passage. There was no time left. Even stronger monsters were about to emerge. In the command center, gasps filled the air. Director Zhou Tsanghai clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Had they paid a heavy price to slay the Mo Xiu, only to face an even more dreadful foe? At that moment, Chun Tao, who had been closely monitoring the battlefield, keenly sensed something amiss. He spotted a nearly background-integrated wisp of shadow moving with incredible speed and angle, deftly avoiding the chaotic energy currents, resolutely heading toward the heart of the terrifying vortex. It was Ren. He seemed to be holding a ball of azure light. What was he planning? A shared question arose in everyone's hearts. Ren pushed shadow stealth to its limit, becoming an entity devoid of substance. The violent energy currents surrounding the spatial passage posed significant obstacles, and the shadow power became sluggish in such chaotic energy fields. Several times, he narrowly avoided being struck by bursts of dark purple energy, evading them at the last possible moment. The closer he got to the center of the vortex, the stronger the repulsion and tearing force from the otherworldly realm became. The shadows surrounding Ren began to dissipate, and the bubbles formed by the Avoid Water Talisman vibrated violently, as if they would shatter at any moment. Yet his gaze remained cold and resolute, fixated on the very core of the passage, where the energy was most chaotic. That is the point. He summoned the last of his strength, hurling the Water Spirit Crystal, imbued with pure water attribute energy, towards the target with the precision of a thrown dagger. The azure light sliced through the dark purple energy background, penetrating the vortex's core. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. In the next moment, a distinct energy fluctuation erupted from the core of the vortex. The pure, refreshing, and majestic water attribute energy clashed violently with the chaotic, brutal, and destructive aura of the Yoshu energy. It was akin to cold water splashing into boiling oil or light colliding with darkness. The ground shook with thunderous explosions within the passage. The already unstable spatial structure was struck by the dual assault of pure energy, triggering a chain reaction. The speed at which the cracks spread accelerated dramatically, but it was not a steady expansion. Rather, it shattered like a mirror. The dark purple light flickered wildly, unstable, as the roars from within the passage transformed into screams of rage and fear. The powerful presences attempting to traverse were seemingly interfered with and hindered, falling into chaos. The entire spatial passage began to twist and flicker violently, on the brink of total collapse. Success. Yin Quan's eyes brightened. Su Xiaowan also sighed in relief. her face displaying a look of gratification as she continued to stabilize the minds of the surrounding soldiers with a pure heart Qinglian. Hope blossomed in everyone's hearts. However, the backlash from forcibly disrupting the spatial passage was immense. At the core of the water spirit crystal's energy explosion, a chaotic spatial turbulence erupted like a storm. Despite Ingren having retreated with all his might the moment he threw the spirit crystal, he was still caught in the onslaught. The shadows enveloping him shattered like glass, and he was struck violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his breath fading instantly, akin to a kite with a broken string falling from the sky. Ingren, Su Xiaowan gasped, and the azure light immediately swept towards the falling figure. Yin Quan's expression changed as flames erupted beneath his feet, ready to rush forward to assist. Just at this critical moment, an anomaly arose. From the depths of the distorted passage, on the verge of complete collapse, a massive claw covered in dark red scales suddenly emerged. Merely a portion of it exuded a pressure far surpassing that of the previous abyssal demon scorpion. Reaching an A-rank level, it seemed incredibly enraged, disregarding the risk of the passage collapsing, intent on crushing the ant that dared to disrupt its descent. The giant claw, driven by a force that could tear space apart, lunged towards the falling Ingren. Su Xiaowan's azure light and Yin Quan's flames were about to arrive too late. At the critical juncture, a faint, cold snort, imbued with boundless authority and age, unexpectedly resonated throughout the realm. This sound was not loud, yet clearly reached the ears of every being on the battlefield, even penetrating the screens to echo in the hearts of all in the command center. Accompanied by this cold snort, an indescribable, vast pressure descended from the void. In the face of this pressure, the aura of the A-rank giant claw appeared diminutive. Time seemed to slow. The dark red giant claw, reaching for Ingren, collided with an invisible wall, halting abruptly, fine cracks appearing on its scales. A roar of shock and fury emanated from the depths of the passage, and the giant claw recoiled as if struck by lightning, vanishing into the depths. Meanwhile, Ingren's falling form was caught by a gentle yet irresistible force, slowly being brought to the deck of the ship. Simultaneously, the severely distorted spatial passage could no longer withstand the internal and external pressures, emitting a mournful cry of collapse as it rapidly imploded. The final explosion illuminated the night sky, and a fleeting black singularity appeared before vanishing swiftly. The sea surface was left with a vast, slowly settling vortex and dissipating dark purple energy dust. The spatial passage had been forcibly closed. Between the sea and sky, a profound silence reigned. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden reversal. That cold snort, that overwhelming pressure, that easily repelled the rank giant claw. Who was responsible? Yin Quan and Su Xiaowan exchanged glances, each seeing profound reverence reflected in the other's eyes. They both turned to the void, bowing slightly in salute, and spoke in unison. "We honor the Guardian of Xuanming Palace." Their voices, filled with immense respect, resonated across the battlefield. The Guardian of Xuanming Palace. Merely a cold snort was sufficient to repel an A-rank being and close the spatial passage. In that moment, whether among the soldiers present or the high-ranking officials in the command center, a tremendous wave of astonishment surged within. Their understanding of the 10 halls was once again thoroughly upended. It turned out that beyond the ranks of the Earth-level members, there existed such terrifying entities. The depth of the 10 halls was unfathomable. In his apartment, Lin Fan gazed at the task completion notification and substantial rewards that appeared in the system, gradually exhaling in relief. Emergency task, secure the passage. Completed. Task evaluation, S rank. Reward settlement. Emotional value 50,000. Designated hall level, celestial character card 1. Random earth level item card 1, 10 draw chances. The cold snort and overwhelming pressure were naturally the result of his utilization of system authority, spending emotional value to simulate the aura of the Guardian for a remote intervention. The effect was unexpectedly effective, albeit costly. It not only saved Ingren and closed the passage, but also elevated the prestige of the 10 halls to new heights. Now, there should be some peace for a while. Lin Fan looked at the surging emotional value and the radiant golden celestial character card, finally revealing a satisfied smile. Chapter 9. Shennong's Inspection. The holy hand of Qiongqi, the crisis in the sea region, was temporarily alleviated, yet the ensuing ripples were just beginning. The official fleet commenced clearing the battlefield, treating the wounded and salvaging valuable debris. Yan Quan and Su Shaowan, carrying the severely injured and unconscious Ingren, along with several lightly wounded members from the 10 halls, refrained from engaging in extensive dialogue with the officials. They merely requested a quiet place for healing before landing at a secluded coastline, vanishing into the night. The officials, understanding the situation, did not obstruct them, but silently provided the necessary conveniences and protection from a distance. The impact of this battle was unprecedented. The 10 halls not only demonstrated the formidable combat power of 3 Earth-level members collaborating to slay a B-rank monster, but also offered a fleeting glimpse of the existence of their top-tier power. The Guardian, a cold snort that repelled an A-rank entity and closed the spatial passage. What immense power this was. Director Zhou Songhai repeatedly mulled over this title, filled with shock and relief. He was grateful that the 10 halls currently stood on the side of humanity, at least remaining neutral and friendly. He immediately classified the detailed report of this incident, particularly the intelligence concerning the Guardian, as top secret, forwarding it to the headquarters and even higher levels. In a moment, the 10 halls and the Guardian became terms of heated discussion and trepidation among the upper echelons of the Countermeasures Bureau. Linjiang City, consequently, was shrouded in a layer of mystery. Lin Fan chose not to return to the City S apartment, but instead led everyone directly to the vicinity of the Wishing Pavilion in the northern suburbs, where Ingren had previously met Chun Tao, a base he had drawn earlier, equipped with protective and stealth features. The base was situated beneath the Lijiang River, adorned in ancient style and fully equipped. Ingren was carefully laid on a soft couch in the center, his complexion pale as paper, breathing weakly, surrounded by residual chaotic spatial energy that incessantly eroded his vitality. Su Shaowan continued to stabilize his spirit with the pure heart Qinglian, while several physicians and apprentices from the Shennong Hall found themselves powerless against such severe physical trauma and the encroaching spatial force. Yan Quan paced restlessly nearby, his fiery temperament rendering him powerless against the severity of the injury. Cursing under his breath, he struck the wall with a fist, leaving a charred imprint. His gaze fell upon Ingren's wounds, his brow furrowed in concern. It was evident that the ordinary healing methods from the Shennong Hall would be ineffective. He needed to summon a higher power. It was time to utilize the rewarded Designated Hall Heavenly Character Card. System, summon the Heavenly Inspector from Shennong Hall. With a chime, the system confirmed the consumption of Designated Hall Heavenly Character Card and summoned the Heavenly Inspector, Qingnong, from Shennong Hall. As the system's prompt faded, a rich aura of life surged into the safe house, reminiscent of spring breezes awakening all things. A gentle azure light flickered, revealing a young man clad in a simple blue robe, his long hair tied in a ponytail beside his shoulder, a mystical white serpent coiling around his neck. His countenance was as warm as jade, and he wore frameless glasses. He appeared to be around 30, exuding a refined demeanor, with clear and profound eyes that seemed to contain boundless vitality. His arrival eased the previously tense atmosphere, causing even Yan Quan to instinctively temper his agitation. This man was none other than Qingnong, one of the 2 heavenly inspectors of Shennong Hall. Unlike their earthly counterparts, the heavenly inspectors were esteemed figures within the 10 halls, their power unfathomable and second only to the guardians of each hall. They were typically responsible for patrolling the territories of the halls, managing significant affairs, or executing special missions. Qingnong scanned the room, offering a slight nod to the gathered individuals before focusing on Ingren, who lay upon the soft couch, his brow slightly creased. The spatial turbulence has eroded his internal organs, and the essence of shadow has been damaged. As he spoke, he stepped forward, extending his slender fingers, which glimmered with a radiant green light as they gently rested upon Ingren's wrist. Su Shaowan hastily withdrew the power of the Qinglian, expressing her respect. "Thank you, Inspector Qingnong." Yan Quan also clasped his fists in gratitude. "Mr. Qingnong, Ingren." Qingnong raised a hand slightly, signaling them to refrain from further words. He closed his eyes, concentrating, while the green light at his fingertips flowed like the most delicate of probes, delving into Ingren's body for examination. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority, though the injury is grave. The essence is not extinguished. He can be saved. He lifted his palm gently, and the white serpent on his shoulder exhaled an ancient azure medicine pouch into his hand. Without opening the pouch, he gestured toward Ren with a sweeping motion. Spring rain revitalizes the withered tree. As he chanted in a low, magnetic voice, countless fine azure threads emanated from the pouch, seemingly alive, weaving into Ren's orifices and pores. These threads contained extremely pure life energy, and wherever they passed, the chaotic spatial energy dissipated like melting snow, purifying the surroundings. The injured internal organs began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and the severed meridians were reconnected. Even more astonishingly, with his other hand, Qiongqi formed a mysterious seal, letting white specks akin to dandelion seeds fall and merge into Ren's body. The shadow power, once dimmed by the damage to its essence, began to pulse with renewed vitality, gradually recovering and strengthening. The entire process unfolded like flowing clouds and flowing water, devoid of any mundane atmosphere, yet imbued with the profound mysteries of creation. Within the span of a single incense stick's burning time, a hint of color returned to Ren's pale face, and his once weak breath steadied and grew stronger. The residual spatial energy around him had been entirely dispelled. His injury stabilized, and fortuitously, the essence of shadow appeared to have become even purer under Qiongqi's secretive methods. As Qiongqi withdrew his hand, the medicine pouch was swallowed back by the white serpent, and his tone remained unflustered. The injury is no longer serious, with 3 days of rest. He shall recover, and may even see slight improvement. Both Su Xiaowan and Yin Quan exhaled in relief, their faces reflecting genuine admiration and gratitude. The heavenly inspector indeed possessed remarkable skills. "Thank you, Inspector Qiongqi," they chorused. Qiongqi nodded slightly, his gaze shifting back to Lin Fan's direction as he spoke gently. "This matter is concluded. I will take my leave. Should the leader have any further commands, feel free to summon me at any time." With that, he offered a slight bow to the group, and his figure transformed into a cascade of azure light, dissipating into the air as if he had never been there. Qiongqi preferred to refrain from lingering in the confines of the base, opting instead to return to the system space for rest. Within the safe house, only Ren, who had stabilized and fallen into slumber, remained, alongside the astonished Su Xiaowan and Yin Quan. Lin Fan observed as the Qiongqi card in the system shifted to a summonable state, permanent, his heart settling. With his heavenly inspector at his disposal, the medical and logistical capabilities of the 10 halls would undergo a qualitative leap. He noted the impressive 165,000 emotional points, originally from the task reward simulation of the Guardian, along with a chance for 10 consecutive draws, filling him with exuberance. System. Initiate the 100 consecutive draws. It was time to further enrich the resources of the 10 halls. Chapter 10. Bountiful harvest from 100 consecutive draws. The inspection of Pa Jun in the safe house. Following Qiongqi's departure, the atmosphere relaxed. Su Xiaowan attentively cared for the slumbering Ren, while Yin Quan sat cross-legged nearby, silently recuperating and digesting the insights gained from recent battles. The other members of the 10 halls, though not particularly strong, stood guard with steadfast gazes, their auras having solidified somewhat after this ordeal. Yet Lin Fan's mind was turbulent. It was not solely due to Ren's transformation from peril to safety, but also because of the astonishing 165,000 emotional points and the opportunity for a 10 consecutive draw. This was the most prosperous moment he had experienced since acquiring the system. Commenced the 100 consecutive draws. Lin Fan silently urged, filled with anticipation and ambition. Ding! Consuming 90,000 emotional points, the 100 consecutive draws commenced. In an instant, Lin Fan's consciousness felt as if it were pulled into a resplendent starry sky. Countless points of light streaked across, representing the results of each draw. The blue color dominated the vast majority, akin to ordinary stars in the night sky. But soon, more dazzling beams of light began to erupt. Purple, one after another. Purple beams of light lit up the starry expanse. The earthly guarantee mechanism played a significant role in the 100 consecutive draws, resulting in a total of 10 purple beams illuminating the sky. But that was not the end. As the draws approached their conclusion, an incredibly brilliant and noble golden beam of light erupted, akin to a stellar explosion, instantly becoming the center of the starry sky. The 100 consecutive draws, with a guarantee of a heavenly reward, had yielded results. Finally, just as all the lights were about to fade, a profound, introverted black light emerged. Seemingly capable of absorbing all surrounding light, it was a special skill card. As the draws concluded, a plethora of reward notifications flooded the screen. Congratulations, host, for obtaining human-level item card. Spirit Potion 15 blue. Congratulations, host, for obtaining human-level item card. Purity Talisman 10 blue. Congratulations, host, for obtaining human-level character card. Shennong Hall Apprentice 3 blue. Congratulations, host, for obtaining earthly-level special character card. Pajun Hall Soldier Soul 7 purple. Congratulations, host, for obtaining earthly-level item card. Mystic Turtle Shield 1 purple. Congratulations, host, for obtaining earthly-level item card. Gathering Spirit Mat 1 purple. Congratulations, host, for obtaining earthly-level character card. Thunder Hall Leijun 1 purple. Congratulations, host, for obtaining earthly-level character card. Qiongqi Hall Han Shuang 1 purple. Congratulations, host, for obtaining heavenly-level character card. Qi Sha permanent. Congratulations, host, for obtaining special earthly-level skill card. Army Formation Arrow, Group Amplification Type. Character card, Qi Sha level. Heavenly, Golden, Affiliation. Pajun Hall Identity. Inspector of Pajun Hall Characteristics. Decisive in slaughter, iron-blooded and cold, upholding absolute power and efficiency. Skilled in siege and large-scale military operations. Skills. Visible after summoning. Skill card. Army Formation Sharp Arrow. Group Amplification Type. Level. Earth Grade. Special Black. Effect. Designate no more than 10 allied units. Must possess a certain level of combat intent to form a Sharp Arrow Army Formation. Significantly enhancing charging speed, armor-piercing capability, and initial combined attack damage. Although Lin Fan was mentally prepared, he was still astonished by this bountiful reward. With 100 consecutive draws, not only did he guarantee the appearance of a heaven-grade figure, 7 kills, but he also additionally acquired 11 Earth-grade cards, including characters and items, along with a plethora of human-grade cards and items. The foundation of the 10 halls experienced explosive growth at this moment, especially with the heaven-grade character, 7 kills. The inspector of the Pajun Hall, observing his traits, he clearly served as a fierce general specializing in slaughter, creating a stark contrast to the gentle healing of the Qiongqi Hall's herbal remedies. Perfect. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. The 10 halls, now renowned, required not only compassion, but also sharp fangs capable of intimidating the wicked. 7 kills arrived just in time. He did not immediately summon 7 kills, but first took stock of his other gains. The Earth-grade characters, Lei Jun of the Leixiao Hall and Han Shuang of the Xuanming Hall, filled the corresponding gaps in their respective halls' Earth-grade combat power. The Pajun Hall Soldier's Soul was somewhat special, as it could only exert its power in 7 kills' hands. The Qiongqi Shield and Gathering Spirit Cushion were practical defensive and cultivation tools. The Army Formation Sharp Arrow skill card was an invaluable asset for group combat, particularly suited to the style of the Pajun Hall. The addition of human grade members further solidified the foundation of each hall. This 100 consecutive draws could be described as a transformation. Lin Fan suppressed the impulse to immediately test the new cards and redirected his focus back to the base. Through the system, he allocated some spirit power potions and calm heart talismans to Su Xiaowan and Yin Quan, urging them to recover swiftly, and informed them that Ing Run was unharmed and would awaken in 3 days. Upon receiving these pure potions and talismans, Su Xiaowan and Yin Quan accelerated their cultivation. 3 days later, Ing Run awoke as scheduled. The moment he opened his eyes, shadows swirled within his gaze. He exhibited no sign of weakness. Instead, his aura had deepened, proving true the words of Qiongqi, that fortune could arise from misfortune, and his strength had advanced slightly. He rose and knelt on one knee before Lin Fan, expressing his gratitude with succinct words. "Thank you, Commander, for saving my life." His words, though brief, conveyed heartfelt appreciation. Lin Fan helped him to his feet, saying, "As long as you are well, you have achieved great merit this time. Take a moment to rest and familiarize yourself with your newfound power." "Yes, Ing Ren replied, silently retreating to a corner to attune himself to the pure shadow power within him. Within the base, the forces currently gathered within the 10 halls could be described as luxurious. 1 Heaven Grade Inspector, Qing, summonable at any time. 3 Earth Grade members, Yin Quan, Su Xiaowan, Ing Ren, and several Human Grade members. Lin Fan felt it was time for the 10 halls to engage with the outside world in a more formal manner. The officials should have digested the information from the previous battle and prepared for further communication. With a thought, the golden card representing the Purged Hall's martial prowess radiated brightly in his consciousness. Summoned 7 kills. In the next moment, an incredibly sharp and terrifying killing intent, as if capable of rending the heavens, suddenly descended upon the safe house. This killing intent was not directed at anyone, but caused Yin Quan, Su Xiaowan, and even the recently healed Ing Ren to tense their bodies instantly, as if facing a formidable foe. A tall figure, straight as a spear, coalesced at the center of the killing intent. Clad in dark red battle armor, his countenance was as stern as a chiseled blade, adorned with crimson tattoos. A scar on his nose accentuating his resolute demeanor, and his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, with small sword-shaped earrings dangling from his ears. Merely standing there, he resembled a peerless weapon drawn from its sheath, exuding an aura that made it difficult to meet his eyes, despite his youth. The inspector of the Purged Hall, 7 kills, had arrived. His gaze swept across the room, pausing slightly on Yin Quan and the others, nodding subtly as a greeting. As a fellow member of the 10 halls, he could sense the connection among them. Finally, his gaze turned to Lin Fan, and with a clenched fist, he struck his left breastplate, producing a dull sound, performing a standard salute of the Purged Hall. Purged Hall, 7 kills, reporting for duty. Please issue your command. Commander. His voice was cold and resonant, imbued with a metallic quality, filled with iron and bloodlust. Lin Fan gazed at this newly emerged heaven-grade force, his heart swelling with ambition. The Purged Hall truly lived up to its reputation as the most battle-hungry of the 10 halls. 7 kills, Yin Quan. Lin Fan's voice resonated in their ears. You two, go meet with the officials. Chapter 11, First Meeting, Displaying Muscles. The Abnormal Response Bureau, Linjiang City Branch. Highest Specification Reception Room. Director Zhou Songhai personally presided over the meeting, with Chun Tao and Zhao Gang flanking him, alongside several senior consultants and record-keeping personnel dispatched from headquarters. Everyone sat upright, the atmosphere serious yet tinged with an undercurrent of suppressed tension and anticipation. On the table lay specially provided fragrant tea, but no one had the heart to savor it. Their gazes frequently darted toward the heavy wooden door of the reception room. Today marked the date of the first official meeting with the 10 halls. The location was designated by the 10 halls, right within this branch, showcasing their fearless confidence. As the time arrived, the door to the reception room was silently pushed open. The first figure to enter was the familiar Yin Quan. He still donned his bare-armed combat attire, yet his expression bore a more solemn demeanor than usual, his gaze scanning the room with a hint of scrutiny. However, when the second individual stepped into the room, the air within seemed to freeze instantaneously. This was a youth clad in dark red battle armor, his stature straight as a pine, and his visage as cold as iron. He did not deliberately exude any aura, yet an invisible, seemingly derived from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Chilling killing intent naturally spread, causing all the elite members of the Response Bureau, who had endured life and death trials, to feel a shiver down their spines. Their breaths momentarily halted. Zhou Songhai's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart skipped a beat. What a terrifying killing intent this person possesses. The sense of oppression it produced far surpassed that of any previous 10 halls members he had encountered, even more disconcerting than that of the abyssal demon scorpion. Purged Hall, 7 kills. His cold voice sliced through the air like a blade against glass. Introducing his identity and saying no more, he directly walked to one side of the conference table, closed his eyes, and began to meditate, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Yin Quan grinned widely, casually sitting beside 7 kills, clasping his fists toward Zhou Songhai and the others. Director Zhou, good to see you again. This is our Purged Hall Inspector, Lord 7 Kills. Inspector, another new title. Moreover, his strength clearly surpassed that of an Earth Grade member. Zhou Songhai forcefully suppressed the shock within him, striving to maintain a steady voice. "Welcome, Mr. Yin Quan, and Inspector 7 Kills. We appreciate your side's willingness to come for this meeting." He paused for a moment and addressed the matter directly. "First and foremost, on behalf of the Abnormal Response Bureau, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude for the tremendous assistance your side provided during the previous maritime crisis. Had it not been for the intervention of the 10 halls, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Yin Quan waved his hand dismissively, cheerfully responding, "Just doing our part to watch over this realm. No need for excessive pleasantries. Our commander's intention is to assess your value and sincerity." His words were direct and unambiguous. Zhou Songhai exchanged glances with several consultants, taking a deep breath, knowing the critical moment had arrived. He gestured, and Chun Tao immediately pushed forward a weighty document that had been prepared in advance. This is a compilation of information regarding regions globally where abnormal events frequently occur, known high-risk abnormal entities, and core data on the characteristics of the Inshu energy, Zhou Songhai stated solemnly. "We hope to establish a long-term, stable information sharing mechanism with your side. Additionally, we are willing to provide necessary resources, venues, and even intelligence support within our authority." Yin Quan picked up the document, casually flipping through a few pages before handing it over to the still meditating 7 Kills. Qisha did not even open his eyes. He simply tapped the document lightly with his finger, seemingly completing some form of scanning or reading. The information was adequate. Qisha finally spoke again, his voice still cold, yet lacking in intensity. Zhou Songhai felt a tightening in his chest. "Please, Inspector, clarify." Qisha slowly opened his eyes, his piercing gaze sweeping over each high-ranking member of the Countermeasure Bureau. "The 10 halls do not lack ordinary resources. Your value lies in maintaining the order of this realm and your awareness and resistance against the threats from Yoshu." He leaned slightly forward, a fierce killing intent coalescing. "Cooperation is possible, but 3 conditions must be met. First, the 10 halls have their own protocols. You need only assist and must not interfere. Second, intelligence sharing must be timely and accurate. Any concealment or misdirection will be regarded as betrayal. Third," Qisha's gaze fixed on Zhou Songhai, "you must swiftly enhance your own strength. The alliance of ants is utterly meaningless. The 10 halls do not require burdens." His words were blunt, even tinged with humiliation. Yet none present dared to rebut, for the speaker possessed the confidence and power to utter such statements. Zhou Songhai's expression shifted, ultimately solidifying into determination. "As for the first 2 conditions, we can agree in principle. Regarding the third," he added with a wry smile, "to be frank, the awakening of human abilities has been recent, and our cultivation system is still being explored. Enhancing our strength is not an overnight endeavor." "That is your concern?" Qisha retorted coldly. "The 10 halls can provide some basic body tempering techniques and spiritual energy guidance as a gesture of goodwill for this initial collaboration." Upon hearing this, the members of the Countermeasure Bureau were taken aback, then erupted into joy. The cultivation methods of the 10 halls. This was akin to a timely help in a snowstorm. Its value was immeasurable. "Is this true?" Zhou Songhai exclaimed, nearly springing to his feet. Yin Quan chuckled. "As our leader said, helping you is also helping ourselves. We can't always be the ones to clean up the mess, can we? This is nothing to us." Such nonchalant remarks further underscored the profound depth of the 10 halls. "Thank you. We will remember the kindness of the 10 halls." Zhou Songhai solemnly vowed. "No need." Qisha stood up, signaling that the meeting was at an end. The techniques would be delivered later by Yin Quan. "Remember your promises. Should there be urgent matters, you may go to the Wangjiang Pavilion in the northern suburbs and leave this mark." He flicked his finger, imprinting a small dark red rune imbued with a chilling killing intent onto the conference table, embedding it into the wood without damaging the surface, demonstrating an exquisite control over his power. "Farewell." After saying this, Qisha and Yin Quan departed without hesitation, leaving the high-ranking members of the Countermeasure Bureau to gaze at the imposing rune on the table, their emotions a complex mixture. There was elation at obtaining the cultivation methods, a bitterness at being looked down upon, but more importantly, a heavy sense of pressure and a clear sense of direction. The first official engagement with the 10 halls concluded under such an inequitable yet surprisingly established preliminary framework of cooperation. Everyone understood that a brand new era had truly begun. In this new epoch, the 10 halls would play the roles of both guide and overseer. Within the base, Lin Fan watched the entire meeting unfold through Yin Quan's perspective, nodding in satisfaction. He had effectively wielded both authority and allure, achieving his objectives. He had showcased strength, Qisha's killing intent and power, while also presenting a bait, the cultivation methods, all while firmly maintaining control over the initiative and cooperation. Next, it was time to digest the gains and observe the developments. Lin Fan's gaze turned to the new cards within the system that he had yet to explore in detail. Chapter 12. New cards in place. Guarding from afar inside the safe house, Lin Fan focused entirely on the system interface. The gains from the 100 consecutive draws had far exceeded his expectations. In addition to the celestial level Qisha and a wealth of resources, what intrigued him most were the two new terrestrial level character cards, Leixiao Hall Lei Jun and Xuanming Hall Hanzhuang. With a thought, the two cards, enveloped in a purple halo, magnified in his consciousness. Character card, Lei Jun level, terrestrial, purple, affiliation, Leixiao Hall identity, terrestrial lightning wielder of Leixiao Hall traits, just and upright, with a strong aversion to evil. Wields the power of thunder, exhibiting remarkable speed and explosive force, naturally countering malevolent entities. Skills, Thunder Flash, Thunder Spear. Thunder Prison, unlocked upon summoning. Character card. Hanzhuang, level, terrestrial, purple, affiliation. Xuanming Hall identity, terrestrial ice guardian of Xuanming Hall traits. Calm and composed, meticulous in thought. Wields the power of extreme cold, excelling in defense, control, and area freezing. Skills, Ice Shield, Frozen Path, Extreme Cold Domain, unlocked upon summoning. Lei Jun and Hanzhuang. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. The attributes and characteristics of these two terrestrial members were quite distinct, perfectly compensating for the current focus of the 10 halls on fire, mental, and shadow attributes, thus enhancing the elemental system's completeness. The 10 halls had already established a reputation in Linjiang City, with Qisha and Qingnong as celestial-level inspectors, along with Su Shaowan, Yingrun, and Yin Quan as terrestrial-level guardians, plus himself, sufficient to handle most situations. It was time to extend their influence outward, both to gather emotional energy from more regions and to further shape the grand image of the 10 halls as protectors of this realm. He gazed at the system map. Linjiang City, surrounded by several cities experiencing abnormal energy fluctuations recently. Lin Fan summoned them directly through the system. In an instant, a flash of electricity lit up the safe house, accompanied by a faint crackling sound. A young man in blue-purple attire, with spiky hair and sharp eagle-like eyes, appeared on the left side, surrounded by faint arcs of electricity. This was Lei Jun. Almost simultaneously, the temperature on the right side plummeted, and tiny ice crystals formed in the air as a woman clad in a moon-white robe, her features serene and her blue hair, cascading like a waterfall, quietly materialized. Her gaze was calm and unwavering. This was Hanzhuang. Lei Jun of Leixiao Hall pays respect to the commander. Hanzhuang of Xuanming Hall pays respect to the commander. Both bowed toward Lin Fan's direction, their voices resonant and thunderous, one like a clap of thunder, the other as cold as ice. No need for such formalities. Lin Fan communicated telepathically. I have summoned you both for a task. He brought up the system map and marked 2 points of light. Lei Yun, you will head to Zheqing in the south. The area is crisscrossed with waterways and has recently experienced many water-related anomalies. Your thunderous abilities are perfectly suited to cleanse the impurities there. Hanzhuang, you will proceed to Xiefeng City in the north. This region is near the border. Characterized by frigid climate and recent energy abnormalities suggest a connection to ice attributes. Your powers will be maximally effective there. He allocated some human-level item cards, such as Spiritual Energy Potion and Calm Heart Talisman, to both of them for emergencies. I will obey the commander's orders. Lei Jun clasped his fists, his eyes sparking with lightning, brimming with enthusiasm. I accept the mission, Hanzhuang replied, slightly bowing, her tone still cool, yet her gaze resolute. Go forth, Lin Fan commanded. Lei Jun shimmered with lightning, transforming into a streak of electric light that pierced through the safe house's defenses, vanishing into the sky, heading directly toward Zheqing in the south. Hanzhuang, too, bowed once more to the void, her form gradually dissolving into a flurry of ice crystals, dispersing with the wind as she made her way northward. The safe house returned to tranquility. Lin Fan observed the 2 points of light representing Lei Jun and Han Zhuang moving south and north, respectively, his mind calculating. With this, the influence of the 10 halls would no longer be confined to Linjiang City, but would begin to radiate outward, expanding its reach. The scope for gathering emotional energy would also significantly increase. He believed that with the terrestrial-level strength of Lei Jun and Han Zhuang, they would be able to establish a foothold in their respective areas and manage most routine anomalies. Should any situations arise that they could not handle, he would be able to learn of them promptly through the system and provide support. The foundation had been laid. Lin Fan took a deep breath, feeling the increasingly pure spiritual energy within him, a benefit from the 100 consecutive draws and multiple task feedback, reminding him that as the commander, he too must not fall behind. He retrieved the regional artifact card, Juling Putuan, and placed it in the center of the safe house's quiet room. The Putuan appeared unremarkable, yet upon its placement, it autonomously attracted the energy from the surrounding space, forming a miniature gathering array that instantaneously multiplied the energy concentration within the room. Lin Fan sat cross-legged upon the Putuan, preparing to commence his cultivation and assimilate his recent gains. Chapter 13. The undercurrents of Xuanming was enveloped in a humid atmosphere, thick with the scent of fish and an indescribable, faintly decayed odor. The sky was shrouded in a dull gray. Even the sunlight that filtered through appeared weak and listless. Standing at the edge of an abandoned dock, Lei Jun furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. He inhaled sharply, and beyond the unpleasant stench, he detected a subtle yet viscous aura of resentment and malice, weaving itself through his breath. How unfortunate, he muttered under his breath, and involuntarily, small arcs of electricity crackled around him, emitting faint pops as if attempting to disperse his discomfort. The intelligence provided by the Bureau of Countermeasures surfaced in his mind. Fishermen had disappeared without a trace, their fates unknown. All signs pointing to the depths of the eerie waters known as Haishuatan on the outskirts of the city. Were water monkeys to blame? Or perhaps some malevolent water beast had come to life? Lei Jun clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Whatever it was, if it crossed paths with him, it would surely be unfortunate. He was impatient by nature. Once he determined a direction, he set off immediately. In a flash, he transformed into a blur of blue and violet lightning, racing toward the Haishuatan marked on his map. Half an hour later, Lei Jun halted at a fork in the road, surveying the nearly identical reed marshes and muddy paths around him. For the first time, an expression of confusion appeared on his otherwise defiant face. Something was amiss. He scratched his distinctive, upright hair, recalling a crooked tree he had seen thrice already. His sense of direction was notoriously poor. He could easily lose his way even within the confines of his own temple, a long-standing source of amusement among his peers. Yet, stubborn as he was, he would never admit it. It must be the magnetic field of this cursed place. He convinced himself, and the arcs of electricity around him surged with increased intensity as he attempted to discern his bearings through energy perception. However, the pervasive humidity of Xuanming and the chaotic energy field rendered his formidable thunderous power ineffective, instead making him feel more disoriented, like a beacon in the night. Annoyed, he clicked his tongue and decided to rely on instinct to choose a path. With a flash of electricity, he surged toward the left, taking the slightly wider dirt road. After a while, confronted with the nearly identical scenery and an even more nauseating, sinister atmosphere, he was forced to confront a harsh reality. He seemed to be moving further away from the damned Haishuatan. At that moment, a muffled, tearful argument wafted through the air. "Father, don't go back. That pool is malevolent." "Uncle," Taiju and the others' Haven Tea returned. "Not go. Where will we get the money for your mother's hospital bills? Besides, didn't the government send people to look? They found nothing." Lei Yun is sharpened, and he concealed his presence, stealthily approaching. He saw an old fisherman, dark-skinned and troubled, grappling with a dilapidated iron boat alongside a young boy. "Sir," Lei Yun suddenly spoke, startling the father and son. The old fisherman turned warily, his grip tightening on the oar as he noticed Lei Jun's unusual hair color and the ominous aura surrounding him. "Who are you?" "Just passing by," Lei Jun replied succinctly, his gaze sweeping across the desolate, murky waters of the pool. "This place hasn't been peaceful lately, has it?" The old fisherman sighed, his murky eyes filled with fear and helplessness. "Indeed, Haishuodin has claimed lives. Several old mates entered and never returned. The government has sent a few waves of people, those from the Bureau of Countermeasures, claiming there's no issue beneath the water. But how can people simply vanish? The boy chimed in, his voice tinged with a cry. They say there are water ghosts dragging people by their ankles. Others say they've seen green ghostly flames at night. Water ghosts? Ghostly flames? Lei Yun scoffed inwardly. What he sensed was far more sinister than such lowly entities. It was a residue of a more malevolent and foul power, bearing the essence of some dark deity. Recently, have you seen any unfamiliar faces nearby? Or any odd activities or markings? Lei Yun pressed onste. The old fisherman pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I think there were a few outsiders from other places buying fish, offering low prices, but only taking sickly fish and rotten shrimp. Quite odd. Markings? I believe I saw some crooked symbols drawn with black charcoal in the crumbling mountain god temple to the east. They looked eerie. The mountain god temple, to the east. Lei Jun's spirits lifted as he finally had a clear point of reference. He retrieved some money from his storage pouch. This is your reward for the information. Wait a moment. Peace will soon return to Haishuodin. Without waiting for their gratitude, arcs of electricity surged around him. With a faint rumble of thunder, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting toward the east as indicated by the old fisherman. This time, he had not strayed off course. The father and son stood in stunned silence, watching the wisp of smoke left in his wake and the scent of ozone lingering in the air. The abandoned mountain god temple was dilapidated, shrouded in cobwebs. Lei Jun stood within, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the bizarre symbols painted in a mixture of some blood-like pigment in the corner of the wall. This was not charcoal, but something far more sinister. The symbols twisted and coiled into a shape resembling a multi-headed serpent, exuding a nauseatingly sweet odor and an overwhelming sense of resentment. Black water, Xian snake, Lei Jun murmured, recalling the sinister name of the dark deity from the System's records, his eyes turning icy. Indeed, it is you wretched vermin lurking in the shadows. This was no anomaly. It was a cult that sacrificed lives. He closed his eyes, elevating his thunderous perception to its zenith. Delicate arcs of electricity radiated from his center like countless tendrils, sensing the flow of energy. Found it. Beneath the thick veil of malevolence, a faint, living essence of fear emanated from deeper, hidden recesses of Haishuodin, flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. The sacrifice remains. The ritual is yet to be completed. Well hidden indeed. A cold, electric smile crept across Lei Jun's lips, but alas, your luck has run out. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to charge in and wreak havoc. The directive from his commander was to guard and monitor, yet the situation was dire, leaving no room for hesitation. First, he would rescue the victims and then reduce those scoundrels to ashes. With the lightning around him subdued, he transformed into a poised spear of thunder, silently submerging into the water, following the thread of human essence intertwined with the dense evil aura, heading toward the concealed lair at the bottom of the pool. Chapter 14. Tracing the snow plains Xiefeng City. The cold wind whipped ice particles against the face, akin to a barrage of tiny needles. The world was blanketed in white, the distant mountains resembling the backs of colossal beasts, sprawled beneath the leaden sky. Han Shuang walked along the street, thick with snow, her moon-white robe standing still against the wind, her icy blue hair blending seamlessly with the surrounding snowy landscape. She inhaled deeply. The biting cold, capable of freezing an ordinary person's lungs, felt like a sweet spring to her, infused with pure ice attribute energy that invigorated her spirit. Not quite as good as the ice pool in the temple, she murmured to herself, her cold eyes revealing little emotion, though the slight flutter of her nostrils betrayed a hint of contentment. The low temperature here was quite pleasant for her. At the corner, a small shop bearing the sign of Old Zhang's sheep offal emitted an enticing plume of white steam. Han Shuang paused momentarily, instinctively pushing the door open to step inside. Han Shuang had an affinity for hot, steaming delicacies. The warmth of the shop enveloped its patrons, creating a stark contrast to the frigid world outside. Several tables were occupied by boisterous guests, predominantly clad in thick work attire or mountaineering gear. Upon entering, Han Shuang immediately captured the attention of everyone present, Her flawless beauty and an aura capable of freezing the most ardent souls left them in awe. She chose a quiet corner to sit, ordering the signature lamb offal soup and 2 sesame cakes, specifically requesting the owner to add extra chili and cilantro. Her demeanor while eating was serene, yet her pace was brisk. As the hot soup warmed her from within, it dispelled any remnants of the non-existent chill. The sesame cakes were crispy on the outside, soft within, and replete with a robust wheat fragrance. Indeed, nothing surpasses the pleasure of hot, delectable food. This lamb soup is exquisite. She squinted slightly, resembling a contented cat, and the aura of aloofness that surrounded her seemed to soften a fraction. Have you heard? There's been another incident at the old lumberyard. A man draped in a military coat at the neighboring table lowered his voice, though it resonated clearly in the small establishment. How could one not have heard? The station troops sent people in, and what was the outcome? Several are missing. Alive, no sign, dead, no body. Quite eerie. They say it's the territory of the snow demon, where one can hear women weeping at night, and some claim to have seen white shadows floating about. Indeed, my second uncle went in last time to gather firewood and returned with a high fever, rambling about white, man-eating creatures. Han Shuang's grip on her spoon faltered slightly. Lifting her gaze, her cold eyes swept over the group. "Owner, the bill, please." She set down her bowl, her voice maintaining its characteristic chill, yet she deftly settled her payment. Upon stepping outside, the biting wind assaulted her once more. Without hesitation, she headed towards the outskirts of the city. The closer she drew to the border region, the more palpable the disturbances in the air became. While ordinary individuals might merely perceive an unusual coldness, to Han Shuang, it felt akin to hidden undercurrents beneath a tranquil lake surface. She arrived at the perimeter established by the station troops. The atmosphere was heavy, the soldiers' faces marked by fatigue and a barely perceptible hint of fear. The residual, anomalous energy in this area grew denser, mingled with a chaotic essence of human spiritual energy, evidently a remnant of battle or escape. Han Shuang stirred not a soul, blending seamlessly with the snow and wind, silently crossing the boundary and venturing deeper into the woods. The snow crunched softly beneath her feet. As she advanced, the trees grew taller and denser, their crowns thickly blanketed with snow, and the light dimmed considerably. The disturbances in energy became increasingly pronounced, seemingly originating from a valley not far ahead. She paused, attuning herself to the flow of energy, cold and dark. Intermixed was a faint sensation that made her heart race, as if it stemmed from an ancient, dormant will. The Yoshu rift was indeed contained within. "Rift," she murmured. This was not a naturally occurring chill, but rather the frigid breath leaking from the Yoshu rift, transforming this place into a vast, natural icebox. And that so-called snow demon. Han Shuang rose, her gaze sharp as she peered into the depths of the valley. At the heart of the thick, almost tangible cold, she sensed several curled forms, nearly fused with the ice and snow. Their presence was intricately linked to the rift, exuding a primal coldness and hunger. The missing personnel from the station troops were likely in grave peril. She furrowed her brow. The situation was more complicated than anticipated. This rift appeared to have existed for quite some time, but recent surges of spiritual energy had awakened and disturbed whatever lay dormant or sealed within. Forcibly destroying the rift could trigger uncontrollable consequences, such as an energy explosion or the complete release of the entities within. A more cautious approach was required. Han Shuang did not raise any alarm. She moved like a true spirit of the snow, retreating stealthily. At a safe distance from the rift, while still able to monitor its movements, she carved out a temporary ice cave in a wind-sheltered cliff. Sitting cross-legged, she took a small sip of the spiritual energy potion allocated to her, the pure energy gradually replenishing her reserves. Outside, the wind and snow howled. Yet within the ice cave, tranquility reigned, marked only by her gentle breaths. She needed to formulate a plan, one that would address the threat without causing further devastation. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Han Shuang's cold eyes. Chapter 15. The Evil God Festival. Beneath the black water pool, a different world awaited. Lei Jun was enveloped in dense electric arcs, utilizing a water-repelling talisman to part the pool's waters, forming an invisible barrier. As he descended, the light dimmed further, and the water temperature became increasingly frigid, the oppressive aura of malevolence almost palpable, thick enough to stifle breath. following the trail of human presence entwined with corrupted energy. He slipped into a crevice concealed beneath aquatic plants and mud. The crevice, initially narrow enough for a single person, widened after several steps, revealing an astonishing sight. Who could have imagined that beneath this lifeless pool lay a vast underground cavern? The cavern's ceiling soared high above, adorned with ghastly white stalactites that emitted a faint phosphorescent glow, barely illuminating the space. The air was saturated with a heavy scent of blood and an indescribable stench, reminiscent of countless decaying corpses. At the center of the cavern stood a rough altar constructed of black stones. The altar was etched with grotesque, multi-headed serpent patterns akin to those found in the mountain deity temple, the Blackwater Xuanxia. Surrounding the altar were dozens of figures clad in tattered black robes, hoods drawn, prostrating on the ground, chanting blasphemous prayers in a hoarse, frenzied tone. Master Scales, Shadow of Depths, Blackwater Xuanxia, we offer blood and flesh, welcoming your holy presence. Their voices merged into a dissonant whisper that reverberated within the cavern. Before the altar, 7 or 8 ragged, terrified fishermen were shackled by heavy iron chains, curled up on the ground, trembling. They were the last batch of the missing. Lei Jun's pupils constricted, fury erupting within him like thunder. These scoundrels dared to sacrifice the living. He suppressed the urge to act immediately, his gaze sweeping to the highest point of the altar. There stood a gaunt old man clad in a dark purple robe with black trim. He wielded a bone staff, the top adorned with a writhing black gemstone that exuded an intense, malevolent aura. B-Class, this old wretch is the high priest. The time has come. The high priest raised the bone staff, his voice sharp and piercing. Present the offerings, open the holy gates, and welcome the incarnation of our master into this realm. 2 robust acolytes stepped forward, roughly dragging a struggling, weeping young fisherman toward the altar. The twisted symbols on the altar began to emit a faint black light, and a suffocating pressure slowly coalesced. Damn it, I can't hold back any longer. Lei Jun growled, the suppressed lightning within him erupting uncontrollably. Boom! A blinding bolt of lightning struck without warning from the cavern ceiling. The violent lightning instantly dispelled the dim phosphorescence, illuminating the shocked and distorted faces of every cloaked acolyte in a ghostly pallor. What? An ambush! The acolytes erupted into chaos. Lei Jun's figure emerged amidst the lightning, akin to a deity of thunder. He hovered in midair, clad in blue-purple battle attire, the fabric billowing as if caught by an invisible wind. Electric arcs dancing atop his spiky hair, his gaze icy as he surveyed below. A nest of filthy insects hiding in the shadows. His voice boomed like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the cavern. Who are you? The high priest exclaimed, both startled and furious, pointing the bone staff at Lei Jun, the black gemstone writhing even more frantically. Listen well. Lei Jun grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his smile carrying a chilling, murderous intent. I am Lei Jun, the one who will send you to the halls of thunder. Before his words could fully resonate, he pointed his finger like a sword at the black-robed acolyte, dragging the fisherman. Lightning spear, a spear forged from pure lightning, instantly tore through the air at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, precisely penetrating the chest of the cultist. The unfortunate soul did not even have a chance to scream before being carbonized and disintegrated into a cloud of ash amidst the raging thunder. Swift, ruthless, and accurate. A single strike, and death was instantaneous. For a moment, silence enveloped the cavern, only to be shattered by a surge of terror. Kill him. Protect the altar. The other robed cultists, regaining their senses, hastily drew forth bone blades, poison darts, or unleashed foul water spells, shrieking as they charged toward Lei Jun. In an instant, black water arrows, corrosive poison mists, and twisted shadowy tendrils surged from all directions towards him. A rabble. Lei Jun scoffed, refusing to flinch or evade. He collided his fists with tremendous force. Thunder ring explosion. Boom! A colossal shockwave composed of countless jumping arcs of electricity erupted from his center, rippling outward. The foul spells, poison darts, and bone blades disintegrated upon contact with the thunder ring, as if snow met the sun, melting into nothingness. The cultists at the forefront were char-black, screaming as they were hurled backward, crashing against the rock wall, their fates unknown. The supreme, An unyielding might of thunder was the absolute nemesis of these sinister entities. Scoundrel! The high priest's eyes bulged with rage as he witnessed the loss of his devoted followers. Blasphemer! Feel the wrath of the Qiongqi. He brandished his bone staff, chanting incantations. The dark aura upon the altar surged, the engraved multi-headed serpent pattern seemingly coming to life, as a more immense, frigid, and malevolent will descended. Gurgling, the water pool at the cavern's edge began to boil violently, murky water churning. Thick black water serpents, formed from the filthy pool and negative energy, slithered to the surface. Hissing ominously, numbering in the dozens, they opened their muck-covered maws, revealing ghastly energy fangs, lunging at Lei Jun from every angle. Simultaneously, a solid beam of black light shot from the gemstone atop the high priest's staff, akin to a viper strike, silently assailing Lei Jun's back. A pincer attack. Lei Jun's fighting spirit surged, unwilling to retreat, but instead advancing. He transformed into a bolt of human lightning, brazenly weaving through the dense swarm of water serpents. Lightning flash. His speed reached its zenith, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Wherever he passed, thunder erupted. Boom! 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 Those grotesque water serpents crumbled before the furious thunder, exploding into a rain of black water, falling back into the pool. The tainted energy was purified by the pristine power of thunder, sizzling as it dissipated. As for the surreptitious black light, Lei Jun hardly deemed it worthy of glance, retaliating with a powerful punch. Thunder burst fist. The blazing thunderous fist collided violently with the venomous black light. Bang! The black light shattered like fragile glass, vanishing without a trace. The high priest grunted, stumbling back 2 steps, a flicker of horror crossing his face. His ambush was effortlessly thwarted by a single punch. Is that all you can do? Suspended in midair, surrounded by swirling lightning, Lei Jun appeared as a deity. He looked down upon the high priest with disdain, challenging him to unleash any further tricks. Today, I shall obliterate you. His gaze swept over the fishermen ensnared by chains, their expressions of shock and awe evident. He raised his voice, booming like thunder. Watch closely. Today, the Leixiao Hall will present to you the Thunder Prison Purification. Chapter 16. Thunder Prison Purification, renowned in Zhe City. Thunder Prison Purification. Lei Jun's voice reverberated through the cavern like a thunderclap, exuding unparalleled dominance and confidence. He spread his arms wide, and the already ferocious power of thunder surged as if summoned by a king, gathering with unprecedented might. The blue-violet electricity ceased its erratic flickering, transforming into a torrential river of thunder, instantaneously engulfing the entire cavern above him. Crackling and rumbling, countless bolts of lightning, as thick as a child's arm, materialized from the cavern's ceiling, intertwining and weaving into a cataclysmic net of thunder that enveloped the altar area. Each bolt contained a terrifying power of purity and righteousness, obliterating the pale phosphorescence and illuminating the entire space as if it were daylight. The Thunder Prison, a true prison of thunder. No! The high priest emitted a desperate shriek, sensing the annihilating force contained within the thunderous net, capable of obliterating both him and the altar. Frantically, he waved his bone staff, pouring every ounce of his sinister energy into it, attempting to invoke a final struggle from the altar. The engraved serpent pattern on the altar emitted a blinding dark light, as a column of black energy, solidified from countless grievances and filth, shot skyward, transforming into a colossal energy apparition with 3 fearsome snake heads, releasing a silent roar as it charged toward the descending thunderous net. This was a direct clash between the power of the dark god and the magnificent might of heaven. An ant shaking a tree. Lei Jun's gaze turned frigid, the electric arc at the corner of his mouth curving upward in a defiant smile. He pressed his palms downward with tremendous force. Shatter for me. Boom! The thunderous net descended with ferocity. The moment it collided with the black serpent apparition, there was no standoff, no struggle, only utter annihilation. The supreme thunder was the nemesis of all sinister filth. The seemingly formidable 3-headed serpent disintegrated upon contact with the thunderous net, emitting a piercing wail that seemed to originate from the depths of the soul, its vast form crumbling, the thick malevolence instantaneously purified and evaporated. The black energy column shattered. The malevolent symbols etched upon the altar blackened and peeled away as if seared by a red-hot brand. Puff! The high priest was struck heavily, spewing a mouthful of foul blood, as his bone staff snapped in two with crack. The pulsating black gemstone dimmed, fissures appearing upon its surface. The sinister energy within him dissipated rapidly, leaving him slumped upon the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair. It was over, utterly finished. Yet, the thunderous net's relentless pressure did not cease. Fall! Lei Jun pointed downward with a finger, like a sword. Boom! 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 Countless bolts of thunder, as if obeying a divine command, struck with precision upon the fleeing cultists below. Qiongqi, save me. No. The screams came in waves, only to be abruptly silenced. Before absolute power, these heretics had no chance of resistance. Whether attempting to slip into the shadows or fleeing through the water, they were all reduced to charred remains in the searing glow of thunder, then disintegrated into ash. Under the thunder prison, all beings were equal, reduced to cinders. The entire cavern trembled violently, debris cascading down. The polluted waters evaporated, the stench swept away, and the lingering malice dissipated, melting away like snow under the sun beneath the radiant might of thunder. In mere moments, the cavern was cleansed, besides the trembling fisherman and the high priest, who lay prostrate and gasping for breath. Not a single heretic remained standing. As the thunderous glow dimmed, Lei Jun descended slowly from the air, stepping upon the now dry and clean ground. He still crackled with residual arcs of electricity, as if the wrath of the thunder god had yet to dissipate. He did not even glance at the cultists turned to ash, but strode directly to the fisherman bound by chains. The fisherman, having been petrified by the divine spectacle, gazed upon Lei Jun's approach as if beholding a walking deity, filled with both reverence and trepidation. Lei Jun furrowed his brow, extending his finger, a spark of electricity flickering at its tip. Crack! Crack! The thick iron chains shattered in response, breaking into several pieces. Can you still move? The voice of Lei Jun still carried a hint of impatience. It was markedly gentler compared to the earlier chilling intent. I can move. Thank you. Thank you for saving my life. The fishermen, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly bowed, their excitement rendering them incoherent. Hurry and leave. Take this to return the way you came. Rise to the surface. Lei Jun waved his hand, tossing them some water-repelling talismans. The fishermen, as if granted a pardon, supported each other, stumbling towards the fissure in the water from whence they came. Only then did Lei Jun cast his gaze upon the main priest, who lay feebly on the ground. He approached and kicked the man lightly with his toe. Hey, old fellow, stop playing dead. The main priest struggled to lift his head. His murky eyes filled with resentment and fear. You will face divine punishment for disrupting the arrival of my lord. Divine punishment? Lei Jun scoffed, crouching down to seize the priest by the collar, lifting him up to meet his gaze. Listen well, you old scoundrel. In this territory, if it's a dragon, you must coil. If it's a tiger, you must lie low. Dare to use living beings for sacrifice and engage in such vile practices? An arc of electricity flickered around him, sending the priest trembling. In the realm of Leixiao Palace, I strike down one at the sight of one. I strike down a pair at the sight of two. With that, he discarded the main priest to the ground as if he were refuse. This cult leader bore immense sins. Handing him over to the authorities might yield further revelations. Ignoring the priest's pallid visage, he turned to the dilapidated altar before him. At the heart of the altar, the shattered black gem trembled slightly, exuding an ominous aura. Leaving this would be a calamity. Lei Jun raised his hand, gathering lightning in his palm. Thunder spear. A brilliantly white spear of lightning shot forth, accurately striking the fractured gem. Boom! The gem exploded entirely, along with a small portion of the altar's structure, reduced to mere powder by the violent force of thunder. The last trace of the evil god's mark was completely eradicated. After completing this, Lei Jun satisfactorily clapped his hands, as if he had simply tidied away a piece of garbage. He oriented himself. This time, he was correct. And arcs of electricity surged around him, transforming into a blue-violet bolt, racing along the path the fisherman had taken, bursting through the surface of the pond, and re-emerging beneath the light of day. At the edge of Heishui Pond, Wang Ming, the head of the Zheqing Countermeasures Bureau's division, paced anxiously with the team. They had received an alert regarding intense energy fluctuations and, upon arrival, only witnessed the surging pond water and flickering lightning, hesitant to plunge into the depths. Suddenly, bang! A bolt of lightning shot from the pond, sending a shower of water into the air. Lei Jun's figure landed firmly on the shore, his body dry as if he had never been in the water. Wang Ming and his team were startled, instantly raising their weapons in caution. However, upon seeing Lei Jun's countenance and the distinctive arcs of electricity surrounding him, they were momentarily stunned. "Why you are?" Wang Ming cautiously inquired, his tone involuntarily laced with respect. The aura exuding from this man was powerful enough to induce trepidation. Leixiao Palace. Lei Jun succinctly stated, gesturing with his thumb behind him. There was a cult lair at the bottom of the pond, called Heishui Jiao. It has been thoroughly cleansed. I captured a leader, though he is not entirely dead yet. You may go down and retrieve him. The fisherman should be surfacing soon. With that, he paid no further heed to the flabbergasted Wang Ming and his companions. And with a flash of electricity, he vanished. A faint rumble of thunder echoed as he disappeared, leaving behind a lingering scent of ozone in the air, along with a group of stunned Countermeasure Bureau members exchanging bewildered glances. Moments later, the surviving fishermen began to crawl from the pond, crying out in relief. Wang Ming dispatched personnel into the water, and indeed, they found the main priest of Heishui Jiao barely clinging to life amidst the chaos and ashes. The news spread rapidly. "Have you heard? The water monkeys in Heishui Pond have been cleared. They aren't water monkeys. It was a cult engaging in sacrifices. It was a great lord from Leixiao Palace who did it. He summoned the thunder. He reduced those vile cultists to ash. Leixiao Palace. That's a deity of the thunder department descended to earth. Meanwhile, Lin Fan within a safe house munched on Wei-Long snacks while watching the emotions surge in the system, raising an eyebrow in satisfaction. Lei Jun did splendidly. Chapter 17. Official Upheaval Under Currents Rising Zhiqing. The Anomaly Countermeasures Bureau Division. Wang Ming stood outside the temporary holding cell for the main priest of Heishui Jiao, peering through the specially designed glass wall at the gaunt old man curled in the corner, his gaze vacant, his emotions a tumult of complexity. In his hand, he clutched a freshly compiled preliminary report, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure. The report clearly documented the eradication of the Heishui Jiao cult stronghold, with 37 core members and cultists neutralized, as deduced from the accounts of surviving fishermen and the scene, suspected to have been thoroughly purified by thunder. 8 kidnapped fishermen were rescued. 1 cult leader was captured alive, identity pending verification, originally assessed as B class, now rendered husk. 1 altar of the evil god was destroyed, completely erasing the mark of the black water serpent's descent. Executor, Leixiao Palace. Lei Jun. Time taken, less than half an hour. Less than half an hour. Wang Ming recalled the terrifying thunder that had vaguely echoed from the pond's depths, and Lei Jun's nonchalant demeanor, as if he had merely swatted a few flies, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. Their Zhiqing division had investigated for so long, losing several key personnel, and had yet to ascertain the precise location of the enemy's lair. Yet, the moment Leixiao Palace's personnel arrived, he single-handedly stormed in, uprooting their stronghold and dragging out the primary antagonist. Such efficiency and strength constituted a dimensional strike. "Captain," a young team member approached, excitement still coloring his cheeks. The rescued fishermen are practically deifying that Lord Lei Jun, claiming he descended like the thunder god, summoning thunder with a mere gesture. Wang Ming waved his hand, cutting him off. "What about the surveillance data?" "It's out." The technician promptly displayed the data. The average energy fluctuation was rated B class, but the peak reached A class thresholds. Although the duration was brief, the purity and destructiveness of that thunderous power surpassed any recorded lightning-type ability user. A class threshold. Wang Ming inhaled sharply. Although word had reached him from Linjiang City about the formidable strength of the 10 Hall's members, he had always thought they were at most B-class peak. However, this A-class threshold energy peak, Lei Jun was likely not even among the top echelon of the 10 Halls. He pondered the shadowy figure from Linjiang City who had repelled an A-class entity with a mere cold snort, and the haughty inspection officer from the Pajun Hall. Qisha, just how profound was the water within the 10 Halls? He dared not delay, promptly marking this detailed report as top secret. Encrypting it along with the on-site energy data, fishermen testimonies, and the preliminary interrogation records of the main priest, though little was gleaned as the man seemed utterly broken, and uploaded it to the headquarters, while also forwarding it to Director Zhou Tsanghai of the Linjiang City Division. Almost simultaneously, at the Snow Peak City Military Command, Colonel Li Zhenghua scrutinized two reports laid side by side on his desk, his brow furrowed. One was a meteorological and environmental monitoring report indicating that the anomalous extreme cold phenomenon in the border forest area was slowly diminishing, with energy disturbances stabilizing. The other was a blurry image and brief description obtained at the cost of the lives of frontline scouts. A massive frozen chasm, accompanied by elusive, ghostly white shadows near the fissure. The elite team they dispatched had not even caught a glimpse of the enemy before mysteriously suffering casualties, with the remaining members exhibiting varying degrees of frostbite and mental disorientation, forcing a retreat, just as they were at their wits' end, even preparing to request stronger reinforcements from higher-ups. That mysterious woman appeared, clad in a moon-white robe, her ice-blue hair cascading, her beauty exuded an otherworldly chill. She abruptly appeared beyond the warning line, seemingly indifferent to the soldiers who stood as if facing a formidable enemy. With an air of nonchalance, she uttered a single statement: Xianming Dian Hans Huang, temporarily guard this place. This area is entrusted to me. There were no explanations, no inquiries, as if she were merely declaring a preordained fact. Subsequently, she strode directly into the frigid forest, a realm so inhospitable that even the well-equipped soldiers could not linger, vanishing into the howling wind and snow. To their astonishment, after her entrance, the energy disturbances within the forest began to stabilize, and the unsettling whispers of the snow specters seemed to dissipate. Li Zhenghua, pondering the name and title of Xianming Dianhans Huang, felt a sense of urgency. Old Zhou, he activated the encrypted communication with Zhou Tsanghai, his tone heavy. What kind of celestial beings have arrived on your side in Linjiang? Is the reach of the 10 halls becoming excessive? From the other end, Zhou Tsanghai's voice bore a hint of fatigue, yet was imbued with an indescribable exhilaration. Old Li, you have seen the documents. Over in Zicheng, Lei Xiaodian's Lei Jun dismantled a long-planned cult hideout in half an hour, resolving the persistent issue of missing fishermen. On your end, Miss Hans Huang has single-handedly stabilized the anomalous area. He paused, his tone turning serious. I understand your concerns. However, at this stage, their presence and actions yield far more benefits than drawbacks. Headquarters has issued clear directives to cooperate as much as possible and to cultivate good relations. Let's not forget the foundational cultivation methods they provided. That is what can truly empower us. I understand, Li Zhenghua sighed finally. I will restrain my subordinates and grant her the necessary conveniences and space for observation. But old Zhou, we must hasten our pace. We cannot forever rely on others. Certainly, Zhou Tsanghai affirmed with resolve. Headquarters has already mobilized resources. The first batch of elite teams using the 10 halls techniques is nearing completion of their initial training. Our era must be safeguarded by our own hands. As the official internal currents stirred with both excitement and vigilance in response to the 10 halls' renewed actions in Linjiang City. At the northern suburb base, Lin Fan sat cross-legged upon the gathering spirit mat, his aura more refined and substantial than before. Slowly, he opened his eyes, observing the continuous influx of emotional values from both Zicheng and Xiefeng City in the system interface, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Lei Jun has certainly stirred quite a commotion, he mused, finding no disdain for Lei Jun's bold and direct style, but rather appreciating how it effectively heralded the name of Lei Xiaodian. Though Hans Huang maintained a low profile, her ability to stabilize an anomalous area that even the station troops found troublesome showcased her formidable strength and reliability. With a thought, he summoned the system map. The 2 light points representing Lei Jun and Hans Huang remained steadfast over Zicheng and Xiefeng City, while on Linjiang's side, the light points of Qisha, Su Xiaowan, Yingrun, Yin Quan, and others radiated powerful auras. The framework of the 10 halls was visibly becoming more substantial and robust. Yet it was not enough. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the still vast emotional value balance within the system and the new cards awaiting summoning. This level of power sufficed for minor skirmishes. But should the main forces of the Yoshu truly descend? He recalled the A-class giant claw that had emerged from the oceanic passage. and even higher-tier S-class threats. Real crises were far from upon them. He required more strength, stronger members, and a more comprehensive layout. Accumulating another wave of emotional values would allow for further summoning. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. Chapter 18. The Frozen Ruins. Ancient guardians deep within the border forest of Xiefeng City. Han Zhuang stood atop an ice cliff, her moon-white robe unmoving amidst the biting cold winds. Her ice-blue hair flowing gently in the breeze. Her cold gaze fixed upon the valley below, where it seemed a slumbering behemoth of ice and snow lay in wait. After several days of observation, she discerned something unusual. The cold here was unlike that of other Yoshu fissures, devoid of aggressiveness, instead emanating an ancient stillness. As if a chill from 10,000 years of deep ice had seeped forth. This is not an ordinary Yoshu fissure, Han Zhuang murmured, condensing a shard of ice at her fingertips to sense the energy fluctuations within. She discovered remnants of an exceedingly ancient formation surrounding the fissure, though dilapidated. The exquisite craftsmanship of its ancient creator was still discernible. This was undoubtedly a seal left by ancient practitioners, the ice-skeletal wolf demons that prowled nearby, rather than being mere Yoshu creatures, appeared more akin to corrupted guardians. Their skeletal structures bore distinct signs of artificial construction, resembling puppets crafted through ancient forging techniques. Now corrupted by the taint of Yoshu, transformed into mindless beasts of slaughter. Ah, I see. A glimmer of realization flickered in Han Zhuang's eyes. Opposite this fissure, it was highly likely that a malevolent ice entity lay in slumber. Ancient powers had set a sealing array here, leaving behind 4 puppets as guardians. Yet as time passed, with the decay of spiritual energy and subsequent resurgence, the seal weakened, and the guardians became tainted by the leaking aura of the fissure. The missing soldiers had likely stumbled into this place, disturbing these half-awakened wolf demons, becoming nourishment for their awakening. Han Zhuang's gaze fell upon the 3-meter-high spatial fissure in the valley center. The eerie blue light flickered erratically, each pulse releasing an extreme chill. She could sense that a terrifying existence indeed slumbered beyond the fissure. Even the aura escaping made her, an ice practitioner, feel a sense of trepidation. At the very least, it was S-class, comparable to Lord Beiming. Han Zhuang furrowed her brow slightly. Fortunately, this malevolent entity appeared to be in slumber. Otherwise, none of the 10 halls could withstand it at present. She meticulously observed the remnants of the sealing formation, discovering that 7 critical nodes were barely operational, their energy having dwindled to an extreme. The energy cores of the ice skeletal wolf demons were directly linked to these 7 nodes. They served not only as guardians, but also as vital components of the formation. The seal must be reactivated, Han Zhuang concluded immediately. Forcibly destroying the fissure posed too great a risk. Should the slumbering entity be disturbed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Silently, she descended into the valley, landing before the fissure like a snowflake. The ice statues of 4 stationed soldiers were frozen in various poses of struggle, their faces still etched with terror. Gently, Han Zhuang waved her hand, a new layer of ice crystals enveloping them. Rest in peace. This place is entrusted to me. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The fissure suddenly trembled violently, the eerie blue light flaring intensely. A wave of cold, far stronger than before, surged forth, instantly dropping the valley's temperature by several degrees. Howling, for ice skeletal wolf demons simultaneously awakened, the flames of souls within their eye sockets dancing wildly. They seemed to be stimulated by something, becoming exceptionally frenzied. Have they detected me? Han Zhuang's expression sharpened, retreating immediately. But it was too late. The leading wolf demon howled towards the sky, an ice-blue shockwave radiating outward from its center. Wherever it passed, even the air froze. Han Zhuang formed hand seals, an ice lotus blooming before her as she barely managed to block the attack. Yet the other 3 wolf demons had already surrounded her in a formation. Their claws ripped through the air, conjuring a bone-chilling wind. Each strike contained the power of peak B-class, and even more terrifying was their synchronized teamwork, retaining the combat instincts of their former guardian selves. This is troublesome, Han Zhuang thought, battling while retreating, her usually composed face revealing a hint of gravity for the first time. These wolf demons were far stronger than she had anticipated. Not only were they close to A-class strength, but their combat skills were also exquisite. More daunting was their apparent ability to draw upon the energy leaking from the fissure. Seemingly tireless. We must resolve this swiftly. Han Zhuang steeled her resolve, her hands forming a complex seal in front of her chest. Cold energy surged wildly around her, coalescing into hundreds of ice crystal swords in the air. The Xianbing sword array was unleashed. The sword rain cascaded down, enveloping the four wolf demons entirely. The shrill sound of impact echoed incessantly, ice shards scattering in all directions. However, to her astonishment, the defenses of these wolf demons were extraordinarily formidable. The ice swords could only leave shallow marks on their skeletal frames, failing to inflict any lethal damage. Indeed, they were specially crafted guardians. Han Shuang's expression darkened slightly. It seemed that ordinary attacks had limited effectiveness against them. She altered her strategy, her form darting unpredictably as she weaved through the onslaught of the wolf demons. Each strike was precisely aimed at the energy spheres located at their joints, a weakness she had observed earlier. Crack! The front limb joint of one wolf demon was shattered by an ice spike, causing its movements to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Han Shuang thrust an ice spear directly through its energy core. One down. The remaining three wolf demons, witnessing this, became even more frenzied, their attacks growing increasingly fierce. Yet, the more impatient they became, the more openings they presented. Han Shuang danced as if on the edge of a blade, each evasion perfectly timed, each counterattack targeting vital points. Her ice abilities exhibited astonishing control, at times coalescing into shields for defense, at other moments transforming into sharp blades for offense, and occasionally dispersing into icy mist to create distractions. Crack! Crack! Two more crisp sounds rang out as the remaining wolf demons fell one after the other. Only the largest leader among them remained, stubbornly resisting. It seemed to sense its impending defeat, suddenly turning to flee towards the fissure, attempting to escape back into the abyss. Thinking of fleeing? Han Shuang scoffed coldly, bringing her hands together forcefully. Extreme ice prison. The temperature in the entire valley plummeted. A massive ice wall surged from the ground, sealing off the wolf demon's escape route. Simultaneously, countless ice chains shot forth from all directions, binding it firmly in place. The wolf demon leader struggled furiously, the ice chains cracking inch by inch. But just as it was about to break free, Han Shuang appeared before it. Her jade-like hand pressed gently on its skull. An intense chill erupted instantly. Rest in peace. The flickering flame of the soul in the wolf demon's eyes dimmed violently before ultimately extinguishing. Its gigantic skeletal frame collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering into countless ice crystals. Han Shuang breathed lightly, the intense combat having taken a considerable toll on her. Yet, she could not afford a moment's rest and immediately approached the fissure. 7 energy nodes had become precarious due to the earlier battle, and the fissure was expanding at a visible rate. Without hesitation, she placed her hands upon the remaining sealing array, continuously channeling her pure ice energy into it. With ice as the guide, the heavens were sealed, and the earth locked. The ancient array was reactivated, icy blue runes materializing in the air, entwining around the fissure like chains, as a vast blue ice crystal formation rose in the forest. The expanding fissure began to slowly contract, the escaping chill gradually diminishing. Just as the sealing was about to be completed, Han Shuang suddenly felt a chilling, malevolent presence sweep over from the other side of the fissure, cold, ancient, and filled with malice. It was the unconscious probing of a slumbering evil. She immediately suppressed all her aura and inserted the final rune into the array. The fissure finally stabilized, once again shrouded in the sealing spell. That was close. Han Shuang sighed in relief. Had she been a moment later and stirred that presence, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She gazed at the newly stabilized seal, then glanced at the remnants of the wolf demons scattered around, a flicker of complexity flashing in her icy gaze. These ancient guardians, meant to be the heroes of the world, have been reduced to monsters due to the passage of time. The threat lurking behind that fissure was even more unsettling. It was imperative to report the situation to the commander promptly. After ensuring the seal was secure, Han Shuang transformed into a flurry of ice crystals, dissipating into the wind and snow. The valley returned to silence, save for the newly sealed fissure the vast blue ice crystal formation in the forest, and the scattered remains of the wolf demons, all bearing witness to the breathtaking battle that had just transpired. Chapter 19. The Military Tent Negotiation. The frost packed in a military command center of Xiefeng City. The atmosphere was colder than the icy plains outside. Colonel Li Zhonghua fixated intently on the surveillance screen, where a massive blue ice crystal formation hovered slowly above the forest, emitting energy fluctuations that set the detectors screaming. An A-class energy response. He was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The small team previously dispatched had miraculously returned alive. It was sheer luck. Report. The voice of the communications officer trembled as he announced. A lady claiming to be Han Shuang from Xianming Hall is outside the camp, requesting to see you. Li Zhonghua jolted upright. Quickly invite her in. No, I shall go myself. Outside the command center, the wind and snow howled. Han Shuang stood still amid the snow, her moon-white robe pristine, resembling an ice lotus sprouting from the snowy expanse. Li Zhonghua rushed over, his tone unconsciously laced with respect. Lady Han Shuang, we are grateful for your intervention. Please, let us discuss inside. Han Shuang cast a faint glance at him, then stepped into the command center. The warmth of the interior made her frown slightly, as if she were unaccustomed to it. To be brief, she spoke coldly, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. What lies within is not a mere anomaly, but 4 ancient war puppets that are on the verge of awakening. Va puppets? Li Zhonghua and the other officers exchanged apprehensive glances. The term itself sounded ominous. As for their strength, Han Shuang continued matter-of-factly. The 4 combined are approximately A-class. Oh, and there is also one suspected S-class in slumber. A collective gasp resonated throughout the command center. A young officer nearly collapsed to the ground in shock. An A-class. There are only 2 nationwide. And an S-class. None in the entire world. How could they encounter one here? I have temporarily sealed them using the secret methods of Xianming Hall to delay their awakening. Han Shuang raised her hand, a strand of extreme cold aura swirling around her fingertips, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. However, this cannot hold for long. Li Zhonghua's face turned pale as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation, far exceeding his expectations. Lady Han Shuang, what do you require? We will do everything within our power to cooperate. 2 things. Han Shuang extended 2 slender fingers, her tone remaining flat. First, I require high-purity energy crystals or minerals imbued with powerful spiritual energy, jade and gemstones of the highest quality, and the greater the quantity, the better. This is to maintain and reinforce the seal. Li Zhonghua hesitated not for a moment. Understood. I will immediately request the allocation of strategic reserve supplies from the military district. They will arrive within 24 hours at the latest. Second, Han Shuang paused, seemingly contemplating her phrasing. The extreme cold here leads to significant energy consumption. I need a hearty lamb offal soup with extra cilantro and spice, steaming hot. This request left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. They had envisioned various possibilities, such as demands for special materials, advanced weaponry, or even political commitments, but never anticipated lamb offal soup. Li Zhonghua regarda Han Shuang's atareal damiano, seemingly detached from the earthly realm, and found it hard to associate her with street food. Yet, he reacted swiftly, immediately ordering the logistics officer, prepare it at once. Bring in the best chefs from the base, and start stewing all the lamb. Make sure to include plenty of cilantro, double the portions. The logistics officer complied without hesitation. Han Shuang appeared somewhat satisfied with this efficiency, giving a slight nod. During the sealing period, I will remain near the forest. Should there be any disturbances, I will give advance warning. No one is to approach the forest without my communication, or they will bear the consequences. Her tone was calm, yet the confidence and authority stemming from her absolute power instilled a tremor in the hearts of all the soldiers present. Understood. Li Zhonghua replia solemnly. We will establish a second defensive line on the periphery and ensure it does not interfere with you. Soon, several soldiers entered, carrying 2 heavy items. One box contained neatly stacked, shimmering blue energy crystals, while the other held a steaming pot of lamb offal soup, piled high with lamb meat and offal, generously adorned with cilantro and bright red chili peppers contrasting vividly with the creamy white broth, looking utterly delectable. Han Shuang's gaze swept over the box of crystals, and for a fleeting moment, Her cold eyes sparkled ever so slightly. She stepped forward, extending her fair hand to gently press upon your chest. A hum reverberated as a force emanated from her palm, causing the high-purity energy blocks to dim at a visible rate. The pure energy was swiftly drawn into her, replenishing the consumption required to maintain the seal. In mere moments, the entire chest transformed into ordinary gray stones. Subsequently, her gaze shifted towards the pot of lamb soup, under the peculiar stares of the onlookers. She skillfully took a bowl of the soup prepared by the chef and sipped it elegantly, though with a hint more vigor than before. 1 bowl, 2 bowls, 3 bowls. Her eating was not crude. One might even describe it as refined. Yet the focus and subtle satisfaction she exhibited created a delicate contrast to the icy demeanor she had previously displayed. Li Zhenghua and the others watched in silence, hesitant to speak. This esteemed figure from Xianming seemed somewhat extraordinary. After finishing the last spoonful of soup, her stomach now full, she felt a significant restoration of her ice essence, accompanied by a comforting warmth in her belly, nodding to herself in satisfaction. She required double this amount daily. She turned to Li Zhenghua, making a new request: lamb soup, delivered 3 times daily, according to this standard. The corner of Li Zhenghua's mouth twitched slightly. 2 chests of strategic spiritual energy, each day? Such a consumption rate. Yet, recalling the threat posed by the 4 puppets, he gritted his teeth and replied, "No problem. Guaranteed supply." Han Shuang acknowledged softly, choosing to say no more. A chill emanated from her, and her figure gradually became indistinct. "Leave the matter of the rift to me. You shall guard the perimeter." As her words faded, she transformed into a flurry of ice crystals, vanishing within the command center, leaving behind only a trace of coldness. Li Zhenghua gazed at the now empty doorway, and then at the stable blue magic array displayed on the screen, exhaling deeply before feeling the weight of pressure mount upon him. Contact the military district immediately. Submit the highest priority request for spiritual energy, or have logistics slaughter all the sheep, and bring in several master chefs renowned for their lamb soup. He ordered in a low voice. And connect me with Zhou Songhai. I need to inquire whether all the esteemed figures of the 10 halls possess such unique personalities. He rubbed his forehead, feeling as if the astonishment and helplessness of his life had all culminated in this day. At this moment, beside the rift, Han Shuang revealed her form. She sat cross-legged at the center of the magic array, silently absorbing the energy she had just drawn while continuously outputting ice essence to reinforce the extreme cold domain. The wind and snow persisted, yet the place she occupied seemed to have become the absolute center of this icy expanse. With her presence, the threat of the rift would not easily breach containment. Chapter 20. Lu Yunfei in Linjiang City. At the northern suburb base, Lin Fan sat cross-legged upon a spirit gathering mat, his aura rising and falling like the tides, now even more profound than before. Having digested part of the feedback and emotional energy from the 100 consecutive draws, he sensed his strength steadily advancing to a higher echelon. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he detected through the system an unfamiliar, yet powerful aura brazenly sweeping through Linjiang City, exuding an unabashed scrutiny and combat intent. "Oh!" Lin Fan opened his eyes, a glimmer of intrigue flashing within them. An interesting encounter was at hand. Meanwhile, in the bustling pedestrian street of Linjiang City Center, a young man clad in a simple white training outfit, standing tall like a pine tree, walked through the throng with an air of nonchalance. He appeared to be just over 20 years old, handsome in countenance, yet his gaze was sharp, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, commanding a palpable presence. As he strode forward with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage. He was none other than Lu Yunfei, the most distinguished heir of the hidden Lu clan from Jiangdong. In this era of dwindling spiritual energy, some factions, including the Lu family, had managed to pass down their cultivation methods. With the resurgence of spiritual energy and the emergence of various creatures, even this mundane city now bore an unusual atmosphere. Lu Yunfei scanned his surroundings, attuning himself to the residual energy fluctuations in the air, a proud smile curling at the corner of his lips as he heard whispers of a formidable faction known as the 10 Halls, whose members were held in considerable regard even by the authorities. It was time for the Liu family, having been in seclusion for years, to reintroduce true power to the world. His descent into the world was both to sharpen his skills and to encounter this so-called 10 halls, to validate his own learning. His keen spiritual sense spread out like radar, swiftly capturing an aura distinctly different from ordinary supernatural beings, intense and combative, like magma surging from the depths, drawing his attention. "You shall be mine." A spark of brilliance flickered in Liu Yunfei's eyes as he vanished from his original spot, moving like a specter towards the source of that aura. In the west of the city, at an outdoor barbecue stall, Yin Quan was rolling up his sleeves, voraciously devouring a roasted leg of lamb. The table before him piled high with skewers. Grease smeared across his face as he indulged in the meal, his fiery aura making nearby patrons feel pleasantly warm. "Delicious. Nothing quite compares to this," he mumbled, taking a large swig of cold beer, the liquid cascading over his well-defined chest and chiseled abdomen, drawing the attention of several nearby young women. Just then, he abruptly paused, lifting his head with a piercing gaze directed towards the street corner. There stood a young man in white, hands clasped behind him, eyes fixed upon Yin Quan with unwavering intensity. Their gazes met, igniting an invisible spark. The surrounding diners sensed the tension as the clamor gradually subsided. "Your aura is formidable," Liu Yunfei spoke, his voice clear and imbued with undeniable confidence. "I am Liu Yunfei, from the Liu family of Jiangdong. May I challenge you to a duel?" Yin Quan hesitated for a moment before breaking into a wide grin, revealing his oil-slicked white teeth. He casually tossed aside the bone of the lamb leg he had just finished, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and stood up. "A fight." He cracked his neck, producing a series of audible pops, and his already fiery aura surged, causing the air to shimmer slightly from the heat. "Sound great. I was just thinking it was getting a bit dull, only eating meat." Being a naturally combative individual, he was invigorated at the prospect of a challenge, especially from someone he sensed was a worthy opponent. "This place is unsuitable. How about outside the city?" Liu Yunfei proposed. "Certainly. Let's have a proper bout." Yin Quan's feet ignited with flames, propelling him skyward like a cannonball, transforming into a streak of crimson light shot towards the desolate mountains outside the city. A flicker of surprise crossed Liu Yunfei's eyes, quickly morphing into a deeper battle intent. He shifted his form, moving with the grace of a breeze through willows, seemingly unhurried, yet closely tailing Yin Quan at an astonishing speed. The two raced across the sky above Linjiang City like twin meteors, prompting countless citizens below to gaze upward in astonishment. "What is that? A meteor? It seems like two people. Look, they're heading outside the city." The intelligence agency quickly detected the powerful energy reactions. "Report. 2 B-class energy signatures are moving towards the outskirts. One confirmed to be Yin Quan from the 10 halls. The other remains unidentified. Maintain close surveillance, but do not intervene." Zhou Sanghai issued orders with a grave expression. "A confrontation between 10 halls members? Who could the other party be? Might they be from Yoshu?" Outside the city, in a desolate valley, Yin Quan landed with a thundering crash, shattering a patch of rocks. Liu Yunfei, however, descended lightly, standing 10 paces away, his garments billowing. Untouched by dust. "Heavenly Flame Hall, Yin Quan." Yin Quan declared, his fists colliding with a resounding clang, flames surging from his crimson gauntlets. "Jiangdong, Liu family, Liu Yunfei." Liu Yunfei clasped his hands in a traditional salute, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "Please, show me your might." Yang Quan Bayuba, foregoing any embellishments as he unleashed a straightforward punch. The fist, imbued with explosive flames, roared forth like a raging fire dragon, tearing through the air with an overwhelming force. Aimed directly at Liu Yunfei's face. Liu Yunfei's expression tightened, unwilling to underestimate the attack. He could sense the terrifying power contained within that punch. His footwork shifted like willow catkins in the breeze, his figure becoming indistinct as he narrowly evaded the ferocious strike. With a resounding crash, the fiery fist of Yin Quan slammed into the mountainside behind Liu Yunfei, creating a charred pit several meters wide, with debris scattering everywhere. "What a formidable fist technique!" Liu Yunfei exclaimed in admiration. Then, with his fingers poised like a sword, he unleashed an incredibly refined azure energy, striking towards the vital points beneath Yin Quan's ribs with the precision of a venomous serpent. The angle was exquisite, the speed astonishing. This was indeed the Liu family's ultimate technique. Qing Lu Chuan Yinji. How splendid! Yin Quan did not flinch or evade. His other fist was already coiled and ready, infused with an even more ferocious flame, boldly meeting the attack head-on. With a thunderous collision, their fists met, producing a dull explosion of energy. Flames and azure energy fiercely eroded and annihilated each other, whipping up a turbulent wave of force that lifted dust and debris from the ground. The two retreated a few steps from each other after the clash. Yin Quan examined his fist, noting a shallow white mark left by the energy, licking his lips with an excited glint in his eyes. Quite interesting. Let's do this again. Lu Yunfei, on the other hand, felt a slight numbness in his fingertips and was increasingly astonished. His Qing Lu Chuan Yunji, renowned for its invincibility, had failed to penetrate his opponent's defenses. The physical strength of this member from the Ten Halls was astonishingly formidable. As you wish. Lu Yunfei let out a long howl, shedding all reservations. His form flowed like willow fluff, unleashing a relentless barrage of palm strikes, finger techniques, and kicks, akin to a torrential storm assaulting Yin Quan. Each strike was imbued with exquisite technique and condensed energy, targeting vital points and shifting unpredictably. Yin Quan, however, was straightforward and forceful, his fists like two heavy hammers, enveloped in raging flames, breaking through finesse with sheer power, overcoming softness with hardness. Regardless of how exquisite his opponent's techniques were, he relied solely on his brute strength. Boom! 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 The valley reverberated with continuous explosions. One side showcased the agile and ethereal azure energy, while the other exhibited the overwhelming, all-consuming crimson flames. Their figures darted and flew, their speed reaching its peak, with each collision shaking the very earth. This clash between the martial arts family and the mysterious Ten Halls had escalated to a white-hot intensity right from the start. In the distance, the drones and high-powered telescopes of the Countermeasures Bureau diligently recorded every moment. Zhou Canhai watched the astonishing battle unfold on the screen, his palms slick with sweat. Have a hidden families emerged? He murmured, sensing that this world was rapidly becoming unfamiliar and fraught with unknown dangers. Meanwhile, in the safety room, Lin Fan observed the fierce struggle through Yin Quan's perspective, intrigued. The Liu family is quite interesting, he mused, stroking his chin. Perhaps they would make a worthy partner. Chapter 21. A meeting of fists and minds in the desolate valley, chaos reigned. Charred pits and sharp traces of energy crisscrossed the landscape. The air saturated with heat and sharpness, as remnants of flames danced among the debris, and azure energy lingered in the atmosphere. Yin Quan and Lu Yunfei stood 10 paces apart, both panting, bearing traces of the fierce exchange. Yin Quan's crimson gauntlets bore several deep white scratches, and his left shoulder was torn, revealing slightly reddened skin beneath. Lu Yunfei's white training robe had a scorched section, and his tied-back hair had become somewhat disheveled, his breath more rapid than before. Yet, the brightness in their eyes had intensified. What a thrill! Ha ha ha! Yin Quan wiped the sweat from his brow, laughing heartily. You, my friend, while your punches may lack in power, your evasion and eye-poking skills are top-notch. His straightforward words carried a tone of appreciation. Lu Yunfei, dispersing the energy swirling at his fingertips, felt his earlier arrogance diminish, replaced by a solemn recognition of a worthy opponent. Brother Yin Quan, your flames are unmatched, and your physical strength is formidable. I, Lu, am in great admiration. Were it not for my agility, I would have surely been defeated. His words were not mere flattery. Yin Quan's strength and defense exceeded his expectations, and that all-consuming flame made it difficult to fully deploy many of his exquisite techniques. Had it not been for the Liu family's unparalleled agility, he would have been struck by that ferocious fist long ago. Hey, you're not too shabby yourself. Yin Quan stepped forward, casually patting Lu Yunfei on the shoulder. The latter stiffened slightly but did not withdraw. Not many can last this long against me. Come on, I was tea full from earlier. Let us go enjoy some skewers. Lu Yunfei gazed at Yin Quan, who seemed as if he had merely warmed up and was eager to replenish his energy, momentarily at a loss for words. This member of the 10 Halls had a thought process unlike any skilled fighter he had encountered. Brother Yin Quan, I have greatly benefited from our earlier exchange. Lu Yunfei composed himself, wondering if all members of your hall possess such unique personalities? Us? Yin Quan said nonchalantly while using flames to clear the remnants of battle from himself and the surroundings. We're all about the same, each with our quirks. Some have perpetually cold expressions and play with shadows, while others are cheerful and can wash a brain clean. There's an ice princess who wants to drink lamb soup every day, a scatterbrain who gets lost even when turning around, a doctor who plays with snakes, and a killer who can frighten children just by standing there. Lu Yunfei's eyes twitched at the descriptions. Cold-faced shadow players, cheerful brainwashers, lamb soup ice princess, scatterbrains, snake-handling doctors, a killer who scares children just by standing there. The 10 halls certainly seem to comprise a complex mix of characters. By the way, you mentioned you are from the Lu family? Yin Quan seemed to recall something, asking about the martial arts family. I haven't heard of them. Are they powerful? Lu Yunfei took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to boast about his family's illustrious history, and replied as plainly as possible. We have a long-standing heritage and a slight understanding of martial arts. We cannot compare to the vast powers of your esteemed hall. He had realized that dealing with brother Yin Quan required straightforwardness. Martial arts? Is that what you call your dodging and poking techniques? Yin Quan's eyes lit up, intrigued. This is different from a head-on clash. We must spar again another day, so I can learn how to be crafty, not just how to use brute force. Lu Yunfei, all right. He found himself struggling to keep up with Yin Quan's rhythm. The two walked side by side toward the city, one bare-chested and exuding a scorching aura, the other clad in white, ethereal as a celestial being. Their contrasting appearances somehow harmonized. Brother Yin Quan. It seemed there were quite a number of onlookers earlier. Lu Yunfei reminded him, sensing the faint vibrations of distant technological devices. Who cares? Yin Quan waved his hand dismissively. The leader said that we act with a clear conscience, no need for concealment. As long as we don't harm the innocent or threaten this world, let them watch. Lu Yunfei felt a spark of interest. Leader? He caught that keyword. That's our boss. Yin Quan seemed to realize he had overshared, mumbling something vague before enthusiastically pointing to a nearby barbecue restaurant with a prominent sign. That one. Their grilled kidneys are exceptional. Today I'm treating you. You must try them. Seeing Yin Quan's insistent enthusiasm, Lu Yunfei had no choice but to temporarily suppress his questions and followed him into the bustling barbecue restaurant. Thus, the monitoring screens of the Countermeasures Bureau in Lingjiang City displayed a scene that left them utterly astonished. The two B-rank powerhouses, who had just been battling fiercely in the wild, were now casually slinging arms around each other, mainly Yin Quan doing the slinging, at a barbecue stall, surrounded by plates of grilled meat and beer, joyfully toasting and chatting. Zhou Songhai rubbed his temples, chuckling wryly at the footage. Well, that was a needless worry. It seems the Lu family heir has either been won over by Yin Quan or assimilated into his style. Chen Tao, with a peculiar expression, remarked, Director, does this count as the 10 halls expanding their diplomatic channels? Inside the safety room, Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Lu family, a martial arts lineage, he mused, appears that the hidden powers of this world are beginning to surface one by one. Well, the murkier the waters, the more fish there will be. He harbored no objections to the interactions between the 10 halls and other factions, even welcoming such developments. As long as he maintained the initiative in his hands, these engagements could potentially transform into sources of future assistance or emotional capital. However, the immediate priority remained the enhancement of his own capabilities. Lin Fan's gaze once again fixed upon the system interface, noting the warning from the southwestern rainforests. Time was of the essence. He needed to ensure that before the next wave of crisis descended, the 10 halls possessed sufficient strength to face any challenge. Chapter 22. Qiongqi Divination. Great calamity in the southwest within the base. Tranquility reigned. Lin Fan sat cross-legged atop the spirit gathering mat, his mind focused and serene. The vast emotional energy accumulated over recent days, coupled with his relentless cultivation, had stirred a torrent of spiritual energy within him, brushing against an invisible barrier that, with just the right opportunity, could be breached. He did not rush to make a breakthrough, but instead turned his attention to a newly acquired character card in the system that he had yet to examine in detail, Qiongqi Hall Diviner. His thoughts stirred, and the card's information materialized before him. Character card, Luo Gua, level, Earth, purple, affiliation, Qiongqi Hall identity, Tianshi Hall diviner traits: taciturn, meticulous, obsessed with divining the heavenly secrets. Adept at perceiving causality, not skilled in combat, but a prodigy in divination, early warning, and strategic planning. Skills: turtle, shell divination, astral projection. Causality insight, unlocked upon summoning. Luo Gua, the Tianshi Hall diviner, sparked a glimmer of interest in Lin Fan's eyes. Each hall served distinct functions, and this one, skilled in divination and foresight, would undoubtedly remedy the current team's deficiencies in intelligence and predictability. Summon Luo Gua. As the command was issued, no radiant light illuminated the base, nor did any violent fluctuations in energy occur. Instead, in the shadow opposite Lin Fan, the air rippled like water, and a figure quietly emerged. He was an elderly man clad in a deep gray, antiquated long robe, his frame slender and stooped, with an unremarkable visage, the kind that would vanish into a crowd without a trace. Yet his eyes were deep, as if they contained the entirety of the cosmos. He cradled an ancient turtle shell, dark and devoid of luster, its surface adorned with natural patterns, along with several aged coins between his fingers. Tianshi Hall Luo Gua pays respects to the commander. His voice was low and steady, devoid of inflection, as he slightly bowed towards Lin Fan. There's no need for excessive formality. I am assessing this new member. As the Tianshi Hall excels in divination, your abilities may be required. Luo Gua raised his profound gaze. Seemingly able to penetrate the void, does the commander seek knowledge of the southwestern affairs? Lin Fan arched an eyebrow. You're aware? Upon my arrival, I sensed a disturbance in the heavenly secrets. Malevolent energy is manifesting in the southwestern direction. Luo Gua stated calmly. This is an omen of great calamity. A catastrophe may ensue. Lin Fan's expression grew solemn. Elaborate. Luo Gua closed his eyes, placing the ancient turtle shell upon the ground before him. He pressed a fingertip to his palm, drawing forth a drop of crimson blood that fell into the center of the shell. He then formed hand seals, chanting in an ancient and obscure dialect. The drop of blood, instead of soaking into the shell, spread along its natural patterns like a living entity, sketching out a complex and eerie design. Simultaneously, the coins began to float above his palm, colliding with one another, producing sharp and rapid chimes, as if conveying a dire warning. The light within the base seemed to dim, an invisible force intertwined with fate and causality quietly converging. Lin Fan held his breath, feeling Luo Gua's energy rapidly depleting, his complexion visibly paling. Clearly, such a level of divination exacted a tremendous toll on him. Suddenly, a faint crack echoed. One of the coins in Luo Gua's palm split open without warning. Concurrently, the design traced in blood upon the turtle shell erupted in blinding red light, revealing a lush yet ominously shrouded rainforest scene at its center, distorted plants and menacing shadows faintly visible. Luo Gua's eyes snapped open, bloodshot, and he nearly coughed up blood but managed to swallow it back down. His breath was labored, yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade. Commander, the southwestern rainforest is a site of great calamity. The abyssal passage will open, and it is not limited to one location. What descends this time is extraordinary, containing the primordial essence of decay and parasitism. Its force may lead to a cataclysm. He took a deep breath, struggling to continue. There is less than half a month left. The location is 3,000 miles southwest, deep within the Wildman's Mountain. As his words fell, the red light from the turtle shell dissipated, becoming dull and lifeless, and the cracked coin lost all semblance of vitality. Luo Gua swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance. Lin Fan felt a jolt of alarm and immediately summoned the system, presenting a vial of spiritual energy potion to Luo Gua. Upon consuming it, Luo Gua's complexion improved slightly. Decay and parasitism of the primordial essence. Lin Fan pondered over these words, his expression grave. The previous abyssal creatures, while formidable, relied heavily on individual strength and peculiar traits. Those involving the primordial essence often indicated far more troublesome abilities with broader implications. If not handled appropriately, it could indeed culminate in the catastrophe Luo Gua had forewarned. Can your divination be more precise? For instance, the exact location of the passage, detailed information on the descending creatures? Lin Fan inquired. Luo Gua shook his head, wiping the blood from his lips. The heavenly secrets are chaotic, Malevolent energy obscures my sight. It is already the limit of my ability to perceive these. The Tianshi Hall's patrol envoy may uncover more. He paused, adding, perhaps once I am closer to the incident site, I may see more clearly. Lin Fan nodded in understanding. The way of divination is profoundly enigmatic. To provide such a clear warning nearly half a month in advance is indeed rare. You have worked hard. Please rest and recover your strength. Lin Fan spoke gravely. I am aware of the situation. Luo Guo bowed respectfully and silently retreated to a corner, sitting cross-legged to recuperate, refraining from further speech. The base returned to silence, yet Lin Fan's heart remained tumultuous. The impending threat from the southwestern rainforest, linked to the primordial essence, loomed with a half-month time frame. Key phrases swirled in his mind. His original plans had been disrupted. He had anticipated a buffer period before the next abyssal incursion, but it had arrived sooner than expected and with a far greater level of threat. Clearly, prior preparations were insufficient. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Immediate adjustments to his deployment were imperative. Without hesitation, he plunged into the system, commencing a series of commands. First to those stationed in Linjiang, Qisha, Qingnong, Su Shaowan, and Run, and the newly acquainted Yan Quan. All personnel are to halt current affairs and return to the base immediately on standby. Next, to Lei Jun in Zicheng and Han Shuang in Xiefeng City. Lei Jun, if Zicheng is stable, inform the local authorities. You must depart immediately to investigate the Wildman's Mountain area in the southwest and await our rendezvous. Remember to have the Countermeasure Bureau send someone with you. Do not venture alone. Han Shuang, can the fissure in Xiefeng City be temporarily stabilized? If so, you must support the southwest. If not, ensure it remains secure. The fissure must not widen, lest the puppets emerge. One command after another was relayed silently through the system. Lin Fan rose and walked to the window, gazing towards the southwest. His eyes seemed to pierce through layers of space, glimpsing the primeval rainforest soon to be enveloped in shadows. Decay and parasitism of the primordial essence. He murmured, his aura sharpening. Very well, let this be the proving ground for the true prowess of the 10 halls. Chapter 23. Sharpening swords and preparing for battle within the base, an atmosphere of tension prevailed. Lin Fan's orders resonated like an invisible alarm, reverberating within the hearts of each member of the 10 halls. In less than half an hour following the commands, several formidable presences converged rapidly from various corners of Linjiang, heading towards the northern outskirts. The crimson glow first descended upon the base, and Yan Quan stepped in with large strides, a hint of unfulfilled regret on his face. Commander, I just arranged to spar with that lad named Lu tomorrow. What's the situation in the southwest? Is it particularly troublesome? He rubbed his fists, his battle intent surging even more. Immediately, a flash of azure light appeared. Su Shaowan's figure quietly materialized. Her expression was calm as she slightly nodded towards Lin Fan. Jingxin Dian's Su Shaowan, reporting back as commanded. Her gaze brushed over Luo Guo, who was meditating in the corner, with a slight furrow of her brow. She sensed the lingering backlash and ominous aura from the divination. In the shadows of the base, the light warped slightly as Ing Ran appeared silently like a specter. He remained silent, merely bowing to Lin Fan before retreating to the side, his aura deeper and more inscrutable than before, indicating his injuries had evidently fully healed, perhaps even improved. Lastly, a rich life force permeated the area as Qingnong stepped out of the void, still clad in his azure robe, exuding a warmth akin to jade. He first glanced at Luo Guo, projecting a vibrant green light into him to stabilize his injuries. He then addressed Lin Fan, Commander. Qingnong has returned. Luo Guo's energy expenditure is considerable. He needs to rest for several days. Lin Fan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the core members assembled. There has been a change in circumstances. Luo Guo has divined, at the cost of his essence, that within half a month, the area of the Wild Man's Mountain in the southwest will witness the arrival of Yingshu creatures containing the essence of decay and parasitism. The threat level may reach above Class A, potentially leading to catastrophe. The essence of rules? Qingnong's previously warm demeanor turned grave, as matters involving the realm of rules could not be easily resolved through mere force. If decay and parasitism were left unchecked, they could corrode a domain, causing all life to wither. Su Xiaowan spoke softly. The power of Jingxin could purify some negative effects, but if it involves the erosion at the level of rules, our strength may fall short. Ingren remained silent, yet the shadows surrounding him quivered slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. What nonsense! Yang Quan exclaimed, slamming his fist into his palm, sparks flying. Who cares about rules? A good fire can burn it all clean. Commander, give the orders. When we set out, calm down. Lin Fan raised his hand to suppress the excitement. Lei Jun has been ordered to head from Zhe City to the Wild Man S mountain area for reconnaissance. We still need to confirm the situation in Xiefeng City. This enemy is formidable. We must prepare meticulously. He turned to Qing Nong. Prepare a batch of targeted antidotes, exorcisms, and recovery elixirs immediately. The quantity must be ample and the quality high. We may also need to confront large-scale plagues and parasitism. Qing Nong solemnly accepted the order. Understood. I will prepare at once. With that, he transformed into a flash of azure light, evidently returning to Shennong Dian to gather resources. Su Xiaoban, assist Qing Nong in preparing a set of talismans or artifacts to cleanse the mind and spirit, to guard against mental pollution. Yes, Su Xiaowan complied and departed as well. Ingren, you are in charge of intelligence. Utilize your abilities to gather all possible information regarding the Wild Man S mountain area, including geography, climate, fauna, and any recent anomalies. Ingren silently nodded, blending into the shadows and vanishing. Lastly, Lin Fan looked at the eager Yin Quan and the still meditative Luo Gua, who had just recovered slightly. Yin Quan, you will remain at the base to adjust your state and be on standby. Luo Gua. Lin Fan's gaze settled on the elderly man with white hair. You need not force any more divinations. Focus on your recovery. When we reach the outskirts of the Wild Man S mountain, we may still need to rely on your insight. Luo Gua opened his eyes, the bloodshot in them fading somewhat, yet his gaze became much clearer. I understand and will not disappoint the commander. With arrangements settled, Lin Fan took a deep breath. He could feel the invisible barrier within him loosening slightly under immense pressure. However, he knew that now was not the time for a breakthrough. He opened the system interface, observing the still substantial balance of emotional value. The rewards from the previous 100 draws had yet to be fully digested. Qisha was out executing missions, and the newly acquired Earth-level figures, Lei Jun from Leixiao Dian and Han Shuang from Xianming Dian, were stationed outside, while Luo Gua from Tianyin Dian had also been summoned. There were still several Earth-level item cards and a handful of human-level cards. Not enough. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. In the face of threats at the level of rules, further preparation was prudent. His eyes locked onto the card draw interface. System. Let us go for another 100 draws. Ding. Consumed 90,000 emotional value to conduct 100 draws. The splendid starry sky roulette unfurled once more in his consciousness. The blue and white lights remained predominant, but the frequency of purple lights appearing seemed even higher than last time. Eventually, a radiant golden pillar emerged as expected, standing tall in the center of the starry sky. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a human-level item card. Spirit Energy Potion X20. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an Earth-level item card. Spirit Binding Rope X1. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an Earth-level character card. Curse Restriction Hall S Sorcerer X1. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Heaven-level character card. Tian Yandian S Inspector Qiongqi Permanent. Character card. Qiongqi level. Heaven level, Golden, Affiliation, Tian Yandian Identity. Inspector of Tian Yandian Traits. Ethereal Grace, Profound Wisdom. Adept at Heavenly Machine Deduction and Formation Arrangement. With deep comprehension of causality. Combat power is considerable, especially skilled in trapping enemies with formations and leveraging forces. Skills. Visible after summoning. The Inspector of Tian Yandian. Moreover, the description indicated not only enhanced divination abilities, but also proficiency in formations and considerable combat prowess. This was precisely the talent urgently needed at present. Lin Fan felt immense joy swell within him, making a decisive choice. Someone, Xuanyi, within the base. A gentle breeze brushed by as a figure gradually materialized. The newcomer wore a dark robe, his long hair tied up with a wooden hairpin. His countenance was lean, 3 strands of long beard cascading down his chest, and his eyes radiated warmth, imbued with the wisdom of understanding worldly affairs. His aura was harmonious and natural, as if he melded with his surroundings. He held a white jade whisk and smiled gently at Lin Fan, bowing slightly. Tian Yandian S. Qiongqi, at your service. Commander, the southwest is rife with malevolent energy. I have come to lend my strength. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable force of conviction. Lin Fan regarded the newly appeared heaven-level combatant, feeling a renewed sense of confidence. Qiongqi, your arrival is most timely. The matter in the southwest requires your utmost assistance. It is my duty. Qiongqi's gaze swept across the base before turning towards the southwest. The malevolent energy has begun to spread. We must act swiftly. I can set up a warning formation and attempt to further clarify the roots of that rule's essence. Much appreciated, sir. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with determination, his ranks bolstered by exceptional talents and formidable strength. Chapter 24, Prelude to the Rainforest at the outskirts of the Wild Man's Mountain, a temporary command center. The heat was pervasive. An oppressive humidity hung in the air, thick enough to wring out moisture, mingled with the stench of decaying vegetation and soil. Towering trees obscured the sky. Vines draped down like monstrous serpents, isolating this place from the outside world. Lei Jun stood in the makeshift observation post, irritably tugging at the combat suit that clung to him. He detested this damp, sticky environment, finding it far less refreshing than the humidity of Zay City. What frustrated him even more was that he had followed the guide from the Countermeasures Bureau, preventing himself from becoming lost in this green labyrinth. Damn this place. It's worse than the bottom of Blackwater Pool. He muttered a curse under his breath. Arcs of electricity sparking involuntarily around him as he tried to dispel his irritation, only to create a mist from the surrounding moisture. Lei Yun, called the commander of the Southwestern Countermeasures Bureau Division, a sturdy man with dark skin named Yin Gang, who handed him a flask of water. Drink some water to acclimate. This Wild Man's mountain is quite eerie. The magnetic field is chaotic, and electronic devices frequently malfunction. Even seasoned hunters can easily lose their way. Yin Gang observed Lei Jun's rebellious demeanor, yet noted his evident discomfort with the jungle environment, feeling somewhat apprehensive. The upper management had claimed this individual was a formidable warrior from the 10 Halls, with unfathomable strength, but seeing him in this state, could he truly handle the threats within the mountain? At that moment, Yin Gang's satellite phone rang. Upon answering, his expression grew increasingly grave. Mr. Lei, we have just received fragmented information from a more advanced reconnaissance team. They have detected abnormalities. Yin Gang's voice was somewhat hoarse. In one area, the trees have come alive. It is not a mutation. They are moving like animals and exhibit extreme aggression. The team was forced to retreat, and one member was ensnared by vines, dragged deep into the forest before he could even scream. Alive? Lei Yun's gaze is sharpened, recalling the commander's mention of decay and parasitic rules. Damn it, it has truly begun. An electric arc surged around him. Location. I must see for myself. Yin Gang was taken aback. Mr. Lei, please remain calm. That area is exceptionally dangerous. We need to devise a plan and await further support. Wait for what? Lei Yun's tempe flirt. By the time you formulate a plan, those inside will have already turned into tree fertilizer. Just point the way. I will cleave those rotten trees into charcoal. He seized the electronic map from Yin Gang's hands, forcefully noting the vague coordinates. You stay here and assist those who follow. Tell them, Lei Jun has gone ahead. As his words fell, arcs of lightning erupted from his body. With a resounding crash, he transformed into a streak of blue-violet electricity, disregarding the dense vegetation ahead and barreling through with ferocity. Wherever he passed, thick vines were charred and ripped apart, blocking branches exploded into fragments, and a charred pathway was forcibly carved through the thicket. The soldiers, including Yin Gang, stood in stunned silence, gazing at the path that had been instantaneously plowed through, along with the lingering scent of ozone and charred matter in the air, momentarily rendered speechless. Captain, a young soldier stammered. Yin Gang took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and gritted his teeth. We will fully cooperate with Mr. Lei. Meanwhile, deeper within the Wild Man Mountain, an area lay in eerie silence. Here, the trees exhibited an ominous gray-black hue, their branches twisted like dying monsters. The air was thick with a potent stench of decay, and the ground was covered with a viscous, fungal-like black substance. Several enormous banyan trees, with their dangling aerial roots resembling animated tentacles, swayed slowly. Upon their trunks, fragments of camouflage clothing and outlines of human bones, not yet wholly consumed, were faintly discernible. This was the very spot where the reconnaissance team had been ambushed. Amidst the gray-black grass, faint rustling sounds emerged. Moments later, several oddly shaped creatures emerged. They roughly retained the form of leopards, yet most of their fur had fallen away, revealing wood-like patterns on their exposed skin. Greenish ghostly flames flickered in their eye sockets, and corrosive black slime dripped from their mouths. They were the forest's native inhabitants, parasitized and distorted by some force. These corrupted wood leopards emitted low, guttural growls, their green pupils fixating on the still twitching aerial roots, as if awaiting a share of the prey's remains. However, at that moment, a blinding bolt of lightning crashed down, akin to the wrath of a celestial deity, tearing through the forest gloom and striking precisely at the center of the strange banyan trees that were waving their roots. The pure, formidable power of thunder erupted. The banyan trees emitted sharp, ear-piercing wails, sounds no plant should produce. Their gray-black trunks charred and cracked under the lightning's assault, and the flailing aerial roots writhed as if thrown into searing flames, convulsing, curling, and quickly carbonizing. The remnants of human remains, still hidden within the trunks and not yet fully digested, were purified by the lightning, turning to ash. The heavy stench of decay was swept away, and even the layer of black fungal matter on the ground shrank considerably. The corrupted wood leopards were rendered rigid with fear by the sudden divine might, instinctual terror flashing in their ghostly green eyes. With a whimper, they turned to flee back into the depths of the forest. "Come and go as you please." Lei Jun's figure materialized amidst the dissipating lightning, his gaze icy as he watched the creatures attempting to escape. "Thunder Spear, unleash!" With a single wave of his hand, several short spears forged from lightning instantaneously took shape, precisely targeting each corrupted wood leopard. Thud! 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 The thunder spears pierced through their bodies, the violent thunderous power wreaking havoc within, obliterating the twisted core that sustained their existence. The monsters emitted no cries of anguish before bursting apart in a flash of electric light, scattering charred remains across the ground, reeking of burnt flesh. In an instant, this bizarre slaughterhouse was cleared. Lei Jun landed on the ground, stepping on the somewhat soft black fungal mat beneath him, his brow furrowed. The corrosive nature was still spreading slowly. He could feel a faint resistance and sensation of erosion beneath his feet. While ineffective against him, it would be lethal to ordinary individuals and even low-tier supernatural beings. He raised his gaze towards the deeper recesses of Wildman Mountain, where the light grew dimmer, and the stench of decay and distortion thickened. This was merely the periphery. Lei Jun clenched his fists, lightning flickering in his eyes. The entities within appeared to be more troublesome than anticipated. He refrained from rashly advancing. The commander's orders were to scout and await rendezvous. He located a relatively clean, massive rock and leaped atop it, sitting cross-legged while remaining vigilant to his surroundings. Through the system, he briefly reported the situation back. "Commander, I have arrived at the periphery of Wildman Mountain. Encountered parasitized and distorted flora and fauna, exhibiting vitality and aggression, with corrosive and parasitic characteristics. The surrounding environment has been contaminated, posing a threat level ranging from C to B. The core area situation remains unclear, with unusually dense energy responses. Requesting further instructions." As the message transmitted, Lei Jun quietly awaited a response, with subtle arcs of electricity dancing around him, incinerating any mosquitoes and spores that dared approach. When will the Thunder Emperor's envoy arrive? Any anomalies can be resolved with a single strike of divine thunder. If that fails, then 2 strikes. Damn mosquitoes. Chapter 25. Array Lock Southwest, at the periphery of Wildman Mountain, the atmosphere in the temporary command center grew increasingly tense. Yin Gang observed the charred path that Lei Jun had carved through the forest displayed on the surveillance screen, along with the footage of active plants and corrupted beasts being transmitted back, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This had completely surpassed their understanding of anomalous events. Report. Energy detection indicates that the corrupted energy field is slowly expanding outward from the area where active plants were discovered. Aerial reconnaissance is hindered. Unknown interference has appeared in the canopy, preventing drones from penetrating further. The second and third reconnaissance teams have withdrawn, confirming the emergence of similar contamination phenomena in multiple peripheral areas. Bad news kept pouring in. Just then, a strange ripple in the distant sky caught their attention. It was not an energy explosion, but rather a spatial ripple, akin to water ripples. Following this, to Yin Gang and the others' astonishment, figures began to materialize in the clearing ahead of the base. Leading them was a man clad in dark robes, exuding an ethereal presence. Holding a white jade whisk, he was Qiongqi, the patrol envoy of Tianyanhal. His gaze was warm, yet seemed to penetrate the illusions, directly focusing on the depths of Wildman Mountain. Behind him, several disciples dressed in Tianyanhal's ceremonial robes swiftly dispersed, brandishing compasses and array flags, beginning to survey the terrain and measure the flow of energy with practiced precision. On another side, azure light flickered as Qiongqi arrived, accompanied by several medicinal apprentices and physicians from the Shennong Hall. The apprentices immediately began sorting herbs and setting up a medicinal furnace, while the physicians swiftly coordinated with the military doctors at the command center to understand the situation and prepare for potential injuries and plagues. In the shadows, Qiongqi appeared with two scouts from the Yuing Hall, quietly nodding to Qiongqi and Qiongqi before seamlessly blending into the surrounding thicket, evidently on a mission for deeper reconnaissance. Yin Quan made his final appearance, maintaining his usual carefree demeanor, yet his eyes burned with fierce battle intent. Behind him trailed several members of the Fun Tian Dian's reserve, each emanating a scorching aura, eager to engage. How astonishing it is that this is the 10 halls. Yin Gang gazed at the seemingly materialized group, distinguished by their clear functions and diverse energies, feeling his worldview shift once again. This was no mere organization. It was evidently a miniature army. Furthermore, the apparent synergy among them suggested that this was not their first collaborative endeavor. Qiongqi stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Yin Gang, introducing himself. I am Qiongqi of the Tianyan, sent by our commander to address the calamity here. I kindly request your cooperation in evacuating all non-combat personnel within 100 miles of this location and securing the area. His tone, though calm, carried an undeniable authority. Yin Gang, taken aback, immediately saluted. Yes, Mr. Qiongqi, we will execute this at once. He dared not show any hesitation. The aura of the Taoist before him felt even more inscrutable than that of the tempestuous Lei Jun. Qiongqi said no more and turned his gaze toward the Yer Mountain. With a flick of his hand, he commanded the disciples of Tianyan, form the array, based on the 9 palaces sealing demon formation, supplemented by the purifying heaven and earth evil. Lock down this mountain range and slow the spread of corruption. Understood. The disciples of Tian Yin responded in unison, their figures darting as they accurately planted the array flags inscribed with profound runes into the ground, according to previously surveyed ley line nodes. As each flag was set, invisible spiritual threads began to weave in the air, forming a vast and intricate array that subtly emanated an aura of suppression and purification. Qiongqi directed the members of the Shennong Dian to scatter specially concocted powder around the camp, igniting herbs meant to ward off evil and poison, creating an invisible protective barrier. Yin Quan, accompanied by his team, commenced the elimination of recently emerged, slightly corrupted insects and small animals nearby, turning everything tainted to ashes in the wake of the searing flames. Within an exceedingly short span after the arrival of the 10 Halls members, the entire temporary command center transformed from a state of chaos into a well-ordered and heavily fortified forward base. Yin Gang observed this scene, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. The efficiency was remarkable. Is this the true power of a well-ordered legacy? Simultaneously, Lin Fan, through the system, remotely monitored all developments in this area. Seeing Qiongqi and the others swiftly stabilize the situation and begin setting the array, he felt a sense of relief. System, summon the Cursed Forbidden Hall sorcerers. As the command was issued, in a corner where shadow and light intertwined at the edge of the base, the air seemed to solidify for a moment. A figure clad in a deep purple robe, its face concealed beneath a hood, surrounded by an almost imperceptible aura of curses, quietly materialized. Character card, Wu Ji level, Earth grade, purple, affiliation, Cursed Forbidden Hall identity, sorcerer of the Cursed Forbidden Hall traits, gloomy and enigmatic, proficient in various curses, weakening, and binding techniques, possessing formidable resistance and counteraction against negative energy and malevolent entities. Skills: Pain Curse, Weakness Mark. Soul Binding, unlocked upon summoning. Wu Ji of the Curse Forbidden Hall stands ready to heed the command of the leader. His face was covered in bandages, wielding a scepter. His voice hoarse and deep, as if echoing the murmurs of countless vengeful spirits. Lin Fan directly shared the situation of Yiren Mountain with him through the system. Wu Ji's gaze flickered beneath his hood as he extended a bony finger, tracing the air, causing several distorted black runes to briefly flash. He sensed the pervasive stench of decay and the power of parasitic rules in the atmosphere, stating in a raspy voice, "This repugnant force is suitable for my hall's capabilities. I can establish a domain of decay curses to continuously weaken the vitality and recovery capabilities of all parasitically distorted entities within the area." "Approved," Lin Fan replied succinctly. Wu Ji bowed and transformed into a wisp of black smoke, drifting toward the teleportation array, arriving at the edge of the Yiren Mountains formation. He selected a low-lying area where the miasma gathered, retrieving various bizarre ritual materials, desiccated venomous insects, bones of unknown creatures, and black minerals. Beginning to set up his curse altar. As he chanted his incantations, an invisible yet chilling aura of decay and weakness began to emanate from the altar, complementing the purifying sealing formation established by Qiongqi, combining the righteous with the strange, together suppressing the source of corruption deep within the jungle. Deep within Yiren Mountain, atop a colossal rock, Lei Jun received the latest orders relayed by Lin Fan through the system. Remain on standby, and once the formation is completed, collaborate with the main forces to gradually clear the area from the outside in, avoiding reckless advances. Understood, Lei Jun muttered, somewhat disappointed at not being able to charge indirectly. Yet he was aware that facing an enemy of such a caliber required caution rather than recklessness. He glanced toward the periphery, faintly sensing the fluctuations of the formation rising in an unsettling aura of decay. "They're quick," he murmured, shutting his eyes to continue regulating his breath, preparing himself for the forthcoming command to attack. The 10-hall sword had silently been unsheathed, its edge aimed directly at the heart of Yiren Mountain. A grand net woven from formations, curses, purifications, and fierce assaults was slowly descending upon the corrupted rainforest. Chapter 26. The initial battle of the corrupted forest. Qiongqi stood upon the temporary altar, his dark robe billowing without wind. He pointed his white jade whisk toward the depths of Yiren Mountain and proclaimed, "Nine Palaces Sealing Demon, activate the purifying heaven and earth evil formation." With a resounding hum, it was as if the very heavens trembled. At the command center, the countless array flags previously planted by the disciples of Tian Yandian illuminated with resplendent spiritual light simultaneously, robust spiritual threads shooting skyward, intertwining in the air to form a colossal light net that covered a significant portion of the Yiren Mountains perimeter. The light net shimmered with runes, radiating a righteous energy that suppressed evil and purified corruption. Simultaneously, an invisible force field expanded, forcefully curbing the pervasive decay emanating outward and driving it back. "It's effective." Inside the command center, Yin Gang watched as the pollution index on the energy monitoring device began to drop noticeably, his fists clenched in excitement. Almost the instant the formation was activated, a cacophony of distorted, ferocious roars erupted from deep within Yiren Mountain, as if the hidden corruption had been provoked. The corrupted creatures lurking in the forest were thoroughly enraged. The ground trembled as if thousands of horses were galloping. "They're coming." Yin Quan's eyes sharpened at the edge of the formation, flames erupting around him. "Fun Tiandian, follow me. Burn these monstrosities to ashes." Behind him, several reserve members of Fun Tiandian roared in unison, flames surging around them as they charged forward like a roaring fire dragon toward the first wave of corrupted beasts emerging from the woods. This tide was composed of parasitized wild boars, leopards, and even giant pythons, their bodies grotesquely swollen, for falling away to reveal gnarled, wooden muscles. With frenzied green light flickering in their eyes and corrosive black mist spewing from their mouths, the flame dragon howled. Yin Quan unleashed both fists, the raging flames coalescing into a massive fire dragon that violently crashed into the densest part of the beast wave. Boom! The inferno erupted, instantly consuming a dozen corrupted beasts, reducing them to charred remains amidst their anguished cries. Yet, more beasts surged forward recklessly, clawing, biting, and even colliding with the flames. Form up. Fire ravens consumed the wild. A squad leader from the Fun Tian Dian reserve barked. Several reserve members quickly gathered, merging their fiery energies into countless blazing fire ravens that screeched toward the beast horde, accurately igniting those attempting to bypass Yin Quan. On the battlefield's flank, Ingren moved like a specter through the shadows. His target was not the massive beasts, but rather the twisted plants and insects lurking in the darkness, continuously spewing corrosive spores or unleashing mental disturbances. The shadowy blade flashed through the air, severing a colossal demon flower poised to release its paralyzing pollen at the roots. In another area, several fist-sized, hard-shelled, and menacingly mandibles corrupted beetles had just emerged from the earth when they were silently ensnared by shadowy tendrils, dragging them beneath the surface and crushing them into fragments. The two scouts from the Yuying Dian flitted along the fringes of the battlefield, utilizing the shadows to efficiently eliminate isolated or injured corrupted creatures. Their actions both lethal and effective. Lin Fan's voice echoed in Lei Jun's mind through the system, clear the eastern hillside. A multitude of corrosive vines is gathering there, attempting to breach the formation node. Leave it to me. Lei Jun, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment, let out a resounding roar, transforming into a flash of lightning as he swiftly traversed the battlefield and appeared on the eastern hillside. The entire slope was enveloped by writhing, serpent-like gray-black vines that secreted a viscous, corrosive liquid, relentlessly striking against the luminous barrier formed by the formation, producing a hissing sound. How dare a bunch of decayed would be so arrogant? Lei Yuqianmiao. Suspended in midair, Lei Jun's hands formed a grip, and countless spears of condensed thunder materialized behind him instantaneously. With a forceful thrust of his hands, the thunder spears shot forth, covering the entire hillside like a tempest. The pure and unyielding might of thunder was indeed the nemesis of these vile creatures. The vines shattered, withered, and ignited under the onslaught of the thunder spears, emitting crackling sounds and a pungent scent of charred matter. In just one volley, the threat on the eastern hillside was significantly diminished. Meanwhile, Qingnong remained at the command center, calmly coordinating the forces of the Shennong Hall. Several physicians navigated the edges of the battlefield, protected by formations, administering urgent treatment and purification to the few warriors and 10 hall members injured by corrosive mist or spores. The young apothecaries continuously distributed prepared antidotes and exorcism potions. The curse altar of the shaman also played a crucial role, enveloping a vast area of the battlefield in an invisible domain of decay. All corrupted beings that dared to enter this space found their movements slowed, their strength sapped, and even the recovery of their wounds significantly hampered, alleviating the pressure on the front lines. The 10 halls operated in harmonious coordination, akin to a finely tuned war machine, staunchly repelling the initial wave of the beast tide beyond the formation while continuously depleting and annihilating their ranks. However, Qiongqi's brow furrowed slightly. Through his feather duster, he sensed a deeper, more profound corruption pulsating from the depths of the earth. This was merely an appetizer. He gazed towards the innermost part of the Wild Man Mountain, where a swirling darkness akin to ink churned ominously. The true Leviathan had yet to emerge. As if to validate his thoughts, the core region of Wild Man Mountain erupted with a violent upheaval of the thick black mist, accompanied by a will far more formidable, chilling, and imbued with endless malice. Descending with a thunderous roar, the ground split open, revealing numerous stout, dragon-like black tendrils bursting forth, frantically striking and entwining the luminous barrier of the 9-palace demon sealing formation. The barrier trembled violently, its radiance flickering erratically. Simultaneously, 3 towering, pitch-black corrupted tree demons, each over 100 meters tall and adorned with contorted human faces etched into their trunks, emerged from the core region, their steps shaking the earth. They swung their massive, branch-like arms, each strike carrying an immense force capable of rending the very fabric of space as they crashed down upon the formation. Grade A. Each of these 3 corrupted tree demons emanated a terrifying energy fluctuation comparable to Grade A. Chapter 27. the arrival of 7 kills. The might of breakthrough, just as the 3 grade, 8 corrupted tree demons approached with earth-shaking steps and boundless malevolence, causing even the luminous barrier of a 9-palace demon ceiling formation to sway precariously. A resonant hum filled the air, a wave of malevolence far sharper and more brutal than that of the tree demons descended from above, enveloping the entire battlefield in a tangible aura of slaughter, as if it were forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The intensity of this murderous intent caused even the 3 frenzied, corrupted tree demons to falter, their twisted faces expressing uncertainty. The corrupted beast tide, which had been assaulting the formation, recoiled as if grasped by the throat, whimpering and cowering in fear. The temperature on the battlefield plummeted, not with coldness, but with a bone-chilling intent to kill. Everyone instinctively looked up. There, high above, stood an imposing figure like a spear, a youth clad in dark red battle armor, his countenance as cold as ancient ice, with eyes sharp enough to pierce the soul. It was Qi Sha, the celestial inspector of the Pejuan Hall. He did not gaze upon the tree demons or the beast tide below. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand. With his movement, 7 streams of light, each varying in color and form, shot forth from his palm, hovering behind him and emanating distinct yet equally formidable martial energies. One blood-red blade gleamed with a tragic brilliance, as if it had consumed the blood of countless souls. One obsidian axe shadow, heavy and blunt, exuded an overwhelming force capable of cleaving mountains. One dark golden spear radiated a fierce sharpness, seemingly able to pierce the heavens. One azure armor shadow, steady as a mountain, emanated an unwavering protective spirit. One ethereal blue crossbow shadow, agile and clever, locked onto distant targets. One silver-white spear light surged forward with unparalleled penetrating power. One purple lightning hammer shadow, fierce and blazing, summoned the roar of thunder. Pejuan's 7 weapons: blade, axe, spear, armor, crossbow, gun, hammer. These were not corporeal weapons, but rather the manifestations of the spirits of the 7 earthly level members of Pejuan summoned earlier by Lin Fan in 100 consecutive draws alongside Qi Sha. They were special spiritual entities, not adept at independent combat, but capable of perfectly merging with their wielder, bestowing upon them the ultimate characteristics and powers of their corresponding weapons. Thus, the name 7 Kills was derived. Blade spirit merge. Qi Sha's cold voice resonated. The blood-red blade emitted a joyful hum as it instantaneously merged into Qi Sha's being. Boom! The aura surrounding Qi Sha transformed drastically. The once fierce murderous intent was wholly retracted, morphing into an exquisite sharpness and chilling ruthlessness. He extended his fingers like a blade, targeting the foremost corrupted tree demon, which was swinging its massive branch-like arms down upon him, and executed a swift slash in mid-air. Pejuan slash. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only a thread-thin yet consummately refined blood-red line that flickered and vanished in an instant. The gigantic body of the grade, a corrupted tree demon, abruptly froze, its massive arm suspended in mid-air. The next moment, a smooth, mirror-like cut appeared atop its head, extending straight down along its trunk. Sizzle. The massive tree demon was effortlessly cleaved in two by this seemingly casual hand slash. Corrupted juices gushed forth like a waterfall, and the severed halves crashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. At the core of the trunk, a pulsating black crystal core, adorned with twisted patterns, shattered as well. One strike, instant annihilation of a grade A tree demon. Everyone was left astounded by this terrifying spectacle. Even Yin Quan's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "The Pejuan Hall truly is a den of slaughter gods." The remaining two corrupted tree demons roared in a mixture of rage and alarm, and more black tendrils surged from beneath the ground like frenzied serpents, violently striking the formation, while simultaneously wielding their branches to conjure powerful corrosive energy, orbs that rained down upon Qi Sha. Armor spirit, merge. Qi Sha's expression remained unchanged as he spoke again. The azure armor shadow fused with him. An energy armor, seemingly composed of countless azure dragon scales, instantly enveloped his entire form, radiating an aura of impenetrable heaviness. Boom! 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 The relentless corrosive energy orbs crashed against the dragon scale armor, but produced no ripple. As if they had struck a bottomless sea, the black tendrils that struck forth were shattered inch by the recoil of the armor. Crossbow spirit, spear spirit, merge. The ethereal blue crossbow shadow and silver-white spear light merged simultaneously. Qisha held the left hand in a virtual grip. A peculiar heavy crossbow, composed entirely of energy, materialized in a haunting azure hue. As the quarrel automatically loaded and locked onto the core of a tree demon that was gathering a larger energy sphere. In his right hand, he grasped a long spear made purely of sharp metal energy, the luminous silver glinting in the light. The Pejuan crossbow unleashed its shot. A beam of azure light traversed space instantaneously, appearing directly before the core of the tree demon with unparalleled speed. The demon's exterior swiftly manifested layers of black wooden armor. Yet, the azure quarrel pierced through with ease, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, accurately striking the pulsating black crystal core. The crystal quivered violently, fissures appearing on its surface as the amassed energy dissipated in an instant. The tree demon let out a mournful wail. At that moment of its injury, the Pejuan split wind spear transformed into a silvery streak that tore through the air, the wielder and weapon moving as one, like a meteor plummeting to the earth, directly penetrating the wound created by the quarrel. Boom! The enormous body of the tree demon exploded from within, countless shattered wooden fibers and foul liquids scattering everywhere. The second A-class tree demon met its demise. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of 3 were vanquished. The last corrupted tree demon became utterly frenzied. It ceased its assault on Qisha and instead plunged all of its roots and branches madly into the earth, its trunk contorting into a grotesque visage. An overwhelming destructive energy coalescing within its being. It was preparing to self-destruct, intending to bring the entire battlefield down with it. Stop it! Qiongqi cried out urgently from the altar, sensing that the accumulating energy could tear apart the still unstable great formation. Axes and hammers, manifest! Qisha's gaze turned icy as the last 2 streams of dark axe shadows and purple lightning hammer shadows merged with his essence. In his left hand appeared substantial shadow of a black giant axe, while his right hand clutched an energy war hammer crackling with furious purple lightning. Faced with the impending explosion of the tree demon, he did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward. Pejuan opens the mountain. The black giant axe, imbued with the will to cleave through all, ruthlessly struck the deepest roots of the tree demon. The earth split open into deep chasms, the roots snapping in response. Pejuan shocks thunder. The purple warhammer followed closely, carrying the might of wind and thunder as it slammed down upon the trunk of the tree demon. Boom! It resonated like the sound of a colossal drum. A visible shockwave erupted from the point of impact, violently dispersing the destructive energy that had been gathering within the tree demon, interrupting its accumulation. The massive body of the tree demon shook violently, the gathered energy spiraling out of control, cracks appearing all over its trunk, dark mist billowing out, its vitality waning in an instant. Qisha hovered before the dying creature, coldly observing the monster as he raised the giant axe once more. Where Pejuan resides, all evil shall be extinguished. The giant axe descended, cleaving the last A-class corrupted tree demon into fragments amidst its despair. From Qisha's descent to the demise of the 3 A-class tree demons, merely a few breaths had passed. The might of the Pejuan inspectors was manifest. On the battlefield, only the crackling of flames and the mournful cries of the remaining corrupted creatures remained. All members of the 10 halls, along with the officers in the command center, gazed in awe and reverence at the figure in the sky, akin to a god of war. Qisha slowly descended, the 7 streams of soldier souls merging back into his being. He paid no heed to the devastation around him, his gaze directed at the swirling source of black mist deep within the Wildman Mountain, his icy voice resonating. The troublesome rabble has been cleared away. Next, it is time to confront the true master. Chapter 28. Directly assaulting the Yellow Dragon, the 3 A-class corrupted tree demons were slain by Qisha with overwhelming might. While the surrounding tide of corrupted beasts had been largely eradicated by the various divisions of the 10 halls and the Strategy Bureau. The foul stench in the air seemed to have diminished as the light walls of the Nine Palaces demon sealing formation stabilized. The spiritual light circulating and securely locking away the remaining filth within the mountains. Qisha landed back on the ground, his dark red battle armor spotless, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone before finally resting on Qiongqi. Can the formation lock onto the core? Qiongqi waved his dust brush lightly, pointing to the pulsating region deep within the Wildman Mountain that emitted thick black mist. The source of the malevolent energy resides there. The formation has confined it, delaying its spread, but to eradicate it completely, we must delve deeper and destroy its origin. Then let us proceed. Qisha spoke concisely, turning to advance toward the core area. Qisha, the inspector, please wait. Qingnong interjected with a note of caution, a serious expression adorning his gentle face. The divination performed by Taoist Luo Gua indicates that the origin harbors rules of decay and parasitism, unpredictable in nature. To plunge in recklessly may invite unforeseen calamity. Should we not deliberate further and proceed with caution? Indeed, Lord Inspector, Yin Quan added, approaching. Though he was combative, he was not foolish. That sinister place looked ominous. Who knew what else lurked within? If we charge in together, we can keep an eye on one another. Ingren silently appeared beside them, his intentions clear despite his silence. Lei Jun crackled with electricity, eager for action. Qisha paused, glancing back at them, his gaze still cold but not dismissive. Very well. But stay close and do not hinder me. Though confident, he was not a reckless brute. Against an enemy on the level of rules, having additional strength was always beneficial. Seeing this, Qiongqi nodded. That is agreeable. I shall maintain the formation here, isolating the internal from the external to prevent the origin's power from fleeing or causing greater impact on the outside world. Taoist Qingnong and Miss Su Shaowan may provide support from the periphery, while Taoist Wu Ji's curse domain must continue to suppress. Good. Yang Guan's feasts glesha. Creating sparks. No problem. Lei Yun claimed widely. Ingren nodded slightly. Qingnong, Su Shaowan, and Wu Ji each accepted their orders. A simple strategy was quickly devised. The main assault team, led by Qisha, with Yin Quan, Lei Jun, and Ingren providing support, would directly assault the Yellow Dragon, Guan Yi Su Diolan Xingneng. And Wu Ji would provide formation, healing, and curse support from the outside. Let's go. Qisha hesitated no longer, transforming into a streak of crimson light as he charged toward the core of the Wildman Mountain. Yin Quan became ablaze, Lei Jun enveloped in electric light, and Ingren melded into the shadows, following closely behind. The four of them moved like four sharpened blades, tearing through the remaining corrupted plants and scattered monsters in their path, their speed astonishing as they plunged directly into the heart of the region. The deeper they ventured, the more bizarre the surroundings became. The trees had turned pitch black, resembling charred remains, their branches and leaves twisting into agonized, struggling arms. The ground was covered in a thick, living carpet of black fungus that squirmed slightly, soft and slimy underfoot, emitting a nauseatingly sweet and foul odor. The air was thick with visible black spores. Any ordinary creature inhaling them would likely be parasitized and mutated in an instant. Qisha radiated a chilling aura of death, and those black spores and fungus could not approach, as they were shredded and obliterated by his intangible killing intent. Yin Quan's flames and Lei Jun's thunder were the bane of these foul entities, scorching the fungus and purifying the spores wherever they passed. Ingren moved stealthily in the shadows, eliminating hidden threats. Soon, the four arrived at the edge of the core area. What lay before them caused even the seasoned Qisha's pupils to narrow slightly. It was a massive pit, as if carved by a meteor strike. At the bottom of the pit, instead of rock or soil, lay an immense nest formed by countless twisted, writhing black roots. At the center of the nest, a plant of indescribable form was rooted within. It lacked distinct branches and leaves, its main body a gigantic black tumor, continuously expanding and contracting. With a diameter exceeding 50 meters, its surface densely covered with protruding veins akin to blood vessels and numerous orifices that opened and closed as if breathing. At the apex of the flesh tumor, a strikingly alluring flower, seemingly sculpted from black crystal, unfurled its petals, from which oozed a viscous black liquid exuding a potent malice. An immense, chilling will, brimming with insatiable greed and a desire for destruction, radiated from this primordial entity, enveloping the entire sinkhole. It was of A-class pinnacle, even brushing against the threshold of S-class. Surrounding this entity, 3 spatial rifts, constantly rotating and emanating a rich aura of the underworld, were visibly present on the walls of the sinkhole. These rifts resembled 3 malevolent eyes, continuously infusing the entity with the decaying power of another realm. As Lei Jun gasped in astonishment, recognizing its formidable nature, Yin Quan felt a wave of nausea as he beheld the pulsating tumor and the flowing black liquid. The silhouette of Ren solidified in the shadows, his expression grave. The essence of rules lay within the core of that tumor. The cold voice of Qi Sha shattered the silence, declaring the necessity to simultaneously obliterate the entity and the 3 rifts. Otherwise, the ceaseless energy would allow it to regenerate endlessly. His gaze swept over the 3 underworld rifts as he swiftly allocated tasks. I will focus on the entity. Yang Quan, you will handle the left rift, incinerating its spatial structure with flames. Lei Jun, the right rift is yours. Disrupt its energy stability with thunder. Yingling, you will stealthily approach the middle rift, seeking opportunities to sabotage its energy nodes or disrupt its operation. Understood. Leave it to me. Yingling nodded silently. With a commanding shout from Qi Sha, the 4 sprang into action. Spirit of the axe, spirit of the armor, merge. Qi Sha charged forth first. Enveloped in the shadowy form of an ancient warrior, wielding a colossal axe with an imposing might, hurtling towards the massive entity at the bottom of the sinkhole. The entity seemed to sense the imminent threat. The black crystal flower at its apex suddenly targeted Qi Sha, its petals unfurling to unleash a concentrated, soul-corroding beam of darkness. Silently shooting forth, the space rippled in its wake. Break the army remained steadfast. Qi Sha stood firm, unwavering as the azure dragon-scale armor radiated brilliantly, withstanding the corrosive beam. The beam struck the armor, emitting a disconcerting sizzle, but failing to penetrate. Break the army, cleave the mountains. At that moment, he swung the colossal axe, embodying the might of creation, forcefully striking the pulsating tumor. With a sound reminiscent of a hot knife slicing through fat, the massive axe embedded deeply into the tumor. Filthy black liquid erupted forth like a fountain. A deafening roar, nothing a mere plant could produce, resonated as the entity cried out in excruciating agony, causing the entire sinkhole to tremble violently. Countless thick black tendrils, resembling enraged serpents, frantically emerged from the nest, surging towards Qi Sha. Meanwhile, Yin Quan and Lei Jun confronted the left and right underworld rifts, respectively. Heavenly Flame Ring. Yin Quan unleashed his ultimate ability, enveloping himself in a terrifying fiery halo, transforming into a human sun as he charged towards the left rift. The searing heat scorched the space, causing the rotating rift to become visibly unstable, its edges twisting and blurring. Thunder prison of 10,000 bolts. Lei Jun hovered midair, summoning the thunder of the heavens. Countless bolts of lightning, like whips of the thunder god, lashed against the right rift and its surrounding spatial nodes. The violent lightning disrupted the stable transmission of energy, causing the rift's rotation to slow drastically, its light flickering erratically. Ingren moved like a true shadow, silently approaching the middle rift. He deftly avoided the wild strikes of the entity's tendrils, condensing the power of shadows into minuscule blades that precisely severed several invisible energy runes maintaining the rift's stability. His attack was not as grandiose as those of Yin Quan and Lei Jun, yet it was executed with surgical precision, causing the middle rift to experience a sluggish operation. With the entity severely wounded and its energy source disrupted, it descended into madness. The black crystal flower at its apex no longer targeted Qi Sha alone, instead randomly firing corrosive beams across the entire sinkhole. Simultaneously, the openings on the tumor erupted, expelling dense clouds of black spores, attempting to parasitize all living beings. Purifying Lotus Domain. At that moment, Su Xiaowan's figure appeared at the edge of the sinkhole, having arrived unbeknownst to anyone, cradling the purifying green lotus. She radiated a gentle yet resolute light, forming a barrier that firmly obstructed the spreading spore clouds, purifying them. Well done, little sister Xiaowan, Yan Quan shouted amidst the chaos. With Su Xiaowan's support, Qi Sha and his companions were free from worry. Break the army, unite. Surrounded by the attacking tendrils. Qi Sha's eyes glinted with bloodlust as the remaining 5 soul weapons, sword, spear, crossbow, halberd, and hammer, merged into him. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted. The colossal axe in his hands seemed to come alive, its blades swirling with blood-red, golden, purple, blue, and silver energies. Slash! His arms bulged as he gathered the combined might of the Break Army's 7 weapons into a singular, powerful strike, cleaving downward with ferocity. This time, it was not merely an embedding, but a tearing. With a sound akin to fabric being ripped apart, the massive, pulsating tumor was brutally cleaved in two. Hidden deep within the tumor, a continuously throbbing, pitch-black core pulsating with potent rule power was revealed. The core was adorned with twisted runes, writhing as if alive, manifesting decay and parasitic rules. Destruction. Qi Sha's gaze turned icy as he raised the colossal axe once more, aiming at the core of rules. Simultaneously, Yan Quan's flames completely incinerated the spatial structure of the left rift, causing it to cry out in despair before collapsing into nothingness. Lei Jun's thunderous assault overloaded the right rift, resulting in a violent explosion. Ring precisely severed the last energy node of the middle rift, causing it to dim instantaneously and close. All 3 underworld rifts were utterly destroyed. With the entity deprived of its energy source and its core cleaved, it emitted a final, piercing wail filled with boundless hatred and unwillingness. Its enormous form began to convulse violently, shriveling as the bisected tumor deflated like a punctured balloon, rotting away. The source of corruption at the core of Yurin Mountain seemed on the verge of being completely eradicated. However, just as Qi Sha's axe was about to descend and shatter the core of rules, an unexpected change occurred. The pitch-black core erupted with a final, immensely concentrated beam of black light. This light was not an attack, but, as if alive, instantly coiled around the nearest Qi Sha, a venomous intent, embodying the essence of decay and parasitic rules, surged into his body through his arm. Not good. Su Xiaowan's expression changed dramatically from afar. Lord Qi Sha, both Yan Quan and Lei Jun exclaimed in alarm. Qi Sha's body stiffened. He could feel a cold, slick force, brimming with malice, attempting to corrode his flesh, taint his spiritual energy, and even seize his will. The backlash at the level of rules. Chapter 29. Backlash of the Rules. The Marvelous Hands of Qiongqi. Lord Qi Sha, Patrol Envoy. Yan Quan and Lei Jun's cries echoed almost simultaneously. They anxiously watched as that dense, tangible black rule power coiled around Qi Sha's arm, relentlessly invading. A hint of pain contorted Qi Sha's normally stony face, his axe-wielding arm trembling slightly, with black energy creeping beneath his skin. The invasion at the level of rules was far beyond mere physical attacks or energy shocks. It directly impacted the essence of life and the very fabric of existence, exhibiting an unparalleled dominance. Su Xiaowan reacted with remarkable swiftness as the luminous Qinglian of Jingxin surged with brilliance, enveloping the 7 kill in a solid azure light, attempting to purify the power of that insidious rule. However, the dark energy merely paused momentarily before stubbornly continuing its ascent. Although the power of Jingxin could restrain mental pollution and certain negative energies, its efficacy was limited against the encroachment of such fundamental rules. Damn it! Yang Quan Ruodat, ready to charge forth and incinerate the dark energy with flames. Stay back. 7 Kill growled, his voice laced with suppressed agony and undeniable authority. This force is infectious. He sensed that the decaying and parasitic rule was imbued with an overwhelming aggressiveness and replicative nature. Any reckless contact could lead to similar corruption in others. At this critical moment, a gentle yet commanding voice called out, "Stop!" Suddenly, Qiongqi appeared at the edge of the pit, his expression grave, as he formed an intricate medical seal with his hands. As he uttered the word "stop," a vast and gentle force of life's principles descended, binding the creeping dark energy on 7 Kill's arm like an invisible shackle. The spread of the dark energy slowed dramatically, as though ensnared in viscous amber. It continued to writhe and struggle against its restraints. Qingnang, Su Xiaowan exclaimed with delight. Without turning, Qingnong fixed his gaze on Seven Kill's arm. Speaking rapidly, this is the backlash from the source of the rules, not something that can be resolved through ordinary means. Yanquan, Lei Yun, Yingwei. You three must immediately obliterate the core of that rule to sever its source of power. Su Xiaowan, shield Seven Kill's consciousness from the encroachment of the rule's power. Understood. Without hesitation, Yin Quan and Lei Jun unleashed flames and thunder simultaneously against the exposed, pulsating black core. Ingren emerged from the shadows, channeling the power of darkness into a razor-sharp blade, severing the last ties between the core and its remnants. Meanwhile, Su Xiaowan summoned the full force of the Jingxin Xinglian. Its gentle yet resolute light enveloping Seven Kill's head, safeguarding his sea of consciousness. Qingnong stepped forward, arriving at Seven Kill's side. He extended his right hand, a vivid green light radiating with boundless vitality swirling around his fingertips, gently touching the infected arm of Seven Kill. Rejuvenation finger, returning to the source. The emerald light merged with Seven Kill's arm, clashing violently with the Dark Rule's power. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a silent confrontation at the level of the laws. The dark energy and green light intertwined, emitting a subtle sound reminiscent of cold water splashing into hot oil. Seven Kill let out a muffled groan, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly enduring immense pain. The tenacity of the rule's power was akin to the most malignant parasite, deeply rooted within his flesh and spiritual energy, even attempting to turn the life principles of Qingnong against him. Qingnong's brow furrowed. He sensed the troublesome nature of this rule's power. Purely infusing life energy could only delay, not eradicate it. A rootless tree dares to act fierce? Qingnang's gulp. As the white snake once again produced the ancient green medicinal pouch. Instead of extracting herbs, he aimed the pouch at Seven Kill's arm, chanting incantations. Medicine King's precious pouch, refining myriad toxins. The pouch emitted a misty green light, a powerful suction force emerging, acting upon the Dark Rule's power. The black energy seemed to encounter its nemesis, struggling violently to escape Seven Kill's body. It was firmly locked in place by Qingnong's life principles, gradually being drawn out and absorbed into the pouch. This was an exceedingly delicate and perilous process. A moment's carelessness could inflict irreversible harm on Seven Kill, or even allow the rule's power to rebound upon Qingnong himself. Everyone held their breath, anxiously observing the scene. At that moment, boom, boom, crack, Yang Quan's flamas, Lei Jun's thunder, and Ing Ren's cutting strike all achieved their objective. The black core of the rule, stripped of maternal support and energy infusion, could no longer withstand the combined onslaught of the three Earth-level powerhouses and exploded violently. It shattered into countless tiny black light particles, which were subsequently purified and annihilated by flames and thunder. As the core of the rule was destroyed, the dark energy that had ensnared Seven Kill's arm seemed to lose its anchor, the force of its struggle suddenly diminishing. Qingnong's eyes sharpened, seizing the opportunity as the green light from the pouch surged. Collect. With a swift motion, the last remnants of the thick black energy were entirely extracted from Seven Kill's arm and absorbed into the pouch. The pouch trembled slightly before calming. The dark energy on Seven Kill's arm vanished completely, his skin returning to a bronze hue, albeit slightly pale. He staggered, bracing himself with his axe, steadying his form while gasping for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Seven Kill Inspector, how do you feel? Qingnong inquired with concern as he stowed the pouch away. Seven Kill closed his eyes to sense the changes within, slowly opening them again. Though his breath was somewhat weakened, his gaze remained sharp and frosty. No harm done, thank you. He rarely expressed gratitude, but had it not been for Qingnong's timely intervention, the consequences could have been dire. It was my duty, Qingnong replied with a slight smile, retrieving several fragrant pills and handing them to Seven Kill. Take these pills to consolidate your foundation and eliminate residual toxins. Seven Kill accepted the pills without hesitation, consuming them. And soon his pallor regained a hint of color. Is it resolved? Yin Quan asked, glancing at the completely withered remnants of the maternal body and the vanished core of the rule, releasing a sigh of relief before cursing, damn it. That wretched thing still tried to bite back at the end. How insidious. Such is the nature of rule-level entities, enigmatic and unpredictable. Qiongqi sighed. Regarding the dark energy he had contained, his expression grave. Though this power is temporarily sealed, its essence remains. It must be taken back to the hall for gradual study and resolution. The crisis seemed to have been averted for the time being. However, Su Xiaowan, who had been maintaining the Jingxin Lian domain, slightly furrowed her brows as she gazed at the vast nest formed by roots at the bottom of the pit. Mr. Qiongqi, I have a feeling that there remains a faint yet extremely obscure resentment that has not dissipated. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Qiongqi and 7 simultaneously directed their senses towards the depths of the nest. Indeed, beneath countless charred and decaying roots lingered a faint yet exceedingly pure thought, filled with unwillingness and curses. This was not the consciousness of the maternal body, but rather the last remnant of the destroyed source of the rules, a lingering mark. A centipede may die, but it will not stiffen. Qiongqi's expression darkened. Just as his words fell, that residual thought seemed to be triggered, erupting violently. There was no energy shock, but rather it transformed into an invisible, malicious curse, sweeping across the entire pit like ripples. This curse was not aimed at any individual, but at the land itself. Not good. It was cursing the earth, intending to reduce this place to a desolate wasteland, where all life withers and perishes, devoid of vitality. Qiongqi instantly understood, his expression shifting dramatically. Everyone could distinctly feel a subtle, yet disquieting tremor beneath their feet, as the already ravaged pit was being forcibly drained of life by some invisible force. Vanishing, the ground began to desiccate, the remaining greenery visibly wilting at an alarming rate, turning to gray. If this curse were to complete, the core area of the Yeren Mountain would truly become an absolute dead zone, where even microorganisms could not survive. Furthermore, the scope of this desolation might continue to expand over time. Can it be stopped? 7 looked at Qiongqi, his voice cold. Qiongqi's brow furrowed deeply as he rapidly calculated. This is a rule-level curse, already integrated into the Earth's veins. Ordinary means cannot resolve it, unless a more powerful life principle is employed to forcibly wash and cover this area. But the required energy is immense, and one must possess a profound understanding of the life principles. Though he did not finish his sentence, the meaning was clear. It would be exceedingly difficult. Even if he could accomplish it, the consumption would inevitably be tremendous, potentially even jeopardizing the very essence. The atmosphere once again grew heavy with tension. After all the arduous efforts to eliminate the core, would they ultimately inherit a perpetually expanding wasteland? At that moment, Lin Fan's voice resonated through the system, echoing in both Qiongqi and Qisha's minds. Imbued with a sense of resolve, Qiongqi, unleash your full potential without concern for consumption. Qisha, use your purged malevolence to temporarily suppress the resentment of the earth's veins and assist Qiongqi. The accumulation of Shennong Dian and Purged Dian, along with the merits from this mission, are sufficient to support your expenditure. This place must be purified, with the leader's approval and support. A flicker of determination flashed in Qiongqi's eyes. In that case, let there be a reversal of life and death. Chapter 30. The Resurrection of All Spirits. The triumph of the 10 halls at your command. Qiongqi and Qisha responded in unison. Despite having endured the backlash of the rules, Qisha's breath had not fully recovered, yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade. He drew upon a surge of malevolence, his dark red armor shimmering, as the intent to kill surged skyward. Po Yun made along cette domaine, se place. He knelt on one knee, his fingers poised like a sword, forcefully plunging into the sand-softened earth beneath him. An intensely concentrated, fierce malevolence, imbued with the will of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, surged like a crimson torrent, violently infusing the earth's veins through his arm. This was not destruction, but a suppression achieved through violence. The intangible curse resentment, inherently an insidious and bizarre negative energy, clashed with Qisha's ferocious killing intent. These two extremities of power collided violently within the earth's veins. Buzz. The entire sinkhole trembled violently, as if a formless giant hand had seized the throat of the encroaching deathly silence, abruptly slowing its spread, even causing a momentary stagnation. The sand-softened ground halted its advance, and the process of withering was interrupted. Yet Qi Sha's complexion turned ever paler, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Given his current state, forcibly suppressing this rule-level curse was an enormous burden. Qingnang. Su Xiaowan gazed anxiously at Qingnang. That is enough. Qingnang yingan deeply, his expression transforming into one of solemnity. He slowly raised both hands, his azure robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, releasing a far more vast and pure aura, as if awakening the first breath of life from the primordial chaos within him. He no longer held back, unleashing the true essence of Shun Nong Dian's inspector. In the name of Qing Nong, summoned forth the essence of life to awaken all spirits. Boom! A colossal, emerald-hued beam of light erupted from Qing Nong, soaring into the heavens. Within this beam, countless ethereal silhouettes of flora appeared to grow, flourish, bloom, and bear fruit, enacting the cycles and miracles of life. The overwhelmingly rich essence of life surged like a warm tide, instantaneously enveloping the entire sinkhole, even radiating outward to shroud a significant portion of the Wildman Mountain. In the sky, the ominous haze condensed from previous battles and curses began to dissipate gradually under the illumination of this life-giving column, revealing long-lost sunlight. Miracles unfolded beneath the beam's embrace. The sand-ensnared ground, forcibly drained of vitality by the curse, transformed at a visible rate, becoming moist and fertile once more. On the charred remnants of withered plants, tender green shoots erupted, growing at an astonishing speed, spreading forth. The nauseating stench of decay in the air was thoroughly dispelled, replaced by the refreshing fragrance of vegetation and the vibrant essence of life. Even the once corroded, blackened rocks lining the sinkhole's walls began to shed their surface, revealing fresh colors beneath, while some resilient moss and lichens began to attach and flourish. The power of life was forcefully enveloping and purifying this accursed wasteland in a manner both fierce and gentle. The cursed resentments suppressed by Qi Sha within the earth's veins, under the cleansing waves of life's laws, shrieked silently like snow exposed to sunlight, rapidly melting and disintegrating. Qi Sha sensed the resisting force within the earth's veins swiftly diminish and finally let out a sigh of relief, retracting his malevolence and staggering a step. Supported by the nearby Ying-Run, he gazed at the scene before him, transformed as if by divine intervention, and a flicker of imperceptible astonishment crossed his cold eyes. Yin Quan and Lei Jun stood agape, witnessing the surrounding flora and trees growing as if fast-forwarded, feeling as though they were dreaming. Is this truly the real power of Qing Nong? Lei Yun Muomuo. We must never offend a healer, especially one capable of reviving the dead. Yang Quan Mutarat. Drawing back his neck, Su Xiaowan looked at Qing Nong's towering figure within the beam, her eyes filled with reverence. Is this the power of a heavenly-level inspector? The immense life energy continued to pour forth, purifying every inch of land and every breath of air. After a significant passage of time, the soaring green beam gradually retracted, ultimately merging back into Qing Nong's being. Qing Nong's complexion appeared pale, his breath slightly weakened, clearly indicating great expenditure. Yet, as he surveyed the rejuvenated, verdant, and vibrant sinkhole before him, a smile of satisfaction graced his face. Success. The corruption in the core area of Wildman Mountain had been entirely eradicated, and even the final curse was forcibly purified and reversed by the celebration of life. This place was no longer a wasteland. Instead, it had transformed into a nascent paradise, rich in spiritual energy, suitable for cultivation, having undergone a baptism by the overwhelming laws of life. Mission accomplished, Qing Nong wearily declared. Temporary Command Center. Yin Gang and all the soldiers beheld the soaring green beam, felt the overwhelming essence of life, and subsequently witnessed the revitalized core area of Wildman Mountain. On the monitoring instruments, all pollution indices dropped to zero, and the energy reactions became peaceful and brimming with vitality. Is it over? Yin Gang's voice trembled, almost unable to believe his eyes. The once nightmarish polluted zone had been transformed into a paradise? Report. The abnormal energy reactions in the core area of Wildman Mountain have completely vanished. Signs of life are remarkably active. The air quality index has reached an excellent level. Surface vegetation is rapidly recovering, even exceeding levels prior to the pollution. One good news after another flooded in, and the command center erupted in thunderous cheers. The joy of surviving a calamity, coupled with awe for the miraculous capabilities of the 10 halls, filled every heart. Quick, immediately report to headquarters. The crisis of Wildman Mountain has been thoroughly resolved by the 10 halls. Yang Gong shouted excitedly. Within the base, Lin Fan, observing the purified land and the system's prompt for mission completion and generous reward settlement, finally allowed a relaxed smile to grace his lips. Emergency mission, guarding the passage, Southwest Rainforest chapter, completed. Mission rating, SS level. Reward settlement. Emotion value 300,000. Designated Hall Heavenly Level Character Card 1. Random Heavenly Level Item Card 1. Special Skill Card. Life Mark 1. Drawing times 20. An SS level rating, far surpassing the rewards from the previous maritime incident. Particularly that Life Mark Skill Card, which seemed to resonate with Qiongqi's manifestation of the resurrection of all spirits. Capable of saving lives, or even reversing death at critical moments, its value was immeasurable. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Lin Fan's voice resonated through the system in the minds of all the members of the 10 halls who participated in this operation, announcing the successful completion of the mission and the immediate return to base for rest. This merit will be recorded and rewarded as per regulations. In the purified sinkhole of Wildman Mountain, upon receiving the leader's command, Qiongqi, Qi Sha, and the others no longer lingered. Let us go. We must return and have the leader treat us to a feast. Yin Quan exclaimed, transforming into a burst of flames that shot skyward. Lei Jun and Ingren each employed their means to depart. Su Xiaowan assisted the exhausted Qiongqi, who nodded to Qi Sha, saying, Qi Sha, it was a pleasure collaborating this time. Qi Sha, with an expressionless demeanor, nodded slightly in acknowledgement before vanishing in a flash of crimson light. The members of the 10 halls arrived with remarkable swiftness and departed just as quickly, akin to a dragon that reveals its head but conceals its tail. Only the rejuvenated Yi Ren Mountain remained, alongside the group of officers and soldiers in the command center, still enveloped in a mixture of shock and elation. Yin Gang gazed at the now tranquil sky and the previously ominous forest that was now teeming with vitality. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, and offered a solemn military salute in the direction of the departing members of the 10 halls. Chapter 31. The Emergence of Jinyu Within the Base. An aura of spiritual energy enveloped the atmosphere. Lin Fan sat cross-legged atop a gathering spirit mat, his aura more harmonious and profound than before his journey to Yi Ren Mountain. Having assimilated parts of the task rewards and cultivated with emotional energy, his strength had steadily increased. Before him floated 2 cards that radiated an alluring glow. One was the designated Hall Supreme Being card awarded for the SS level task. The other flickered with a deep earthen hue, known as the random heavenly item card. With Qiongqi overseeing the Shennong Hall, Qi Sha in the Pejun Hall, and Qiongqi in the Tianyan Hall, it appeared that healing, brute force, and divination formations were now well equipped. Lin Fan's gaze deepened as he analyzed the current structure of the 10 halls, yet he recognized that some formidable challenges remained unresolved. His thoughts drifted toward Shuefeng City, where Han Shuang, employing her icy essence in conjunction with the energy ores provided by the station troops, was laboriously maintaining the Eternal Frost Seal, containing 4 ancient war puppets of ominous origin and the Ancient Rift. Additionally, the peculiar black energy infused with decay and parasitic rules, sealed within Qiongqi's medicinal pouch, proved difficult to eradicate. The 10 halls required a dedicated hall responsible for suppression and sealing. System. Utilize the designated Hall Supreme Being card to summon the Jinyu Hall's patrol envoy. Upon issuing the command, the card transformed into a substantial earthen beam of light that soared into the sky. A heavy, stable aura, seemingly capable of bearing all things and suppressing all evils, instantly filled the entire base. Within the light beam, a towering figure gradually materialized, clad in thick, dark yellow armor engraved with patterns of mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies. He emanated an eternal and unchanging presence. His ancient visage and steady gaze resembled the earth itself, standing as an immovable mountain, Character card. Yushan. Level. Heavenly, Golden, Affiliation. Jinyu Hall Identity. Jinyu Hall Patrol Envoy Characteristics. Steady as a mountain. Resolute will. Proficient in earth principles and sealing techniques. Unparalleled in defense. Particularly adept at constructing prisons, sealing formidable foes, and suppressing malevolent entities. Skills. To be revealed upon summoning. Jinyu Hall, Yushan. Pays respects to the commander. His voice was deep and resonant, akin to the echo of mountains, as he bowed before Lin Fan. In his movements, it felt as though the surrounding space grew even more stable. There is no need for such formalities, Mr. Yushan. Lin Fan raised his hand in a gesture of support, feeling satisfied. Just from his appearance and aura, it was evident he was a professional. I have summoned you for an important task. Lin Fan briefly informed Yushan of the situation regarding the ancient puppets and the rift in Xuefeng City, as well as the peculiar black energy. Yushan's expression remained unperturbed, and he nodded slightly. Rest assured, Commander. Suppression and sealing are indeed the duties of my hall. I will handle the puppets and the black energy. Excellent. This is the confidence and professionalism I sought. Prepare yourself, and you may proceed to Xuefeng City to take over the sealing from Han Shuang and devise a thorough solution for the 4 puppets. As for the black energy, Lin Fan's thoughts shifted to Qiongqi. After a brief moment, a flash of azure light heralded Qiongqi's arrival at the base. His complexion slightly pale, yet markedly steadier. Upon seeing Yushan, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by understanding as he warmly smiled. Are you a fellow of the Jinyu Hall? A pleasure to meet you. Fellow from the Shennong Hall, Qiongqi. I have long admired you. Yushan returned the courtesy succinctly. Qiongqi offered no further words, producing the ancient medicinal pouch and handing it to Yushan. This contains a fragment of core resentment and the embodiment of rules left behind by Yiren Mountain, exceedingly peculiar and stubborn, imbued with decay and parasitic power. I have temporarily sealed it here, yet it proves difficult to obliterate. I entrust this to you, Yushan. Yushan accepted the pouch, which trembled slightly in his grasp, as if responding to the pure and weighty earth-suppressing force within him, gradually calming down. This item is perilous and requires careful handling. Sensing the restless power within the pouch, Yushan spoke steadily. I will set up the 9 nether demon suppression platform within the Jinyu Hall and proceed cautiously with it. We may either completely eradicate it or seal it permanently. That would be most excellent. Qiongqi breathed a sigh of relief. Having kept it with him posed a significant risk. After the handover, Qiongqi took his leave to return to the Shennong Hall for further recuperation. Yushan tucked the pouch away and addressed Lin Fan. Commander, I shall proceed to Xuefeng City at once. Wait. Lin Fan halted him, his gaze falling upon the other card, the random heavenly item card. This journey may require this item. He concentrated, activating the random item card. With a flicker of light, the silhouette of an item materialized. A miniature tower crafted entirely from an unknown black metal, adorned with countless sealing runes, emanating a chilling aura of suppression. Item card. Demon Suppression Tower, Heavenly. Effect. A treasure dedicated to suppression and confinement. It contains 3 levels of space, adjustable in strength according to the user's will. Capable of suppressing S-level entities, requires sufficient energy to operate. It exhibits powerful restraining effects against malevolent spirits, resentments, and peculiar rules. What a treasure! Lin Fan's eyes sparkled. This was precisely the timely aid he needed. Yushan, this tower is for you, to assist in sealing the rift in Xuefeng and that black energy. Upon seeing the Demon Suppression Tower, a glimmer of surprise crossed Yushan's steady eyes as he accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Commander. With this tower's assistance, my success is greatly assured. Without further delay, he began preliminary refining of the tower, bowed to Lin Fan, and his form seemed to meld into the earth, gradually sinking into the base's ground, vanishing from sight. He employed the earth escape technique to hasten his journey to the distant Xuefeng City. Watching Yushan depart, Lin Fan felt a weight lift from his heart. With his professional patrol envoy from the Jinyu Hall on the case, there was finally hope for a comprehensive resolution to the threats in Xuefeng City and the black energy. Chapter 32. The world is stirred. Undercurrents resurface. Although the battle at Yiren Mountain was classified as a top-secret matter at the official level, the earth-shattering energy fluctuations, particularly the final purifying emerald beam, could not be entirely concealed. News spread like wildfire through various channels, swiftly reaching the upper echelons of major forces both domestically and internationally, igniting discussions and speculations akin to a tidal wave on the internet. Domestically, at the headquarters of the Anomaly Response Bureau, within a confidential meeting room, a massive circular conference table was filled with individuals of significant stature, either bearing the weight of stars or possessing profound auras. At the center, a holographic projection repeatedly displayed processed, blurred images from the periphery of Yiren Mountain, showcasing the soaring emerald beam and the revitalized core area captured by satellites. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of the Bureau, a venerable elder who commanded respect without raising his voice, solemnly addressed the assembly. The Yiren Mountain incident has been thoroughly resolved by the 10 halls. According to reports from Comrade Zhou Songhai of the Lingjiang branch and Commander Yin Gang on-site, as well as data analysis from our Energy Monitoring Department, it can be confirmed that the 10 halls deployed at least 3 members possessing A-level combat capabilities during this operation. 3 A-levels. The meeting room erupted with suppressed gasps. What does A-level signify? Currently, within the entire Anomaly Response Bureau system, only 2 individuals are publicly recognized as A-level. One is Long Zun stationed in the capital, and the other is Hu Wang, who guards the northwestern borders. These 2 are the backbone of a nation. Yet, the 10 halls managed to mobilize at least 3 A-levels in a single operation. This does not even account for the chilling disdain that forced back the A-level entity, the Guardian of the Yuying Dian, nor the commander referred to by the members of the 10 halls. The strength of the 10 halls far exceeds our previous estimates. A middle-aged woman, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses and responsible for intelligence analysis, adjusted her spectacles. Their organizational structure, heritage system, and true intentions remain shrouded in mystery for us. However, it is certain that their current stance leans towards order and protection. We must recalibrate our strategy towards the 10 halls. Another resolute general interjected, suggesting that the previous limited cooperation and cautious engagement could perhaps progress further. The cultivation methods they provided have already enabled the first batch of members from our Qianlong team to achieve groundbreaking advancements. I believe we should attempt deeper intelligence, sharing, and even invite them to collaborate on certain specific missions. I concur. Others expressed their agreement, yet emphasized that we must possess sufficient confidence. We cannot place all our hopes on a mysterious organization. The Qianlong plan must accelerate. Furthermore, we must closely monitor the interactions between the 10 hall member Yan Quan and the heir of the ancient martial family, Lu Yunfei. These hidden forces seem to be becoming increasingly active. The discussion in the conference room was fervent. The sudden emergence of the 10 halls shattered the existing balance of power, presenting the Countermeasure Bureau's upper echelons with unprecedented opportunities and challenges. In a secluded valley belonging to an ancient martial family, shrouded in mist, an elderly man with white hair yet vigorous spirit listened to a middle-aged man's report, his fingers lightly tapping on a stone table. Lu Yunfei has clashed with the 10 halls and has become friends? Indeed, ancestor. According to the information relayed by Yunfei, the 10 hall member Yan Quan possesses formidable strength and a magnanimous disposition. The cultivation technique he practices is exceedingly potent, starkly contrasting with our ancient martial paths. The elder murmured, his murky eyes glinting with insight. It seems the world is truly on the brink of change. Relay the message to the clan's younger generation to pay greater attention to the 10 halls. Perhaps we, the old bones, should venture out as well. In a Western military power, within the subterranean command center of the Pentagon, a massive screen displayed satellite comparison images of the Yiren Mountain region. The area previously marked as a highly polluted zone had transformed into a representation of vitality and safety. Gentlemen, I trust you have all observed this. A 4-star general spoke gravely. The ancient Eastern nation has unveiled a mysterious organization, the 10 halls, that we cannot comprehend. They possess no fewer than 3 A-level entities and wield a technology capable of reversing environmental pollution, even at a rule-level scale. This is terrifying. If such technology were to be employed militarily, we must uncover their true nature. Our Super Soldier program and Zeus project must be expedited. What purpose does the intelligence department serve? Why were we previously unaware of this organization? Perhaps we could attempt contact? After all, they seem to harbor animosity towards the abyss as well. The conference room was filled with uncertainty, trepidation, and a hint of greed. The power demonstrated by the 10 halls instilled a profound sense of unease and curiosity in these nations accustomed to acting as the world's police. The online realm erupted in chaos. Despite the official efforts to contain the information, vague video snippets and first-hand accounts, such as those from fishermen rescued in Xuanming and mountain dwellers at the periphery of Yiren Mountain, quietly circulated online. Breaking news. The thunder god descends in Xuanming's black water pool. Suspected member of the ancient organization, 10 halls. Exclusive revelation. Verdant light soars in the depths of Yiren Mountain, transforming a wasteland into a paradise. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Outside Linjiang City, two masters clashed, flames raging. What exactly is the 10 halls? A national secret weapon, or a hidden sect of immortal cultivators? Various sensationalist posts flooded the forums, quickly deleted, yet sparking fervent discussions. No way. Is this real? The 10 halls? Sounds incredibly powerful. It must be true. My uncle's comrade's son is stationed at Yiren Mountain and saw the green light. The air inside was better than outside. Thunder God? Is he a cool guy with a buzz cut who can shoot lightning? I saw him at my relative's in Xuanming. At first, I thought I was seeing things. And those two fighting in Linjiang? Oh my, it was like a movie. I heard one was from the 10 halls, and the other from some ancient martial family. How much has the country kept from US? I don't want to join the Countermeasure Bureau anymore. I want to join the 10 halls. Don't be delusional. Such organizations aren't something you can just join. Online, curiosity, excitement, speculation, and longing intertwined in a tapestry of emotions. The 10 halls, this enigmatic name, has forcefully entered the public consciousness for the first time, igniting endless imagination. Within the base, Lin Fan perused the system interface, where the emotional value surged once more due to various tremors, a smile stretching across his face. Oh my, it's all oh my. Chapter 33. The Frozen Plains and the Delicious Lamb Soup. In Qiongqi City, at the border forest farm, the biting cold wind still howled, stirring up mounds of snow. The massive ice fissure remained a scar upon the earth, spanning the valley. Yet, compared to before, a layer of slowly rotating azure ice crystal formation had been added around the fissure, a frost-enhanced seal barely maintaining a fragile balance. At the core of the formation sat Han Xuang, her moon-white robe adorned with a thin layer of frost, her ice-blue hair billowing in the wind. Her complexion appeared even paler than before, her breath somewhat unsteady, sustaining this large-scale seal with her own ice spirit power for several consecutive days. While remaining vigilant of the disturbances emanating from the fissure had taken a significant toll on her, she opened her eyes, her cold gaze fixed on the depths of the fissure, where 4 ice skeleton wolf demons, infected by the aura of the abyss, were reconstituting and reviving, even stronger than before. Reaching A-level strength, their crimson gazes flickered beneath the ice, exuding a chillingly violent aura. Their struggle grew stronger with each passing moment, and the ceiling formation had begun to show fine cracks. I can barely hold on. Han Xuang frowned slightly, instinctively reaching for a small storage pouch at her waist, containing the last few high-energy spiritual or stones and several packets of special lamb soup infused with double the spice and coriander, prepared by the station troops. This was something she had specifically requested, as in such frigid conditions, a bowl of steaming, spicy lamb soup could swiftly restore some of her strength and spirits. Just as she pondered whether to drink the soup to replenish her energy before persevering, a low, steady rumble reverberated from beneath her feet, akin to the movement of a mountain. Han Xuang's expression sharpened, her vigilance heightened. This aura is unfamiliar yet formidable. The next moment, the snow-covered ground before her rippled like water, and a towering figure gradually emerged, clad in dark yellow heavy armor, with an ancient visage and a demeanor as steady as a mountain. It was none other than the Jinyu Dian's inspector, Yu Shan. Yu Shan's gaze swept over the frozen fissure and the precariously balanced ice crystal formation before finally resting on Han Xuang. He spoke with a calm authority. Han Xuang of the Xinming Dian? I, Yu Shan, the inspector of the Jinyu Dian, have come as per the commander's orders to take over the sealing of this area. His voice, though not loud, bore a reassuring strength. Han Xuang sensed the pure, heavy aura of suppression emanating from him, as well as the unabashed heavenly pressure. And her heart steadied. She responded coolly, "Thank you, Lord Yushan." Beneath the fissure lie 4 ancient guardian puppets, their energy cores interconnected with the sealing formation's core, causing any disturbance to affect the entirety. The depths of the fissure are highly unstable, and it seems an S-level evil entity lies in slumber. She succinctly conveyed the situation. Yushan nodded, approaching the fissure's edge and extending his armored hand to gently press against the ice layer. A profound connection to the Earth's essence seeped through his palm as he meticulously sensed the internal structure of the fissure and the condition of the four puppets. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. Indeed, it was troublesome. The core of the puppets was intricately linked with both the ley lines and the spatial rift. Forcibly destroying it could trigger a cascade collapse, causing widespread repercussions. The only solution lay in a complete sealing, to be approached with utmost caution. He turned to Han Shuang. Han Shuang, please temporarily lift the seal, allowing me to take over. Without hesitation, she understood this was the most professional course of action. She formed a hand seal and called out, "Gather." The azure ice crystal array enveloping the fissure dimmed and gradually dissipated. At the moment the array vanished, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the fissure, where the four ancient puppets, suppressed for so long, unleashed their thunderous growls. The ice layer trembled violently, and cracks spread rapidly. Their crimson gazes flared with intensity, and terrifying energy fluctuations surged forth from the rift like a volcanic eruption. They were on the verge of breaking free. Yueshan's expression sharpened, yet he remained composed. He stepped forward, summoning the Zhen Mo gifted by Lin Fan. The black tower expanded in the wind, transforming into a colossal structure 10 zhang high, radiating a dim black light, hovering directly above the fissure. The runes on the tower flowed, emanating a suppressive force far more formidable and stable than Han Shuang's icy domain, descending like an invisible net with a thunderous impact. Xin Yu Feng Montak, Yueshan intoned firmly, pressing his palms downward. The base of the tower erupted in a brilliant ochre light, forming a massive vortex. The four ancient puppets, just breaking free from their icy restraints and ready to ascend, were suddenly yanked back by this overwhelming force. They struggled madly, swinging their metallic arms and unleashing pale, freezing beams upon the tower. But it was as futile as a cow sinking into the sea, leaving only faint white marks on the tower's surface without shaking it in the slightest. The Zhenmo Ta began to rotate slowly, its suppressive power intensifying. The four powerful puppets, akin to insects ensnared in amber, slowed their movements, their roars diminishing. Ultimately being forcibly drawn in, transformed into four streaks of light, and sucked into the tower's lowest chamber. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, and the tower trembled momentarily before stabilizing. The violent energy fluctuations from the depths of the rift abruptly ceased. Subsequently, Yueshan manipulated the Zhenmo Ta to target the unstable spatial fissure. The tower's brilliance surged once more, and a stabilizing force enveloped the rift, forcibly smoothing and reinforcing it, ultimately sealing it, in the span of merely a stick of incense. The formidable threat that had plagued the garrison of Shuefeng City for quite some time, rendering Han Shuang at a loss, was decisively suppressed by Yueshan with overwhelming force. The entire valley returned to tranquility, with only the wind and snow remaining. Han Shuang gazed at the hovering black tower and the now tranquil fissure below, a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment flashing in her cool eyes. Was this the method of the Zhen Yujian? Truly professional. Yueshan retracted the Zhenmo Ta, reverting it to a small form resting in his palm, and addressed Han Shuang. The puppets are sealed within the tower, and the spatial fissure has been temporarily sealed. You may rest assured, Dao Han Shuang. Han Shuang nodded, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, Lord Yueshan." She paused, as if recalling something, and retrieved several jars of lamb soup from her storage bag. After a moment's hesitation, she extended them towards Yueshan. Lord Yueshan has traveled a long way. This may help dispel the cold. Her tone remained steady, yet the act of offering the lamb soup bore a hint of awkward kindness that contradicted her icy demeanor. Yueshan regarded the jars labeled with spicy lamb soup and cilantro, his typically impassive face momentarily taken aback. He had evidently not anticipated that this seemingly aloof colleague from the Xuanming Dian would present such a thing. He remained silent for a moment, observing the glimmer of expectation hidden within Han Shuang's cool gaze. Perhaps a yearning for validation of taste? Ultimately, he reached out and accepted one of the packages. Thank you. Yueshan's voice remained steady. Han Shuang appeared to breathe a sigh of relief as he accepted it, and she took a jar for herself, skillfully opening the packaging and pouring the soup into a small pot with a heating function. She switched it on, and soon the rich, spicy aroma wafted through the air as it began to boil. She cradled the bowl, savoring the soup in small, swift bites. The steaming, spicy broth brought a flush to her pale cheeks, and her cool eyes seemed to brighten, the aura of distance and coldness around her diminishing significantly. Yueshan held the jar of lamb soup, watching Han Shuang as she transformed from a warrior to someone focused on her meal. A hint of a smile crossing his steady gaze. Instead of indulging immediately like Han Shuang, he carefully stored the can away. The matter here is settled. I must return to the Zhenyu Jian to manage the puppets and the dark energy within the tower. Yueshan addressed Han Shuang. Will you accompany me back? Or do you have other arrangements? Han Shuang swallowed the last spoonful of soup, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction before quickly returning to her cool demeanor. Without new orders from the commander, and considering the S-class evil spirits are formidable, I will remain here to guard the seal. Very well. Yueshan nodded. Then I shall take my leave first. I will frequently return to assist you. He nodded at Han Shuang, his form once again sinking into the earth, vanishing from sight. In the valley, only Han Shuang remained. She gazed at the spot where Yueshan had disappeared, then down at her empty bowl, feeling the warmth and strength returning within her, gently exhaling. With the crisis averted, and the warmth of spicy lamb soup still lingering, today was indeed quite pleasant. Chapter 34. Dividing Towns and Cities. New cards enter the fray at the core of the base. Spiritual energy hung like mist. Lin Fan sat cross-legged upon the gathering spirit mat, his aura as deep as the ocean. The lessons and insights gained from the battle at Yeranshan, combined with this period of introspection, made him feel his spiritual energy surging ceaselessly, drawing ever closer to the invisible barrier of the A-level. Before him, the system interface shimmered with light. In addition to the substantial reserves from previous tasks, there was a continuous influx of emotional value due to the recent fame of the 10 halls spreading far and wide. It was time. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. The reputation of the 10 halls had been established, yet its foundation remained shallow. To truly safeguard this realm, merely extinguishing a few fires was far from sufficient. With a thought, he summoned orders through the system. Moments latte. Several powerful auras descended upon the base. Qisha remained clad in dark red armor, his murderous intent restrained yet more profound. Qingnong, in his jade robe, emanated warmth but bore a hint of fatigue, clearly not fully recovered. Xuanji held a whisk, exuding an ethereal demeanor, his gaze sharp with wisdom. Yueshan, steadfast as a mountain, had just returned from Shuefeng City, his aura robust. Yin Xuan, Yingrun, Su Xiaowan, Lei Juan, and Han Shuang. All core members at the regional level had also gathered. As all eyes fell upon Lin Fan, he spoke with calm authority. The reason I have summoned you all is to announce a new directive. Starting today, the 10 halls will divide into various towns and cities across Xiaogua, establishing outposts to monitor anomalies and uphold order. Upon hearing this, expressions among the group varied. Yin Xuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. It was about time. Staying in one place is rusting our bones. Lei Juan rubbed his fists together. Commander, I volunteer to guard Zicheng. I'm familiar with that area, and 1T get lost again. Han Shuang's cool gaze flickered. Seemingly unopposed to officially taking station in Shuefeng City, the lamb soup there is simply irresistible. Qisha remained expressionless. For him, the location of the battle held no significance. Qingnong and Xuanji exchanged glances, both recognizing each other's agreement. This move would maximize the potential of the 10 halls. After the division, you may maintain contact with local authorities while preserving the 10 halls' independence. The rules of engagement are for you to determine. With one exception, resist the Yoshu and protect this realm. Lin Fan set the tone. We shall heed the command of the commander. The group responded in unison. Excellent. Lin Fan nodded, his gaze shifting towards the vast emotional value balance displayed on the system interface. Before proceeding, it was imperative to further enrich the foundation of the 10 halls. System, Execute 100 consecutive draws, twice. Boom. His consciousness was once again drawn into the resplendent cosmos of card drawing. This time, perhaps due to the flourishing fortunes of the 10 halls, the radiance was particularly dazzling. Blue and white lights cascaded like rain, while purple beams illuminated one after another, totaling over 20. This signified the acquisition of more than 20 Earth-level cards. Even more exhilarating was the sight at the far end of the starry sky, where two magnificent, diverse-colored pillars of light descended like emperors. One pillar radiated a profound azure hue, within which seemed to ripple vast azure waves, a mirage of flowers reflected in water. The other emitted a gentle golden glow, revealing the ethereal silhouette of an ancient lamp, its flickering flame illuminating boundless darkness, warming the heart. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heaven-level character card. Xianming Hall Inspector Shui Jing, permanent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heaven-level character card. Jingxin Hall Inspector Ran Deng, permanent. Character card. Shui Jing, level. Heaven-level, golden, affiliation. Xianming Hall identity. Inspector of Xianming Hall traits. Elegant and mysterious, with thoughts as deep as the ocean. Mastering the ultimate water and mirror laws. Can summon the water mirror to replicate the abilities and forms of opponents, as well as for reconnaissance, defense, and trapping enemies. Skills. Visible upon summoning. Character card. Ran Dang level. Heaven level, golden, affiliation. Jingxin Hall identity. Inspector of Jingxin Hall traits. Compassionate, with profound Buddhist teachings. Wielding the Jingxin lotus lamp, adept in purification, protection, and guidance. Wherever the lamp's light reaches, all evils are dispelled, enabling one to maintain their true heart and perceive illusions. Skills. Visible upon summoning. Two formidable heaven-level inspectors. Lin Fan's heart surged with joy and without hesitation. He commanded, summon Shui Jing. Summoned Ran Deng. Within the base, extraordinary phenomena unfolded. To the left, mist swirled, coalescing into an elegant, elongated figure. Clad in a flowing gown of deep azure resembling clouds, she possessed an ethereal beauty tinged with a hint of detachment and haziness, akin to flowers in a mirror or the moon in water. She held a shimmering water mirror that rippled continuously, reflecting all that surrounded her. It was none other than Shui Jing, the inspector of Xianming Hall. To the right, a golden, harmonious light emerged, revealing an elderly monk in a simple robe. His skin darkened and his hair completely white. He bore a gentle expression, with eyes as clear as a child's, holding an ancient bronze lotus lamp. Though the flame was small, it radiated a warm and resolute glow, dispelling all shadows. This was Ran Deng, the inspector of Jingxin Hall. Xianming Hall, Shui Jing. I have met the commander. Jingxin Hall, Ran Deng. I have met the commander. Umipa. The two bowed simultaneously to Lin Fan, their temperaments distinct yet equally profound. Their arrival was perfectly timed. Lin Fan returned the gesture, expressing gratitude. The 10 halls are in need of personnel. Your efforts are appreciated. Simultaneously, a multitude of Earth-level card information surged into Lin Fan's mind. He swiftly reviewed and made assignments. Finchin Hall, new Earth-level, Qisha, adept at controlling scorching sand for attacks. With a wide range of influence, suitable for deployment in the Northwest region. Leixiao Hall, new Earth-level, Ming Lei Qi, possessing extreme speed, as swift as lightning. Ideal for mobility and support across various locations. Yuying Hall, new Earth-level, Wumian Ren, skilled in disguise, infiltration, and intelligence gathering, suitable for deployment to international intelligence hubs. Shennong Hall, new Earth-level, Duxianzi, embodying both righteousness and wickedness, adept at using various poisons for healing or offense, suitable for deployment in humid southern cities rife with toxic substances. Zhoujin Hall, new Earth-level, Zhuzhou Renew Shur, proficient in long-range curses and puppet control, suitable for deployment to an ancient city with historical curses. Tianyan Hall, new Earth-level Zenfashi, skilled in rapidly setting up various foundational and combat formations, suitable for deployment in densely populated metropolitan areas for protection. Jinyu Hall, new Earth-level Suoyan Xingwen, adept at binding and imprisonment, suitable for deployment in a chaotic border city. Lin Fan issued a series of commands through the system, and the newly summoned Earth-level members received their tasks, transforming into streams of light as they rushed to their respective cities for guardianship. Soon, only a few heaven-level inspectors and core Earth-level members remained within the base. Lin Fan surveyed the assembly of talents before him, a surge of ambition igniting within him. Inspector Shui Jing, you shall remain at the base, overseeing the coastal areas. Your water mirror powers are perfectly suited for this role. Inspector Randing, please collaborate with Mr. Qing Nong at the central hub, responsible for purification, healing, and rear support. Inspector Qisha, you are the strongest spear of the 10 halls. A strategic force ready to assist in all directions. Mr. Xuanji, continue to oversee the overall formations and predictive alerts. Mr. Yushan, the Jinma Tower requires your oversight, while also monitoring the movements of globally special sealed items. Finally, he turned to Yin Quan, Ying Run, and Su Xiaowan. The three of you have other duties. Soon, the official Qianlong training camp will formally invite you to serve as guest instructors, nurturing the next generation of pillars. Yin Quan was momentarily taken aback, then grinned broadly. Instructors? Teaching combat? I can do that. Su Xiaowan slightly both. It is my duty to teach the younger generation and protect them. Ingrid nodded in silence. With the assignments established, the machinery of the 10 halls began to operate with unprecedented efficiency. Lin Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the vast sky and land beyond the base. Statistics of personnel in the 10 halls, up to Chapter 34. Commander, Lin Fan, Pujun Hall. Inspector, Qisha Earth Level. Bing Pa Sword Axe, Halberd, Armor, Crossbow, Spear, Hammer. Totaling 7, in spiritual embodiment state. Xianming Hall. Inspector, Shui Jing Earth Level. Hanzhuang Finchen Hall, Earth Level. Yin Quan, Qisha Leixiao Hall, Earth Level. Lei Jun, Ming Lei Qi, Yuying Hall, Earth Level. Ing Run. Wumian Ren, Shennong Hall. Inspector, Qing Nong, Earth Level. Duxianzi Jingxin Hall. Inspector, Rand Ding, Earth Level. Su Xiaowan, Jinyu Hall. Inspector, Yushan Earth Level. Suoyan Zixingwen Tianyan Hall. Inspector, Xuanji Earth Level. Luo Gua Fortune Teller. Zenfashi Zhoujin Hall, Earth Level. Wuji Sorcerer, Zhuzhou Renew Shirshir, Chapter 35. Qisha heads west. Milk Tea must be iced northwest, Gobi City. The wind whipped up sand and grit, stinging his face. The sky was a timeless grayish yellow, and as far as the eye could see, there were only rolling sand dunes interspersed with resilient camel's thorn bushes. Qisha stood at the entrance of the Gobi City Strategy Bureau, feeling as though his lips were about to crack. He was small in stature, clad in a dark red studded leather jacket, with a tight black vest underneath. His once vibrant yellow hair now appeared dull and lifeless, blending into the rough, earthy surroundings. What on earth am I doing in this godforsaken place? He muttered softly, feeling as if his throat were on fire, more uncomfortable than the lava pools in the hall. He, Qisha, an Earth-level member of the Finchen Hall, master of scorching sands, was now deeply affected by the dryness and desolation of the Northwest. He longed for the omnipresent fire energy within the Finchen Hall. Even if it was sweltering, it was a vibrant heat, not this lifeless, parching dryness that sucked away all moisture. Mr. Qisha, a resonant voice called out. Qisha looked up to see a tall, robust man with dark skin striding towards him. Clad in camouflage combat gear, his face adorned with the characteristic hearty smile of a Northwest native. I am Batu, the team leader of the Gobi City Strategy Bureau. Welcome to Gobi City. Batu gripped Qisha's hand firmly, feeling like a warm stone, and enthusiastically continued. We received word from above that the 10 halls dispatched a powerhouse to help us deal with the sand demon, and we couldn't be happier. Come, let us go in and have a drink and discuss things at length. Qisha was half pushed, half invited into the division. Inside, the decor was similarly crude and simple, the air thick with the scent of dust and sweat. Batu poured Qisha a large bowl of murky brick tea, saying, "Our conditions are tough here, and we don't have much to offer, but this brick tea will quench your thirst." Qisha gazed at the bowl of questionable liquid, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He swallowed hard, forcing a smile, and said, "Captain Batu, you are too kind. I brought my own drink." As he spoke, under Batu's curious gaze, he extracted from his seemingly modest satchel, which contained a storage space, a perfectly sealed cup with a straw, filled with chilled milk tea adorned with tapioca pearls, generously sweetened and chilled, with enticing droplets of condensation glistening on the cup's surface. Batu and the team members behind him were instantly captivated. In this desolate Gobi, where even water was a scarce commodity, the sight of such a modern, sugary milk tea was as astonishing as witnessing a mirage. Ignoring the astonished stares of those around him, Qisha skillfully inserted the straw and took a deep sip. The icy, sugary liquid, infused with the fragrance of tea and milk, along with the chewy tapioca, slid down his throat, instantly soothing his wind-swept body and spirit. He felt rejuvenated. With a satisfied sigh, he felt a surge of vitality. Batu and the others were taken aback. Mr. Qisha, this. Batu stam. Pointing at the cup of milk tea. Oh, this? Qisha took another sip, mumbling, personal preference, a boost of energy, wakes the mind. Would you like a cup as well? I brought plenty. He indeed pulled out several cups from his satchel. The glistening milk teas made Batu and his comrades swallow hard. Ultimately, with Qisha's sincere offer, the rugged men each took a cup, their expressions a mix of complexity as they tentatively sipped. In an instant, the rough-and-tumble atmosphere of the Tactical Bureau's branch was enveloped in the sweet aroma of milk tea, a striking contrast to their usual surroundings. Batu, awkwardly sipping on the tapioca, proceeded to explain the situation. In the past 3 months, 3 exploration teams and 2 small camel caravans have gone missing in the depths of the Gobi, with no sign of life or death. The last signals pointed to the area known as the Death's Eye, where the quicksand is unusually active and eerie, almost as if it were alive, which is why we dubbed it the Quicksand Demon. We dispatched 2 groups in, but neither could penetrate the core, and we lost 2 skilled personnel. Qisha set down the empty milk tea cup, lingering over the taste on his lips, but his gaze sharpened. What about the energy readings? Yes, quite peculiar. Batu immediately retrieved data, revealing that it was not merely a sand pit, but rather a faint and persistent energy fluctuation, predominantly Earth-type with characteristics of absorption and mimicry. Mimicry? Qisha stood up, the red sand around him swirling and floating, imbued with a subtle, intense heat. Interesting. Let us go, Captain Batu's day. Lead me to the Death's Eye. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner I can enjoy my milk tea. Batu glanced at the ominous, heat-radiating sand surrounding Qisha and then at the pile of empty cups on the table, nodding decisively. All right, I will personally lead a team with you. Half an hour later, several modified off-road vehicles roared out of the city, heading towards the vast sands known as the Death's Eye. On the vehicle, Qisha quietly produced another cup of milk tea for energy, causing Batu and the team members to raise their eyebrows in disbelief. This master from the 10 halls had a rather unconventional style. The deeper they ventured, the harsher the environment became. A fierce wind whipped up a sandstorm, reducing visibility to nearly zero. The temperature fluctuated dramatically, scorching during the day and bone-chilling by night. Yet Qisha seemed to adapt well. His eyes closed as he sensed the subtle energy flows in the air. Stop the vehicle, he suddenly commanded. The convoy halted. Qisha jumped out, crouched down, and grasped a handful of sand. The sand rapidly turned a vivid red and became scalding in his palm, as if it were about to melt. The residual energy was faint but pervasive. He stood up, gazing into the depths of the sandstorm. That thing was just ahead, and it knew they were coming. As if to affirm his words, the nearby sand dune began to writhe and collapse, as if alive. A massive whirlpool of quicksand, over 100 meters in diameter, formed in an instant, rapidly spreading towards the convoy. From its center came an overwhelming force, as if everything would be devoured. It's the quicksand demon. Quick, reverse. Batu's face changed dramatically as he shouted. The driver slammed the steering wheel, the tires spinning wildly in the sand, kicking up clouds of dust. Yet they were still being slowly dragged towards the vortex by the terrifying pull. What is the panic? Qisha calmly remarked, stepping forward. The red sand swirling around him surged dramatically, resembling a roaring dragon of sand. Do you dare to play tricks in my territory? With his hands pressed forward toward the enormous whirlpool, he coldly commanded, scorching sand congeal. Boom! A powerful, searing force erupted from his feet, causing the whirlpool that was voraciously spinning and consuming everything to freeze as if time had stopped. The flowing sand instantly turned red, solidifying as if it had been molten glass rapidly cooled. A massive, dark red, steaming hard platform formed. The terrifying pull ceased abruptly. The convoy precariously halted at the edge of the hardened platform. Batu and the team members stared in astonishment at this miraculous scene. Qisha stood atop the platform, his gaze fixed on the original center of the whirlpool. He could sense that beneath the thick layer of sand, something was agitated and moving swiftly. "Show yourself, you hiding creature." He stomped his right foot fiercely. Scorching sans explosion. Boom! 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 The vast expanse of sand before the hardened platform erupted like a series of detonations. The searing red sand shot out like cannonballs. A piercing shriek, one that no human could produce, echoed from the depths of the blasted sand pit. Following that, a colossal creature burst forth from the sand, resembling a giant worm the size of a train car. Its body was a dark yellow, indistinguishable from the sand, covered with layers of thick, rock-like armor. Its head was a massive, spiral-toothed maw, constantly opening and closing, dripping with a highly corrosive slime. Strangely, sand seemed to cling to its massive body, flowing around it like a natural armor, creating a camouflaged disguise. B-Class Peak Sand Worm Mother. Bak 2 stared at the wildly fluctuating data on the detector, his voice dry. "So this is the legendary quicksand demon. Whatever it is." Qisha's eyes narrowed, the red sand around him swirling fiercely. "Dare to rampage in my domain, and you shall become roasted worm." The sandworm mother, seemingly enraged by the previous explosion, aimed its enormous maw at Qisha and sucked in forcefully. Boom! A terrifying suction far beyond before it erupted. Even the hardened sand beneath Qisha's feet began to crack and shift. The surrounding dunes surged like a tide towards the maw. "Mr. Qisha, be careful," Bak 2 shouted, raising a specially designed armor-piercing rifle and firing fiercely. But the bullets merely sparked against the sandworm's thick armor, failing to penetrate. Suck. I'll let you suck to your heart's content." Instead of retreating, Qisha advanced, thrusting his hands forward. Meteor shower of scorching sand. The red sand swirling around him transformed into countless fiery meteors, racing toward the sandworm mother's gaping maw as if drawn by its pull. Puff, puff, puff. The searing sand meteors penetrated the sandworm's body, producing deep, resounding explosions. The mother sandworm emitted a painful shriek, its immense body twisting violently as it evidently suffered from severe internal burns. However, its vitality was remarkably resilient. The sand armor on its surface flowed rapidly, attempting to mend its wounds, while its colossal tail, like a steel whip brimming with tremendous force, swung fiercely towards Qisha. "Mr. Qisha, dodge." Bada's eyes widened in alarm. The tail possessed enough power to level a small hill. "Dodge?" A smirk appeared at the corner of Qisha's mouth, and the surrounding sand quickly coalesced into a thick, flame-imbued shield before him. Fiery sand shield. Boom! The giant tail struck the sand shield with a thunderous crash, sending shockwaves through the air. Sand and dust erupted, and while the fiery sand shield trembled violently and developed cracks, it steadfastly absorbed the terrifying blow. Qisha staggered back a half-step, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. "Not bad. Bring it on." He grasped the air, and two blades formed from pure, blazing sand materialized in his hands. Blazing sand twin slash. He transformed into a streak of red light, charging towards the mother sandworm. His dual blades slicing through the air with searing heat aimed at the creature's relatively vulnerable joint connections. Swoosh! Swoosh! The blazing blades successfully pierced the sand armor, leaving behind two charred wounds. Corrosive blood gushed forth, only to be evaporated by the intense heat surrounding Qisha. In pain, the mother sandworm writhed ferociously, kicking up a swirling sandstorm in an attempt to engulf Qisha. Simultaneously, its massive maw gaped open once more, this time releasing a dense, tangible yellow toxic mist. "Watch out for the toxic mist," Badu hurriedly warned, directing his teammates to retreat. "Trivial insect tricks," Qisha scoffed, as the scorching sand around him began to swirl and accelerate, forming a colossal vortex. Scorching sand whirlwind. The fiery vortex devoured the encroaching toxic mist, incinerating and purifying it. Meanwhile, Qisha manipulated the fiery vortex, resembling a gigantic drill, and charged straight toward the mother sandworm's head. Sensing a lethal threat, the mother sandworm emitted a piercing shriek and abruptly dove into the sand, attempting to escape. "Thinking of fleeing? Have you consulted your sand grandpa?" Qisha would not allow it to escape. He plunged his hands into the sand beneath him. Fiery sand hell cage. With a resounding boom, the sand surrounding the mother sandworm transformed into a crimson hue, the temperature soaring dramatically. Countless chains of molten sand erupted from the ground, resembling hellish tentacles that ensnared the massive creature, dragging it forcefully from the depths of the sand. The chains, infused with terrifying heat, scorched its shell, producing crackling sounds and a burnt odor. The mother sandworm let out a desperate and frenzied roar, struggling with all its might, but unable to break free from the blistering hellish cage. Qixia slowly approached its massive, gaping maw, observing the repulsive spiral teeth within, and smirked. "You look ugly and yet come out to scare people. That's your fault." He raised his hand, gathering all the crimson sand into his palm, compressing it into a fist-sized dark red sand core that radiated an unsettling energy. "Here's a final toast for you on your way out." With a gentle push, the dark red sand core shot into the depths of the mother sandworm's maw like a shooting star. The creature's struggles suddenly ceased, its enormous body stiffening for a moment. The next second, an explosion erupted from within. The terrifying blast tore its massive form apart from the inside out, scattering countless charred fragments and viscous fluids like a torrential downpour. The B-class pinnacle mother sandworm met its demise. As the explosive aftermath gradually subsided, the swirling dust began to settle. Batu and his teammates gazed at the ravaged battlefield, and the figure of Qixia, standing triumphantly over the scorched earth, rendered speechless. Qixia dusted off his hands, dispersing the sand surrounding him, and approached Batu, revealing a weary smile. "Captain Batu, it's done. Remember to emphasize in the report that I expended a massive amount of energy and urgently require replenishment. You know what I mean." Batu paused for a moment, then, upon meeting Qixia's knowing gaze, realized and nodded helplessly. Understood. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Qixia. There will be plenty of milk tea. I'll have someone take care of it right away. I'll personally get it. Extra ice. Double sugar. Qixia patted Batu on the shoulder with satisfaction. On point. He gazed up at the still, grayish-yellow sky, letting out a sigh. This cursed place has everything good, except that delicious milk tea is too hard to come by. It seems it's time to hurry that fast runner along. Chapter 37. Thunder Express. Mission must be accomplished in the Gobi City Countermeasure Bureau's branch. A peculiar sight had emerged. In the corner of Chisha's temporary office lay several insulated boxes emblazoned with the logos of a well-known milk tea chain. Tianjiang Grandma. Mixue Bing Jinming. He was currently sucking on a straw, frowning at a freshly delivered energy monitoring report for the entire Gobi region. Mr. Qixia, Batu entered, holding another cup of freshly arrived milk tea. He had now become Chisha's dedicated milk tea procurement agent. "This just arrived, the double sugar, extra fruit grape, with ice and crispy boba you requested." Without looking up, Qixia took a large gulp of the milk tea and mumbled, "Thanks. Old ba." Look at these weak energy fluctuations at these points. They resemble the signs before the mother sandworm appeared. Though faint, their distribution is rather widespread. Batu leaned in to take a look, his expression grave. "Are you suggesting there could be more than one sandworm? Or perhaps something else?" "It's hard to say," Qixia replied, placing the milk tea down and tapping the table with his fingers. "Sandworms typically are solitary creatures. But what if it has a mate or has given birth to a few offspring? We need to gather intelligence in advance. Otherwise, it could become troublesome when they grow." He pondered for a moment and retrieved a small communication device engraved with lightning runes. This is a special issue from the 10 halls, designated for urgent contacts and certain special service requests. "Hello, Thunder Rider. Are you there? Are you awake?" Qixia shouted into the device. After a brief pause, a voice crackling with static and speaking at a rapid pace responded from the communicator. "Qixia, what is up? I just dealt with a nest of mutated black bears down south and am resting in Yu City, preparing to return to Tianjiang. Perfect timing. You can swing by my place first," Qixia said unabashedly. "I might have some remnants of sandworms here. The energy response points are scattered, and I'm too lazy to check them one by one. You're fast. Help me sweep through these coordinates and see if there's anything unusual. I'll send you the detailed coordinates." There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Thunder Rider's reluctant voice. "Qixia, I'm responsible for mobile support across various locations, not your personal scout. I know. Many hands make light work. Besides, the Gobi is vast. If we delay the patrol, what if the sandworms escape?" Qixia grinned. "By the way, since Mi Shui Bing's headquarters is in Yu City, Could you bring me some of their new milk tea and the complete ice cold baba series? Starting from 20 cups, I'll send you the flavors later. Make sure to add extra sugar and toppings. Remember to hurry. I can't let it melt on the way. If it melts, the taste will suffer. And I want to pay for your delivery fee. The so-called delivery fee naturally referred to some spiritual energy materials or merit points circulating within the 10 halls. Thunder Rider on the other end seemed to be choked by this shameless request, taking a long time to grit his teeth and respond. 20 cups? Do you think I'm a delivery guy? And you want it cold? Why don't you ask me to get you a mobile ice house? Oh, don't be so stingy. Who told you to be fast? Thunder flashes 1,000 miles in an instant. ISNT, that your motto? Now that's your chance to showcase your value. Hurry up. I'm running low on milk tea energy, which severely affects the efficiency of the subsequent investigation. Qi Sha began to entangle him further. Ming Lei Qi was almost overwhelmed with rage, nearly losing control of his lightning powers. Yet, he recalled that despite Qi Sha's eccentricities, his strength was unparalleled and he was serious when it came to significant matters. Moreover, investigating the potential threat of sandworms was indeed crucial. After a moment of contemplation, he finally managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Send the coordinates and the milk tea list. If you make me do this again, my delivery fee will double. Deal. I knew you were reasonable. Qi Sha's face broke into a broad smile as he swiftly transmitted both the coordinates and a lengthy milk tea list, filled with various peculiar requests. The communication was abruptly severed. Qi Sha, relishing the moment, took another sip of his milk tea and remarked to Batu, all set, now we wait for news. That kid Ming Lei Qi, despite his tough exterior, is quite reliable in getting things done. Batu stood be utterly flat, but to have a speedster of the 10 halls traverse thousands of miles as a scout and delivery person, Qi Sha's thought process was indeed extraordinary. An hour later, at the peak of the Gobi Desert's sweltering midday heat, not a single bird graced the sky. Suddenly, a faint blue-purple lightning flickered on the horizon. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning appeared above the Tactical Bureau substation, causing the rooftop lightning rod to flicker momentarily. As the electric light dissipated, the figure of Ming Lei Qi emerged. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, he possessed a lean yet muscular physique, a narrow waist, and long legs. Clad in a form-fitting combat suit of deep purple and black, accented with silver metallic armor on his shoulders and elbows. His deep indigo hair, streaked with silver at the tips, often stood on end with the current. A faint blue lightning-shaped birthmark adorned beneath his right eye, complemented by half-mast silver goggles, rendering him an extraordinary handsome figure. However, his countenance appeared slightly darkened. Whether from fatigue or frustration was unclear, as he held a massive, specially designed insulated box, coated in frost. With an impassive expression, he descended outside Qi Sha's office window, tossing the insulated box inside. Your energy supplies. The coordinates have been thoroughly checked. 3 points confirmed as small sandworm larvae nests. Energy response classified as sea level, which I have efficiently cleared with my lightning spear. The remaining 5 points are mere energy interference illusions. I've sent you the report and cleanup records. Ming Lei Qi spoke rapidly before turning to leave. Hey. Don't rush off. Qi Sha caught the insulated box, his face alight with joy as he opened it to reveal 20 perfectly chilled cups of milk tea, each adorned with enticing beads of condensation. Thank you for your hard work. Have a cup before you go. It's on me. Ming Lei Qi glanced at Qi Sha's smug demeanor and retorted, no thanks. Just looking at you is enough. Don't involve me in such drudgery next time, unless the delivery fee triples. With that, a surge of electricity enveloped him, and with a thunderous crack, he vanished into the horizon as swiftly as he had arrived. Qi Sha took a satisfying sip of the freshly chilled milk tea, smirking in the direction where Ming Lei Qi had disappeared. Humph, quite the temper. But this milk tea is indeed perfectly chilled, and that kid's speed has improved. He turned to the still-stunned Batu and announced, Old Ba, did you hear? The cleanup is complete. Notify everyone. The alert is temporarily lifted. Come, let us share the milk tea. There's enough for all. Batu observa Jisa, now enthusiastically distributing milk tea, and glanced outside at the Gobi Desert that had been cleared by Ming Lei Qi, feeling a wave of emotions. With such seemingly unreliable, yet genuinely powerful and efficient members of the 10 halls around, perhaps this desolate Gobi could indeed witness enduring tranquility. However, The process of safeguarding was undeniably peculiar. Chapter 38. The poison Miao village Miao Cheng, in stark contrast to the Gobi city where Qi Sha resided, was suffocatingly humid. The air thick enough to wring out water, clinging to the skin with a pungent blend of decaying vegetation and rich soil, overwhelming with life. Towering ancient trees shielded the sun, their twisted vines fragmenting the harsh rays into scattered patches of light on the forest floor. As the poison fairy stepped off her dedicated transport helicopter, she couldn't help but furrow her exquisitely sculpted brows. "What kind of place is this?" she murmured, her voice tinged with a languorous rasp, reminiscent of a cat's paw brushing against the heartstrings, the humidity threatening to collapse her freshly styled hair. Clad in a tailored, modified qipao of deep green embroidered with intricate and perilous poison plant patterns, the high slits revealed her long, fair legs, while her feet were adorned with practical, soft-soled boots. Her seaweed-like curls cascaded freely, her makeup immaculate, exuding a blend of allure and danger. "Welcome to Miao Cheng, Senior Poison Fairy." A slightly awkward, yet clear male voice greeted her. The poison fairy lifted her gaze, her eyes brightening slightly. A young man approached, dressed in a fusion of local attire and modern combat gear. His skin was a healthy wheat tone, features sharply defined, and his bright eyes held a clarity typical of his ethnicity, though they betrayed a hint of nervousness as his ears flushed red. "I am Long Fei, the captain of the emergency response team in Miao Cheng." The young man drew close, striving to maintain a steady tone, though his gaze dared not linger on the poison fairy for long. The higher-ups had only mentioned sending a master of toxins for protection, without hinting that it would be such a captivating beauty, more reminiscent of a star than a warrior. "Long Fei, a fine name," the poison fairy remarked, her lips curling into a smirk as she boldly scrutinized him, appreciating him as one with a fascinating artifact. "Though your attire is rather plain, it does conceal your underlying charm." Long Fei's face flushed crimson, stammering, "Senior, you flatter us. Our resources are limited." "Senior?" The poison fairy raised an eyebrow, extending her slender, crimson-tipped finger to dismiss the notion. "Just call me sister, or simply poison fairy will suffice." She leaned in closer, exuding a faint yet captivating fragrance that mingled floral sweetness with an undercurrent of something more primal, almost brushing against Long Fei's ear, her breath fragrant as orchids. "Tell me, handsome, is it dull working in these dense mountains?" Long Fei froze, his ears turning beet red, unsure where to place his hands and his mind blank, consumed by her intoxicating scent and stunning visage. The poison fairy couldn't help but chuckle at his innocent demeanor, her laughter like the rustling of flowers. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. Let us get down to business, handsome captain. The peculiar scent here is more than just humidity." Her playful demeanor faded as she leaned against the nearby jeep, her eyes sharpening like those of a vigilant serpent, keenly detecting the slightest anomaly in the air. Long Fei felt as if a weight had been lifted, stepping back half a pace and inhaling deeply several times to steady his racing heart. He stated earnestly, "Your observational skills are indeed remarkable, poison fairy. We have encountered some troublesome issues lately." As he guided her into the vehicle towards the base, he began to explain the circumstances. "In the past 2 months, a village on the outskirts known as Yanzhai has seen a series of strange illnesses. The symptoms are similar. Individuals suddenly fall into an unresponsive state, their vital signs stable, yet it seems as if something is writhing beneath their skin. We have consulted the best doctors and employed the most advanced equipment, yet no pathogens can be identified, nor can we awaken them." Unresponsive? Something writhing beneath the skin? The poison fairy rested against the passenger's seat, eyes closed, her long fingers lightly tapping the armrest as if savoring the information, finding it intriguing. Long Fei, feeling a jolt of urgency, continued, "We have also detected weak, unidentifiable energy residues in the patients, with complex attributes. Moreover, the people of Yanzhai have inherited some ancient bug-controlling practices." "Bug controlling?" The poison fairy opened her eyes, a glimmer of interest flickering within them. "A little trick with insects? It bears a certain resemblance to the unconventional branches of our Shennong Hall." She tilted her head and glanced at Long Fei, who was driving, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Handsome lad, do you have any love charms here that can make someone hopelessly infatuated with the practitioner? If so, I would like to learn. Perhaps I could teach a certain unromantic blockhead a lesson. Long Fei's hand trembled, nearly losing control of the steering wheel as the vehicle swayed on the rugged mountain road. His face flushed as he stuttered, "Comrade Poison Fairy, please do not make such jokes. The art of poison is very serious and dangerous." I know, serious and dangerous," the Poison Fairy drawled lazily, waving her hand dismissively. "Look at how frightened you are. Rest assured, I have no interest in coercion. I prefer those who willingly take the bait." Long Fei decided to focus on driving, unwilling to engage further. This expert from the 10 halls was far beyond his capacity to handle. The vehicle soon arrived at the branch of the Strategy Bureau located on the outskirts of Miao City. The building was constructed against the mountainside, exuding a strong local flavor, blending harmoniously with the surrounding environment. The Poison Fairy stepped out, surveying the compound, nodding in satisfaction. "The environment is quite nice, though a bit damp. Where's my room? It should be well ventilated and bright. I do not wish for my treasures to be uncomfortable." "Treasures?" Long Fei was taken aback. The Poison Fairy patted her seemingly small, yet evidently substantial satchel, declaring, "Of course, they are my little companions that accompany me on my travels. Various poisonous, adorable, and beautiful little creatures." Long Fei's lips twitched slightly, already concerned for the ecological safety of the branch in the future. He led the Poison Fairy to a well-prepared, independent room that was ideally situated. The Poison Fairy inspected it and reluctantly accepted it, just as she settled in and had not yet had a chance to sip the local specialty sour soup. Long Fei's communicator rang urgently. Upon answering, his expression immediately soured. "Comrade Poison Fairy," he set down the communicator, his tone heavy. "We just received news that Beiming village has 3 new victims, one of whom is a child. The village head is nearly frantic and requests that we send someone immediately." Upon hearing this, the Poison Fairy's languid demeanor vanished, replaced by a glint of icy resolve. "A child is also affected?" She snorted coldly, rising to her feet and adjusting her attire, which required no adjustment. "Let us go. Handsome lad, lead the way. I want to see what shameful business is at play here." She strode ahead, her steps firm, the dark green qipao contrasting beautifully with the damp rainforest backdrop, resembling a suddenly blooming, exquisite, and deadly poisonous flower. Long Fei gazed at her retreating figure, momentarily entranced, before hastily following. This senior Poison Fairy appeared to possess far more depth than her flirtatious facade suggested. Chapter 39. Brain-eating bug poisoned. The road to Beiming village was treacherous and muddy, with the jeep bouncing as if it might fall apart at any moment. The Poison Fairy sat in the passenger seat, one hand gripping the armrest while the other pressed against her forehead, complaining, "Handsome lad, is this road specifically designed to test vehicle performance and human endurance? My exquisite manicure from yesterday is on the verge of being shattered by this jolt." Long Fei, fully focused on the steering wheel, dodging potholes, could only smile wryly in response. "Senior Comrade Poison Fairy, I apologize. This is just the way into the village. We are already applying for funds to repair it." "Repair?" The Poison Fairy scoffed. "By the time you finish, I'll likely be retired." She glanced at Long Fei's tense profile and focused expression, suddenly feeling playful. "But considering how seriously you take your driving, I want to hold against you. A man who drives attentively is quite charming." Long Fei's hand trembled, the vehicle jolting violently over a large pothole. The Poison Fairy exclaimed, leaning slightly toward him, her hair nearly brushing against his cheek, carrying an almost imperceptible, enchanting fragrance. "Be careful, handsome lad. I am quite delicate." Long Fei's ears turned crimson, scrambling to steady the steering wheel, his voice faltering as he stammered, "Senior, please sit tight. The road is dangerous. Stop teasing me." "I understand. I won't joke anymore," the Poison Fairy said, settling back in her seat, a sly smile still playing at her lips. Teasing this innocent little captain had become the only delight in this dreadful journey. The vehicle finally came to a halt at the entrance of Beiming village. The village was built against the mountains, with stilted buildings arranged in an orderly fashion. But at that moment, it was shrouded in a heavy gloom. Upon seeing the Strategy Bureau vehicle, an elderly village head dressed in traditional blue cloth, adorned with exquisite silver jewelry, approached anxiously. "Captain Long, you have finally arrived." The village head grasped Long Fei's hand, tears streaming down his face. "3 more have collapsed. And the child from Ahua's family is only 8 years old. What a tragedy. Calm down, village head Apu. We have brought an expert. Long Fei quickly reassured him. Introducing the Poison Fairy. This is the esteemed Poison Fairy sent by headquarters, a master in medicine, here to resolve this strange illness. Village head Apu paused upon seeing the Poison Fairy, clearly taken aback by her youth and striking beauty, his gaze filled with doubt. Can such a beautiful girl really solve a problem that even the Strategy Bureau cannot handle? The Poison Fairy, unfazed by the village head's skepticism, scanned the village, her nostrils slightly flaring. Take me to see the patients. Under the village head's guidance, they arrived at a stilted building. In the dimly lit room lay 3 unconscious individuals, 2 adults and 1 child. Their complexions exhibited an unhealthy gray pallor, their breaths faint yet steady. The most peculiar aspect was the faintly visible, worm-like protrusions undulating beneath their skin, sending chills down one's spine. Long Fei and the accompanying team held their breath, their expressions grave. The Poison Fairy, however, remained composed. She stepped forward, scrutinizing the 3 individuals' complexions and pupils before gently placing her exquisitely manicured, cool fingertips on the child's wrist. After a moment, she examined the other 2. It is the brain-eating bug poison, she declared, withdrawing her hand with certainty, a cold edge to her voice. This is a particularly insidious ancient trick. It's normal that you cannot identify it. Once infected, the brain-eating bug will hatch within the body, devouring vital energy and gradually invading the brain, feeding on the host's cerebral fluid. In the end, if you were to open the skull, you would find it teeming with white worms. Brain-eating bug poison? Village head Apu's face paled dramatically. This is the vile poison from our village's legends. It has long been lost. How could it possibly? Long Fei interjected urgently. Senior can be cured. Lost. The Poison Fairy scoffed. As long as there is human desire, even the most vicious things cannot truly be lost. She did not directly answer whether it could be cured, but instead instructed Long Fei, handsome lad, help me hold this child still and prevent him from moving. Long Fei promptly stepped forward, carefully yet firmly restraining the child's shoulders. The Poison Fairy retrieved a palm-sized jade box from her satchel, opening it to reveal several gold needles, as fine as hairs, shimmering with a chilling blue light. She selected one, her expression instantly shifting to intense focus, all previous laziness and charm vanishing as if she had transformed into another person. With swift precision, she plunged the needle into an almost imperceptible acupoint at the child's forehead. The child's body trembled violently, the movement beneath his skin intensifying abruptly. The Poison Fairy deftly manipulated the needle, a wave of chilling energy coursing through it. Simultaneously, her other hand swiftly formed a spell, a wisp of light purple poison mist swirling around her fingertips. Come out, she commanded sharply, her wrist flicking with authority. A slender, translucent white worm, no thicker than a strand of hair, was forcibly extracted from the child's brow by the golden needle. The white creature twisted and writhed incessantly, emitting a faint yet piercing shriek. The Poison Fairy had anticipated this, and with her other hand, enveloped it in a cloud of toxic mist. The worm sizzled and rapidly dissolved within the noxious vapor, transforming into a puddle of pus that vanished without a trace. Although the child remained unconscious, the color in his face visibly returned to a healthy hue, and the writhing beneath his skin subsided. The entire process lasted merely a few seconds, yet it left Long Fei, the elder of Apu's High, and all present utterly astonished, especially Long Fei, who stood closest and could distinctly feel the weightless yet terrifyingly precise energy fluctuations radiating from the Poison Fairy as she performed her task. This was no ordinary energy control that an average adept could achieve. The Poison Fairy withdrew the golden needle, meticulously wiping it with a silk handkerchief before returning it to its jade box. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, indicating that the procedure had taken a considerable toll on her. I have expelled the source of the parasitic worm from this child. However, his depleted energy will require time to recuperate, she remarked, her tone returning to its previous languidness as she glanced at Long Fei with a hint of playful mockery. So, what do you think, handsome? Does my medical skill meet your approval? Long Fei, observing the child whose breath had become notably steadier, then gazing at the Poison Fairy, whose face, though fatigued, still radiated beauty, felt a surge of shock and gratitude, diminishing the previous awkwardness he had experienced. He sincerely exclaimed, "Your medical skills are divine. Esteemed elder, I am in awe. Call me sister." The poison fairy corrected him, then rubbed her temples. "I am utterly exhausted. This wretched place is both hot and humid, and the exertion has been great. Handsome, I have heard that the mushrooms here are exquisite. Would you treat me to a grand meal to replenish my strength?" At that moment, the elder of Apuzhai was overcome with emotion, nearly kneeling before the poison fairy. "Thank you, fairy. Thank you for saving my life," he cried. The poison fairy deftly sidestepped, supporting the elder. "Old man, spare me the theatrics. I am no fairy." Her gaze swept over the other two unconscious adults, noting their similar conditions but deeper affliction from the curse, requiring preparation before she could intervene. Then, her tone shifted sharply, her eyes narrowing as she turned to the elder. "The brain-eating worm curse has another purpose, to siphon a person's essence for one's own use. It is not a technique for the faint-hearted. The one who casts it must be well-versed in the art of curses and likely has connections to your village. Are there any elder curse practitioners in your community?" The elder of Apuzhai trembled, the color draining from his face, as he stammered, seemingly recalling something dreadful. "No, it cannot be her." Chapter 40. The enigma of the curse matron. The news of the child's miraculous recovery spread through Beiming village like wildfire, alleviating the somber atmosphere that had enveloped the place. The elder of Apuzhai arranged for careful care of the child and profusely thanked the poison fairy and Long Fei, inviting them to his stilted house to rest. As night fell, the croaking of frogs filled the air. The poison fairy, having just indulged in a feast of mushrooms, reclined in a bamboo chair, disregarding decorum. "These mushrooms are divine. Miao City mushrooms truly live up to their reputation. I must ask Ming Lei Qi to deliver some to their leader for a taste." Inside the bamboo house, the fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the air as the elder of Apuzhai personally poured the poison fairy a cup of his home-brewed rice wine. Sweet and fruity. The poison fairy took a sip, raising an eyebrow. "The flavor is acceptable, though it could be stronger." Setting down the bamboo cup, her gaze fell upon the elder of Apuzhai, who appeared increasingly unsettled. "Elder, can you now tell me who she is?" The elder's hand trembled as he held the cup. His murky eyes filled with struggle and anguish. After a long sigh, he finally confessed, "It is Ayapa." "Ayapa?" Long Fei recognized the name, recalling the solitary elder living at the eastern edge of the village. "I remember she seldom ventured out, yet everyone revered her, claiming she was the guardian of the golden silkworm curse from the previous generation." "Indeed, she is," the elder of Apuzhai rasped. "Sister Ayo was the most formidable curse woman of our village in her youth, known for her good heart. The golden silkworm curse is our sacred artifact, said to protect the village and promote the growth of crops, guarded through generations by the purest and kindest of curse women. Sister Ayu was the last guardian. However, over 20 years ago, the golden silkworm curse became agitated. To calm it, Sister Ayu invested tremendous effort and subsequently withdrew from public life, rarely seen. How could she resort to using the vile brain-eating worm curse to harm her own people?" Long Fei furrowed his brow, finding it hard to believe. A once revered guardian. Why would she employ such malevolent arts in her later years to inflict harm upon her own village? The poison fairy, however, languidly reclined in her bamboo chair, playing with her crimson nails, her tone nonchalant. "The human heart is inscrutable. Who can say? Perhaps age has twisted her mind, or the golden silkworm curse has driven her to madness." Her seemingly casual remarks caused the elder of Apuzhai to turn even paler. "No, Sister Aya is not that kind of person," he vehemently protested, though a flicker of doubt crept into his gaze. He was aware of the anomalies surrounding the golden silkworm curse. Whether it is true or not, we can find out by visiting her. The poison fairy stood, stretching lazily, her curves accentuated. "What use is it to speculate here? Handsome, let us go pay a visit to this mysterious Ayapa." Long Fei immediately rose. "Yes, esteemed elder. Call me sister." "Yes, Sister Poison Fairy." The poison fairy smiled with satisfaction, leaning closer to whisper, "Now that is more like it." Long Fei felt his ears begin to burn uncontrollably. The elder of Apuzhai intended to accompany them, but was halted by the poison fairy. "Elder, you should remain here to maintain order. If it truly is her, your presence might complicate matters." With a complex expression, the elder watched as the poison fairy and Long Fei departed the stilted house, making their way eastward towards the village. Ayapa's dwelling was situated at the village's edge, nestled near dense woods, lending an air of tranquility, even solitude. A small still house was concealed beneath clusters of lush bamboo, meticulously kept. Yet the scent of herbs in the air was far more potent than in other areas of the village, laced with an almost imperceptible yet undeniable sweet, fishy odor, the unmistakable residue of the brain-eating worm curse. The poison fairy halted outside the bamboo house, her nostrils flaring as her eyes sharpened like blades. The scent has intensified. Though much herbal remedy has been used to mask it, it cannot deceive my senses. She turned to Long Fei and instructed, "Wait here, I shall investigate." Long Fei immediately objected. "No, it's too dangerous. I'm going in with you." The poison fairy glanced back, casting him a flirtatious look. "Oh, are you so concerned for your sister? Fear not. I'm a professional with poisons. If she dares to strike, it may well be her misfortune." Pausing, she shifted back to seriousness. "You remain outside. If there is treachery, you can provide support." Long Fei recognized the wisdom in her words and suppressed his anxiety, murmuring, "Please be careful." The poison fairy nodded, employing stealth techniques learned from the Shadow Palace, her form becoming as weightless as a specter, silently drifting up to the bamboo house without a sound. She did not enter through the front door, but, like a gecko, skillfully clung to the outer wall. Peering through the window, inside, the furnishings were simple, illuminated by a dim oil lamp. An elderly woman, clad in faded traditional garb, with sparse, gray hair, and a hunched form, sat with her back to the window on a mat. Before her lay an ancient ceramic jar, surrounded by freshly picked herbs still glistening with dew. The woman was indeed Ayapa, and at that moment, she was carefully using a small silver knife to cut her own wrist, letting drops of crimson blood fall into the jar. Her movements were focused and reverent, her lips whispering an ancient and obscure incantation of sorcery. In the dim light and with her keen perception, the poison fairy could discern that within the earthen jar, something seemed to be nurtured, emanating an exceedingly faint yet inherently noble life force, intermingled with indescribable pain and struggle. What further narrowed the pupils of the poison fairy was the sight of several dried, uniquely shaped purple flowers, known as Inhunji, beside Yapa. These flowers were non-toxic in themselves, yet they were a crucial ingredient in concocting the brain-devouring insect poison. They amplified the insect's yearning for vitality, guiding its precise attack on the target. The evidence appeared irrefutable. However, the poison fairy did not immediately react. She noticed that Yapo's complexion was frightfully pale, devoid of color, and her breath was exceedingly weak, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. As she infused her blood, her body trembled slightly, her murky eyes reflecting no malice, only an endless fatigue, pain, and a nearly desperate persistence. She did not seem to be concocting a poison to harm others. Rather, she appeared to be struggling to maintain the existence of whatever resided within that jar using her own life force. The poison fairy held her breath, continuing to observe. After feeding her blood, Ayapa unsteadily picked up the Inhunji, but instead of placing them into the jar, she carefully ground them with several other herbs meant to detoxify and calm the spirit in a stone mortar. Was she attempting to mitigate the side effects of the Inhunji, or was she preparing a remedy to suppress the ferocity of whatever lay within the jar? Doubts swirled in the poison fairy's mind. Silently, she retreated from the bamboo house and returned to the waiting Long Fei. "What happened?" Long Fei inquired urgently. The poison fairy's expression was grave as she recounted what she had observed. Feeding with her own blood? And the Inhunji? Long Fei was equally perplexed. Was she harming others or saving them? Or, perhaps, was she rescuing the entity within the jar? Intriguing, the poison fairy mused, licking her crimson lips, her eyes sparkling with the thrill of discovering a new enigma. It seemed that Yapa harbored many secrets. This matter was likely more complex than we had anticipated. She glanced at the solitary bamboo house and said to Long Fei, "Let us return for now. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow we shall meet with Yapa again. Then, the truth of whether she is a human or a specter will naturally reveal itself." As night deepened, Bai Zhai fell into silence once more. The following morning, the rainforest was shrouded in mist, the air fresh yet still humid. The poison fairy and Long Fei approached Yapo's bamboo house once again. This time, the poison fairy did not conceal her presence, but but instead boldly knocked on the bamboo door. "Ayapa, are you there? This is Long Fei from the Countermeasures Bureau, accompanied by the 10 Halls Poison Fairy, here to pay a visit," Long Fei announced, striving for a calm tone. After a brief silence within, faint footsteps could be heard. The bamboo door creaked open, revealing Yapo's pale, worn face, etched with wrinkles. Upon seeing Long Fei and the Poison Fairy, a fleeting hint of panic flickered in her murky eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "Captain Long, and this young lady, what brings you here?" Ayapa spoke in a dry, hoarse voice, laden with fatigue. "Ayapa, would you not invite us in for a seat?" The Poison Fairy replied with a cheerful smile, her gaze sharp as a piercing probe, sweeping over Ayapa and the room behind her. "We are quite curious about you and your little treasure within the jar." Ayapo's body trembled suddenly, instinctively attempting to shield the jar behind her. It was too late. The Poison Fairy's gaze had already fixed firmly upon the archaic vessel. "Why does Ayapa appear so pale? Have you committed some transgression that compels you to hide from us?" The Poison Fairy pressed forward, her tone still laced with mirth, though her eyes had turned cold. "The brain-devouring insect poison afflicting those in the village is undoubtedly connected to the Yin Hanji at your side, as well as that which reside within your jar. Is it not?" "No, it is not as you think." Ayapa became agitated, her emaciated hands gripping the doorframe tightly, her knuckles turning white. "I have no intention of harming anyone. I am saving the village. I am saving the golden silkworm." "Saving?" Long Fei could not help but interject, skepticism lacing his tone. "To save the golden silkworm in your jar, by siphoning vitality from your fellow villagers, using brain-devouring insect poison? Ayapa, what kind of salvation is this?" Ayapa seemed drained of all strength, stumbling back 2 steps to lean against the wall, murky tears cascading down her deeply etched wrinkles. You know nothing," she murmured, filled with despair. "The golden silkworm is on the brink of death. No, it is about to transform into a monster." Under the chilling gaze of the Poison Fairy and the bewildered stare of Long Fei, Ayapa finally shattered, revealing a secret buried deep within her heart for over 20 years. It turned out that the golden silkworm poison, which had been safeguarded by Yin Zhai for generations, was not merely a sacred artifact. It resembled a peculiar symbiotic entity, intricately linked to the rise and fall of the village. It could protect the village and foster the growth of crops, yet it also required pure faith in a specific environment to maintain balance. Over 20 years ago, a sudden occurrence, originating from the depths of the earth, which Ayapa later realized was likely the tainted energy seeping from the earliest depths of Yusu, quietly eroded the golden silkworm poison. The golden silkworm began to become restless and tormented, its once resplendent form gradually dimming, becoming translucent, and even emanating an unsettling aura of violence. It was no longer a harbinger of good fortune, but a ferocious entity poised to bring destruction to the village. As its guardian, Ayapa could not bear to watch the golden silkworm fall into utter depravity, nor could she endure the calamity that its transformation would bring to the village. She had attempted every known purification method, but to no avail. That tainted energy clung to the essence of the golden silkworm like a parasite. Finally, she resorted to a dangerous and forbidden method to prolong its life. She employed the brain-devouring insect poison, meticulously extracting only a minuscule amount of vitality from a select few villagers, typically the strongest among them, mixing it with her own vital blood and forcefully infusing it into the golden silkworm to delay its transformation. Simultaneously, she studied the properties of the Yin Hanji, not to harm others, but to utilize its ability to amplify the perception of life, thereby more accurately controlling the extraction amount of the brain-devouring insect poison to prevent irreversible harm, and attempting to concoct remedies to alleviate its side effects. Those in slumber were not her intended targets for harm, but rather sacrifices made out of desperation to save more lives. She, too, had become exhausted from years of depleting her blood. I know that this is wrong, that I am committing a sin," Ayapa wept, collapsing to the ground, her gaze fixed upon the ancient jar, filled with pain and love. "But I had no other choice. I cannot watch the golden silkworm transform into a monster, destroying the village, nor can I allow it to simply vanish. It is the very root of Yin Zhai." The bamboo house fell into silence, save for Yapo's muffled sobs. Long Fei felt an overwhelming tangle of emotions. He was furious at Ayapa for harming innocent villagers, through such means. Yet he also felt a twinge of compassion for her arduous guardianship and sacrifices over the past 2 decades. It was an entirely unsolvable dilemma. The poisoned fairy, however, crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe, her expression inscrutable, devoid of sympathy or anger. She merely gazed at the jar, as if appraising the value of an object. "Are you finished?" She spoke flatly, breaking the silence. Ayapo and Long Fei turned their attention to her. To save a creature on the verge of becoming a monster, you sacrifice the health and possibly the lives of others? Ayapo, this is not salvation. This is akin to a quack physician committing murder. The poisoned fairy's voice was cold, like a knife piercing Ayapo's heart. You have only seen the consequences of the golden silkworm's transformation and have arrogantly chosen to sacrifice the few. Have you ever considered that perhaps there might be a better way? Perhaps it is unnecessary to sacrifice anyone at all? Ayapo suddenly raised her head, a flicker of faint hope igniting in her eyes. Do you have a way to save Jinkan? A method that does not require the sacrifice of any lives? Long Fei also looked expectantly toward Du Xianzi. Du Xianzi did not respond directly. Instead, she approached the ancient jar and gently touched its wall with her fingertip. A wave of pure and enigmatic spiritual perception seeped inside. In an instant, she beheld the contents of the jar, a spirit resembling a silkworm, nearly entirely transparent and curled up, no larger than an infant's finger. Surrounding it were faint golden specks of light, but more significantly, a filth-laden energy akin to a black spider web coiled around it, incessantly eroding its essence and bringing endless torment. The spirit lay in slumber, occasionally twitching in agony, emanating chaotic and violent fluctuations. Indeed, the miasma of the Yusu was as such. Du Xianzi withdrew her finger, her brow slightly furrowed. This entity was like a maggot burrowing into its bone, now half fused with its essence. Conventional purification would indeed be challenging. The glimmer of hope in Yapo's eyes dimmed. Yet, Du Xianzi's subsequent words left both her and Long Fei momentarily stunned. If conventional methods were ineffective, then they must resort to the unconventional. Du Xianzi liegt hier crimson lips, her eyes sparkling with a dangerous and exhilarating light. Since gentle means could not sever the ties, they would employ something more fierce, more domineering, to disperse it. Something more domineering? Long Fei felt an ominous premonition. Of course it was poison. Du Xianzi turned her gaze to Ayapo, her smile beguiling. The most poisonous substances in the world often harbor the most extreme purifying power. Drawing on myriad toxins, injecting them into Jin's body, forcibly striking, neutralizing, and even devouring that strand of Yusu filth. Ayapo gasped in horror, injecting myriad poisons. This will directly take Jin's life. Its essence is already exceedingly fragile. One must break to establish, Du Xianzi replied in a calm tone, yet with an undeniable confidence. It would either collapse entirely under the assault of toxins and filth, or, through the clash of extreme forces, shed the impurities and attain rebirth. Naturally, the risks were considerable. The success rate was likely 50-50. She looked at Ayapo, her eyes sharp. What say you? Shall we continue with your foolish method of sacrificing others while you yourself are nearing your limit, watching it transform into a monster or completely dissipate? Or will you trust me this once, take a gamble, and strive for a complete rebirth? Ayapo gazed at the jar, then at the resolute expression of Du Xianzi, her aged face filled with turmoil. On one side lay a seemingly secure, yet inevitably tragic delay, while on the other was a highly risky gamble that might lead to true liberation. Ultimately, she took a deep breath, a flicker of determination igniting in her murky eyes. She bowed deeply to Du Xianzi. Old woman that I am, I have been foolish for 20 years, employing the wrong methods. Since the fairy possesses the courage to propose this plan, she must also have some assurance. I am willing to take the gamble. Please, fairy, save Jinkan. Chapter 42. Poison against poison. At that moment, Ayapo's bamboo house transformed into a makeshift operating room, with the enchanting and captivating Du Xianzi, the most resplendent rose of the Shennong Temple, as the lead surgeon. Du Xianzi commanded Long Fei and Ayapo to prepare without the slightest hesitation. The once dim room was illuminated by the powerful lighting equipment brought by Long Fei, showcasing a myriad of vials and herbs strewn across the floor. The air thick with an intense, and complex mixture of medicinal and toxic aromas. Young man moved swiftly. Grind those few stalks of Dai Chong Chao in a powder. The finer the better, not a hint of impurity. While inspecting the various toxic herbs Iyupa had presented, Du Xianzi continued to issue orders without glancing up. Long Fei had fully assumed the role of an assistant. Although he held a deep reverence for handling such lethal substances, his movements were swift and decisive. Clad in specially designed gloves, he carefully ground the purple Dai Chong Chao, said to be capable of bringing down beasts in an instant, with a jade pestle. Meanwhile, Iyupa, adhering to Du Xianzi's instructions, revealed everything she knew about the characteristics of Jin Can, along with the recorded history of its essence and weaknesses. Without reservation, her eyes brimmed with tension and anticipation, as if Du Xianzi were her last lifeline. Jin Can thrives in purity and abhors filth, yet its essence contains a trace of innate Gung Jin energy, sharp and unyielding, Iyupa murmured. Gung Jin energy? Du Xianzi paused in her grinding, a flicker of understanding crossing her eyes. No wonder it was so deeply corroded by the Yusu filth. Its rigidity made it prone to breakage, and an excess of purity rendered it devoid of resilience. Understood. It seems we must add several doses of Shi Jin Shui and Gu Gu Hua to weaken its inherent rigidity, facilitating the penetration of the toxins. Young man, take note. Long Fei quickly recorded the information on his portable tablet, feeling as though he were assisting a mad scientist conducting a perilous chemical experiment. Du Xianzi rapidly combined and deduced the poison formula based on the characteristics of Jin Can and the properties of the Yusu filth. She needed to find a delicate balance that would allow the toxins to impact the filth without instantly obliterating Jin Can's fragile essence. This required an extraordinarily refined mastery of poison control and a profound understanding of pharmacology. All right, that should suffice. Du Xianzi clapped her hands, surveying the neatly arranged dozens of refined toxic essences before her, each varying in color, some a haunting blue, others of vivid crimson, and some as dark as ink, each exuding a palpable aura of danger. She approached the ancient jar, her expression turning solemn. "Madam, please bring it forth." Iyupa inhaled deeply, trembling hands slowly and reverently unsealing the jar's lid. A wave of energy, mingled with faint golden light and rich black miasma, surged forth. At the bottom of the jar, the almost entirely transparent spirit of Jin Can emerged, curled up and occasionally twitching in pain, tightly ensnared by strands of black filth, resembling a polluted, exquisite piece of glass art. Du Xianzi's gaze sharpened as she extended her hands, her slender fingers enveloped in a swirling, vibrant mist of poison. The mist danced as if alive, separating and recombining at her fingertips. First, Shi Jin Shui softened its bones. A drop of dark golden liquid, hissing as it corroded metal, precisely fell onto the Jin Can spirit. The creature quivered violently, its transparent body seemingly becoming more pliable. Second, Gu Gu Hua dissolved its sinews. A wisp of gray-white powder merged into the poison mist, enveloping the spirit, causing its spasms to intensify and emit faint cries of despair. Tiat Di Chang Kao Essenza. Cleanse its viscera. Fourth, by Lin Sha, scorch the filth's roots. Fifth, Du Xianzi was wholly absorbed, akin to a masterful conductor orchestrating a symphony of potent toxins. Each thread and strand being injected into Jin Can's body with precision. Her movements were as quick as lightning, yet impeccably accurate, with the quantity, timing, and order of each toxin's infusion executed to perfection. Under her manipulation, the Jin Can spirit was thrust into a veritable inferno. Its body fluctuated wildly in color, between transparent, gold, black, purple, and green, its size expanding and contracting erratically, the intense agony eliciting a silent scream even in its slumber. The black filth entwining, it seemed provoked, thrashing violently, resisting, and fiercely clashing with the invading toxins. The entire bamboo house thrummed with energy, poison mist swirling around, compelling Long Fei to channel his spiritual energy to shield himself from the terrifying aura that permeated the air. Iyupa was so tense she held her breath. Her hands clenched tightly together, nails digging into her palms. Beads of sweat formed on Du Xianzi's forehead, her complexion slightly pale. This intricate control demanded immense mental exertion. Yet her gaze remained calm, even tinged with exhilaration. Now, let the myriad poisons converge and merge. She suddenly clasped her hands together, forcefully guiding all the toxins infused within the body of the golden silkworm with her will. In that moment, the toxins ceased their chaotic strife and transformed into a surging torrent of vibrant poisonous energy, akin to a river breaching its dam, charging fiercely towards the core of the foul aura. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a silent thunderclap within the golden silkworm's being. The black foulness collided violently with the colorful wave of poison, eroding and annihilating each other. The frail spiritual form of the golden silkworm became the most intense battleground, as if it would shatter completely in the next heartbeat. Ayapa could not help but close her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Long Fei's heart raced in his throat. Yet, the poison fairy fixated her gaze upon the golden silkworm, her lips pressed tight, her hands pressing down, still forcefully controlling the flow and intensity of the toxins. At that moment, a sudden mutation occurred. The foul aura seemed to sense its impending doom, abruptly contracting, then unleashing a malevolent counterforce brimming with a will of corruption, akin to a dying venomous snake, surging back towards her through the spiritual perception with which the poison fairy controlled the toxins. "Be careful," Long Fei exclaimed in alarm. "Oomph." A dying struggle. The poison fairy scoffed, not retreating, but instead erupting with an even more intense and vibrant toxic barrier. The foul aura crashed against the toxic barrier, producing a hissing sound akin to ice meeting the blazing sun, swiftly consumed, decomposed, and rendered null by the poison fairy's even more domineering and pure source of poison. "Playing with poison? I am your ancestor." The poison fairy's gaze held a disdainful confidence. Simultaneously, the final clash within the golden silkworm yielded a victor. Under the frenzied assault of myriad toxins, the foul aura that had entangled for over 20 years finally disintegrated like ice under sunlight, vanishing completely. The long-suffering spiritual form of the golden silkworm seemed to shed a 1,000-pound burden as the foulness dissipated, although still battered and broken. It radiated an unprecedented sense of ease and purity. The vibrant, poisonous power began to gradually recede, having fulfilled its mission without excessively damaging the essence of the golden silkworm. The poison fairy let out a long breath, dissipating the toxic barrier surrounding her, her complexion pale and nearly exhausted, her body swaying slightly. Long Fei, quick-witted, rushed forward to support her. "Senior, are you all right?" The poison fairy steadied herself with his arm, waving her hand, her voice weary. "I'm fine, just a bit drained." "Look at that little fellow." Ayapa had already dashed to the earthen pot, with a golden silkworm's spiritual form, though still transparent and fragile, now shimmered with pure and bright golden specks, devoid of any black aura. It slowly stretched its body, emitting a faint yet vibrant chirp, before sinking back into slumber. But this time it was a peaceful and hopeful slumber. "We succeeded, truly succeeded." Ayapa wept tears of joy, preparing to bow again to the poison fairy. "Stop!" The poison fairy weakly interrupted. "No more bowing, I'm tired. Quickly find a quiet place to nurture it. Its essence has been severely depleted and needs time to recover. Also, old lady, your own health is deteriorating. I'll prescribe something for you to recuperate properly." She then turned to Long Fei, who was supporting her, offering a weak smile and gently brushing her fingers over his taut abdomen, her tone dripping with familiarity. "Little handsome, this time I exerted a great deal of effort. Mere mushrooms 1 tea suffice for recovery. I need some meat." Chapter 43. Miao Village's Yoshu that evening. The poison fairy regained her vitality after feasting on a pot of stewed pig trotters and dried bamboo shoots. The crisis surrounding the golden silkworm had momentarily subsided. Yet the poison fairy remained vigilant. Under the guidance of the poison fairy's prescription, Ayupa's complexion had improved considerably, her gratitude toward the poison fairy overwhelming, treating her almost as a deity. The poison fairy, unabashed, occupied the best room in Ayupa's bamboo house, under the pretext of supervising the patient's recovery and the golden silkworm's nurturing. "Old lady, tell me again, from which direction did the corrupt energy that eroded the golden silkworm originate?" The poison fairy casually asked while leisurely grooming her nails with a small file. Ayupa struggled to recall, her murky eyes gazing into the depths of the rainforest. "I can't pinpoint the exact source, but it felt like it came from the direction of Guangqiao." That is a forbidden area in our village, said to be a place of no return. Even the most seasoned hunters dare not approach. Guikio, the poison fairy, noted this name. Just then, Long Fei entered briskly, holding a tablet with a grave expression. Senior Poison Fairy, Ayapa, he handed over the tablet. The energy monitoring points we deployed on the outskirts of the rainforest just transmitted abnormal data. In the direction of Guikio, we detected intermittent energy fluctuations originating from the same source as the foulness within the golden silkworm, along with weak but steadily increasing life responses. The tablet displayed distorted energy curves and several vague thermal imaging outlines, the shapes bizarre and unlike any known rainforest creatures. Indeed, remnants remain. The poison fairy set down her file, her gaze sharpening. If the source of the foulness was not eradicated, what had polluted the golden silkworm today could give rise to other monsters tomorrow. Little handsome, prepare yourself. We shall investigate Guikio. Long Fei promptly nodded yes. I will gather the team immediately. No need to mobilize the masses. The poison fairy interjected against the Yoshu foulness. Having too many inadequately skilled individuals would only be a burden. It will suffice for just you and me to go. Old lady, you stay behind in the village to watch over the golden silkworm and yourself. Ayapa looked at them with concern. Guikio is very dangerous. Legends say it harbors man-eating mountain spirits and miasma. Mountain spirits? Miasma? The poison fairy scoffed. Perfect. My little treasures might want to change of flavor. She patted her pouch, filled with various poisons. Long Fei, though worried, had developed a profound understanding of the poison fairy's strength and thus hesitated no longer, swiftly preparing the necessary equipment and weapons. The two set off lightly, departing from by Yinzhai towards the depths of the rainforest and Guikio. The deeper they ventured, the denser the vegetation became, the light dimmer, the air thick with the stench of decay accumulated over the years, mingled with a faint, nauseatingly sweet odor, reminiscent of the foulness within the golden silkworm. The poison fairy moved as if returning to her own backyard, her steps light, her nostrils flaring occasionally to detect the slightest shifts in energy in the air. Long Fei remained vigilant, keenly observing their surroundings. Stop! The poison fairy suddenly raised her hand. Long Fei immediately halted, gripping his specialized rifle tightly. Before them, on the muddy ground, lay several animal skeletons, their bones marred by corrosive markings and covered with a slimy, slightly writhing black fungal mat, corrosive fungus, and energy-devouring moss. The poison fairy knelt, dipping her finger in the edge of the fungal mat, which immediately attempted to ensnare her, only to be obliterated in an instant by a wisp of toxin emanating from her fingertip. These entities were local species catalyzed and mutated by the Yoshu energy, highly aggressive and polluting. She stood, gazing into the even darker jungle ahead. It seems we have found the right place. Be cautious. The environment here has been severely contaminated. The two pressed on, encountering more bizarre plants and insects twisted by the foulness along the way, some capable of spraying corrosive juices, others releasing hallucinogenic spores. Yet before the poison fairy, a master of toxins, they were mere trifles. She even collected some mutated samples for further study. Finally, they arrived at a low-lying hollow. Guikio. The hollow was shrouded in mist, but this mist was not ordinary vapor. It bore a faint gray-black hue, emanating a strong stench of decay and malice. Within the mist, some crumbling, moss-covered ancient stone sculptures could be vaguely seen, their style peculiar and unlike modern artifacts. Most striking of all was a half-collapsed altar at the center of the hollow. The altar was constructed from a peculiar black stone, etched with twisted and unsettling runes. At its center lay a sunken basin, filled with a viscous, tar-like black liquid that emanated a nauseating stench. Surrounding the altar, several grotesque creatures lurked, resembling a larger, more fearsome version of a leopard wolf, their fur having fallen away to reveal black-scaled muscle beneath. Corrosive drool dripped from their jaws, and ghostly green flames flickered in their eye sockets. These were the completely corrupted natives of the forest. The source of their energy was undoubtedly the altar. Long Fei lowered his voice, his expression grim, realizing that the energy signatures of these monsters were nearing level C. But that was not all. The poison fairy's gaze swept over a distorted shadow behind the altar, revealing a colossal creature in slumber. As if to confirm her words, the shadow stirred, and a creature, A hybrid of a giant lizard and a spider, slowly emerged, radiating an aura of level B. Hiss. The eight-legged lizard creature detected the intruders and let out a sharp hiss, prompting the surrounding corrupted leopard wolves to bare their teeth and close in. Divide the tasks. The poison fairy stated succinctly, "Young man, you are alone, so you will handle those minions. Do not allow them to disturb me. That giant and the altar are mine to deal with." Long Fei recognized the urgency of the situation and immediately raised his psionic gun, aiming with determination. "Understood, Senior. Be careful." The battle erupted instantly. Long Fei nimbly maneuvered between the corrupted leopard wolves, firing specially designed bullets with precision at their joints and eye sockets, while simultaneously employing the martial techniques passed down from Yao City. His strikes cut through the air with a fierce wind as he engaged the leopard wolves. Meanwhile, the poison fairy advanced directly toward the B-level eight-legged lizard creature in the black altar. Sensing the threat posed by the poison fairy, the creature opened its massive mouth filled with jagged teeth, unleashing a torrent of black breath imbued with potent mental corrosive properties. The poison fairy stood her ground, deftly summoning a vibrant wall of poisonous mist that materialized before her. The black breath collided with the wall, hissing audibly as it was swiftly neutralized and dissolved by the seemingly radiant poison. "Is this all you are capable of?" The poison fairy chuckled lightly, her fingertip releasing a strand of pink mist as fine as a hair. The pink mist, as if imbued with life, disregarded the creature's scaled defenses and directly infiltrated its nostrils. In the next moment, the massive eight-legged lizard creature froze, its 8 limbs thrashing wildly as it emitted agonized howls, as though countless ants were gnawing at its insides. Its movements grew sluggish and erratic, its attacks losing all coherence. Seizing the opportunity, the poison fairy darted forward, appearing like a specter before the altar. She gazed at the churning black waters, her brow furrowed. Such a foul source cannot remain. She formed a seal with her hands, her poisonous energy surging as it coalesced into a swirling, pitch-black poison pill that exuded a sense of destruction. 10,000 poisons devour source. She thrust the poison pill forcefully into the black basin. Boom! The basin erupted as if cold water had been thrown onto a red-hot iron, boiling violently and exploding. The viscous black liquid was instantly evaporated and purified by the terrifying poison, causing the runes on the altar to shatter and the entire structure to begin collapsing. The gray-black mist that had enveloped the hollow swiftly dissipated, as if it had lost its support. The corrupted leopard wolves engaged with Long Fei, as well as the frenzied lizard-spider creature, suddenly found their source of power drained, their movements becoming sluggish and their vitality rapidly waning. Long Fei seized the moment to swiftly eliminate several leopard wolves. The B-level creature, overwhelmed by the residual effects of the poison pill and the loss of its energy source, collapsed with a mournful wail, its massive body beginning to rot and disintegrate. Moments later, the hollow of ghosts fell silent. The altar lay in ruins, the basin dried up, and the source of corruption severed. Sunlight pierced through the dissipating mist, illuminating the once tainted land anew. Long Fei surveyed the ravaged battlefield and then turned to the poison fairy, who stood serenely before the ruins, her attire billowing softly. His heart was filled with awe. Was this the strength of a member of the 10th Hall at the Earth level? To single-handedly annihilate a source of pollution and eliminate a B-level monster with such ease. The poison fairy dusted off non-existent debris from her hands, turning to Long Fei with a radiant smile. "All done. You performed admirably, young man, without holding me back. Come to my room at the 3rd watch, and I shall bestow upon you a special reward, just for you." Long Fei gazed at her brilliant smile, feeling a sense of disorientation after the fierce battle. This poison fairy, at times fierce like a demoness from the underworld, at others languorous like a Persian cat, and when teasing him, resembling a mischievous sprite. How fortunate it was to have her in Miao City. Chapter 44. 10,000 Poisons Tempering Gold. The source of corruption in the Hollow of Ghosts had been destroyed, and the lurking monsters eliminated. Yet the poison fairy's work was not yet complete. In Beiming village, within the opposed bamboo house, the poison fairy scrutinized the fragile, seemingly easily shattered golden silkworm spirit contained in the earthen jar, her brow slightly furrowed. The foulness was gone, but this little one was severely depleted at its core, like a basket with a hole at the bottom. Merely nurturing it would take an eternity before it could recover. She gently tapped the jar, producing a crisp sound. Upon hearing this, Ayapo's heart, which had just begun to settle, tightened once more, and she anxiously inquired, "Fairy, what shall we do?" The poison fairy did not respond immediately, instead pondering for a moment, a bold glimmer flashing in her eyes as she turned to Ayapo. "Old lady, you mentioned that the essence of the golden silkworm, Gu, contains a trace of innate gung metal energy?" Yes. Ayapo nodded vigorously. The gung metal represents slaughter and is both sharp and unyielding, serving as the source of the golden silkworm's power. However, it was precisely this unyielding sharpness that had allowed the insidious foulness to infiltrate and become difficult to separate. Too rigid and too sharp lacks flexibility, the poison fairy murmured, a dangerous smile forming on her lips. In that case, merely replenishing it will not suffice. It requires tempering. We must shatter the old and establish the new, not only expelling the foulness, but also reconstructing its foundation. She gazed at Ayapo, her tone resolute and unyielding. "I intend to use the power of 10,000 poisons, not merely to exorcise evil, but to temper its body. With the strength of 10,000 poisons, we shall hone its gung metal edge and compensate for its lack of resilience. This will grant it true rebirth, transforming it into an unprecedented 10,000 poisons golden silkworm." 10,000 poisons tempering the body. Ayapo gasped, her face turning pale. "This is far too dangerous. The golden silkworm is currently so fragile. How could it withstand the onslaught of 10,000 poisons? It's akin to casting it into a furnace. Only a furnace can forge true gold." The poison fairy replied with a calm demeanor, yet her tone carried absolute confidence and a hint of persuasion. "Whether it succumbs to annihilation in the toxins or is reborn through them, emerging more powerful, depends on its fate. Old lady, do you wish for it to remain a fragile treasure in need of careful protection forever, or take a gamble, allowing it to possess the true strength to guard the village?" Ayapo looked at the faint golden glow within the earthen jar, her aged face filled with conflict. She had protected the golden silkworm her entire life, treating it like her own child. How could she bear to subject it to such torture? Yet the poison fairy's words were like a siren's call, enticing her. A truly powerful golden silkworm that could independently resist corruption. Ultimately, her concerns for the village's future, coupled with a longing for greater strength, outweighed her reluctance. Trembling, she uttered, as if expending every ounce of her strength, I believe in the fairy. Please, proceed as you see fit." "Good." This was precisely the affirmation the poison fairy sought. She immediately began her preparations, this time with even greater caution. She not only took out her rarest and most potent poisons, but also had Long Fei utilize the channels of the Response Bureau to urgently procure various extreme and radioactive mineral essences, along with toxins from exotic creatures that ordinary people would avoid at all costs. Long Fei gazed at the materials being handled by the poison fairy, each sight more disconcerting than the last, as his worldview was continually reshaped. This esteemed elder had truly mastered the art of poison. With preparations complete, the bamboo tower was once again cleared. The poison fairy sat cross-legged before a clay pot, while Ayapo and Long Fei stood guard outside, their anxiety heightened compared to the last occasion. The poison fairy took a deep breath, her hands slowly rising as vibrant streams of poisonous light danced between her fingers, more dazzling and perilous than before. She intended to use herself as a medium, employing her supreme poison-controlling techniques to guide the essence of myriad toxins, amalgamated from dozens of extreme poisons, to conduct the deepest refinement of the golden silkworm. It began. In a hushed tone, she whispered, and the toxic light flowed like rivers returning to the sea, gently infusing the clay pot. Unlike the previous violent clashes and explosions, this time it was a more treacherous, silent erosion and reshaping. The essence of myriad toxins acted like the finest chisels, akin to a raging torrent, beginning to wash, polish, and permeate the fragile, spiritual body of the golden silkworm. The silkworm's form no longer shifted in color. Instead, it grew blurred and distorted, as if enduring unimaginable agony. Unable to emit even a cry of despair, visible only by the slight tremors of its minuscule spiritual body amidst the toxic light, as though it might completely dissolve at any moment. The poison fairy was utterly focused, veins throbbing on her forehead, beads of sweat cascading down. She had to precisely control the strength and depth of each toxin's penetration, achieving the desired refining effect without utterly destroying the golden silkworm. This was an extreme test of her mental fortitude, spiritual perception, and poison-controlling abilities. Time passed slowly. Within the bamboo tower, an eerie silence prevailed, broken only by the poison fairy's labored breaths and the flickering of the ominous toxic light. Outside, Long Fei and Yipa felt as though they were enduring an eternity. Suddenly, the poison fairy's body quivered violently, a trickle of dark red blood escaping her lips. Clearly, this exquisite operation had inflicted backlash upon her. Senior, Long Fei could not restrain his exclamation. Silence. Do not disturb her. Yipa admonished him sternly, her heart aching, yet aware that this was the most critical moment, requiring absolute focus. The poison fairy wiped the blood from her mouth, her gaze more frenzied and intense. Her hands steady as a rock, continuing to manipulate the essence of myriad toxins. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, akin to a century. Inside the clay pot, the originally blurred and distorted spiritual body of the golden silkworm suddenly erupted with an extraordinarily pure and dazzling golden light. This golden radiance, like the rising sun, instantly dispelled all the vibrant toxic hues. Following this, a wave of energy, far denser and more formidable than before, imbued with a chilling sharpness and toxic essence, erupted from the clay pot. The bamboo tower trembled. The golden light gradually receded, revealing a completely new golden silkworm suspended within. It was no longer the transparent and fragile creature of before, but now exuded a profound dark golden hue, as if forged through countless trials. Its surface shimmering with a metallic luster, faintly revealing intricate patterns reminiscent of natural poison markings. Its form seemed to have solidified, still small yet radiating an air of restrained dominance and danger. It slowly opened its eyes, no longer the pure golden hue, but a melted gold-like depth, flickering with iridescent toxic gleams. The myriad poison golden silkworm had successfully been refined. The poison fairy beheld the newly birthed Gu King, a satisfied smile finally gracing her pale, weary face. She swayed, collapsing backward. Long Fei, who had been vigilantly watching from within, rushed in and caught her in time. Senior, are you all right? The poison fairy leaned against him, weakly waving her hand, her gaze fixed on the dark golden silkworm, smiling feebly. I'm fine, just a bit drained. How about it? Little handsome, how is my skill? This new little fellow is far more formidable than the previous fragile one. Ayapostadjerdin, her eyes widening in disbelief at the dark golden silkworm radiating a powerful and unique aura, tears streaming down her face, this time tears of joy. She sensed that the essence of this newly born golden silkworm had undergone a tremendous transformation, brimming with strength and potential. The dark golden silkworm seemed to sense her, flapping its wings and emitting a melodious call, then affectionately flying towards Yipa, circling around her before landing gently on her shoulder. Seeing this, the poison fairy felt utterly relieved and said to Long Fei, Little handsome, I'm going to take a nap now. Don't take advantage of my vulnerability. With that, her head drooped, and she truly fell into a deep slumber in Long Fei's embrace, clearly exhausted beyond her limits. Long Fei held the slumbering poison fairy, gazing at her breathtakingly beautiful profile, even in fatigue, feeling a tumult of emotions within. This elder, seemingly whimsical and fond of teasing him, had completely won his admiration with her extraordinary resolve, responsibility, and celestial techniques displayed at a crucial moment. He carefully lifted the poison fairy, nodded to Yipa, and softly said, Yipa, let us return. Please take good care of the golden silkworm. Chapter 45. The birth of the Gu King, the poison fairy slept soundly until the afternoon of the following day. Upon awakening, she found herself lying in a meticulously cleaned bed within Yipa's bamboo tower, covered by a thin blanket that carried the scent of sunshine. Outside, the rainforest remained humid and warm, yet the atmosphere of Baiyin Zhai had noticeably relaxed. She moved her somewhat stiff body, feeling as if she had been emptied out and then only partially refilled. Awake? Long Fei's voice came from the doorway. As he entered carrying a steaming bowl of fragrant chicken soup, relief evident on his face. Yipa has been cooking all morning, saying it will replenish your energy. The poison fairy sat up, rubbing her slightly swollen temples, observing Long Fei's face, which, despite being carefully groomed, still bore traces of fatigue, and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, little handsome, so considerate? Have you been keeping vigil over me?" Long Fei's ears flushed slightly as he placed the soup bowl on the small table beside the bed. Avoiding her gaze, "Senior has exhausted herself for the village. It is my duty to do this. How do you feel?" "I'm not dead." The poison fairy picked up the chicken soup, blew on it, and took small sips. The delicious flavor unfolded on her tongue, making her comfortably squint her eyes. "Not bad. The old lady's culinary skills are commendable." While drinking the soup, she sensed the atmosphere within the bamboo tower. The essence of the newly born golden silkworm, powerful yet restrained, was steadily present, closely intertwined with the Yapo's aura, coexisting harmoniously. "What about that little creature?" she casually inquired, mentioning the golden silkworm. Long Fei's eyes lit up with excitement. "It's doing exceptionally well." Ayapa said that the newly born myriad poison golden silkworm is full of spirit, not only able to communicate with her mind, but it seems to have awakened some new abilities as well. The aura it emits has a natural deterrent and dispersal effect on the poisonous insects and snakes surrounding the village. Even the areas that were previously slightly contaminated are gradually recovering under its influence. "Oh, it can purify the environment too? Not a waste of my efforts." The poison fairy nodded in satisfaction, realizing she had indeed chosen the right path with the myriad poison refinement. After finishing the chicken soup, the poison fairy felt considerably rejuvenated. She got out of bed to stretch her limbs and said to Long Fei, "Let us go check on our little hero and bid farewell to the old lady." The two arrived in the main hall of the bamboo tower, where Yapo was seated, the newly born golden silkworm perched on her fingertip, its dark golden body shimmering with mysterious luster in the light. Upon seeing the poison fairy emerge, Yapo immediately rose, and the little golden silkworm flapped its wings, emitting a joyful, clear sound. "Fairy, you're awake. How do you feel?" Ayapa asked with concern, her eyes filled with gratitude. "No harm done." The poison fairy waved her hand, her gaze settling upon the small golden silkworm as she extended her finger. The little creature seemed particularly affectionate towards her, unhesitatingly flying onto her fingertip and nuzzling against her. The poison fairy sensed the vibrant vitality, sharpness, and potent venom emanating from her fingertip, and smiled, saying, "Little one, you must strive to be strong in the future and not let anyone bully you again." The golden silkworm raised its head and emitted a metallic-sounding chirp, as if making a promise. "Ayapa." The poison fairy addressed the elderly woman. "The crisis in the village has been averted, and the golden silkworm has been reborn. Captain Long, and I must return to Miaocheng." Upon hearing that the poison fairy intended to leave, the elder of Apuzhai hurried over, eager to persuade her stay, while the villagers gathered, expressing their gratitude and reluctance. Observing the earnestness of these simple villagers, the poison fairy momentarily set aside her usual nonchalant demeanor and said solemnly, "I appreciate your sentiments, but as a member of the 10 Halls, I am tasked with guarding Miaocheng and cannot linger here. Should the village encounter insurmountable troubles in the future, you may contact me through Captain Long." She paused, then added with a lazy tone, "Of course. If you happen to discover any particularly delectable mountain delicacies, do send me a message, and I shall come to sample them when I have the time." At her words, the crowd felt a mix of emotions, both touched and amused. After bidding farewell to the people of Beiming, the poison fairy and Long Fei boarded a jeep, embarking on their journey back to Miaocheng. The return journey seemed far smoother than their initial arrival, perhaps due to a change in mood. Leaning back in her seat, the poison fairy gazed out at the swiftly passing rainforest scenery and suddenly inquired, "Little handsome, what are your plans for our return?" While driving, Long Fei replied, "First, I must compile a detailed report on this incident to submit. Then, we need to enhance monitoring and patrols around Miaocheng, particularly in ancient villages like Beiming, to prevent similar occurrences in the future." He paused, lowering his voice slightly. "Additionally, I will urge the logistics department to find ways to improve the access roads to the village." Hearing this, the poison fairy smirked. "Oh, you've learned to consider the welfare of the common people and are proactively seeking funding? Progress indeed." Long Fei smiled bashfully. "However, mere defense is insufficient." The poison fairy continued, "That altar and the pollution in Qiongqi indicate that the infiltration from Yusu is pervasive and increasingly insidious. Both your strategy bureau and our 10 halls must adopt a more proactive stance. Long Fei nodded solemnly. Your guidance is invaluable. We will certainly bolster our reconnaissance and early warning efforts. Observing his serious profile, the poison fairy felt a playful urge and leaned closer, teasingly whispering, "Little handsome, working so diligently, will you have no time for romance? Would you like me to introduce you to some lovely sisters from our 10 halls? There are aloof beauties and charming neighborly types, though none possess my allure." Long Face startled, nearly veering the vehicle off the road, his face turning crimson like a ripe shrimp as he stammered, "Senior, please, do not tease me any further. I just wish to work hard and protect Miao Chong." The poison fairy laughed heartily at his flustered demeanor, saying, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Focus on your driving, you little stickler." She reclined back in her seat, closing her eyes, yet a subtle smile lingered on her lips. This innocent yet responsible little handsome seemed quite delightful as a partner in Miao Chong, at the very least. The days ahead would not be dull. As the sunset cast elongated shadows of the jeep, the two, each with their own thoughts, drove towards the awaited rainforest city. The tenure of the poison fairy in Miao Chong was only just beginning. After the Bai Yanjai incident, the poison fairy officially settled in Miao Chong. The Anomaly Response Bureau's Miao Chong branch treated this esteemed member of the 10 halls with utmost respect, arranging a secluded courtyard nearby, surrounded by serene nature and equipped with all necessary amenities. For several days, Long Fei busied himself, personally assisting the poison fairy in setting up her residence. However, the majority of the time, the poison fairy lounged with her legs crossed, directing Long Fei and his team to move items here and there. Yes. Place that in the shaded and ventilated area. We don't want my precious little ones to be sunburned. Oh, little handsome, be gentle with that. It's my hard-earned Chibu Dao. Over here, give me a bigger pond and plant more water plants for my toads. Long Fei dutifully executed every command of the poison fairy with meticulous care, watching her languidly seated in a wrought-tan chair, enjoying local fruits while casting alluring glances. He found that his initial anxiety had transformed into an unusual sense of calm and satisfaction. He realized he had developed a peculiar fondness for her enigmatic demeanor, her breathtaking beauty intertwined with danger. This realization startled him. It felt more daunting than facing a B-grade monster, yet possessing the determination and bravery of a Miao clan man. Once he recognized his feelings, he was unwilling to retreat. Finally, the courtyard was arranged to her satisfaction. The poison fairy surveyed her refreshed abode and nodded approvingly, patting Long Fei's shoulder. "Well done, little handsome. You're quite reliable. I'm very pleased." Long Fei gazed at her enchanting visage, inhaling the unique fragrance of flowers mixed with a hint of sweetness, his heart racing. Gathering his courage, he fixed his determined gaze upon the poison fairy and stammered, "Poison fairy, the courtyard is ready. May I treat you to a meal, just to celebrate your new residence?" The poison fairy paused, then burst into a fit of laughter. "Oh, little handsome has awakened, realizing you should invite me to dinner? Very well. However, it can't be just any ordinary place. It must be the best wild mushroom restaurant in Miaocheng." "Absolutely," Long Fei agreed eagerly, a mix of nervousness and anticipation swirling within him. That evening, in the most renowned mushroom restaurant in Miaocheng, they were seated in a private room. The table overflowed with an array of wild mushroom hot pots and specialty dishes, the aroma tantalizing. The poison fairy reveled in the feast, her eyes sparkling with delight. Long Fei, however, found it hard to enjoy his meal, watching her indulge with abandon, seemingly oblivious to her image. After a while, as she set her chopsticks down, licking her lips in satisfaction, he took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "Poison fairy, I have something to say." "Yes? Go ahead," she replied casually, wiping her mouth with a napkin. Long Fei felt his cheeks flush, yet his voice remained clear and resolute. "I like you. From the moment I first saw you, I was captivated. I know I am ordinary and unworthy of you, but I do not wish to hide my feelings. I want to pursue you." The poison fairy, who had just raised her teacup to take a sip, spluttered and coughed, her enchanting face displaying shock and disbelief for the first time, her eyes widening as if she had heard the most absurd tale. What did you say?" She almost thought she had misheard. This little handsome had actually confessed to her. She had merely teased him out of amusement, enjoying his blushing reactions, never having considered it in that light. This script was all wrong. Meanwhile, far away at the Linjiang base, Lin Fan was remotely monitoring the situation of the members stationed in various locations through the system. Upon witnessing the expression of the poisoned fairy, as if struck by lightning, and the serious demeanor of Long Fei in the Miaoqing small tavern, he was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a fit of uncontrollable laughter within the silent base. Ha! Poison fairy, oh poison fairy! You spent all your time teasing that innocent young man, and now look at you. You've fallen into your own trap. Ha! What a fitting retribution. Truly, the cycle of karma is marvelous. Lin Fan laughed until tears almost streamed down his face, clearly sensing the poison fairy's embarrassment, panic, and disbelief at this moment, far more entertaining than any comedy. In the private room, after regaining her composure, the poison fairy looked at Long Fei, whose earnest gaze burned with intensity and felt overwhelmed. After years of navigating the martial world, this was the first time she had encountered such genuine seriousness. That young man. She found herself at a loss for words, nervously twisting the hem of her garment. You see, dear sister, I have a fiery temper and a penchant for dangerous things. It might not be suitable for us to be together, right? I'm not afraid, Long Fei declared with fervor. I know you, senior sister, are formidable and perilous. Yet, it is precisely this aspect of you that draws me in. I admire your authenticity, your strength, and the tenderness you occasionally reveal. I will strive to become stronger, to keep pace with you. The poison fairy felt as though she was on the brink of collapse. This direct approach was far more potent than any poison she had ever encountered. She resolved never to provoke anyone carelessly again. Pressing her forehead, she sensed that her once illustrious reputation might be tarnished in an instant. Clumsily standing up, she said, I just remembered. I need to attend to a batch of heart-corroding grass that has just arrived. I must hurry back to check on it, or the medicinal properties will fade. Thank you for the meal, young man. We'll talk later. With that, she practically fled, leaving Long Fei alone in the private room. Gazing at the array of mushrooms on the table, his expression a complex mix of disappointment and renewed determination. He understood that this path might be arduous, but he would not surrender. Meanwhile, the poison fairy rushed back to her courtyard, slamming the door behind her, leaning against it while touching her slightly flushed cheeks. Her heartbeat still racing. That boy is absolutely insane, she muttered, her mind in turmoil. At that moment, she heard Lin Fan's voice resonating through the system, laced with laughter. Oh, our invulnerable poison fairy, what has happened? Your face is so red. Could it be that you have been afflicted by a peculiar poison called innocence? Would you like me to send Qingnong over to check on you? Ha! The poison fairy's face darkened instantly, and she clenched her teeth in the air, retorting, Commander, if you continue to laugh, do you believe I won't replace your spirit-gathering mat with heart-corroding grass the next time I return? Despite her words, the faint flush on her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. The seducer often finds themselves seduced. This time, it seemed she had truly invited trouble. The life of the poison fairy in Miaoqing would no longer be mundane. Chapter 47. The Dragon Vein in turmoil, 700 miles north of Miaoqing, lies the ancient capital of Chang'an. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the ancient city walls in a golden veil, as if cloaking this city that has witnessed the rise and fall of 13 dynasties in a shimmering light. The air was thick with a sense of history, intertwined with a palpable aura of imperial might and the power of the earth emanating from deep beneath the surface. Since the reign of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Chang'an has stood as an ancient capital where numerous dignitaries were laid to rest. With the resurgence of supernatural abilities, ancient tombs have begun to exhibit abnormal phenomena. Fortunately, the various masters of past generations had established numerous ceiling formations relying on the Dragon Vein, originally intended to deter outsiders, which now served as a barrier between the realms of Yin and Yang. Luo Chan stood outside the grand entrance of the Chang'an branch of the Extraordinary Response Bureau, burdened by a seemingly heavy canvas backpack, his nose adorned with a pair of black-framed glasses, clutching an ancient compass tightly. He appeared as a naive university student just stepping into the world, starkly contrasting with the solemn atmosphere surrounding him. As a member of the Tianyin Palace at the Earth level and a formation master, Luo Chan had come to Chang'an on the orders of the commander to assist in guarding the area. Addressing the fully armed guards at the entrance, he spoke in a soft, somewhat nervous voice, but attempted to convey his purpose clearly while instinctively adjusting his glasses. The guards confirmed his identity, and upon seeing the specialized identification card he produced from his backpack, they regarded him with a peculiar expression before respectfully ushering him inside. The interior of the branch was even more solemn and dignified, where modern equipment harmoniously coexisted with antiquated decor. As Luo Chen walked, he felt the pulsing energy of the earth beneath his feet. The vast dragon Qi filled him with awe, yet his keen senses caused him to furrow his brow slightly. The dragon Qi seemed overly active, even exhibiting an imperceptible restlessness. Luo Chen, a booming voice called from ahead. Luo Chen looked up to see a burly man, clad in field combat attire, whose arms were thicker than his thighs, approaching with powerful strides that seemed to cause the ground to tremble with every step. He exuded an unmatched force of vitality, clearly an A-level powerhouse. Just like his master, why you are the legendary Tiger King? Luo Chen stammered, standing up straighter, somewhat anxious. He had done his homework before coming, knowing that the Chang'an branch was overseen by this renowned A-level expert recognized for his strength and defense. Ha! No need for such formalities, just call me Old Hu. The Tiger King exclaimed heartily, giving Luo Chen a robust pat on the shoulder that nearly caused him to stumble. His glasses almost askew. I had heard that the 10 halls were sending a formation expert. I didn't expect you to be so young. So, how's the Dragon Qi in this area? Very ample, Luo Chen replied, adjusting his glasses and feeling the lingering force on his shoulder. Slightly intimidated by the Tiger King's overwhelming warmth. Yet, he sensed that the dragon vein seemed somewhat unsettled. Upon hearing this, the Tiger King's smile dimmed slightly, and he sighed, leading Luo Chen toward the command center. You're right. Something has been off for the past month. Several areas in the city have experienced inexplicable localized sinkholes, although there have been no casualties. The peculiar part is that most of the sinkholes are connected to ancient tombs beneath. Even stranger, a faint negative energy has begun to seep out from those tombs, causing nearby residents to become increasingly paranoid. He displayed surveillance footage and a map, pointing to several marked locations. Look here. The main points are concentrated in the east and west of the city. We've sent people to investigate, and the tomb's security mechanisms weren't triggered, but it seems the items buried within have been stimulated, causing unrest. I managed to temporarily suppress a few spots with brute force, but that's only a stopgap measure, and the disturbances beneath seem to be intensifying, as if something significant is about to emerge. Luo Chen studied the map and energy monitoring data, his brow furrowing deeper behind his glasses. The needle of the compass in his hand began to quiver slightly, pointing toward the depths of the earth. This is not an issue with the tombs themselves, he murmured, his fingers unconsciously tracing circles around the edge of the compass. A nervous habit of his went deep in thought. The dragon veins had been disturbed. An external force had triggered the dragon vein, destabilizing the conduits that carried the dragon Qi, which in turn affected the sealing formations established throughout history that protected those ancient tombs. This was a chain reaction. The dragon vein has been disturbed? The Tiger King's eyes widened in shock. Who the hell has the audacity to meddle with our Chang'an's dragon vein? It may not necessarily be human. Luo Chen continued to rotate the compass, calculating with his fingers, his complexion paling slightly. The energy exhibited subtle traits of erosion and chaos, reminiscent of the aura of the netherworld. However, it is exceedingly faint, seemingly seeping from the depths of Qiongqi, making it arduous to trace its origin. Yomo. The expression on the Tiger King's face turned grave. Such an enigmatic otherworldly force could even erode the Qiongqi of Chang'an? It is imperative to stabilize the Qiongqi and reinforce the loose seals of the ancient tombs expeditiously. Luo Chen's tone grew urgent. Otherwise, should a critical node be breached, it could trigger a massive upheaval of the Earth's energy and a chain reaction among the tombs, with catastrophic consequences. Perhaps the entire city of Chang'an would be affected. The Tiger King also recognized the gravity of the situation. Though he was an A-grade expert, proficient in direct combat, he was utterly unversed in matters involving the Earth's veins, formations, and feng shui, rendering him powerless. Brother Luo Chen, what shall we do? I may lack other skills, but I possess ample strength. Command me as you wish. The Tiger King pounded his chest with fervor. Luo Chen, somewhat anxious at his demeanor, adjusted his glasses and replied, first and foremost, we must locate the core node of the Qiongqi's agitation and identify the weak points where Yomu's essence infiltrates. This requires meticulous surveying and calculations. I will need some time and detailed information regarding the Long Mai of Chang'an and the sealing formations of various dynasties. No problem. The database is entirely at your disposal. I will ensure everyone cooperates fully. The Tiger King immediately commanded. In the following 2 days, Luo Chan immersed himself in the archives of the Chang'an branch and scoured the streets. With a seemingly perpetually bulging backpack and a compass in hand, he alternated between referencing ancient texts and conducting field surveys, his fingers tracing circles on the compass with increasing frequency. He discovered that the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. The Long Mai of Chang'an stretched for thousands of miles, with ancient tombs scattered throughout numerous nodes, and the convoluted seals of successive dynasties intertwining like a tangled web, such that pulling one thread could affect the entire system. It resembled a chaotic array of formations, operable yet without regard for maintenance by future generations. The essence of Yomu was insidiously elusive, akin to ink dropped into clear water. Though faint, it had quietly spread, making it difficult to uncover its initial source. Merely untangling this mess and calculating the key nodes left him utterly exhausted. This was no longer a challenge he could resolve swiftly on his own. After much hesitation, he utilized a special communication talisman within the 10 halls to send out 2 distress signals. One was directed toward Xiefeng City, aimed at the Jinyu Hall's inspector, Yushan. The elder, who wielded the power of the earth and excelled in suppression and sealing, might possess unique insights into stabilizing the Long Mai. The other was sent back to the Tianyan Hall, directly contacting his master, the sky-level inspector, Qiongqi. His master, a sage of profound knowledge, was unparalleled in divination and the principles of formations. Such fundamental and theoretical inquiries could only be addressed by him. After dispatching the messages, Luo Chan felt a slight release of tension. Yet upon gazing at the still chaotic needle of the compass, his fingers involuntarily resumed their circular motions. "Master, I hope you and Elder Yushan can devise a solution," he murmured softly, concern etched on his delicate features. Beneath the city of Chang'an, dark currents surged. This ancient metropolis, with a history spanning a millennium, faced a silent yet potentially earth-shattering crisis. In the ensuing days, Luo Chun felt as though he were confronting a monumental and chaotic code, akin to a vast and disordered heap constructed by countless generations of programmers, ancient sorcerers, the intricate sealing array beneath Chang'an. The ancient texts and bamboo slips in the archives piled up like small hills, their records vague and conflicting among various schools of thought. After conducting field surveys, Luo Chun felt overwhelmed. The array's foundation from the Tang dynasty pressed upon the energy nodes from the Han dynasty, while the Ming dynasty's talismans were inscribed with the patterns of the Song dynasty, creating a tangled web of energy lines that, despite their chaos, managed to maintain a fragile equilibrium. It was evident that the structures had been hastily constructed for immediate use, with no consideration for future maintenance. Luo Chun, staring at the compass, felt as though his fingers might spark with frustration, his refined face reflecting his despair. He attempted to clarify several key nodes, but as soon as he adjusted the energy flow of a remnant formation from the Han dynasty, the seal of a nearby tomb from the Tang dynasty emitted a protesting hum, nearly releasing its malevolent energy, prompting him to hastily revert the changes. These formations, built upon the Long Mai, were originally intended to isolate Yin from Yang, preventing the corpses within the ancient tombs from disturbing the mortal realm and safeguarding against tomb raiders. The sorcerers of the Qin dynasty laid the groundwork, the core sealing node of the Long Mai, while the practitioners of the Han dynasty added new functionalities, area reinforcement, and early warning. The Taoists of the Tang dynasty, finding it lacking in elegance, layered on an ostentatious protective shield, feng shui harmonization, and illusion formations. Successive dynasties, from the Song to the Yuan, Ming, Qing, and even some modern hidden practitioners, had all contributed their ideas. The result was that while the formations could barely function, their internal logic was a chaotic mess, such that even the original architect, the great Chancellor Li Si of the Qin dynasty, would likely be unable to comprehend the intricacies. The essence of Yomu acted like a malicious virus, finding the most vulnerable point within this heap, silently infiltrating and triggering a chain collapse. Luo Chun, wearing glasses, leaned over the enormous electronic sand table in the command center, where complex, dizzying threads of spiritual energy and energy nodes projected before him. Surrounding him were stacks of bamboo slips, silk books, printed copies of ancient texts, and modern energy measurement data. His fingers unconsciously traced circles on the compass at an ever-increasing speed, murmuring to himself. Qin Foundation, Han Essence, Tang Sinews, Song Connections here. They employ a variant of the four symbols to stabilize the spirit? No, it incorporates the 5 elements dragon lock technique. This node is overloaded due to the unnecessary embellishments of the Ming Dynasty's 7 stars gathering array, disrupting the original balance. Why can't our predecessors adhere to some standards? Must they mix in so many whims and personal preferences? He raked his fingers through his hair, which had become disheveled in his frustration, his face a picture of despair. This was 10 times more challenging than any formation he had ever deduced during his studies with his master. The critical issue was that many aspects were illogical, merely the remnants of historical blunders. The Tiger King, holding a bowl nearly the size of a wash basin, slurped up oil-splashed noodles and leaned in to observe the shimmering points and lines on the sand table, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. Brother Luo Chun, how goes the search? Have you pinpointed that damn source of Yomo? If not, let us have a bowl of oil-splashed noodles first. We'll tackle it after we're full. The Tiger King inquired, his mouth still smeared with chili oil. Luo Chun pushed up his glasses, which had slid down to the tip of his nose, and lamented. Brother Hu, it isn't that simple. The structure of this formation is too chaotic. It's like a building where every landlord has altered it according to their whims. Now, it's impossible to locate the load-bearing walls, and the entire structure is swaying. That Yomu essence is hidden in the most disordered corners, making it challenging to pinpoint. The Tiger King, though somewhat puzzled, understood the complexity of the issue. He gently patted Luo Chen's shoulder, this time with a measure of restraint. Do not rush. Take your time. If you need anything from me, just speak up. At that moment, the communication talismans in Luo Chen's possession began to glow softly in succession. His spirits lifted, and he quickly activated them. The first to respond was Yu Shan's steady voice, akin to a mountain. Luo Chen, I am aware of the situation regarding the Long Mai of Chang'an. The Long Mai is the backbone of the earth, and its stability is crucial for local fortune. The infiltration of Yomu's essence is akin to pests undermining its foundation. I can transmit to you a foundational text of the Diuan Jinyue, which, when combined with specific hand seals, can temporarily calm the agitated earth energy and delay the collapse. However, to eradicate the root cause, you must locate and purify the eroded nodes of the Long Mai. This method addresses the symptoms, granting you precious time. An influx of information, imbued with the weighty principles of earth magic, surged into Luo Chen's mind, providing the calming techniques of the Diuan Jinyue. Although it was merely a foundational method, its origin from the Jinyu Hall's inspector was exquisite, perfectly suited to address the current instability of the Long Mai. Thank you, Elder Yushan, Luo Chan exclaimed joyfully. This was akin to a timely boon. Shortly thereafter, another communication talisman responded, revealing Xianji's calm, warm voice, tinged with a hint of resigned amusement. Foolish child, do not panic in the face of adversity. The formation of Chang'an, as you have articulated, is indeed a long-standing affliction, akin to a chronic ailment. A forced attempt to untangle it would yield little reward for immense effort. As I observe, the flaws within may present opportunities for you. The voice of Xuanji flowed steadily, beginning to dissect the convoluted structure of the Chang'an formation with clarity. He did not provide Luo Chun with direct answers. Rather, he assumed the role of an astute mentor, gently guiding him to ponder. Do you see that area in the northeast corner where energy is congested? It appears to stem from the redundancy of the Tang dynasty's illusionary formation. Yet could its essence resonate with the hidden channels laid during the Qin dynasty? The choice of the Yoshu energy to permeate from this point is far from coincidental. Might this location be a critical node in the energy cycle of the entire formation, forgotten through the ages of modification? Furthermore, the land subsidence in the western suburbs seems, on the surface, to be a consequence of the Qing dynasty's dilapidated reinforcement. But could it not be that the overly domineering diversion techniques from the Han dynasty have drained too much of the Dragon Vein's power? If one could temporarily bypass the Qing dynasty's reinforcements and dismantle the deeper Han diversion structures, might it rejuvenate the Dragon Vein? Xuanji's words, like sunlight parting the clouds, opened a new avenue of thought for the beleaguered Luo Qin. He ceased his futile attempts to comprehend every chaotic logic and began to seek out the intricate designs and potential backdoors obscured by the mountain of confusion. Viewing the situation from the perspective of overall energy flow and historical evolution. Master, I understand. Luo Qin's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, his fingers no longer tracing circles, but swiftly sketching on the virtual sand table. I need not mend every flaw. I simply must identify the critical redundant nodes and energy pathways, utilize them, and even intentionally create openings to expose the Yoshu energy. Following the methods imparted by Yueshan, he commenced efforts to soothe the most agitated nodes of the Earth's veins, while simultaneously reassessing the entire structure of the formation under Xuanji's guidance. The Tiger King observed Luo Qin as if he had suddenly attained enlightenment, gesturing animatedly over the sand table while muttering terms that he could not comprehend. Although still somewhat puzzled, he sensed that it must be quite impressive. Silently finishing his last mouthful of noodles, he resolved not to disturb this genius engrossed in realization. With the exceptional support of two heavenly figures, Luo Qin was no longer fighting alone. It felt as though he held two keys, one to stabilize the restless dragon vein, and the other to illuminate the critical nodes hidden within the chaotic maze of formations. Henceforth, the task was to employ these keys to precisely unearth the deepest hidden rat within that vast labyrinth of confusion. Adjusting his glasses, Luo Qin's eyes gleamed with an unprecedented confidence. This time he felt capable. Chapter 49. Tracing clues with the guidance of Yueshan's the Yuenjin Yue Ju and Master Xuanji's theoretical insights. Luo Qin felt as though he had unblocked his meridians. He no longer endeavored to decipher every line of code within that mountain of confusion, but instead focused on tracing the source of anomalous traffic like an adept network administrator. Over the next 2 days, he hardly slept. By day, he traversed the various anomaly points across Chang'an City, bearing a bulging backpack and compass. At each location, he performed the calming hand seals from the Diyuan Jinyue Ju, emanating a gentle, earthy golden aura, as if providing a soothing massage to the agitated earth veins. The results were immediate. The subsidence ceased, and the escaping Yin energy markedly diminished. The Tiger King, trailing behind with his team, watched in astonishment as Luo Qin merely gestured and recited incantations. Halting the tremors of the ground, his eyes filled with admiration. The Tiger King thumped his chest, assuring Luo Qin, "Brother Luo, should there be any heavy labor in Chang'an, do not hesitate to call upon me." At night, Luo Qin immersed himself in the command center, facing the vast electronic sand table, integrating the data from his daytime surveys. He employed his master's instructions to reverse engineer the flow of Yoshu energy. He no longer fixated on the local chaos of the formations, but concentrated on the energy nodes and anomalous fluctuations of the entire system. Here, the energy output from the Qin dynasty's hidden channels was unusually elevated. Yet the downstream energy reservoir from the Han dynasty showed no signs of replenishment. The energy loss at the western suburb subsidence point was far beyond normal, with the flow directed towards the southeastern part of the city. After simulating the energy disturbances from multiple anomaly points on the sand table, their interference sources subtly pointed towards the Lishan region. Clues began to emerge, and invisible energy trajectories gradually clarified on the sand table. Luo Qin's eyes were bloodshot, yet his spirits soared with exhilaration. He felt as if he were engaged in an exceedingly intricate puzzle game, with answers gradually surfacing. Brother Hu, on the third morning, Luo Qin, sporting dark circles under his eyes, excitedly approached the Tiger King, who was practicing with 2 stone locks as makeshift weights. "I believe I have identified the approximate source." "Oh, where?" The Tiger King set down his stone locks, causing the ground to tremble slightly. "Lishan, particularly the area near the Qin Emperor's tomb." Luo Qin pointed to the highlighted area on the sand table, asserting that over 70% of the anomalous energy flow originated from or passed through critical transfer points leading to that location. Moreover, the Qin Emperor's tomb itself was a colossal core seal reliant on the dragon vein, making it the optimal and most perilous entry point for the Yoshu to encroach upon Chang'an's dragon vein. Lishan, the Qin Emperor's tomb? The Tiger King's brows furrowed, and his expression turned grave. That site is a National Heritage Conservation Area under the highest level of surveillance. It is fraught with complexities. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively stated, I will immediately apply to the headquarters and the Cultural Heritage Department for joint investigation authorization. Damn it. If anything dares to disturb the ground above the Emperor's tomb, I will be the first to smash it to pieces. The authorization application would require time. Seizing the opportunity, Luochen resolved to conduct a remote deep scan of the Lishan area. He needed to gather more precise data without impacting the tomb itself. Choosing a night of the full moon, he set up a simple spirit summoning formation atop the Chang'an sub-branch building. The moonlight bathed his focused and delicate face. Sitting cross-legged at the formation's center, he connected his spiritual perception with the compass and the sub-branch's large-scale spiritual energy detection array. The Tianyan's secret technique, Lingxi Trace. He proclaimed, as the compass needle spun wildly before stabilizing, pointing towards Lishan. An invisible and exceedingly subtle wave of spiritual perception, akin to a radar beam, silently swept across the Lishan region. Most areas responded normally, with the majestic dragon energy and profound historical essence intertwining to form a natural shield. However, as his perception traversed the outer vicinity of the Qin Emperor's tomb, near the fabled terracotta army pit's deeper geologic structure, buzz, an exceedingly subtle cold and corrosive wave surged forth, akin to a startled viper retreating deeper and attempting to obscure itself by disrupting the surrounding Earth's energy. That's south the place. Luochen's eyes flew open, his complexion pale and cold sweat beading on his forehead. That brief moment of contact, though fleeting, left him shaken by the chilling and eerie power he had located, albeit vaguely. The unique Yoshu wave emanating from a hidden node within the geologic structure surrounding the Qin Emperor's tomb, near the terracotta pit. Luochen relayed this to the arriving Tiger King, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet resolute. The Tiger King observed Luochen's pallid visage, understanding that the recent exploration had not been easy. He firmly patted Luochen's shoulder, saying, You've worked hard, brother. Leave the rest to me. Once we secure authorization, we shall confront whatever lurking entity dares to show itself. His eyes sparkled with excitement and combativeness. To stir trouble on the Emperor's territory? I shall see what kind of malevolent spirits dare to be so brazen. Luochen regarded the eager Tiger King and then gazed towards Lishan, feeling a blend of tension and anticipation. The source had been pinpointed, and a confrontation concerning the ancient dragon vein and the encroachment of Yoshu was poised to unfold. Chapter 50. The Awakening of the Terracotta Warriors. A startling transformation in the Imperial Tomb. The official document had finally arrived, stamped with a vivid red seal, accompanied by several pages of instructions. The essence was succinct. Observe only, do not destroy. The Tiger King clutched the stack of papers, grinning to reveal his gleaming white teeth. Fear not, I shall only shatter what is meant to be shattered. That night, the Lishan Protection Zone lay in utter silence. The Tiger King personally led the team, bringing along a few reliable experts from the Sub-Bureau, including Shirley, an adept B-class Earth manipulator skilled in controlling soil and rock. Old Shir, it's up to you. The Tiger King patted Shirley's sturdy shoulder and instructed him to discreetly create an entrance at the designated spot marked by my younger brother Luochen. Shilei, a taciturn man, nodded and approached the seemingly unremarkable valley that Luochen had identified. He pressed his hands against the ground, shut his eyes, and a yellowish glow enveloped him. The earth began to tremble slightly, and the mud and rocks ahead parted silently, revealing a dark passageway, sloping downward and barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. An aura, mingled with centuries of dust, metallic corrosion, and a chilling energy, like the breath of slumbering beast, wafted from within the cave. Let us go. The Tiger King boldly entered, wielding a strong flashlight. Luochen followed closely behind, while Shirley and the other team members worked to maintain the stability of the passage. The narrow corridor soon opened up, revealing an expansive underground world that far exceeded any known terracotta warrior pits. What was even more unsettling was the sight of countless terracotta soldiers standing in tight formation, filling the vast underground space. They resembled the figurines in the museum above, yet their material appeared darker, seemingly imbued with the subterranean's sinister energy. Each figure's eye sockets flickered with two faint, unsettling green flames. Instead of clay weapons, They wielded gleaming metal halberds, spears, swords, and polearms. A chilling, oppressive aura emanated from the regiment, as if a tangible force were gripping everyone's nerves. Goodness, have they brought the entire elite army of the Qin dynasty underground? A tremulous voice broke the silence. The Tiger King's expression turned grave. He sensed that while the energy response of these warriors was not particularly strong, perhaps around C-class, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. At the forefront of the endless formation stood two exceptionally tall general figures, resembling miniature mountains. One had a visage as sharp as a knife, exuding a palpable aura of menace, wielding an ancient bronze long sword. The other, steadfast as a mountain, gazed intently despite the green flames, while grasping a massive battle halberd resembling a door plank. The energy emanating from them distinctly reached A-class. The god of killing by Qi, the war god Wang Jian. Luo Chan observed the two generals, his voice parched as he adjusted his glasses, feeling his legs weaken. These two historical figures, renowned for their bloodshed and glorious achievements, had now become mere puppets, guarding this place. It seemed the presence of the living had disturbed this realm of silence. Suddenly, the green flames in the eye sockets of the thousands of terracotta soldiers flared intensely, like stars igniting, as they collectively turned to face the intruders. The metallic clashing sounds merged into a symphony of death as the cold weapons were raised, and the oppressive aura surged forward like a black tide towards the Tiger King and his companions. Bai Qi and Wang Jian's puppets slowly lifted their heads, their eerie green gazes locking onto the leading Tiger King and Luo Chun. "Prepare for battle," the Tiger King roared, his voice booming like thunder. Attempting to dispel the chill in his heart, his blood surged, and beneath his bronze skin, it felt as if magma coursed through him. He charged first into the boundless army, unleashing his fists with a ferocious force that visibly created shockwaves, obliterating dozens of terracotta soldiers into dust. However, more soldiers advanced fearlessly, moving in perfect unison with a fierce assault. What was more troublesome was that the shattered pieces of the soldiers on the ground began to emit a faint glow and slowly writhe, absorbing the essence of the dragon vein, threatening to reconstitute. "Damn it, they can come back to life," the Tiger King cursed. Meanwhile, Luo Chun quickly set up several simple defensive and calming formations behind them to counter the oppressive aura, while his personal compass floated before him, the needle spinning wildly as he sought to calculate the energy nodes of this immense army and its connection to the dragon vein in the tomb. At that moment, a new anomaly occurred. The Bai Qi puppet, brandishing the blood-drinking bronze sword, raised it high, aiming directly at the Tiger King's head. If that strike landed, it could cleave mountains. Yet, just as the sword was about to descend, the Bai Qi puppet's movement abruptly faltered. Its cold, rigid face struggled to exhibit the slightest twitch of muscle, as if battling an invisible force. In the flickering green flames of its eye sockets, a trace of its true self's sharpness and struggle flickered. A voice echoed from the depths of time, fragmented as if forcibly transmitted from the other end of eternity, laden with endless sorrow and anguish. "The dragon vein is being tainted, the coffin is bound, the realm is in peril." Almost simultaneously, the Wang Jian puppet also froze, halting its sweeping halberd. A glimmer of clarity flashed in its murky green eyes, and an urgent thought followed. "Hurry, awaken the Emperor, or the dragon vein will be destroyed, and the realm shall face calamity." The wills of these two unparalleled generals momentarily broke through their controlled forms, fueled by their supreme resolve and the desire to protect this land, issuing a blood-curdling warning. However, this awakening was as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind. A more sinister, domineering force, imbued with insatiable greed and a will to annihilate, erupted from the depths of the tomb, akin to a slumbering beast awakened in fury, instantly suppressing and overwhelming the remaining wills of Bai Qi and Wang Jian. Roar! The Bai Qi puppet unleashed a furious yet vengeful roar. As the sword's momentum surged forth unimpeded, crashing down, "I would die 1,000 deaths for my emperor," the Wang Jian puppet growled, sweeping its halberd, unleashing a gale that tore through the earth. Simultaneously, the entire tomb began to tremble violently, with the sound of heavy chains dragging and a deep, ominous roar echoing, seemingly from the depths of the underworld. The corrupting power of the realm fully awakened, expanding like a domain, pressing down on everyone as spiritual energy and blood flow. We cannot withstand this. The Tiger King forcefully met by Qi's sword with his own, his arms numbing as blood surged forth from the corner of his mouth. Faced with two A-class puppets and an unending army of terracotta soldiers, combined with the terrifying aura emanating from the depths of the tomb, their small number was utterly insufficient. Luo Chan's defensive formations flickered under the dual pressure of the army's charge and the oppressive realm, on the verge of shattering. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The Tiger King decisively grabbed Luo Chan, who was still maintaining the formation and attempting to calculate the nodes, roaring as they broke through. Shirley and the others fought desperately to protect them as they retreated towards the passage they had come from. Amidst the chaos, they fought while retreating, stumbling out of the tomb entrance in disarray. Shirley immediately manipulated the earth to seal the entrance, while Luo Chan placed a seal, temporarily halting the pursuit of the terracotta soldiers. Yet the unsettling sounds of impacts and roars still echoed faintly. Once back on the surface, everyone, shaken, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Two A-class puppet generals, countless relentless terracotta soldiers, and the even more horrifying entity within the tomb. What on earth could they do against such a formidable force? The Tiger King wiped the blood from his mouth, his expression grim as he lamented, "Damn it, how can we fight against this?" Luo Chan leaned against his knee, his complexion pale, his glasses askew, yet his eyes shimmered with an unusual brilliance. The spirits of General Bai Qi and General Wang Jian had awakened. They mentioned that His Majesty is the first emperor. The forces of Yoshu have seized control of the first emperor's coffin and are using it to taint the dragon veins. We must put a stop to this. Otherwise, once the dragon veins are thoroughly polluted, the consequences will be unimaginable. The fate of the divine land will decline, and countless lives will be lost. The Tiger King inhaled deeply, his gaze turning fierce. "Damn it, whatever it is, I will mobilize the entire army of the Northwest immediately." Chapter 51. The arrival of reinforcements, re-entering the underground palace in his capacity as the highest authority of the Emergency Response Bureau in the Northwest. The Tiger King issued an urgent mobilization order of the utmost priority to Chang'an and its surrounding cities, gathering elite forces for support. Simultaneously, Luo Chan sent out a plea for assistance through the channels of the 10 halls. Within the base, Lin Fan scrutinized the energy assessment report of the Lishan Underground Palace. His brow furrowed. Warning, high-intensity Yoshu pollution source detected, having eroded and controlled 503 Chang'an's dragon vein energy. Comprehensive threat level assessment, pseudo-S class. It is advised to dispatch at least 2 celestial-level combatants for intervention. A pseudo-S class that has seized half of the dragon vein's power. After a moment's contemplation, he promptly contacted Yushan, who was inspecting the seal in Xiefeng City, through the system. "Yushan, how is the situation with the fissure in Xiefeng City? Can you leave temporarily?" Moments later, Yushan's steady voice responded. "Commander, the seal of the Yoshu fissure is currently stable, with Taoist Hans Wang stationed there. I am ready for deployment at any time." "Good," Lin Fan decisively commanded. "You will immediately set off for Lishan to rendezvous with Qisha. You two must join forces against the enemy." After ending the communication, Lin Fan contacted Qisha. "Qisha, Yushan is heading to Lishan. Given the formidable nature of the enemy this time, you are permitted to engage in your complete form." "Understood." Qisha's response was still cold and succinct. Yet his aura subtly intensified, becoming more formidable, with 7 different phantoms of soldier spirits silently roaring behind him. At the foot of Lishan, the temporary command center was bustling with the elite reinforcements of the Response Bureau. The first to arrive from the 10 halls was Ming Leiqi. With a flash of lightning in the sky, he appeared before everyone, his speed astonishing. "Brother Luo Chan, I have a general understanding of the situation. The inspectors Qisha and Yushan are on their way. Let us prepare." He spoke concisely, faint crackling sounds of residual electricity lingering around him from the long-distance dash. No sooner had he finished speaking than a crimson streak of light appeared in the western sky, like a falling star, crashing down with a scorching wave of heat that stirred up a cloud of dust. Qisha emerged from the dust, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and surprisingly still holding his iconic milk teacup, taking a sip. "What's the situation? Old who? And the little brother from Tianyan Hall?" "Kiasiaka," greeted boisterously. Casting a glance at Ming Leiqi. Oh, running fast, you're here too? Just right. When you return to Linjiang, could you bring me some new milk tea? Ming Leiqi's forehead twitched with anger, retorting, Qi Sha, are you here to fight or have a picnic? With a great enemy at hand. You're still thinking about milk tea. Also, my name is Ming Leiqi, not running fast. Oh, it's all the same. Anyway, you do run fast. Brother Ming Leiqi, I'm begging you. I've been diligently battling sandworms in the Gobi, eating and drinking sand every day. And all I want is to sip on the new Fire Dragon Taro Bubble Milk Tea from Linjiang. Qi Sha, standing at 6 meters, clung stubbornly to the one. Ni mete Ming Leiqi for milk tea. Ming Leiqi was so angered he nearly struck him with a bolt of lightning. But he held back, considering the tense situation. Offering double, no, triple the reward. Thanks. Qi Sha, satisfied, took another big sip of milk tea, then looked towards Lishan, smacking his lips. The yin energy here is so heavy. Luo Chun, what tough bones are inside? Luo Chun watched this pair of lively characters with a headache, yet swiftly recounted the discoveries within the underground palace and the warnings from the two generals. Pseudo S-class? And it controls half of the dragon vein? Qi Sha's playful demeanor faded, his expression turning serious. This sounds far more intense than the mother of sandworms beneath the Gobi. Just then, two powerful auras descended almost simultaneously. One was as fierce as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was Qi Sha, maintaining his icy demeanor. Yet the murderous intent surrounding him had become nearly tangible, with 7 soldier spirits swirling behind him, clearly prepared for a fierce battle. The other was as solid as a mountain. As Yushan's figure slowly emerged from the ground, his heavy armor adorned with flowing runes, exuding a stabilizing aura that suppressed all. Qi Sha and Yushan, reporting for duty. The two spoke in unison, one voice cold, the other deep and resonant. Upon witnessing the simultaneous arrival of these two celestial-level inspectors, especially feeling Qi Sha's terrifying killing intent in his complete form, the Tiger King, Qi Sha, and Ming Leiqi felt a sense of reassurance. Qi Sha's gaze swept over the entrance to the underground palace, his command succinct. Engage. Without a moment's delay, as reinforcements arrived, they immediately sprang into action. This time, the group charged into the underground palace with fierce momentum once more. The formation of the soldier puppets remained intact. Yet under the combined assault of the elite forces and the 6 formidable warriors, Tiger King, Qi Sha, Ming Leiqi, Qi Sha, Yushan, and Luo Chun, they could no longer form an effective barrier. Wherever Qi Sha's blazing sands passed, the soldier puppets were pierced by the grit. Ming Leiqi's electric flashes paralyzed and shattered the soldier puppets by the dozens. The Tiger King's iron fist crushed them effortlessly, one punch for each puppet. Qi Sha's aura of killing intent directly pulverized the soldier puppets. With every step Yushan took, the underground palace trembled, causing the puppets to topple. Luo Chun employed formations to sever the connection among the soldier puppets, rendering them immobile. Soon, they confronted the corpse puppets of Bai Qi and Wang Jian. My 2 forebears. I apologize. The Tiger King roared, fully aware of the grave responsibility, as he charged first towards the calm and steady Wang Jian corpse puppet, weapon in hand. Leave the other to me. Qi Sha howled, his battle spirit ignited, as his blazing sands transformed into a roaring red dragon, charging towards the menacing Bai Qi corpse puppet, sword in hand. So, you are the god of killing? Allow me to have a word with you. However, the eyes of the Bai Qi corpse puppet blazed with ghostly fire as it swiftly swung its sword. The sword light was extraordinarily condensed, harboring the will to slaughter from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, instantly tearing apart Qi Sha's blazing red dragon. The residual force unabated as it slashed towards Qi Sha himself. Qi Sha's expression changed, and in a rush, he conjured a sand shield to defend. Boom! The sand shield shattered, and Qi Sha was sent flying as if struck by a high-speed train, spitting blood. Ming Leiqi's face changed drastically. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, he appeared in the trajectory of Qi Sha's flight, catching him in his arms while simultaneously conjuring a lightning spear, narrowly blocking a pursuing sword energy from the Bai Qi corpse puppet, himself staggered by the impact. He looked down at Qi Sha, who was still coughing blood, scolding, "You fool! Have you drunk so much milk tea that your brain turned to pearls?" That is an A-class god of killing corpse puppet. You dare to charge in alone. Coughing blood, Qisha could only manage a weak smile, saying cough, damn, that was really powerful. Next time I'll definitely succeed. Next time, Ming Leiqi was so furious he wanted to toss him away. Just then, a figure as steady as a mountain blocked their path. It was Yushan. Leave it to me. Before Yushan's words had finished, his heavy armor radiated brilliant light, and with a single hand gesture, a tremendous force of earth descended, akin to invisible shackles, firmly binding the space around the Bai Qi corpse puppet. The fierce sword intent of the Bai Qi corpse puppet, in the face of this absolute suppressive power, became mired as if trapped in a quagmire, making it exceedingly difficult to move. Yushan's other hand formed a fist, with yellow light coalescing at the fist's edge, embodying the will to crush all, as he punched towards the temporarily restrained Bai Qi corpse puppet. Meanwhile, the battle between the Tiger King and the Wang Jian corpse puppet was equally intense, with fists and weapon shadows intertwining, accompanied by continuous booming sounds. Qisha remained steadfast, his gaze piercing through the battlefield, intently fixating on the pseudo-S-class entity that was gradually awakening in the deepest recesses of the underground palace. The 7 ethereal soldier souls behind him emitted an excited hum. Luo Chun, sheltered in a relatively secure position, was wholly focused, the compass spinning rapidly in his hands, fingers deftly forming seals as he began to establish a grand formation. He aimed to sever the connection of the Yu Su's power to the soldier puppets and the 2 generals' corpses, cutting off their supply of energy from the dragon veins. The true battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 52. Yu Su's Emperor Corpse. Yushan's fist, imbued with the laws of the earth, struck fiercely against the temporarily restrained Bai Qi corpse. The impact resonated through the underground palace like the tolling of a great drum. The ethereal flames surrounding Bai Qi flickered momentarily, and the incredibly resilient body staggered back several steps, the bronze armor on its chest visibly dented and marred by a web of cracks. Yet, the ethereal fire in its eyes merely quivered before reigniting with fervor. The tainted energy from Yu Su and a portion of the dragon veins' power surged wildly, rapidly mending its wounds, while an even more ferocious and frigid killing intent locked onto Yushan. Roar! Bai Qi emitted a guttural roar, unlike any human sound, as its bronze longsword erupted with overwhelming black radiance, forcibly breaking free from some of the earth's restraints. With a sweeping strike, the sword energy resembled a black crescent moon, tearing through the air and aimed directly at Yushan. Yushan's expression remained unchanged. Runes danced across his yellow and black heavy armor as he crossed his arms to block. Boom! The sword energy struck his arm armor, producing a piercing clang of metal. The ground beneath Yushan cracked underfoot, yet he stood resolutely like a mountain, immovable. Only deep white gashes remained on his arm armor. Such formidable strength. A chill coursed through Yushan. This corpse, bolstered by the power of the dragon veins, was far beyond the ordinary A-class. No wonder Qisha had been severely injured in a single blow. Meanwhile, the battle between the Tiger King and the Wang Jian corpse had reached a fever pitch. The Wang Jian corpse wielded its weapon with immense force, drawing upon the power of the dragon veins with every strike, each blow weighing like 1,000 pounds. The Tiger King, relying on his formidable physique and ferocious strength, retaliated with a barrage of punches, the sounds of their confrontation echoing relentlessly as neither could gain the upper hand. The injured Qisha was placed in a relatively safe corner by the Ming Leiqi, who administered a healing elixir before transforming into a streak of lightning to join Yushan in combating the Bai Qi corpse. His speed was unparalleled, akin to a phantom weaving around the Bai Qi corpse, unleashing concentrated thunder upon its joints and vulnerable spots, disrupting its movements and creating more opportunities for Yushan. Qisha, observing the battle, gritted his teeth in an attempt to rise, only to be pushed back down by a flash of lightning from Ming Leiqi. Stay put. Injured one, do not cause chaos. Frustrated, Qisha pounded the ground, helplessly watching. Meanwhile, Luo Chun, protected in the rear, had reached a critical moment. Sweat dripped from his brow, the lenses of his glasses fogged, and his fingers trembled slightly from the rapid formation of seals, yet his gaze remained intensely focused. A colossal formation, covering nearly half of the underground palace, was slowly taking shape beneath his feet, with countless spiritual threads spreading like living tendrils, attempting to burrow into the earth and sever the continuous flow of dragon vein energy directed at the soldier puppets and the two generals' corpses. Almost there, almost there, Luo Chun murmured to himself as the compass needle spun wildly. At that moment, deep within the underground palace, the massive bronze coffin trembled violently. The lid scraped against the coffin body, producing a grating sound that sent shivers down the spine. A will, more terrifying and ancient than Bai Qi and Wang Jian, filled with boundless hatred and greed, akin to a slumbering primordial beast, fully awakened. Boom! The bronze coffin lid was suddenly flung open by an immense force, crashing against the distant wall and sending shards of stone flying. A thick, ink-like miasma from Yusu mingled with the polluted golden energy of the dragon veins, erupted from the coffin like a geyser, instantly filling the depths of the underground palace. A colossal figure, clad in a dark ceremonial robe, crowned with a diadem, its features obscured and shrouded in swirling black and gold energy, slowly rose from the coffin. The pseudo-S-class, the first emperor corrupted by Yusu, had officially arrived. Its mere existence cast a terrifying pressure that caused all except Qi Sha and Yushan to feel their breath catch. Their movements slowed. Even the corpses of Bai Qi and Wang Jian bowed slightly, as if paying homage to their emperor. The long silent aura of Qi Sha erupted at that moment. The 7 ethereal soldier souls behind him released a deafening roar, merging instantly with him. Sword, axe, halberd, armor, crossbow, spear, hammer. The 7 weapons united. Qi Sha as form seemed to heighten, his dark red armor adorned with increasingly intricate and sinister blood-red patterns, his eyes transforming entirely into a pure crimson. The killing intent surrounding him was no longer formless. It morphed into visible, roiling waves of crimson. Complete Qi Sha, your opponent is me. Qi Sha's voice was devoid of any emotion as he stepped forward, the ground beneath him fracturing with every stride, transforming into a streak of blood-colored brilliance, charging towards the newly awakened pseudo-S-class Emperor Corpse. The indistinct visage of the Emperor Corpse appeared to turn towards Qi Sha. A massive hand entwined with black and gold energy slowly raised, pressing gently in Qi Sha's direction. There was no earth-shattering display, yet Qi Sha's forward momentum abruptly halted, as if colliding with an invisible wall imbued with the power of a realm. The blood-red, killing intent surrounding him clashed violently with the black and gold energy, annihilating each other with a chilling, hissing sound. Break! Qi Sha's blood-red eyes flashed with intensity, his fingers poised like blades, unleashing a finely honed blood-red sword aura. Sizzle! The invisible barrier was forcibly torn open, creating a breach. Qi Sha surged forward, engaging the Emperor Corpse in a fierce clash. The blood-red killing intent and black-gold energy collided with ferocity, each encounter causing the entire underground palace to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. At that moment, as Qi Sha entangled the Emperor Corpse, Luo Chen's eyes widened in realization, his hands completing the final seal. Dragon Vein Interception Formation complete. Buzz! The colossal formation beneath his feet suddenly radiated a brilliant spiritual light. Countless spiritual threads plunged deep into the earth like roots, forcibly interrupting and severing the flow of Dragon Vein energy directed at the soldier puppet army and the two generals' corpses. In an instant, the previously aggressive soldier puppet army, which had been relentlessly assaulting the elite forces, froze in unison, their ethereal flames dimming rapidly, like puppets with their strings cut, collapsing en masse. The Wang Jian Corpse, engaged in battle with the Tiger King, and the Bai Qi Corpse, besieged by Yushan and Ming Lei Qi, also momentarily halted, their energy visibly waning. Their source of power had been significantly diminished. A golden opportunity, the Tiger King roared, seizing the moment of the Wang Jian Corpse's delay, channeling all his strength into a punch that struck down upon its weapon. Crack! The weapon shattered at his blow. The Tiger King, seizing the upper hand, unleashed a torrent of iron fists upon the Wang Jian Corpse. Yushan and Ming Lei Qi also felt invigorated, intensifying their assault. The Bai Qi Corpse, deprived of much of its Dragon Vein support, saw its repair speed drastically reduced, and under the pressure from Yushan and the disruptions from Ming Lei Qi, it began to falter, sustaining more and more wounds. The scales of victory began to tilt in favor of humanity. Yet, the battle deep within the underground palace remained the crux of the outcome. The confrontation between Qi Sha and the pseudo-S-class Emperor Corpse had reached an intense climax, the terrifying shockwaves causing all to pale in fear. Luo Chun, having completed the formation, was nearly exhausted, leaning against the wall, anxiously watching the two terrifying figures locked in a fierce struggle. Qi Sha, the inspector, must prevail. Chapter 53. The Emperor Corpse's Menace. Qi Sha's blood-battled the depths of the underground palace had become a battlefield beyond human comprehension. In the fierce confrontation between Qi Sha and the Emperor's corpse of Yoxiu, each clash reverberated like the collision of celestial bodies, sending shockwaves of energy that caused the entire Lishan geological formation to lament. Had it not been for Yushan's prior stabilization of part of the structure using the laws of the earth, this place would have long since succumbed to complete collapse. At this moment, Qi Sha embodied the ultimate weapon forged for slaughter, his form merging with the essence of the Break Army's 7 soldiers. In his grasp, a dark red war spear materialized, entwined with the spectral images of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. With a thrust, it seemed capable of piercing through the void itself, aimed directly at the center of the Emperor's corpse's brow. The Emperor's corpse was enveloped in a surging black gold energy, forming a heavy energy shield. When the war spear struck the shield, it emitted a bone-chilling, tearing sound, as the dark red aura of death clashed violently with the black gold energy, culminating in the shield's shattering. The spear, undeterred, left a profound gash on the indistinct visage of the Emperor's corpse, from which thick, viscous black blood, akin to molten lava, flowed forth. With a furious roar, the Emperor's corpse unleashed a brilliant glow from its hazy visage. A colossal hand, shrouded in black gold energy, descended with ferocity, its palms seemingly harboring a black hole that distorted even light itself. Unyielding, Qi Sha stood firm, his azure dragon scale armor manifesting to withstand the titanic strike. The ground beneath him sank several feet, yet he remained upright, like a steadfast spear. The spirit of the armor flickered violently, but ultimately succeeded in blocking the devastating blow. Seizing the moment of the Emperor's corpse's attack, Qi Sha's left hand formed a phantom grip, instantly conjuring a dark blue heavy crossbow. A bolt imbued with the essence of ultimate penetration and destructive intent appeared before the Emperor's corpse's chest, as if transcending the bounds of space itself. The bolt pierced through the black gold energy, embedding itself deep within the Emperor's robe, while the malevolent aura attached to it began to ravenously erode its form. However, the Emperor's corpse merely swayed slightly, and the tainted power of the dragon vein surged forth, swiftly mending its wounds and expelling the harmful energy. The cold fire in its eyes intensified, and with a swift motion, it grasped the remnants of the deathly energy in the underground palace, coalescing it into a pitch-black sword engraved with countless faces of torment, which it swung back at Qi Sha. With an icy gaze, Qi Sha's right hand formed into a blade-like shape, meeting the dark sword with a stunningly vivid crimson blade aura. The clash of blade against blade produced no sound of metal, only the raw collision and annihilation of energy at its core. Blood red and black intertwined, rendering the space into a chaotic maelstrom. Qi Sha's relentless offensive showcased the full potential of the Break Army's 7 soldiers. He unleashed the Break Army's heaven-splitting axe, a display of unparalleled dominance, cleaving and hacking with tremendous force. The Break Army's wind-splitting spear pierced with blinding speed, akin to a venomous serpent striking, targeting vital points. The Break Army's thunderous hammer, wild and fervent, summoned storms and shook the very soul. At times he stood his ground like a heavily armored warrior. At others he struck with the agility of an assassin, and then harassed from a distance like an archer, elevating the art of combat to its zenith. The pseudo-S-grade Emperor's corpse found itself temporarily subdued by his tempestuous onslaught, accumulating fresh wounds with each passing moment. Yet, the Emperor's power seemed boundless. Rooted in the dragon vein, the tainted black gold energy served as an inexhaustible reservoir, constantly healing its injuries and replenishing its energy. The damage inflicted by Qi Sha was often mitigated within mere breaths, leading to a gradual decline in Qi Sha's relentless assault. Though his blood-red aura remained potent, each collision with the dragon vein's power intensified his exhaustion. While the Break Army's 7 soldiers were formidable, Their operation required vast amounts of killing intent and Qisha's own primal energy. The Emperor's corpse appeared to sense this, shifting from offense to defense, drawing upon the advantage of the dragon vein to sap Qisha's strength. A hint of feline mockery flickered across its indistinct visage. Trouble loomed as Yushan delivered a powerful blow that sent the weakened by Qi's corpse reeling, glancing towards the depths of the battlefield with a grave expression. He sensed Qisha's aura steadily diminishing. Despite the swift speed of Ming Lei Qi, it could not intervene in such a battle of higher order, leaving it to watch anxiously. The Tiger King had already dismantled the severely weakened Wang Qian's corpse into fragments, now bloodied and panting, gazing helplessly into the depths. Luo Chan leaned against the wall, his face pale as a sheet. He had successfully severed the dragon vein support to the puppets and general corpses, but the effect on the Emperor's corpse was negligible. The Emperor's corpse itself had already absorbed half of a dragon vein, akin to possessing an everlasting power bank. This cannot continue. Qisha will be exhausted. Luo Chen's mind raced, sweat dripping from his chin. The dragon vein, the first emperor, awakened. Suddenly, he raised his head, his eyes behind the glasses shining with an astonishing light. Yes, to awaken. Since Yoshu can corrupt the dragon vein and awaken the Emperor's corpse for its own use, why can't we attempt to awaken the other half of the pure dragon vein, or even try to awaken the lingering will of the Emperor belonging to humanity? This notion was exceedingly bold, verging on fantastical. The first Emperor had passed a millennium ago. His corpse eroded. How could any will remain? Yet, this was the only conceivable way to break the stalemate. Luo Chun immediately shouted into the communicator, Yushan, Mingu Lei Qi, Tiger King, please do everything you can to buy me time. Protect me. I must attempt to connect with the other pure dragon vein. This is our only chance. Without hesitation, Yushan abandoned the now inconsequential by Qi's corpse and stepped back to Luo Chen's side. His heavy armor gleamed brightly as he placed his hands on the ground, declaring, Earth barrier, arise. With a thunderous roar, thick earthen walls erupted from the ground, encasing Luo Chen securely within. Ming Lei Qi transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting around the perimeter of the barrier, clearing away any potential threats. The Tiger King growled, standing guard at the barrier's entrance like a guardian deity. Luo Chan settled into a cross-legged position, placing the ancient compass upon his chest. His hands swiftly formed seals as he chanted, no longer reciting formations, but an ancient and solemn prayer imbued with a sense of supplication and communion. Majestic dragon vein, heed my prayer. Emperor's soul shrouded in dust, malevolent forces usurping power. By my spirit as a guide, by this formation as proof, awaken. He cast his spiritual awareness unreservedly into the depths of the earth, seeking to pierce through the corruption of Yoshu, to reach out and summon the slumbering other half of the dragon vein, as well as the last vestiges of the ancient emperor's essence that might lie within, deep within the palace. The battle between Qisha and the emperor's corpse had entered its most brutal phase. Qisha's assaults, though no longer as frenzied as at the outset, were now more refined and lethal. He understood that a prolonged battle would be detrimental. He needed a swift resolution. Qisha united as one, with a fierce roar. 7 soldier spirits manifested behind him once more, but this time, instead of merging with him, they began to collide and fuse with one another. Ultimately, they transformed into a sword of ancient design, wholly dark red, as if it bore the weight of all the slaughter in the world. The Break Army Sword. Grasping the Break Army Greatsword, Qisha's aura surged, his blood-red eyes icy as they focused on the Emperor's corpse. This sword was destined to slay. With both hands gripping the sword, he melded with it, transforming into a blood-red arc that pierced through heaven and earth, unhesitatingly striking toward the Emperor's corpse. The Emperor's corpse seemed to sense the threat of this strike, unleashing an unprecedented roar as its black gold energy boiled, coalescing before it into a massive shield, engraved with 9 black dragons. Simultaneously, it summoned the entirety of the Lishan geological force to fortify its defenses. The blood-red arc collided with the colossal shield of 9 dragons, resulting in a thunderous clash. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All eyes were fixated on the decisive strike that would determine the outcome of the battle. As Luo Chen's prayer reached its pivotal moment, his complexion had turned pale and translucent, his body swaying precariously. yet he stubbornly extended his spiritual sense deep into the earth veins. Chapter 54. The Awakening of the Dragon Vein. The imperial shadow subdues evil. Time seemed to stretch and compress. The collision of the blood-red long rainbow and the colossal 9 dragons' shield erupted in an all-consuming darkness that devoured every ray of light, only to transform into a blindingly bright white. A deafening roar, indescribable in words, erupted deep within the underground palace as the violent energy surged outward like a tsunami. The terrestrial barrier established by Yushan trembled violently, its surface instantly riddled with cracks. Ming Lei Qi and Tiger King were forcefully hurled away, crashing against distant walls. Countless stones rained down from the dome of the palace, and the entire Lishan mountain groaned in agony at that moment. As the light dissipated, there knelt Qi Sha, supported by the broken army greatsword, his dark red armor cracked and marred. Bowing his head, he gasped heavily, the overwhelming killing intent surrounding him receding like a tide, his aura waning to its limits. That last strike had nearly drained him of all his strength. Opposite him, the giant shield engraved with the 9 dragons had been utterly shattered. The dark black robe of the Yusu Emperor was torn apart, exposing his withered and twisted body beneath. A massive wound on his chest almost cleaving him in two, from which viscous black blood gushed forth like a waterfall, mixed with the torn golden light of the dragon veins. Suspended in midair, his form teetered on the brink of collapse, the ghostly fire in his eyes flickering uncertainly, clearly suffering from an unprecedented injury. Had they succeeded? Ming Lei Qi struggled to rise, gazing hopefully. Yushan maintained the terrestrial barrier, yet his expression remained grave. No. The power of the dragon veins is still converging. Within the earth veins, the tainted black golden energy surged like rivers returning to their source, flowing even more frantically towards the emperor's wound. That terrifying injury began to visibly writhe and heal at an alarming rate. The emperor's previously waning aura began to slowly rise again. Ha ha ha! A raspy, malicious laughter erupted from the vague visage of the emperor, mocking Qi Sha's audacity. I am ordained by heaven, my reign eternal. How can you, traitorous rebels, harm me? With the aid of the dragon veins, he stood almost invincible. Qi Sha raised his head, a flicker of unwillingness in his blood-red eyes, yet he barely had the strength to stand. Hope seemed to be gradually extinguished. In this moment of despair, the resplendent dragon vein, heed my prayer. The emperor's soul lies in dust. The evil spirits usurp power, with my spirit as the guide. By the formation as the foundation, awaken. Luo Chen's hoarse, yet unwavering voice of prayer pierced through the roar of energy, clearly reaching the depths of the earth veins. The ancient compass in his hand erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, illuminating him as if he were on fire, transforming his last remnants of spiritual sense into the purest of calls. Buzz! The entire Lishan earth vein trembled violently. A force far more magnificent than the filth of Yusu, older and more imposing, filled with the grandeur of righteousness and the weight of the nation, erupted from the deepest depths of the earth veins like a slumbering dragon awakened. This pure dragon vein power forcibly broke through the pollution ceiling of Yusu, transforming into a massive golden beam of light that shot skyward, instantly illuminating the dark underground palace. Within the golden light, ethereal images of mountains, rivers, and the populace emerged and swayed. The Yusu Emperor, upon sensing this pure dragon vein power, let out a roar of terror and rage. The black golden energy enveloping him trembled violently, its healing speed abruptly slowing. Even more shocking events unfolded. At the core of that resplendent golden light, a vague yet imposing figure slowly coalesced. He wore an imperial crown, donned a dark robe adorned with golden dragons, his stature grand, and though his visage was unclear, an aura of supreme dominion radiated from him, sweeping across the realms. This was the ethereal will of the ancient Emperor Qin Shi Huang. This apparition was not a physical entity, nor did it possess complete consciousness. It was merely the residual imprint and fate of that emperor manifested within the dragon veins. The imperial shadow slowly raised a hand, pointing towards the struggling and mending Yusu Emperor. Without words or a cataclysmic explosion of energy at the moment he pointed, the portion of dragon vein power that entwined the Yusu Emperor, once belonging to him, seemed to heed the true master's call, emitting a mournful cry as it began to writhe violently, rebelling. Meanwhile, the pure dragon vein power, surging from the ground, transformed into countless golden chains like celestial decrees, wrapping around it, working in tandem with the internal rebellion to forcibly strip away and purify the filth within the emperor's body. No, I am the destined one. The Yusu emperor let out a desperate and unwilling roar, frantically urging the Yusu filth to resist, yet lacking the absolute support of the dragon veins. He was like a rootless weed. Under the dual assault from within and without, his massive form began to disintegrate like crumbling sand sculpture. The black golden filth was forcibly extracted and purified by the golden chains, emitting sizzling sounds until it ultimately dissolved into nothingness. After completing this, the vague yet imposing imperial shadow seemed to exhaust its final strength, slowly bowing its head, as if casting a glance upon the land it once ruled. A glance at those who fought valiantly, before transforming into specks of golden light and reintegrating into the earth veins, vanishing from sight. The pure dragon vein power washed over the underground palace like a warm tide, cleansing all impurities and repairing the damaged earth veins. In its place remained a scene of devastation, alongside the utterly dissipated and now traceless Yusu emperor. The underground palace fell into a profound silence. All were deeply shaken by this unexpected turn of events, as well as by the fleeting glimpse of the imperial shadow. Is it over? Minglei chi murmurred. Yushan dissipated the terrestrial barrier, gazing reverently in the direction of the vanished imperial shadow, slightly bowing in respect. Regardless of past merits or faults at this moment, the residual will manifesting to guard the dragon veins of the Shenzhou was deserving of such homage. Tiger King, panting heavily, sat down, glancing at his own wounds, managing a smile. At the instant the imperial shadow disappeared, Luo Chun could no longer sustain himself, darkness engulfing him as he collapsed to the ground. The compass in his hand dimming, he had exhausted all his mental energy. Qi Sha, bracing himself with the broken army greatsword, stood up, gazing at the now tranquil underground palace, a flicker of relief crossing his cold blood-red eyes. He approached the exhausted and unconscious Luo Chun, assessing his condition and confirming it was merely exhaustion, then addressed Yushan. Carry him. We must leave this place. His voice remained cold, yet it bore a trace of barely perceptible fatigue. Yushan nodded, carefully lifting Luo Chun onto his back. Ming Lei Qi then assisted the still-recovering Qi Sha in rising. The group supported one another, bearing the relief of survival and the awe of that extraordinary battle, slowly making their way out of the underground palace. Deep within Lishan, tranquility was restored. Only the gently flowing pure dragon vein silently recounted all that had transpired, alongside the last protection left by that ancient emperor for this land. Chapter 55. Aftermath in Chang'an, the arrival of the 100 forgings. In Chang'an City, within the temporarily designated highest-level recovery zone, Qing Nong, clad in a green robe, traversed between the hospital beds alongside the Shennong Hall's medicine boy and the Strategy Bureau's physicians. His complexion was more serene than usual, but bore a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. His fingertips glimmered with vibrant green light, precisely entering the bodies of every wounded individual, mending their meridians and organs that had been eroded by the Yusu filth. Qi Sha lay upon a hospital bed, the horrific penetrating wound on his chest visibly healing under Qing Nong's miraculous hands, though his complexion remained somewhat pale. Watching the busy Qing Nong, he set aside his usual levity and sincerely remarked, "Mr. Qing Nong, we owe you a great deal this time." Qing Nong offered a gentle smile as he handed over a bowl of freshly brewed medicinal concoction, stating, "It is my duty. Dao Yuqi Sha still requires a few days of rest and should refrain from utilizing the power of the fire spirit." Just as everything proceeded in an orderly manner, several elderly men clad in Zhongshan suits and wearing glasses, exuding an air of refined authority, approached. The foremost among them seized the Tiger King, who was busy replenishing his strength with a large pork knuckle. "Comrade Hu Meng, we demand an explanation from your Bureau of Cultural Relics." The elder, distressed, pointed at the images of the devastation within the tomb displayed on a tablet. Look, over 100 terracotta warriors have shattered. 2 general statues have also been destroyed, and those bronze and pottery artifacts are national treasures. priceless treasures. What you have done is nothing short of destructive excavation. It is a crime. With his mouth full, the Tiger King nearly choked upon hearing this. Staring wide-eyed, he mumbled, "Elu Professor, that thing came to life at that moment. It was going to kill. We did not fight back. Did you expect us to stand there and let it attack us? That does not justify such brutality. We must adhere to methods and strategies." The experts from the Bureau of Cultural Relics lamented, "So much precious historical information has been lost due to your actions. Can you face your ancestors?" The Tiger King was left speechless, visibly frustrated. When he battled the corpse puppets, he had no time to concern himself with artifacts. Eventually, it was Yushan, whose injuries were somewhat healed, who stepped forward in the name of the 10 Halls, promising to assist with subsequent archaeological research and restoration efforts, which barely appeased the expert from the Bureau. Watching the experts depart with their hearts still heavy, the Tiger King gulped down some water and muttered, "Damn it. This is even more exhausting than fighting corpse puppets." Qin Shi Huang did not say anything. Meanwhile, deep within Li Mountain, Qiongqi stood side by side with Luo Chun, who had just recovered. Gazing at the ravaged and damaged dragon vein of the tomb, Qiongqi waved his whisk lightly and sighed. The erosion of the Yu Su has harmed the earth vein. It cannot be restored in a single day. Luo Chen's complexion remained somewhat pale, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity as he adjusted his glasses. "Master, although this was perilous, it has granted me a deeper understanding of the integration of dragon veins and formations. With your assistance, we shall undoubtedly establish an even stronger city defense formation, not only to restore the earth vein, but also to forge Chang'an into a true impregnable fortress." Qiongqi nodded, his eyes expressing approval. "You possess a keen intellect and a profound insight into formations. Very well, let us, as master and disciple, join forces to continue the legacy of this realm." Without further ado, they began surveying the terrain and devising formations, infusing spiritual light into the earth veins, guiding the awakened power of the other half of the pure dragon vein to slowly nourish the damaged areas, and began sketching a more grandiose and robust defensive array. In the core of the base, Lin Fan sat on a meditation mat, reviewing the detailed report and reward settlement for the Li Mountain mission through the system interface. Mission: guard the dragon vein. Li Mountain incident completed. Rating: S. Rewards: 480,000 emotional value. 1 designated hall heavenly level character card. 3 random earth level item cards. 1 special material, essence of dragon vein. Another designated heavenly level card. Lin Fan did not rush to use it, but instead reflected on the details of the battle at Li Mountain. Although Qi Sha was powerful and nearly touched the S-level threshold, facing a pseudo-S-level Imperial Corpse with almost limitless energy supply proved to be exceedingly challenging. Had it not been for Luo Chen's daring awakening of the other half of the Dragon Vein's will, the outcome would have been uncertain. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the current heavenly level forces under his command. Qingnong, Shennong Hall, Randeng, Jing Xen Hall, top-tier healing and support. Qiongqi, Tianyan Hall, formation and strategy core. Yushan, Jinyu Hall, suppression and sealing, absolute defense. Shui Jing, Xianming Hall, unpredictable, ability replication. Qi Sha, Pejun Hall, ultimate combat, the strongest spear. The lineup appeared luxurious. Yet Lin Fan was acutely aware that the only true top-tier combat force capable of decisive action was Qi Sha alone. The high-end combat structure of the 10 halls required further optimization. We need another blade that rivals Qi Sha. Without hesitation, Lin Fan directly utilized this precious designated summoning card. System: used designated hall heavenly level character card. Summon the inspector of Pejun Hall. The moment the command was given, unlike the brutal killing intent that accompanied the summoning of Qi Sha, this time a scorching, heavy presence, seemingly infused with the endless fire of forging and the sharpness of weaponry, thundered into the quiet room. The air resonated with the sound of numerous divine weapons clashing as if a giant hammer struck against a red-hot iron block. From a condensed, almost tangible dark golden light pillar, an elder slowly stepped forward. Though not particularly tall, he stood exceptionally straight, akin to tempered steel forged through countless trials. Dressed in simple dark red artisan garments, faint traces of sparks burned into the fabric were discernible. His face bore an ancient quality, with wrinkles etched as if carved by a blade, adorned with blood-red tattoos similar to Qi Sha's. His hands were large-boned and calloused, yet remarkably steady. Most striking were his eyes, which, when opened and closed, seemed to flow with molten lava and flicker with the cold light of countless weapons. Character card, by Duan level. Heavenly, gold, affiliation, Purged Hall identity. Inspector of Purged Hall, forger of weapon spirits traits, taciturn, ingeniously crafty. The Guardian of Purged Hall, by Duan, is the creator of the 7 earth-level weapon spirits, sword, axe, halberd, armor, crossbow, spear, hammer, all forged by his hand. Having immersed himself in the art of forging throughout his life, mastering the ultimate principles of gold and fire, his combat strength is formidable, particularly adept at using the path of forging to vanquish foes, with a physique as resilient as divine weaponry. Skills. Visible after summoning, Purged Hall, by Duan, at your service. The elder's voice was deep and hoarse, reverberating with a metallic texture as he slightly bowed to Lin Fan. In the act, an invisible hammering sound echoed. Lin Fan, having read the system's introduction, exclaimed in surprise, "The Guardian of Purged Hall? The Weapon Spirit of Purged." Chapter 56. Secrets of the Weapon Spirit. The weight of Qi Sha within the quiet room of the base. The newly emerged heavenly level inspector by Duan emanated a unique aura, as if forged from countless weapons, leaving Lin Fan astounded. Especially the identity of the forger of the weapon spirits, mentioned in the system introduction, ignited a multitude of questions within him. Mr. Baiduan, there is no need for excessive formalities. Lin Fan raised a hand in a gesture of support, his gaze intensely fixed on this elder, reminiscent of an old craftsman. You are the Guardian of Purged Hall? Moreover, the 7 weapons used by Qi Sha were all crafted by you? What is the origin of Purged Hall's legacy? Baiduan straightened his posture, a flicker of complexity passing through his lava-like eyes as he spoke in a deep voice, imbued with the weight of time. There is something the leader does not know. Members of the 10 halls did not simply come into being. We were born in response to the calamity of Yusu, manifestations of the rules of this realm, gathering the heroic souls of past and present, faith, and even obsessions, coalescing into a visible embodiment of the rules to guard this world. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. This was the first time he had clearly learned of the origins of the 10 halls. They were indeed creations of the rules of heaven and earth. He had always believed that the 10 halls were crafted by the system, but now it appeared that the system was more akin to a summoning medium and manager, guiding and manifesting the powers of the 10 halls that already existed within the foundational rules of this world. As for my Purged Hall, it is particularly unique. Baiduan continued, his tone grave. To combat the endless filth and erosion of Yusu, we must wield the most fierce and malevolent power to break through it. Therefore, the path of Purged Hall revolves around weapon spirits. Weapon spirits are the essence of malevolent weapons forged from the collective battle intent, the murderous aura of weaponry, supplemented by the primal energy of gold and fire. They possess boundless power and are extremely effective against entities from Yusu, yet they also harbor overwhelming malevolent energy. Those with weak will who come into contact with them will go mad and be unable to control them. Thus, weapon spirits must be bound to compatible hosts. Only through the unity of person and weapon can their true power be unleashed. This is also the significance of those reserve members in Purged Hall. Rather than calling them warriors, it is more accurate to consider them vessels for carrying weapon spirits. Lin Fan's heart tightened as he recalled the 7 formidable weapon spirits of Qi Sha, and the fact that the reserves were cultivated as mere vessels. However, enduring the weight of the weapon spirits for an extended period, even with a resolute mind, would gradually erode one's essence with the pervasive malevolent energy, ultimately leading to either a loss of sanity, transforming into mere killing machines, or an explosive demise. Baiduan's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible anguish. In an instant, Lin Fan grasped the gravity of the situation, casting a sharp gaze at Baiduan. That Qi Sha. Baiduan closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as if suppressing immense emotions. When he opened them again, glistening tears shimmered within. That child, Qi Sha, is different. He bears the greatest suffering. He is the most perfect vessel I have forged with my own hands, and he is my only grandson. Even though Lin Fan was mentally prepared, he could not help but be shaken to his core. Qi Sha was in fact Baiduan's grandson. His parents were named Ganjiang and Emosia. Bai Duan's voice was laden with endless reminiscence and sorrow. They too were extraordinary forgers, my disciples, and also my son and daughter-in-law. Together, we pursued the pinnacle of forging, aiming to create the most potent weapon spirit, Purged, for the Purged Hall, gathering all the bloodlust from ancient battles and accumulating all the malevolent energy of the Purged Hall. That weapon spirit was on the verge of taking shape, its ferocity already overwhelming, threatening to turn against us, breaking free from its confines to wreak havoc upon the world. At that critical moment, Ganjiang and Mo Xie chose to sacrifice themselves, infusing their purest love and protective intent as the final wedge to seal the uncontrollable Purged weapon spirit. The room fell into a profound silence, as if one could hear the roaring flames and tragic farewells from that ancient forge. It was precisely because their lives and wills were integrated that the Purged weapon spirit did not spiral into complete chaos. It became extraordinarily unique. Deep within its core resided a key that could only be activated by the bloodline of the closest kin. In this world, only Qi Sha, who inherited the bloodline of Ganjiang and Mo Xie, could truly master the Purged weapon spirit and become the genuine protector of the Purged Hall. Lin Fan felt a storm brewing within his heart. That child lost his parents at a young age and grew up by my side. Bai Duan's voice was hoarse. He understood everything, knew the significance of his birth, and bore the weight of responsibility. He had witnessed the suffering of others who had borne weapon spirits, how they struggled under the corrosive malevolence, some driven mad, others perishing. Thus, when he exhibited unparalleled talent capable of suppressing all weapon spirits and an unwavering will, he made his decision. With immense pain and pride, Bai Duan spoke of Qi Sha's formidable resolve as he forcefully subdued the 7 weapon spirits: the sword, axe, halberd, armor, crossbow, spear, and hammer, incorporating them all within himself. He declared that only Qi Sha could wield the Purged Hall's weapon spirits. He severed the possibility of others becoming vessels. Alone, he bore the backlash of all weapon spirits, shouldering the heaviest and most perilous burden of slaughter on behalf of the entire Purged Hall. Lin Fan was rendered speechless. He finally understood the profound past and tenderness hidden beneath Qi Sha's icy exterior. In the most ruthless manner, he had safeguarded those comrades who might have followed in the footsteps of his parents. What the Purged weapon spirit? Lin Fan inquired. The Purged is the ultimate weapon, the last line of defense, Bai Duan replied solemnly. Qi Sha's current strength is far from sufficient to wield the Purged. To manifest the power of a protector requires meeting certain conditions. Is it any wonder I have been unable to summon a protector? Lin Fan mused. Bai Duan continued thus. He has been suppressing the Purged with his own will, while honing himself with its malevolent energy, striving to master it at the earliest opportunity. Bai Duan looked at Lin Fan and bowed deeply. Leader, that child Qi Sha appears cold, yet his heart weighs heavier than anyone else's. He buries all his softness deep within, revealing only his hardened exterior, alone in the realm of the abyss. I beseech you, leader, to extend him more understanding in the days to come. Lin Fan gazed at this elder, who had sacrificed his son and daughter-in-law for forging divine weapons, while witnessing his grandson bear the weight of everything, and felt a surge of emotions. He quickly approached, solemnly assisting Bai Duan to his feet. Mr. Bai Duan, there is no need for such humility. The righteousness of the predecessors Ganjiang and Mo Xie, and the responsibilities borne by Qi Sha, command my utmost respect. To receive your unwavering support is both my fortune and a blessing for this realm. The past cannot be reclaimed, but the future holds promise. Together, we shall strive, and one day, we will surely cleanse the abyss, restoring clarity to the world, thus honoring the sacrifices of our forebears, and allowing Qi Sha to lay down his burdens and find peace. Chapter 57. The eerie events of the ancient village in the quiet room of the base. Lin Fan had just seen off Bai Duan, his emotions still not fully settled. The origins of the 10 halls, the truth of Qi Sha's lineage, and the heavy past of the Purged Hall deepened his understanding of the formidable members under his command. Suddenly, a faint and intermittent thought flickered in his mind from the system interface, unmistakably emanating from the Jing Exine Hall's inspector, Ran Deng. The thought contained only 2 concise words: request for aid. Lin Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately attempted to establish a stable connection with Ran Deng through the system to view his perspective. However, it was as if a stone had sunk into the sea. The signal from Ran Deng was utterly severed by some unknown force. Ran Deng was in trouble. A weight settled in Lin Fan's heart. Ran Deng possessed profound Buddhist knowledge and wielded the Jing Xian Lotus Lantern, capable of repelling myriad evils. Ranking among the elite in the heavenly tier. What could have happened that prevented him from transmitting detailed information, leaving him with only this brief plea for help? He promptly retrieved Ran Deng's recent activity records. The records indicated that 10 days prior, Ran Deng had received a request for assistance from the Yusher Strategy Bureau's branch. Mission brief. Yusher, Qiongqi Village. Incident. B-class member Tai Bai led a 5-man team to investigate abnormal mental fluctuations. The following day, Tai Bai mysteriously vanished. The remaining team members inquired with the villagers, who uniformly claimed that only 5 team members had entered the village yesterday and had never seen Tai Bai. Inspection revealed that both the team members and villagers had suffered varying degrees of mental trauma and memory confusion. Assessment suspected high-intensity, widespread mental interference or cognitive distortion anomaly. Requesting support from experts of the Jing Xian Hall. It was precisely because this incident involved the mental realm that Lin Fan had dispatched the most adept individual for such matters, Ran Deng. Given Ran Deng's capabilities, handling this type of incident should have been straightforward. Why then? Lin Fan's brow furrowed as he resolved to personally trace back to the moment Ran Deng set out. He activated the system's permissions, and the images before him shifted, transporting his perspective back to 10 days prior. Flashback scene. 10 days ago. In Yusher, surrounded by mountains, shrouded in mist, Ran Deng donned a simple gray monk's robe. Holding what appeared to be an ordinary bronze lotus lantern, he resembled an ordinary wandering monk, appearing at the rugged mountain path leading to Qiongqi Village. He did not alert the local strategy bureau's branch, opting for the least conspicuous method, boarding the only mode of transportation used by the local villagers, a dilapidated minibus. Caked in mud. The bus was packed with villagers descending the mountain to shop or conduct business, the air thick with the scents of sweat, tobacco, and local specialties. People chatted loudly in dialect about their daily lives, complaining about the weather, and discussing their harvests. Ran Deng found a seat by the window, placing the lotus lantern on his lap, closing his eyes to rest, his aura completely retracted, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Did you hear? That foolish son from the old Wang family ran off to the back mountain again the night before last, came back with a high fever, babbling nonsense about seeing a woman in red crying. Hush, keep your voice down. That place in the back mountain is cursed. Let us not discuss it. What's there to be afraid of? What era is this? Hey, you may not believe me, but my great-grandfather passed down tales that something incredible is buried beneath the Qiongqi. What kind of thing? Uncertain, but certainly not something commendable. It is said that during the turmoil of the Long Mao, Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, a defeated army fled into this area, never to emerge again. The villagers lowered their voices, sharing tales of the countryside, their tones imbued with reverence and a barely perceptible hint of fear. Ran Deng remained with his eyes closed, yet his fingers unconsciously caressed the body of the lotus lamp. At that moment, a middle-aged woman holding a child, who was suffering from motion sickness, could no longer contain herself and began to vomit, causing a chaotic mess around her seat, and the stench was unbearable. The nearby passengers hastily covered their noses, their faces contorted in disgust. Ran Deng slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and approached the woman, retrieving a clean cloth and a fragrant pouch from his sleeve. Esteemed lady, please use this to clean up. The scent from this pouch may bring you some comfort. The woman gratefully accepted it, repeatedly expressing her thanks. Ran Deng then used the cloth to wipe away the mess and bowed slightly to the neighboring passenger, whose expression was one of displeasure due to the splatter. Amaba, traveling can be inconvenient. I hope you will forgive this humble monk. His voice was calm and carried a soothing quality, dissipating much of the irritation from the passenger's face. This gesture endeared the kind-eyed old monk to the villagers on the bus. An elderly man, dressed in a faded Zhongshan suit and resembling the village's former party secretary, took the initiative to speak. Master, you look unfamiliar. You are not from our region, are you? Where are you headed? Ran Deng smiled slightly. his expression reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze caressing an ancient well. Esteemed elder, your kindness is appreciated. This humble monk wanders the world and, having heard of the unique beauty of Qiongqi village, felt compelled to visit. Qiongqi village. The smile on the old secretary's face faded a bit, and a complex expression flickered in his eyes. That place, master, if you wish to explore, it's fine to see the Qiongqi, but do not venture too deep, especially towards the back mountains and the old forests. You must descend before dark. Oh, Ran Deng feigned curiosity. Esteemed elder, is there a tale associated with that village? The old secretary hesitated, glancing at the surrounding villagers before lowering his voice. Master, as a monk, I shall not hide the truth from you. Among our 10 miles and 8 villages, Qiongqi village is the most unsettling. Strange occurrences happen here every few days. Livestock die mysteriously, or someone walking at night encounters something sinister and begins to babble incoherently. They say it is the unrest caused by things from the pit. Things from the pit? Ran Deng inquired, following his lead. They say that the Qiongqi is unfathomably deep, connected to the underworld. An outspoken man interjected. It has been passed down from our ancestors that a malevolent spirit is sealed within. There were once reckless youths who dared to explore it, but none ever returned. It's quite eerie, another woman chimed in. Especially recently, things have felt even more off. A few days ago, some who claimed to be from the Countermeasures Bureau came, and apparently, they did not fare well. I heard one of them went missing. Now, the villagers are in a state of anxiety. Ran Deng listened quietly, his gaze steady as a calm well, though his fingers tightened slightly around the lotus lamp. Thank you for your warnings, esteemed villagers. This humble monk shall exercise caution. The rickety minibus jostled along the rugged mountain path, finally halting at the dilapidated sign marking the entrance to Qiongqi village. Ran Deng descended with a few sparse passengers. Standing at the village's threshold, before him, Qiongqi village lay at the edge of a vast pit, its houses built against the mountains, appearing no different from an ordinary mountain village. Yet, in the air lingered an almost imperceptible, unsettling sense of oppression. Particularly from the depths of the village, a faint, obscure distortion emanated from the mist-shrouded back mountains, causing even his pure-hearted lotus lamp to sense a slight tremor. Ran Deng lifted his gaze to the fog-covered mountains and, holding the lotus lamp, walked steadily into the village. His figure gradually vanished into the mists and shadows of the settlement. Chapter 58. The Eerie Villagers and the Pure-Hearted Spirit Child. Qiongqi village was peculiarly quiet, unlike the somewhat noisy yet vibrant atmosphere on the bus. The village before him was eerily silent. It was already evening, yet smoke from cooking fires was seldom seen. Occasionally, villagers hurried past with farming tools, casting wary glances at the unfamiliar outsider, quickly averting their eyes without a word or gesture. The oppressive feeling in the air intensified, as if an invisible veil enveloped the entire settlement, rendering the expressions of the villagers somewhat numb and distant. Ran Deng maintained his composure, holding the lotus lamp as he walked leisurely into the village. He intended to visit the village committee to introduce himself and, as a wandering monk, seek information and a place to stay. The roads in the village were uneven dirt paths, flanked by somewhat dilapidated brick and tile houses or wooden cottages. Behind some windows, it seemed as if eyes were watching, but when Ran Deng looked their way, those gazes swiftly disappeared. He reached the village center and found a 2-story building with a faded sign reading Qiongqi Village Committee. Inside, the light was dim, and an elderly village head with graying hair, wearing old spectacles and a worn Zhongshan suit, was bent over a table writing something. Ran Deng knocked softly on the door and entered. Ba, esteemed elder, greetings. Ran Deng bowed slightly, his tone gentle. The village head looked up, adjusted his spectacles, assessed Ran Deng, and furrowed his brow slightly, his voice tinged with evident wariness and a hint of barely concealed irritation. Who are you? What do you want? I am Ran Deng, a wandering monk, passing through this blessed land. As night approaches, I seek to stay the night in your village. Might it be possible to grant me this favor? Ran Deng retained his amiable smile. Stay the night? The village head dismissed him outright, waving his hand with a firm tone. Our village is small. We have no place to accommodate you. Return whence you came, and leave quickly. This rejection was blunt and almost carried an air of expulsion. Ran Deng remained unperturbed and calmly asked, I have heard that a few days ago, some esteemed individuals from the Countermeasures Bureau visited. Might I inquire about them? They left. They all left. The village head interrupted, his impatience evident, tinged with a hint of irritation. Those government people came and went. Our little village cannot keep anyone. Old monk, please take your leave. He stood up, making a gesture to usher him out, his eyes filled with distrust and rejection. Ran Deng gazed deeply at the village head, sensing the deep-seated fear and confusion that he was forcibly suppressing, along with an external, chilling spiritual force coiling around him like chains. He understood that further words would be futile and might only exacerbate the conflict. In that case, I shall take my leave. Ran Deng spoke no more, raising one hand in a respectful gesture, bowing slightly, and turned to exit the village committee. Upon stepping out of the small building, darkness had already descended. The village was eerily silent, with scarcely a sound of barking dogs, only the creaking of the old doors and windows as the wind passed, adding an air of eeriness. As Ran Deng walked through the village, the sensation of being watched intensified. A few elderly men squatting in the corners, smoking, stared blankly at him. A woman drawing water from the well noticed him approaching and hurriedly picked up her bucket to leave, as if fleeing from a plague. The entire village exhibited a chilling, unanimous rejection of the outsider. Holding the lotus lamp, its soft glow illuminated only a small radius around him, while beyond lay an impenetrable darkness and mist. He could distinctly perceive that the distorted spiritual force spread like a web through every corner of the village, subtly influencing the villagers' minds, amplifying their fears and exclusionary sentiments. This place was unsuitable for prolonged stay. Careful planning was required. Ran Deng contemplated. Remaining forcefully would only disturb the serpents in the grass. He resolved to withdraw from the village, seeking a place to rest outside while covertly investigating. He retraced his steps along the path he had arrived. As he approached the entrance of the village, the palpable sense of oppression seemed to diminish slightly. However, it was replaced by an unsettling feeling of being watched, as if countless eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated on his departing figure. Just as he was about to step beyond the boundary stone marking the village's edge, a timid, faint voice suddenly emerged from a narrow alley beside him. He Shifu. He paused, turning towards the source of the sound. There, peering out from behind a tree, was a small boy of about 7 or 8 years old, dressed in faded, worn clothes, his slender frame tense with apprehension. His large, expressive eyes sparkled with a vitality that sharply contrasted with the dullness of the other village adults, infused with a weariness and fear that belied his youth. Little benefactor, do you need something? He Shifu inquired gently, while discreetly sensing the boy's mental state. Unlike the other villagers ensnared by a chilling force, the boy's spirit, though fragile and fearful, remained remarkably pure, impervious to the corrupting influence that sought to entrap him. He was indeed a prodigious spiritual child. The boy glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was watching, before summoning his courage to whisper, He Shifu, are you without a place to stay? He Shifu nodded, indeed. The village chief is unwilling to shelter this monk. The boy anxiously scanned the surroundings before quickly beckoning to He Shifu, whispering, He Shifu, my home. You can stay at my home. He Shifu's tranquil demeanor stirred slightly at this. He approached the alley's entrance, crouched down to meet the boy's gaze, and smiled kindly, asking softly, Little benefactor, are you not afraid of this monk? The boy vigorously shook his head, replying in a hushed tone, I have seen monks like you before. The monks at the temple are good people. The village chief and the others, they're not right. As he spoke, a look of confusion and fear crossed his face. My parents have also become strange. I'm the only one fine. They've been gone for several days. He Shifu felt a flicker of concern. It was evident that the boy, possessing a heart of purity, was naturally endowed with a formidable spiritual strength that partially resisted the insidious mental encroachment. What is your name? He Shifu asked gently. My name is Shitu. The boy replied softly, glancing nervously in the direction of the village. He Shifu, please come with me quickly. It won't be good if they see you. He Shifu pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. Then I shall trouble you, little benefactor. A relieved smile spread across Shidu's face as he eagerly tugged at his Shifu's robe, guiding him deeper into the secluded alley. The pure heart lotus lamp in his Shifu's hand flickered faintly, as if responding to the moment they entered the alley. Chapter 59. A Heart of Innocence. Shidu's home was situated in a remote corner of Qiongqi village, far from the unsettling fog-shrouded back mountain. It was a solitary wooden structure, showing signs of age, with white walls long weathered to a mottled yellow, exposing the earthen core beneath. The small green tiles on the roof were darkened by years of smoke, with clusters of dried chili peppers and corn hanging from the eaves. Pushing open the heavy wooden door with a creak, a scent mingling old wood, earth, and a hint of herbs wafted out. Inside, a solitary incandescent bulb cast a dim light over the sparsely furnished room, revealing a starkness that spoke of poverty, yet everything was neatly arranged. In the center of the main room stood a heavy 8 immortals table, its legs marred by countless nicks and scratches, bearing witness to the passage of time. The walls were adorned with faded New Year paintings. In a corner held a pile of farming tools and firewood. Most prominent were the glistening cured meats and sausages hanging from the beams, exuding a rich, smoky aroma, a cherished delicacy of mountain folk. Shifu, please sit. Shirtu seemed a bit flustered as he quickly wiped down the only relatively intact bamboo chair with his sleeve, inviting Shifu to take a seat. He then hurried to a small stove in the corner, deftly starting a fire to warm the house. Shifu smiled as he sat, placing the lotus lamp gently on the table's edge, its soft glow driving away the shadows and infusing a sense of warmth. Once Shirtu finished, he looked up at the cured meats hanging from the beams, swallowed hard, and hesitated before finally deciding to fetch one. Shifu, let me cut some cured meat for you. My mother makes it so delicious. Shifu gently halted him with a voice as soothing as a spring breeze. Ba. Little benefactor, your kindness is appreciated. However, as a monk, I abstain from meat. Shirtu paused, realization dawning upon him, his small face reflecting a hint of regret. Ah? I'm sorry, Shifu, I forgot. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat at a loss. Observing the boy's earnest yet awkward demeanor, Shifu's heart softened, and he smiled more warmly, saying, Ba, the monk's abstinence from meat is a vow of my practice. Yet simple fare can also be a great delight. So there is no need for concern. Shida's eyes brightened at this, and he quickly exclaimed, Then I will make you sweet potato porridge. I just dug up some gin. It tastes so good when cold. With that, he bounced back to the rice jar, scooping some rice, and retrieved a few sweet potatoes and a handful of fresh air gin from a bamboo basket. Shifu quietly watched as the little boy busied himself at the stove, neither interrupting nor assisting. He understood that allowing the child to engage in tasks within his capability would bring him comfort. Soon, a steaming pot of sweet potato porridge was ready, its sweet aroma filling the air. Shirtu skillfully cleaned their gin, chopped it, and seasoned it with salt, chili oil, and a touch of vinegar. Although simple, it exuded a unique flavor of the mountains. He brought the porridge and the cold air gin to the 8 immortals table, set out the bowls and chopsticks, and watched expectantly as Shifu took a bite. Shifu, please try it. Thank you, little benefactor. Shifu picked up his chopsticks, first sampling a bite of the cold air gin, and the next moment, the seasoned monk, whose countenance was typically serene and unperturbed, felt a barely perceptible twitch on his wrinkled cheek. The taste, a peculiar and overwhelming blend of earthy and acrid flavors, flooded his mouth and surged to the top of his head. Despite his profound cultivation, he nearly lost his composure. Maintaining a facade of calm, he slowly swallowed the bite of her gin, then picked up the bowl, quietly drinking the bland sweet potato porridge, bite after bite. Shirtu, entirely oblivious to any unusual reaction, relished his meal, clearly enjoying the unique taste of their gin, and mumbled, Shifu, I said there, gin tasty? My mother says it cools the body and relieves summer heat. Indeed, it has a distinct flavor, Shifu replied vaguely, continuing to focus on his porridge. The simple dinner concluded in an atmosphere that felt somewhat surreal. Shirtu diligently cleaned the dishes and poured Shifu a bowl of boiled spring water. Under the soft glow of the oil lamp, the elder and the child sat across from each other. Shifu gazed into Shida's clear, bright eyes. Understanding that it was time to address the pressing matter, he softened his voice further, as if to avoid startling something fragile. Shirtu, may I ask you to tell me what has transpired in the village? Where have your parents gone? Upon mentioning his parents, Shida's small face instantly dimmed, a film of moisture glazing his eyes. He lowered his head, twisting the hem of his garment, his voice choked with emotion. My parents and many others from the village went to the back mountain a few days ago. They said they were going to pay respects to the mountain god, and then they never returned. The back mountain? To pay respects to the mountain god? Shifu's heart sank at this revelation, prompting him to question further. Do villagers often go to the back mountain for such rituals? Has it always been this way? Du shook his head vigorously. No, it has not. In the past. Only during the new year or significant events would the old village chief take a few individuals to the mountain deity temple to offer incense. However, approximately a month ago, things took a different turn. He lifted his small face, fear and confusion evident upon it. Strange sounds began to emerge in the village at night, resembling a multitude of people weeping, yet also sounding like laughter. Additionally, many began to experience nightmares, recounting visions of a woman clad in red, floating near the sinkhole. Subsequently, the old village chief informed everyone that the mountain deity was enraged, necessitating more sincere worshippers to quell its wrath. Initially, only a few ventured forth, but gradually, the number of those who went increased, while the number of returnees diminished. My parents last went 5 days ago. Tears finally fell from the small stones, and the remaining villagers grew increasingly peculiar, speaking little, their gazes cold, as if they were no longer the familiar uncles and aunts I once knew. Randang listened quietly. The pure heart lotus lamp in his hand seemed to resonate with the sorrow and fear radiating from the small stone, its flame flickering gently, emanating a softer, warmer glow that enveloped the child and comforted his trembling form. Have you seen the uncles from the Countermeasures Bureau who came a few days ago? Randang continued to guide the conversation. The small stone nodded vigorously, nervously glancing at the closed door, whispering yes. I secretly went to see them when they arrived. The leading uncle was tall and strong. I think he was called Iron Arm Uncle. Iron Arm. That was indeed the missing B-level member. What happened to them afterward? Randang pressed further. After they entered the village, it seemed they headed to the back mountain. The small stone recalled confusion and fear etched on his small face. Then the next day, only 5 uncles returned in a panic, asking around the village if anyone had seen Iron Arm Uncle. But the village chief and the others insisted they had not seen him, claiming he never came. There were clearly 6 of them. I counted. The small stone's voice trembled with emotion, yet everyone insisted there were only 5. Even the 5 who returned seemed to have lost track of whether it was 5 or 6, growing increasingly strange. Grandpa Monk, is everyone ill? Are my parents also unwell in the back mountain, which is why they cannot return? Randang extended his hand, gently stroking the top of the small stone's head. A gentle and pure Buddhist energy quietly flowing in, soothing his agitated and fearful emotions. Do not fear, do not fear. I am here. Randang's voice bore a calming power. Under his soothing presence, the small stone gradually settled, leaning against Randang's leg, experiencing an unprecedented sense of peace and warmth, eventually drifting into a light slumber. Randang's expression turned grave. There's a widespread cognitive distortion, mental interference. It may even involve spatial anomalies. Not only can it affect the villagers, but can also silently erase the presence of trained B-level members from the Countermeasures Bureau within specific groups. This is far beyond the capabilities of ordinary mental anomalies. Do you remember when these strange changes began? Randang continued to inquire. The small stone struggled to recall, his small hand unconsciously picking at the table edge. It seems it started after the passing of Grandma Li at the village's end. Grandma Li? Yes. The small stone nodded. Grandma Li was the oldest person in the village, living alone in a dilapidated old house at the village's edge. She was kind but a bit odd, often talking to the back mountain alone, muttering strange things about debts and calamities. She passed away over a month ago, and the villagers helped with her funeral. It was from that moment that the village began to feel strange. Grandma Li couldn't hold off the calamities. Randang mentally noted these clues. He sensed that the secret of Qiongqi village might be concealed within the so-called mountain deity temple in the back mountain, as well as in the recently deceased Grandma Li. Suddenly, he distinctly perceived a chilling, viscous, and malevolent spiritual force, akin to a living entity, emanating from the direction of the back mountain, like invisible tendrils attempting to infiltrate the small room and ensnare the pure heart of the small stone. The light of the pure heart lotus lamp in Randang's hand dimmed slightly, as an invisible yet potent Buddhist energy quietly expanded, forming the most robust barrier to keep the malicious spiritual tendrils at bay, safeguarding this small sanctuary. He gazed at the small stone, who was relaxing and beginning to doze off after expressing his fears. A flicker of pity and determination crossed his eyes. This malevolent force does not spare even children. Such sin must be eradicated. Tomorrow, I shall personally ascend the back mountain to uncover the truth and discover the true nature of this so-called mountain deity. Chapter 60. The serpent's path to the temple. The following morning, before the dawn broke, the fog thickened, enveloping Qiongqi village in an impenetrable shroud. As if isolating it from the world, the small stone remained asleep in the inner room, a hint of unease shadowing his small face. Randang rose quietly. Approaching the bedside, he extended his finger, gathering a gentle and pure golden Buddhist light at its tip, like warm dew, which he lightly touched to the small stone's forehead. A subtle seal, infused with the protective power of the pure heart lotus lamp, quietly entered, forming an invisible barrier to shield the child's pure spirit from external malevolence. It also enabled Randang to sense his safety within a certain range. "Amipa," Randang whispered, casting a compassionate glance at the small stone before turning around and gently pushing open the wooden door, his figure blending into the thick fog. He did not take the main path through the village, but instead followed a little-known trail that the small stone had secretly indicated yesterday, circumventing the desolate settlement and heading straight towards the back mountain. The path was rugged and difficult to traverse, covered in slippery moss and exposed tree roots, surrounded by towering ancient trees. The fog here was so dense that visibility was less than 10 meters. The air was thick with a damp, decaying odor, alongside an increasingly oppressive chill that unsettled the mind. What drew Randang's attention further was the unusual number of snakes in the woods. Green pit vipers, king cobras, and even some vividly patterned venomous snakes, whose names he could not recall, flickered in and out of view amidst the fog, coiling on branches and rocks. They had previously avoided humans and would not usually appear so densely along the path. Moreover, they seemed extraordinarily agitated, frequently raising their heads to hiss, their crimson eyes fixed on the uninvited guest, brimming with hostility. Suddenly, a king cobra, as thick as an arm, shot out from a nearby underbrush like a black bolt of lightning, lunging straight at Randang's face. Yet, Randang did not falter. At the precise moment the snake's head was about to reach him, he extended two fingers, seemingly slowly but with pinpoint precision, clasping the area just below the snake's head. The ferocious cobra writhed violently in his grasp, attempting to coil around his arm, venom dripping from its fangs. Looking at the struggling snake in his hand, a glimmer of compassion appeared in Randang's eyes. "Amipa, this creature, too, is a sentient being. The malevolent energy here has disturbed you, compelling you to act against your nature." With a slight pressure of his fingertips, he skillfully severed the venom glands from its fangs, then released the now harmless snake, casting it gently into the nearby grass. "Go, seek sustenance and survival, and do not harm others again." His voice was calm, imbued with a peculiar soothing power. The freed king cobra, upon landing in the grass, surprisingly ceased its aggression and swiftly slithered away. However, the retreat of one snake did not quell the agitation of the entire snake population. More and more serpents began to emerge from a mist, slithering toward him, nearly obstructing Randang's path forward. They intertwined with one another, layered upon one another, forming a chilling carpet of serpents, their icy pupils fixated on the unwelcome intruder encroaching upon their territory. Randang halted his steps, gazing upon the densely packed serpentine mass ahead. And not a soft sigh, he refrained from employing lethal tactics, merely raising the pure heart lotus lamp slightly higher. The flame of the lamp, resembling a tiny bean, suddenly ignited, radiating a gentle yet resolute golden halo that expanded outward like ripples on water. Wherever the halo passed, the thick mist appeared to be purified, gradually dissipating. Upon encountering this golden aura, the frenzied serpents momentarily displayed a flicker of confusion in their cold vertical pupils, and their aggressive tendencies receded like a receding tide. They ceased their attempts to attack, instinctively feeling fear and discomfort, writhing to create a pathway. Randang maintained his steady pace, continuing his unhurried advance. As he traversed, the serpents retreated as if Moses parting the sea, The entity capable of instilling such unease in living beings was indeed extraordinarily malevolent. The deeper he ventured, the denser the mist became, yet the serpent numbers gradually dwindled. Time passed without measure, and the mist ahead seemed to thin slightly. The outline of a dilapidated structure faintly emerged in the depths of the forest. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a small temple built against the mountainside. Entirely composed of rough stones, its style archaic, imbued with the breath of time. Above the temple door hung a crooked, indistinct wooden plaque, on which the word Shan Shun Miao could be vaguely discerned. The walls were mottled, the tiles broken, and the stone steps before the entrance were covered with moss. Only the central pathway, frequently traversed, revealing the original material, presenting a visage of long neglect. The temple door stood ajar, revealing a dark interior, exuding a stronger, more pungent aroma, a mixture of incense and decay. Randang pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside. The temple's interior was modest, dimly lit, and shrouded in cobwebs. At its center stood a clay statue of the mountain deity, its colors faded and features obscured due to age and poor preservation. Only the general outline of an armored warrior wielding a whip discernible, not differing significantly from common village deities. The incense table before the statue was covered in dust. Yet several fresh fruits lay on the offering plate, alongside a mound of ash from recently burned incense, indicating that someone had come to pay homage not long ago. Holding the lotus lamp, Randang's gentle illumination dispelled the darkness within the temple. His gaze swept calmly over the statue, the incense table, and the walls, all appearing unnaturally normal. If this place were truly the source of malevolence, how could it be so pristine? He closed his eyes, elevating his spiritual perception to its zenith, no longer relying on his physical sight, but instead attuning his spirit to the essence of the space. An invisible wave of mental energy radiated outward from him. Initially, all was still in its dilapidation and silence. However, when his pure and vast Buddhist perception swept over the statue, an anomaly occurred. Behind the statue, the wall, which had appeared solid, began to ripple in his spiritual awareness as if it were water. An exceedingly subtle yet vastly denser coldness, twisted and infused with resentment and decay, seeped from beyond the wall, thread by thread. Amipa. In the guise of divine names, demonic acts transpired. This temple does not worship the mountain deity. It is likely a lair of a man-eating, malevolent spirit. Randang opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning, directed towards the back of the clay mountain deity statue. He stepped forward slowly, circling behind the statue. To the naked eye, the wall remained cracked and dusty. He extended his hand, enveloped in pure Buddhist power, gently pressing against the wall. As if cold water were dropped into hot oil, invisible ripples emerged on the wall's surface. A powerful repulsion surged forth, mingled with chaotic howls and curses, attempting to repel his hand and invade his mind. Yet Randang remained as steadfast as a mountain. The light of his palm surged forth, and the intangible barrier shattered with a soft crack, dissipating instantly. Beyond the barrier was not a wall, but a dark, narrow staircase leading downward, just wide enough for a single person to pass. A far more potent and nauseating chill rushed forth from within, accompanied by a cacophony of wailing spirits. The depths of the staircase were pitch black, seemingly leading straight to the netherworld. Standing at the entrance, Randang sensed that the pure heart lotus lamp in his hand reacted to the overwhelming resentment and malevolence below, its flame flickering with increased urgency, emanating a denser halo that enveloped him protectively. He glanced down at the seemingly bottomless staircase, then turned to gaze back at the fog-enshrouded, silent village outside the temple. The origin of it all lay beneath. The so-called mountain deity, the root cause of the villagers' lost sanity, the mysterious disappearances of the members of the Strategy Bureau, the instigator of the serpentine frenzy. Without hesitation, Randang grasped the lotus lamp and stepped into the abyss of the dark staircase, his figure slowly swallowed by the shadows below. Chapter 61. The labyrinth of caves and the bones whisper. The staircase behind the mountain deity temple descended steeply, appearing unfathomable. With the pure heart lotus lamp in hand, Randang treaded steadily downward. The gentle golden light emitted by the flame barely penetrated the thick darkness ahead. It could not illuminate the abyss that seemed to consume all light. A cold, damp wind surged upward from below, carrying with it the stench of long-decayed matter and a certain indescribable sweet-sour aroma, intermingled with countless fragmented, twisted whispers filled with resentment that incessantly assailed the mind. The staircase did not appear to be man-made. Rather, it resembled a natural rock crevice, rough and uneven, slick with moss. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the path ahead opened up, revealing a scene that was even more disquieting. He stepped into a vast underground cavern. Countless bizarre stalactites hung from the ceiling, while stalagmites jutted from the ground, casting eerie shadows in the light of the lotus lamp. An underground river flowed quietly deep within the cave, its sound echoing in the vastness, creating an atmosphere of profound depth. More unsettling was the sudden amplification of the mental interference permeating this space. The whispers transformed into a chaotic, distorted force field. The sense of direction became utterly unreliable, with front and back, left and right seemingly in constant disarray. Randang could even feel the imprint of Buddhist power etched upon the stone walls, swiftly being erased or distorted by some unseen force. He attempted to navigate using his spiritual awareness, only to find it ensnared in a quagmire, extending less than 10 zhang before becoming muddled and obscured, disrupted by the tumultuous energies. Amipa. Randang paused, surveying the 3 nearly identical passages before him, his brow furrowed. He closed his eyes and concentrated, only to discover that all 3 entrances emitted similar spiritual fluctuations, rendering them indistinguishable. He chose to enter the central passage, only to find himself back at the place where he had left his mark, now blurred and indistinct. A ripple stirred in the usually tranquil depths of Randang's mind. Navigating a natural cave labyrinth under such intense mental interference was indeed troublesome. He tried again, this time opting for the left passage, but after traversing a narrow corridor, he found himself confronted with the scene near the right passage. Standing still, he observed the stable yet ineffective light of the lotus lamp in his hand, unable to pierce through the fog, and shook his head in resignation, murmuring to himself with a hint of unperceived irony. Who would have thought this humble monk would find himself today, following in the footsteps of Master Lei Jun in this underground maze? Far away in Zaicheng, Master Lei Jun, who was fiercely battling a mutated fish monster, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Who's talking about me? Could it be the leader misses me? He understood that he could no longer proceed blindly. The labyrinthine structure, intertwined with mental disturbances, formed an almost perfect trap, impervious to brute force. He resolved to abandon his quest for the correct path and instead immersed his mind entirely into the Jingxin Lianding, clearing his thoughts and ceasing to resist the mental interference. Embracing a stance of openness and receptivity, he began to perceive the flow of spiritual energy within this space. The teachings of the Buddha emphasize a mind unanchored, allowing one to understand the heart. Sometimes, relinquishing attachments leads to the revelation of truth. He resembled a traveler adrift in the currents, allowing the chaotic mental field to guide his steps as he meandered through the intricate caverns seemingly without purpose. Time passed unmeasured until, as he navigated around a colossal stone pillar, wide enough for several people to encircle, he halted. The light of the Lianding illuminated the base of the pillar, revealing a narrow crevice, obscured by fallen stones. Had he not been in a state of mental clarity, he would have likely overlooked this hidden corner. A faint yet remarkably pure essence of obsession and reluctance emanated from that fissure, contrasting starkly with the surrounding tumultuous resentment. A sudden impulse stirred within Randang. He stepped forward and gently cleared the fallen debris. A narrow passage, just wide enough for a person to crawl through, came into view. Without hesitation, he bent down and entered. Inside, the space was cramped, barely accommodating a seated position. The light of the Lianding illuminated the confined area, revealing the complete skeletal remains of a human figure leaning against the rock wall. The clothing had long since decayed into dust, but from the skeletal structure, it appeared to be that of an adult male. He lay curled up, his skull bowed as if he had succumbed to an eternal slumber. Beside the bones, the rock wall was inscribed with densely packed, slanting characters written in a dark red, now dried paint, exuding an air of profound sorrow and despair. As Randang focused his gaze, he read, I, Zhang Sheng, a guard of the Taiping Tianhua, along with General Wang and 4 brothers, brought the sacred relic, the snake mother golden seal, to this place, pursued relentlessly by the Qing. The villagers feigned hospitality, drugging us in our wine, and at midnight attacked with weapons. Seeking to seize the golden seal, the four brothers fought valiantly to protect the general and the seal, and perished in battle. I and the general, clutching the seal, fought our way out, retreating into this cave. Lost within the cave, separated from the general, our provisions exhausted, we called out in vain. Hatred, hatred, hatred. The villagers, treacherous and ungrateful, forsaking loyalty for profit. We fought for our country and people, traversing thousands of miles, and did not perish at the hands of the Qing, yet fell to the hands of these wretches. Heaven has no eyes. If my soul endures, I shall become a vengeful spirit, bringing unrest to this village, blood for blood. The words abruptly ceased. The final strokes of blood for blood were written with a ferocity that seemed to pierce through the wall, imbued with boundless resentment and defiance. Randang silently contemplated this testament from over a century ago, envisioning Zhang Sheng, the Taiping soldier, in darkness, hunger, and despair, using his last strength to inscribe this bloody accusation and curse, ultimately meeting his end with bitterness. Amitabha, Randang softly chanted the Buddha's name, his voice echoing within the confined cavern, infused with endless compassion and sighs. Greed, when entwined with thought, harms both others and oneself. The villagers, in a moment of greed, sowed malevolent seeds, inviting a century of lingering resentment, tragic and lamentable. He had come to a profound realization. The mountain deity temple was likely not built out of reverence for the mountain god, but rather constructed later to suppress and appease the vengeful spirits of Zhang Sheng and the other fallen Taiping soldiers. A soul-stabilizing shrine erected out of necessity, attempting to invoke the name of the mountain deity to quell the calamity brought forth by their ancestors' greed. However, as Randang's gaze swept once more over the bones and the blood inscriptions, his brow remained furrowed. Even if Zhang Sheng's wrath, coupled with the resentment of the four soldiers and perhaps General Wang, who may have also met his end here, was formidable after a century, it would be worn down and barely suppressed by the mountain deity temple. It could not have formed the vast domain of spiritual pollution that even a monk found daunting. His attention ultimately fell upon the repeatedly mentioned object within the blood writings, the Snake Mother Golden Seal, the sacred relic of the Taiping Qiongqi. Chapter 62. The Snake Mother Altar Amitabha. Randang softly recited the Buddha's name, his fingertips gathering a gentle golden light, which he lightly pressed against the forehead of the skeletal remains identified as Zhang Sheng. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. All past is void, and obsessions must dissolve. May he ascend to the pure land, no longer lingering. As his gentle chanting resonated, a pure and tranquil transformative power enveloped the bones. The blood inscriptions etched upon the rock wall, rife with resentment, appeared to be cleansed by an unseen force, their colors gradually fading, and the lingering resentment slowly melting away like ice and snow under the sun. Above the bones, a faint, pure spiritual light flickered and vanished, as if having finally attained rest, having liberated the soul from a century past. Randang recalled the fragmented records concerning the Taiping Qiongqi from the archives of the Countermeasures Bureau, during a time when spiritual energy had not yet fully revived. Some ancient traditions continued to endure in obscurity. The early Taiping Qiongqi surged forth with unstoppable momentum, inspiring the populace to fearlessly confront death, leading to the Qing's successive defeats, which was undoubtedly connected to their mastery of a formidable spiritual power capable of influencing minds. The archives vaguely mentioned that the Qing had secretly summoned the contemporary Tianshi of Longhu Mountain to ultimately defeat the main forces of the Taiping army. Now it seemed that this so-called spiritual power likely originated from the Snake Mother Golden Seal, an artifact capable of influencing hearts during large-scale warfare. Its inherent spiritual potency was undoubtedly extraordinary. After a century of silence, in this era of fully revived spiritual energy, it had been reactivated or even mutated, capable of causing such terrifying spiritual pollution. Randang did not linger, turning to exit the cramped cavern. He maintained his state of mental clarity, no longer deliberately seeking an exit, but instead following the increasingly distinct, twisted spiritual fluctuations emanating from the snake mother golden seal, wandering through the labyrinth. This time, the journey appeared considerably smoother, as if the golden seal were beckoning him, an uninvited guest. Navigating around several perilous rock faces and traversing a natural stone bridge above an underground dark river, the scene ahead opened into clarity. He emerged from the dim labyrinth of caverns into a valley blanketed in dense foliage, thick moss, and abundant moisture. Looking up, he saw a vast circular sky, shrouded in mist, hundreds of meters above. Here lay the bottom of the sky pit. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered for quite some time. In stark contrast to the dead silence of the village, faint voices echoed from the pit's depths. Ran Deng stilled his presence, concealing the light of the Liandeng, moving stealthily like a specter. As he parted a thick curtain of vines, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict. Before him, on a relatively flat expanse at the pit's bottom, nearly 100 individuals toiled. Most were clad in the attire of the Sky Pit villagers, encompassing men, women, and children, including the elderly village chief from the previous day. All appeared dazed, their eyes vacant, mechanically repeating the motions of transporting stones to construct a base. They were erecting a circular altar, approximately 3 meters high, assembled from rough-hewn rocks. The altar possessed an ancient, eerie design, its surface inscribed with twisted patterns reminiscent of serpents. Exudinho ominuoha. Amidst the stones, vividly colored and suffocatingly venomous snakes hissed, lifting their heads. At the forefront of this controlled throng stood a notably towering figure, unmistakably distinct. Clad in the operational uniform of the Countermeasures Bureau, muscles taut and arms robust, he too bore a vacant expression, placing a massive stone, requiring the strength of several men, effortlessly upon the altar's apex. It was none other than the missing B-class member of the Countermeasures Bureau, Tai Bai. He was here as well, and similarly under control. The Lantern of Enlightenment sensed a formidable and chilling spiritual force, akin to an invisible web connecting every individual present, with the center of this network being the incomplete altar. More precisely, at the altar's heart lay an object draped in black cloth, continuously emanating a haunting spiritual fluctuation. Beneath that dark shroud was the Shimu Jinin. The lantern's bearer contemplated. He scrutinized the villagers under control and the agents from the Countermeasure Bureau. Their vital signs were stable, yet their spirits appeared utterly shackled, their consciousness submerged, reduced to mere instinctual obedience. The situation of the Iron Arm seemed even more dire. His formidable physical strength was being exploited, while his mental state bore an even greater burden, his gaze more vacant and numb than the others. What purpose lay behind controlling so many individuals to construct this malevolent altar centered around such an emblem? A warning arose in the lantern-bearer's heart. Once this altar was completed, it would likely unleash unimaginable calamity. It must be stopped. Chapter 63. The battle in the pit. The lantern-bearer concealed his presence, like a withered leaf settling into a mire, silently observing the bizarre and grand undertaking at the pit's bottom. Nearly 100 villagers, along with the B-rank expert, Iron Arm, toiled like tireless worker ants, efficiently yet numbly stacking the sinister serpent-patterned altar under the manipulation of the invisible threads of spiritual energy. At the altar's center, the Shimujinin, concealed beneath the black cloth, pulsed like a beating heart, releasing waves of powerful spiritual fluctuations that distorted reality. This altar could not be allowed to reach completion. The lantern-bearer's thoughts raced. To intervene forcefully would unavoidably affect the controlled villagers, potentially inflicting irreversible damage upon their spirits. The optimal strategy was to strike at the core, either destroying or temporarily sealing that golden emblem. He fixed his gaze upon the altar's center, his pure Buddhist energy beginning to flow quietly within him. Though the Ningxin Liandeng had not yet manifested, the flames within his consciousness blazed fiercely, gathering strength. Just as he prepared to unleash his assault, a sudden tremor erupted from the altar. The black cloth covering the golden emblem ignited spontaneously, turning to ash in an instant, revealing an ancient golden seal. The emblem did not depict a dragon or tiger, but rather a serpent coiling and rearing its head, its eyes glowing crimson, seeming almost alive. The moment the emblem was exposed, a spiritual storm erupted with tenfold strength compared to before, saturating the mist at the pit's bottom with an eerie, dark red hue. Crack! Crack! By the altar, a complete skeleton clad in tattered garb of a Taiping heavenly kingdom general leaned against the rock wall, suddenly igniting two azure flames in its eye sockets. It stiffly moved its bones, producing a grating sound, and slowly rose. Its hollow eye sockets scanned the busy worker ants below, ultimately fixing upon the direction where the lantern-bearer concealed himself. A spiritual shock, infused with boundless resentment and the aura of battle, struck forth like a tangible spear. Who dares spy upon the altar of the Xian Shishengmu? The spiritual impact collided with the lantern-bearer's quietly established barrier of Buddhist energy, producing a deep, resounding echo, rippling through the air. The lantern-bearer realized he could no longer remain hidden, stepping forth, his form solidifying from an ethereal state. His expansive monk's robe rustled in the turbulent currents of energy, and the Ningxin Lian Deng glowed brilliantly, its soft yet resolute golden light dispelling the surrounding dark red mist. Amipa, the lantern-bearer gazed directly at the skeletal general, his voice calm, yet imbued with Buddhist power, resonating clearly within the depths of the general soul. The enemies of the benefactor have long since perished. The obsession of a century has morphed into this form. Why perpetuate the cycle of slaughter and implicate the innocent? The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Turn back? The skeletal general's jaw opened and closed, emitting a hoarse, twisted cackle, and its soul fire flickered violently. I am General Wang Tianyue, wielding the sacred seal to march thousands of miles, solely to establish a kingdom of equality for all. Yet the forces of evil were overwhelming. The Taoists of Longhu Mountain launched a surprise attack, and more infuriatingly, these lowly villagers feigned hospitality, only to enact treachery. My brothers perished here. Such a deep-seated grudge can only be avenged in blood. Where's the innocence? With a sweep of its bony claw, it pointed at the numb villagers. Their ancestors betrayed their trust, and thus they shall suffer the consequences. Once I use these living souls as offerings to summon the supreme power of the sacred seal and invoke the projection of the Xian Shishengmu, I can regroup my forces and restore the glory of the kingdom. Old monk, your cultivation is formidable. I initially intended to spare you upon your arrival in the village. But since you wish to meddle, you shall also become a sacrifice for the Shengmu. The lantern-bearer shook his head with a sigh, compassion deepening in his gaze. Benefactor has already fallen into the demonic path. The so-called glory of the kingdom is merely an illusion birthed from your obsession. To use living beings as offerings is the act of evil spirits. I, a humble monk, cannot allow this today. Old bald donkey, along with these lowly villagers, become sustenance for the Shengmu's descent. The skeletal Wang Tianyue roared in fury, azure flames surging in its eye sockets. With a single claw, it forcefully extracted the thick resentment and the life essence from some of the controlled villagers, transforming it into a pitch-black torrent of energy, entwined with countless anguished faces. Roaring towards the lantern-bearer, simultaneously, the controlled iron arm seemed to receive an order, his eyes instantly turning crimson. Letting out a roar, his entire body gleamed with a metallic sheen, charging towards the lantern-bearer like a human tank, delivering a punch that echoed like an explosion. Facing the dual assault, the lantern-bearer remained unperturbed. With his left hand forming a seal, the Ningxin Lian Deng levitated, its flames splitting into myriad forms, transforming into a massive golden lotus platform that enveloped him. The torrent of resentment collided with the lotus platform, sizzling like ice meeting spring sun, rapidly melting away, revealing the faces of the tormented souls, gradually dissipating under the purification of the Buddhist light. At the same time, the lantern-bearer's right palm lightly struck out, seemingly slow, yet arriving before the punch from iron arm boom. A muffled sound resonated, akin to the ringing of an ancient temple bell. Iron arm's ferocious punch, capable of shattering stone, was effortlessly halted by the lantern-bearer's hand, all force dissipating like a drop in the ocean. The lantern-bearer released a gentle wave of force from his palm, causing Iron Arm's robust form to tremble violently. The crimson in his eyes receding for a fleeting moment of confusion, his movements freezing in place. Such formidable physical prowess, truly worthy of a B rank, yet regrettably, his spirit is restrained. The lantern-bearer mused, sending forth a thread of pure Buddhist energy that silently penetrated Iron Arm's brow, temporarily safeguarding his mind's clarity, preventing him from being driven with full force again. D'un Buddhist by Qiongqi. The skeletal Wang Tianyue, recognizing its attack, had been thwarted and Iron Arm was restrained. Since it had encountered its nemesis, it no longer held back, its bony claws forming an eerie seal, activating the Shimujin In at the altar's center. Creak! The serpent emblem upon the golden seal seemed to come alive, emitting a piercing hiss. A blinding bloodlight erupted from the seal, countless twisted serpentine runes swirling forth and merging into Wang Tianyue's skeletal form. Its bones instantly became shrouded in a dark golden sheen, its aura skyrocketing to the peak of A rank. It grasped the air with its hands, condensing the resentment and the power of the golden seal into a massive bone knife ablaze with blue soul fire, slashing towards the lantern bearer with the intent to rend all. Relying on external forces for a force enhancement is ultimately an illusion. The lantern bearer's gaze hardened, aware that a swift resolution was imperative. Otherwise, the power of the golden seal would fully erupt, potentially sacrificing all the villagers present. He held nothing back, reciting a sacred mantra, Om, Ma, Ni, Ba, Mi, Hum. The six-syllable great bright mantra transformed into 6 tangible golden Sanskrit characters, circling the Nungshin Liandang in a whirl. The lantern's radiance blazed with unprecedented intensity, akin to a small sun rising in this subterranean abyss. Under its illumination, the dark red mist dissipated. The controlled villagers below, halting their movements, struggle appearing in their eyes. The lantern bearer pointed his fingers like a sword, invoking the core power of the lotus lamp, directing it toward Wang Tianyue. Break evil, a beam of golden light, refined to perfection and imbued with the supreme truth of Buddhist doctrine, pierced through space, striking Wang Tianyue's bone knife and the soul fire within its eye sockets. No, the Virgin Mother saved Wang Tianyue, who emitted a piercing cry of anguish and resentment. His bone blade fractured inch by inch. The luster of his dark golden bones swiftly dimmed. The soul fire within his eye sockets flickered like a candle in the wind, swaying violently before extinguishing with a soft pop. The skeletal frame collapsed onto the ground, and the overwhelming resentment and unwillingness condensed beneath the pure Buddhist light evaporated like dewdrops under the morning sun. A century of obsession ultimately turned to dust. As Wang Tianyue was purified, the Serpent Mother's golden seal lost its dominance, and the bloodlight immediately dimmed, quivering slightly above the altar. The villagers below, previously under control, regained clarity, replaced by extreme weakness and confusion, collapsing onto the ground. Randang reached out and grasped the air, enveloping the peculiar golden seal in a gentle Buddhist force, sealing it within a pre-prepared jade box, which he then stamped with a Buddhist seal. The suffocating spiritual pressure at the bottom of the pit was instantly lifted. He glanced at the villagers sprawled in disarray and the struggling Iron Arm, chanting a Buddhist invocation. Ba, the calamity has passed. Esteemed patrons, please remain calm. Chapter 64. Concerns of the return. Randang first approached Iron Arm to assess his condition. Although this robust elite from the Strategy Bureau was weak, his strong physique, combined with the Buddhist power that Randang had previously infused to protect his spirit, allowed him to gradually regain his senses, though his gaze remained somewhat vacant, as if his memories were frozen at the moment of his control. A monk? Where is this? Who are you? How'd I end up here? Iron Arm shook his heavy head, gazing at the fallen villagers and the ruined altar in bewilderment. Ba, Randang replied gently. I am Randang, a patrolling envoy from the pure heart hall of the 10 halls. You, esteemed Iron Arm, were under the control of this malevolent entity, but now you are unharmed. Please take a moment to recover your strength, for I need your assistance in safely bringing the villagers back to the village. As a member of the Strategy Bureau, Iron Arm understood their cooperative relationship with the 10 halls. They only appeared during particularly troublesome, anomalous events, and today was indeed an eye-opening experience. He quickly calmed himself and sat cross-legged to recuperate. Meanwhile, Randang checked the villagers one by one. Fortunately, the villagers were merely suffering from mental exhaustion and physical weakness, easily remedied, with no life-threatening danger. Randang used pure Buddhist energy to clear their meridians and soothe their distressed minds. Gradually, the villagers awakened, their memories of the events preceding their unconsciousness becoming hazy, yet instinctively feeling a sense of closeness and trust towards Randang. Randang instructed Iron Arm to organize those with slightly better strength to assist or carry the weaker, still unconscious villagers, while he led the way with the pure heart lotus lamp in hand. The light of the pure heart lotus lamp radiated a serene and peaceful aura, dispelling the chill at the bottom of the pit and the fear in everyone's hearts, perhaps due to the removal of the serpent mother's golden seal. The return journey was unexpectedly smooth. The intricate maze of caverns and spiritual disturbances seemed to vanish, allowing everyone to quickly find the exit along the dark river. Returning to the steps behind the mountain god temple, as they descended the mountain, the once restless and fierce serpents also disappeared, ensuring a safe and smooth passage. When the group, supporting one another, stumbled out of the dense forest at the back mountain and beheld the outside world illuminated by the morning light, still shrouded in a thin mist, they felt as if they had returned from another realm. Though the villagers were physically weak, their eyes regained their vitality, no longer embodying that vacant numbness. Some villagers, now able to move freely, bowed in gratitude to Randang. Randang helped each one to their feet, advising them to return home and rest well, cautioning them against approaching the back mountain in the near future. He, Iron Arm, and a few villagers carried the unconscious elder back to the center of the village. News spread like wildfire. The silent Qiongqi village seemed to be infused with life. The eerie psychic field vanished, and the villagers who had been hiding in their homes emerged, seeing their returning kin, and cries of joy and relief filled the air. Shirtu burst forth from the crowd like a small cannonball, tightly embracing Randang's leg, his little face a mix of tears and smiles. "Grandpa Monk, you're back. I knew you were the strongest." Randang affectionately patted his head, scanning the crowd until he spotted the recently awakened yet still frail parents of Shirtu, who were supporting each other, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked to Shirtu and Randang. At that moment, the old village chief also regained consciousness, tears streaming down his face as he attempted to kneel before Randang. Stopped by Randang, he repeatedly exclaimed, "Thank you, holy monk. Thank you for saving our entire village. We were truly bewitched. You are indeed a living Buddha." Randang calmed the excited crowd, briefly explaining that the malevolent entity had been eliminated, but the villagers had suffered physical and mental harm and needed to rest and recover. He instructed Iron Arm to immediately contact the Yusher Strategy Bureau branch, requesting medical and psychological intervention teams to come to their aid. Iron Arm retrieved the Strategy Bureau's communication device and reported the situation. Shida's parents, struggling to approach, expressed their heartfelt gratitude, insisting on inviting Randang to their home, vowing to treat their benefactor well. Unable to decline, and needing a quiet place to recuperate and carefully examine the sealed serpent mother's golden seal, he acquiesced, inviting Iron Arm to join him. Upon returning to Shidu's home, though it remained sparsely furnished, it was filled with the warmth of having survived a calamity. Shidu's mother, despite her weakness, busied herself with killing a chicken, washing rice, and picking the freshest vegetables from the garden, insisting on preparing a sumptuous meal. Shidu's father, meanwhile, fetched a hook to retrieve their treasured cured meat. Randang did not intervene, knowing they needed a hearty meal to replenish their depleted bodies and to celebrate their survival. When the meal was served, it was indeed lavish. Golden cured meat, glistening free-range chicken, vibrant green vegetables, and a large plate of refreshing and delicious cold mixed herbs. Shirtu's parents eagerly served Randang, especially urging him to try the herbs. "Holy monk, you must taste this. It cools the body and relieves summer heat. Though it may seem strong in flavor, it is truly good for your health." Randang observed the mountain of food in his bowl, particularly the unique herbs, maintaining a gentle smile as he chanted, "Amitabha, thank you, esteemed patrons, for your kindness." As a monk, he refrained from eating after noon and abstained from meat. So he acknowledged their generosity, but only took a few light vegetables to enjoy with plain rice, avoiding the cured meat and herbs altogether. Seeing this, Shida's parents hesitated to insist, but expressed their gratitude even more fervently. While engaging with them, Randang discreetly observed, Shida's parents were indeed recovering, their spirits brightening. and their emotions genuine, displaying no abnormalities. This warm, hearty farmhouse meal seemed perfectly reasonable. However, a faint yet undeniable sense of peculiarity lingered in the depths of Randeng's heart. Everything had gone too smoothly. From finding the mountain god temple to descending to the bottom of the pit, engaging in battle with the skeletal Wang Tianyue, sealing the golden seal, and rescuing everyone. The entire process, aside from the troublesome maze of caverns and psychic disturbances, had been remarkably straightforward. The true source, Wang Tianyue and the Serpent Mother's golden seal, while powerful, acted in a manner that was almost blunt, resembling a mere resentment acting on instinct, lacking the truly capricious and cunning nature characteristic of genuine spiritual anomalies. Especially Wang Tianyue, who repeatedly claimed to summon the Xian Snake Holy Mother, yet relied more on the power of the Golden Seal to forcibly control and exert psychic pressure, rather than genuinely communicating with a malevolent deity or engaging in the intricate rituals of worship. It seemed as though it was merely a pawn being manipulated. Was there someone else orchestrating events from behind the scenes? Randeng's gaze inadvertently swept outside the window, resting upon the mist-shrouded back mountain. He recalled Shurtu's earlier words about Granny Li at the village's end, the elder who had passed away before the upheaval began, who often spoke to the back mountain, lamenting that she could not hold on and that karmic debts were approaching. A descendant of a temple keeper. Her passing marked the onset of a peculiar transformation within the village. Could this truly be mere coincidence? After dinner, Randeng politely declined the insistence of Shurtu's parents to stay longer, citing the need for meditation and reflection. He bid farewell to Tai Bai and stepped outside. Standing in the courtyard, he gazed towards the village's edge, where the setting sun cast a dim shadow over the area. Amitba, Randeng had already made up his mind. The matter was far from resolved. Before departing, he felt compelled to visit the former residence of Granny Li to find peace of mind. Chapter 65, Temple Logbook. The enigmatic Golden Seal, after expressing heartfelt gratitude to the Shurtu family and leaving Tai Bai to await support from the substation, Randeng, holding the Jingxin lotus lamp, walked briskly yet seemingly leisurely towards the back mountain's village edge. As he approached the village's periphery, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. The houses became more dilapidated and sparse, overrun with weeds, and the presence of humanity diminished. The air retained a lingering sense of oppression, residual from the sealing of the Snake Mother's golden seal, imbued with a stale and sinister atmosphere, as if something unseen was watching, eliciting discomfort. Granny Li's home stood as the most remote and dilapidated structure at the village's end, nearly adjacent to the path leading into the back mountain. The low earthen walls had collapsed significantly, exposing the crooked wooden framework within. The roof tiles lay in ruin, covered with a layer of withered moss. The wooden door creaked open with a gentle push, emitting a disquieting groan, revealing a dim interior filled with dust and mildew. The sparse furniture was shrouded in a thick layer of dust, adorned with cobwebs. Clearly, since Granny Li's demise, no soul had set foot here. Randeng's calm gaze swept across the dim living room, the cramped bedroom, and the rudimentary kitchen. Everything appeared to be the abode of a destitute and solitary elder, indistinguishable from an ordinary mountain village home. Yet, his profound spiritual awareness sensed an incredibly faint spiritual residue lingering in a corner of the house. Vastly different from the resentment of Wang Tianyue or the malevolence of the Snake Mother's golden seal, an essence filled with fear, struggle, and a sense of resolute intent. He closed his eyes, connecting his spirit with the Jingxin lotus lamp. His pure spiritual energy spread silently like mercury, permeating every inch of the space within the house. Slowly, his spiritual essence seeped into the walls, the floor, and the furniture. Upon passing over the bed in the bedroom, he discovered that beneath the dust-covered earthen floor, a hidden space existed. Indeed, there was something amiss. Randeng approached the edge of the bed, brushing away the thick dust. He gently tapped on the ground, producing a hollow echo. A flicker of Buddhist light shimmered at his fingertips, and with a soft click, a stone slab approximately 1 foot square sprang up, revealing a dark, downward opening cavity from which melons of ancient ink and faint decay wafted forth. Below the opening lay a steep stone staircase. Randeng descended the steps, finding himself in a small underground chamber barely large enough for a few individuals to stand. In the center of the chamber stood a dilapidated wooden table, atop which lay several neatly arranged ancient texts bound with thread and a stack of new manuscripts written on ordinary notebooks. A kerosene lamp, long since extinguished, rested in one corner. The walls bore faint, obscured talismans meant to ward off evil, most of which had lost their efficacy. Randing picked up the topmost ancient text, its cover boldly inscribed with the words, Temple Logbook of Leiqiao Palace. He opened to the first page, which appeared to be penned by a wandering Taoist, presumably an ancestor of Granny Li, in an archaic script. The wandering Taoist Leiqiao Palace, during the Xianfeng era, was entrusted by the village elders of Qiongqi village to investigate the overwhelming resentment in this area, which has manifested as the obsessions of the defeated soldiers of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, posing a threat to the village. Thus, I chose an auspicious site to construct a mountain deity temple to pacify it. Yet, the core of this resentment is an evil golden seal, seemingly related to arcane arts. Exceedingly strange. My strength is insufficient to fully seal it away. I can merely confine it to the depths of Qiongqi, fearing future upheavals. I leave this record for future generations to guard and remain vigilant for omens. Remember, this seal possesses an immensely potent allure. Guard your heart and righteous thoughts, and never approach. The subsequent volumes chronicled the records of the temple guardians in the lineage of Leiqiao Palace, mostly mundane accounts of routine inspections of the mountain deity temple, noting minor fluctuations in spiritual energy, all while safeguarding this secret with trepidation, until it reached Granny Li's generation. Randing swiftly flipped through, picking up the new notebook. The initial handwriting was relatively neat, documenting daily events and the temple's condition. However, as he progressed, the script grew increasingly erratic and distorted, revealing the writer's inner turmoil. Recently, I cannot sleep soundly at night, always feeling that there are eyes watching the stone of the mountain deity temple from the back mountain, and it feels icy to the touch. I dreamt of that woman in red again. She smiled at me by the pit, beckoning me to join her. She claims to be the Xian Shi Sheng Mu, able to grant me eternal life and relieve my loneliness. The voice in my head grows clearer, urging me to enter, to seek this sacred seal, saying it is the glory of us, temple guardians, capable of controlling everything. No, I cannot go. The rules left by my ancestors are to suppress it. I am a guardian. Today, I nearly succumbed to the temptation of the back mountain. I'm a last guardian. How can I? Yet that voice is so enticing. Being alone is so painful, so lonely, so torturous. The lines overflow with struggle, fear, loneliness, and self-admonition. Randing could envision that in the final stages of Granny Li's life, this solitary elder wrestled with the insidious spiritual manipulation of the Snake Mother's golden seal, her swaying like a candle flickering in a tempest. He took a deep breath and turned to the last page of the logbook. The handwriting there was so frantic it was nearly illegible, as if the writer had expended their final strength to scrawl it. With ink varying in depth, and some areas even scratched by fingernails. It is calling me day and night. I cannot hold my mind together anymore. The sins of Qiongqi village are finally upon us. At the very bottom of this chaotic script was the final entry, dated precisely 1 month prior. The handwriting suddenly transformed into an eerie calmness, even carrying a chilling sense of release, each stroke deeply etched into the paper. It is behind me. The very moment Randing's gaze fixated upon these words, an abrupt transformation occurred. Those 5 unremarkable Chinese characters seemed to morph into 5 twisted serpentine runes, surging to life from the logbook, unleashing an overwhelming mental shock that struck fiercely at Randing's brow and consciousness. This impact contained Granny Li's ultimate fear, despair, and the bizarre notion of assimilation, directly assaulting his mental vulnerabilities. Even with Randing's profound cultivation and clear state of mind, he felt a violent tremor as this sudden, targeted ambush shook his spirit, causing the light of Buddhism in his consciousness to ripple and his form to waver slightly. What was even more fatal was the cracking sound. The jade box, sealed with layers of Buddhist seals, emitted a shattering noise at that moment. The seals affixed to the box melted away like ice in a fierce fire. Rapidly dimming, a surge of spiritual energy, far more violent and pure than that experienced at the bottom of the pit, filled with endless temptation and connotations of degradation, violently burst forth from the jade box, instantly flooding the entire cramped underground chamber. The wave of energy consciously transformed into countless fine spiritual threads, alive and writhing, entwining around Ran Deng's body, frantically penetrating his protective Buddhist shield, invading his 7 orifices and spirit platform. In an instant, Ran Deng comprehended everything. This was an intricately laid trap. From the moment he entered Qiongqi village, the villagers' anomalies, the facade of the mountain deity temple, the guidance of Zhang Sheng's dying words, the smooth battle at the pit's bottom, and even Wang Tianyue's seemingly powerful yet fundamentally vacuous display, all were orchestrated for this very moment. The Snake Mother's golden seal had never truly been sealed. It feigned weakness, allowing him to subdue it, only to seek an opportunity to control him. Granny Li's log, imbued with her fear and despair, was the key to triggering it all. The final line of the log, "It is behind me," is not merely a statement. It is a venomous curse and a psychological trap. The cunning and malevolence of this sinister seal surpasses all imagination. It has calculated its own cautious nature, predicted that he would inevitably come to investigate the clues regarding Lipopo, and even anticipated that while he immersed himself in reading the log, reflecting on the tragic fate of Lipopo, his defenses would be most vulnerable. Umaba, Ran Deng remained composed in the face of danger, though startled. He recited the Buddhist scriptures, and the radiant light of the purity lotus in his consciousness surged, attempting to stabilize his mind and dispel the pervasive spiritual erosion. Simultaneously, he formed a hand seal, channeling all his Buddhist power to repress the restless serpent mother gold seal. However, the gold seal had long been accumulating power, and at this moment, the unleashed force of spiritual pollution was astonishingly potent and imbued with a bizarre corrosiveness. Ran Deng felt an overwhelming surge of illusions before his eyes, while whispers of temptation and curses echoed around him, causing a momentary stagnation in the flow of his Buddhist power. With a sudden burst, the jade box shattered completely. The serpent mother gold seal levitated, its dual-eyed serpent emblem glowing with a fierce bloodlight, as if it had come to life, fixating its gaze upon Ran Deng. In Chapter 66, the gold seal devours the Buddha, leading the charge. System reversal perspective, Lin Fan's position. Lin Fan, utilizing the system's authority, witnessed Ran Deng pick up the latest log, succumbing to a mental shock as the serpent mother gold seal broke free. At this moment, the system interface experienced violent fluctuations, and the recall image of Ran Deng appeared as if it were a television signal being severely disrupted, instantly becoming a blizzard of static, followed by complete darkness. The serpent mother gold seal is indeed a formidable tactic, Lin Fan muttered through clenched teeth, his countenance dark enough to drip water. He never anticipated that even a master like Ran Deng, deeply versed in Buddhist teachings and adept at countering evil, would fall prey to such a scheme. The final image from the recall, even with the barrier of the system, sent a shudder through him. The faint and chaotic life signal of Ran Deng clearly indicated he was ensnared in a perilous trap. The cunning and terror of the serpent mother gold seal far exceeded previous assessments. It was not merely an inanimate object relying on formidable spiritual power to wreak havoc. It embodied a bizarre existence with profound intelligence, well-versed in human weaknesses. It had begun its machinations the moment Ran Deng stepped into Qiongqi village, orchestrating the villagers' abnormalities as a prelude, the mountain god temple as a stage, Zhang Sheng's last words as guidance, and the appearance of Wang Tianyue at the pit's bottom as a diversion. Even the successful sealing by Ran Deng was part of its grand design. All of this was to ultimately lead Ran Deng to Lipopo's secret chamber, where, amidst an atmosphere thick with despair and terror, it would unleash its lethal strike. The anomalies of the spiritual realm are increasingly troublesome. Lin Fan's brow furrowed, his eyes glinting with cold determination. An adversary who manipulates human emotions and lays intricate traps is far more dangerous than those who rely solely on brute force for destruction. Ran Deng must not fall here. He is not only a crucial force in the 10 halls, but also a pillar of the Jingxin Hall and a companion recognized by Lin Fan. Lin Fan forced himself to calm down as his mind raced. The timestamp in the system's recall records clearly indicated that this incident occurred 7 days ago. This meant that from the moment Ran Deng encountered the ambush until now, a full week had passed. What transpired in those 7 days in Qiongqi village? Why had the Countermeasure Bureau not provided any further updates? Is Randang alive or dead? What kind of power has the Serpent Mother Gold Seal regained after breaking free? What are its next intentions? Will it continue to expand its base in Qiongqi village? Or has it quietly moved with some spoils? Each question weighed heavily on Lin Fan's heart. If even Randang, skilled in spiritual purification and possessing formidable restraint against evil, could not handle this, perhaps he has already been controlled or sealed. The threat level demonstrated by the Serpent Mother Gold Seal has undoubtedly exceeded conventional Class A categorization. This devilish entity has likely reached the threshold of Class S. Lin Fan arrived at a conclusion that sent a chill through him. When it comes to the realm of rules, particularly regarding cognitive distortion and spiritual control anomalies, once they attain Class S, their potential for devastation is catastrophic, capable of silently eroding an entire city. The earlier distress signal sent by Bai must have been tampered with. The Countermeasure Bureau has not contacted the 10 halls, mistakenly believing Randang was still handling matters. There can be no further hesitation, nor can others be sent to take risks. If even Randang has fallen into this trap, sending members from other halls would likely be futile and could even lead to them being controlled by the Gold Seal, becoming pawns against the 10 halls. The only viable solution is for him to go personally, as it is the only way to unravel this dire crisis. With this thought, Lin Fan ceased to waver. He concentrated, connecting with the system interface in his mind. System. Lock onto the coordinates of Qiongqi village in Yushi and activate the long-distance directional teleportation array. Command received. Target coordinates locked. East longitude XXX. North latitude XXX. Periphery of Qiongqi village. Warning. The target area has detected an ultra-high intensity, unknown nature of spiritual pollution field, with unstable fluctuations in the spatial structure. Activating long-distance directional teleportation array requires substantial emotional energy points. Confirm? The system's cold prompt resonated, listing an astonishingly high emotional point requirement. Lin Fan did not even glance at the number and directly confirmed. Confirm. Activate immediately. Deducting emotional energy points. Energy infusing for spatial coordinate calibration. Long-distance directional teleportation array activated. With a hum, the air in the room where Lin Fan stood suddenly distorted, and countless intricate silver runes materialized, intertwining and swirling like living entities, rapidly forming a massive array with a diameter exceeding 3 meters on the floor. The center of the array radiated with intense light, emitting powerful spatial fluctuations that completely engulfed Lin Fan's figure. In the next moment, a flash of silver light occurred, and both the array and Lin Fan vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the gradually settling spatial ripples in the room. Lin Fan had embarked on his journey to Qiongqi village. Awaiting him would be an even more perilous and enigmatic situation than what he had witnessed in the recall. Along with the cunning and formidable Class S spiritual anomaly, the Serpent Mother Gold Seal that had ensnared Master Randang. In Chapter 67, Misty Abandonment of the Village, the Serpent Mother descends. On the outskirts of Qiongqi village in Yushi, the space twisted, silver runes flickered, and Lin Fan's figure appeared out of thin air, landing steadily on the ground. He immediately concealed all his aura, blending into the shadows of his surroundings, his sharp gaze swiftly scanning the distant Qiongqi village. The sight before him caused Lin Fan's heart to sink once more. In stark contrast to the bustling village he had seen in the recall, the entirety of Qiongqi village was now shrouded in a dense, impenetrable gray-white fog. This mist was not ordinary vapor. It harbored a disquieting, viscous, and cold spiritual power that even Lin Fan found obstructive and tainted upon probing with his spiritual senses. The fog rolled silently, engulfing the village's houses and roads, devoid of any sounds of roosters crowing or dogs barking. And not a single figure was visible. Dead silence enveloped it like a ghost realm. The mist was denser than before. Where are the villagers? Have they all been gathered in the back mountain? Lin Fan's gaze turned icy. This fog was evidently the work of the Serpent Mother Gold Seal, serving both as a barrier and as part of some ritual. He attempted to sense Randang's precise location through the system, but the intense spiritual power field permeating the village severely disrupted accurate positioning. Suddenly, after entering the village, a faint yet exceptionally pure and familiar wave of Buddhist power, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, resiliently emanated from deep within the mist, directionally towards the back mountain pit. It is Randang. He is still alive. And although this Buddhist power is weak, it continues to operate, indicating he is still resisting. He is in the back mountain pit. Lin Fan no longer hesitated. With a swift motion, he transformed into a fleeting ray of light, barely perceptible to the naked eye, slicing through the desolate village and racing up the mountainside toward the rear hill. The mist along the way attempted to encroach upon him, yet before it could draw near, it was repelled and purified by the invisible force field emanating from his being. In no time, he arrived at the edge of the celestial pit. Gazing downwards, the scene at the pit's bottom was truly shocking. The peculiar altar, constructed by the villagers and the controlled iron arms, was now utterly complete. The circular altar, towering 3 meters high, radiated a dim black-red glow, with serpent-like patterns on its surface writhing as if alive. At the pinnacle of the altar, the golden seal of the snake mother floated, its strange serpent eyes shooting forth 2 blood-red beams of light, piercing the fog-enshrouded sky, as if communicating with some indescribable entity. Beneath the altar lay a mass of villagers, including the iron arms, all with ashen faces and feeble breaths, as if their very essence had been drained to serve as nourishment for the ritual. Beside the altar, a lopsided confrontation was unfolding. The burning lamp monk, his robe tattered and a trace of golden blood at the corner of his mouth, appeared pale as paper, evidently grievously injured. He clutched the pure heart lotus lamp tightly. Its flame dimmed several times over, barely sustaining a faint golden shield that encompassed him and the terrified Shurtu, who was huddled close behind him. Outside the shield, the skeleton General Wang Tianyue, previously purified by the burning lamp, had astonishingly revived. A dark crimson sheen covered its bones anew, and the soul fire in its eye sockets had turned an eerie green, wielding a bone knife forged from resentment and the power of the golden seal, furiously hacking at the Buddha light shield cast by the burning lamp. Each strike caused the shield to tremble violently, the Buddha light splattering, and the burning lamp's body shuddered slightly, clearly unable to hold out for long. "You vile creature, cease your rampage." Upon witnessing this, Lin Fan's eyes flashed with cold light, and he held nothing back. Pointing his fingers as if they were a sword, he aimed at the Wang Tianyue skeleton from a distance and struck. A silver energy beam, refined to perfection and seemingly capable of rending space, materialized out of thin air, instantly crossing 100 meters to precisely strike the center of the Wang Tianyue skeleton's forehead. The skeletal figure's action of raising its knife froze abruptly, the eerie green soul fire flickering wildly, filled with disbelief and terror. In the next moment, its head, along with the entire skeletal structure, began to disintegrate from the point struck by the beam, as if thrown into the scorching sun, swiftly vanishing without a trace. A swift annihilation. Lin Fan thought, "Am I jesting? Did you truly believe I would sit idly on my mat each day?" The pressure on the burning lamp eased dramatically upon seeing Lin Fan's figure. The tension that had gripped him finally relaxed, and his body swayed as if about to collapse. He quickly braced himself on the lotus lamp, a relieved yet pained smile gracing his face. "Amiba, Commander Lin, you have finally arrived. This humble monk is ashamed." Lin Fan stepped forward and arrived beside the burning lamp and Shurtu, a pure and gentle energy flowing into the burning lamp's body, stabilizing his injuries while he gently patted Shida's head. "It is all right. You both have done remarkably well." His gaze swept over the floating golden seal of the snake mother and the unconscious villagers below, finally resting on the burning lamp as he solemnly inquired, "Master, what transpired over the past 7 days? How did you come to be?" The burning lamp took a deep breath, looking at Shurtu, who was gripping his robe tightly with unwavering determination, his face displaying a complex expression of both fear and profound relief. He swiftly recounted the events that unfolded after the ambush 7 days prior. It turned out that within that secret chamber, the burning lamp had been caught off guard, severely injured by the mental traps within the logbook and the sudden unsealing of the golden seal. His spirit was almost dragged into a realm of illusion, and his body was controlled by the power of the golden seal, leading him in a daze to the altar at the bottom of the celestial pit, becoming the principal sacrificial offering for the summoning ritual. His pure heart lotus lamp had been left behind in Granny Li's secret chamber during the fierce struggle. The golden seal of the snake mother summoned thicker fog once more, controlling all the villagers to labor day and night to expedite the altar's construction. Meanwhile, Shurtu, possessing an innocent heart, along with the protective seal previously placed on his brow by the burning lamp, miraculously resisted the fog's control. Concerned for the burning lamp's safety, he navigated through the mist to Granny Li's home at the village's edge, where he found the dim and lifeless pure heart lotus lamp in the secret chamber. Perhaps it was the purity of Shitu's heart that resonated with the lamp's essence. Upon his touch, the lamp recognized him, glowing faintly and concealing his presence, allowing him to evade the golden seal's detection. The small child, clutching the relatively heavy lamp, plunged into the dark and terrifying maze of caves in the rear mountain, guided by blurry memories and a resolute belief in saving others. For 7 consecutive days and nights, he wandered through the dark, damp labyrinth filled with eerie echoes. When hunger struck, he nibbled on the scant rations he had left. Once those ran out, he subsisted on water dripping from the cave walls and foraged for edible moss and fungi to satiate his hunger. Exhausted, he would curl up in a corner to rest, always holding the lotus lamp close. Fear, hunger, and cold assailed him, yet he never once considered surrendering. His heart focused solely on one thought: to find the monk and bring the lamp to him. This frail child, against all odds, miraculously traversed the maze that even the burning lamp found troublesome, appearing just in time at the altar's completion, when Shurtu stumbled into the altar's range. Clutching the lotus lamp and throwing it toward the controlled burning lamp, the lamp sensed the burning lamp's essence and burst forth with radiant light. The pure Buddha power forcefully shattered the golden seal's partial control over the burning lamp, granting him a moment of clarity. The instant the burning lamp regained consciousness, he seized the opportunity, channeling all his energy to protect himself and Shurtu with the lotus lamp, using his final strength to break through the fog's confinement, sending out a fragmented distress signal to Lin Fan. Then, he held on desperately until Lin Fan arrived. After hearing the burning lamp's recounting, Lin Fan looked at Shurtu with admiration. This child's courage, resilience, and pure heart played a crucial role in this calamity. Good child, you have saved Master Burning Lamp and the entire village, Lin Fan solemnly declared to Shurtu. Shurtu, somewhat bashful, lowered his head and quietly replied, "It was Grandfather Monk who saved me first." Lin Fan nodded in appreciation, about to speak when suddenly, buzz! The golden seal of the snake mother atop the altar erupted with an unprecedented, blinding red light. The entire celestial pit shook violently, the thick fog swirling madly to form a massive vortex. A terrifying wave of ancient, vast energy filled with cold, greed, and a will for destruction surged forth. Akin to a slumbering beast awakening from an eternal sleep, descending from the void and firmly locking onto the altar. The burning lamp's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "Not good. This is an S-class wave. It has successfully summoned the projection of the Xian Snake Saint Mother." Above the altar, blood light intertwined with fog, coalescing into an enormous, shimmering figure of the Xian Snake, its scales reflecting a dark glow, its eyes like 2 blood-red suns slowly materializing. The dreadful pressure threatened to freeze the entire space. In the face of this S-class pressure, capable of inducing despair even in ordinary heavenly-level experts, Lin Fan merely smiled calmly, stepping forward to shield the burning lamp and Shurtu behind him. "No matter," he spoke with a tranquil tone, as if facing not a cataclysmic disaster, but rather a mere scenic view. "It may summon an evil god, but I can certainly call forth the Guardian." Before his words had finished, Lin Fan formed an intricate hand seal, his aura suddenly becoming ethereal and exalted, a pure, grand, and compassionate Buddhist while rising skyward, rivaling the Xian Snake's spectral presence. "I beseech the Guardian of the Pure Heart Hall, the Venerable Lotus Blossom, to descend." Chapter 68, Lianhua Zun's Verses. Xian Shi Sheng Mu Lin Fan's voice, though soft, resonated with an essence of celestial laws, echoing distinctly in the violently trembling depths of the pit. As his mystical seal was completed, pure Buddhist will surged around him like a bridge, connecting to an elusive dimension. In an instant, the entire filthy, blood-soaked, and resentment-laden abyss seemed to be infused with an invisible source of purification. Ethereal chants began to rise, initially faint, then swelling into a grand and solemn chorus, akin to thousands of monks reciting scriptures, cleansing the malevolence and chaos of the place. Even the thick, gray-white mist was pushed back by this intangible force, gradually dissipating. The spectral form of Qiongqi sensed a formidable threat. Its gathering speed intensified, emitting a silent yet soul-shattering shriek. The cold, blood-red vertical pupils locked onto Lin Fan, and the terrifying S-class pressure transformed into a tangible crimson tide, brimming with corrosive malevolence, surging towards Lin Fan and his companions. However, this soul-crushing pressure, upon nearing Lin Fan within 3 zhang, shattered like tumultuous waves crashing against ancient reefs, scattering in all directions, unable to breach even a fraction of his being. Lin Fan stood serene, his robes billowing, as if merely caught in a gentle breeze. Umipa, his voice, calm and soothing, resonated through the heavens, soothing all restlessness. Rising amidst the celestial chants, unhurried yet overpowering Qiongqi's howls. In the space before Lin Fan, boundless, pure, and gentle Buddhist light converged, resembling the most sacred lotus bud quietly blooming within the cosmos. Within this radiance, a figure gradually coalesced. It was a nun clad in simple moon-white robes, untainted and seemingly untouched by the world's filth. Her countenance was tranquil and elegant, not of extraordinary beauty, yet possessing a purity and solemnity that transcended mere appearance. Her brows harboring boundless compassion and wisdom. Her eyes, clear as an autumn pond, reflected the calamities before her, filled with empathy for the suffering of all beings. Barefoot, she treaded the void. Beneath her feet blossomed a slowly spinning 12-petal pure lotus, showering gentle light rain. Wherever the light fell, the ground's filth was purified, and the lingering spiritual pollution in the air melted away like snow under sunlight. She bore no weapon, merely a seemingly ordinary string of Bodhi beads. Yet each bead shimmered subtly, as if containing profound truths. She was none other than the guardian of Jingxin Hall, Lin Fan's. Her presence lacked the cataclysmic aura of Qiongqi's specter, yet she instantly became the undeniable center of the abyss in an unobtrusive yet irresistible manner. The suffocating stench of blood and malice was replaced by a boundless, harmonious, and pure Buddhist sanctum. Randang felt the overwhelming purity of Buddhist power that transcended his own. Trembling with excitement, he forced his injured body to bow respectfully. Disciple Randang pays homage to the Honorable One. Shirt, too, gazed up at Lin Fan's, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of peace and warmth, all fear and exhaustion dissipating, instinctively mimicking Randang's gesture, clumsily bringing her small hands together. Lin Fan's acknowledged Randang with a slight nod, her gaze sweeping over the unconscious villagers and the sinister altar, finally resting on Lin Fan. Her voice as gentle as jade, reverberating through the heart. I have arrived late at the summons of Captain Lin. You have come at the perfect moment. Lin Fan replied with a slight smile, gesturing towards the now solidified and menacing Qiongqi specter above the altar. This disturbing malevolence will require your expertise, Honorable One. Lin Fan's raised her gaze towards the writhing projection of Qiongqi Shengmu. Her expression remained tranquil, devoid of hatred or disdain, embodying only compassion for the beings trapped in the depths of suffering. The Qiongqi specter, enraged by Lin Fan's pure and unblemished aura, its natural nemesis, let out a piercing shriek. Its massive form arching fiercely, its gaping maw unleashing a dark red beam of destruction, infused with extreme malice and corrosive power. As it surged forth, the very space crackled with the sound of erosion, hurtling towards Lin Fan's. Faced with this terrifying strike capable of obliterating a small mountain, Lin Fan's merely sighed lightly. Seemingly pitying its plight, she gently tossed the Bodhi beads into the air. The beads floated, 108 of them simultaneously radiating brilliance, intertwining their lights to form a colossal golden swastika seal, slowly rotating to shield against the dark red beam. The beam collided violently with the swastika seal. Yet the anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not ensue. The corrupting dark red light, upon contact with the purest of Buddhist radiance, dissipated swiftly, akin to boiling water splashing upon snow, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. The swastika seal's brilliance intensified, reversing its direction to suppress the Qiongqi specter. Furious and alarmed, the Qiongqi specter writhed violently, stirring the atmosphere of the entire pit, its immense tail thrashing with the force to shatter mountains. Frantically striking at the seemingly slow, yet unstoppable swastika seal. Yet, no matter its ferocity, the moment its power touched the golden light of the seal, it was absorbed and purified, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. The seal advanced resolutely, embodying the immutable principles of the universe, unassailable. Buddhism knows no bounds. Turning back is salvation, Lianhua Zuns proclaimed, pointing her finger like a sword at the swastika seal. Great light purifying seal. In that instant, the swastika seal erupted into a pure and radiant light, as brilliant as the sun, but not blinding. This light seemed capable of illuminating all darkness, cleansing every impurity. Under the overwhelming illumination, the Qiongqi specter emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Its body, coalesced from malevolent thoughts, began to dissolve like a wax figure cast into a furnace. Vaporizing from the outside in, it struggled desperately, attempting to return to the Snake Mother's golden seal atop the altar, yet the seal trembled violently in the light, cracking with numerous fissures. "Break," Lianhua Zuns uttered, her ruby lips forming a clear character. With a crack, the Snake Mother's golden seal shattered into dust. Deprived of its source of power, the Qiongqi specter let out a mournful cry filled with resentment, completely disintegrating into primordial black mist. Swiftly consumed by the omnipresent purifying Buddhist light, leaving no trace behind. The dense fog enveloping the pit dissipated in an instant, sunlight pouring down, illuminating the depths. The dark red glow of the altar extinguished, the writhing serpent patterns transformed into mere engravings. Lianhua Zuns cast a beam of Buddhist light upon the unconscious villagers, their pallid countenance gradually regaining color, their breaths steady and elongated. Lianhua Zuns' figure began to fade into illusion. She nodded gently to Lin Fan and Randang, her gaze lingering momentarily on Tu, raising her hand to bestow a small lotus bud upon her, revealing a hint of gentleness and a smile, before transforming into a cascade of golden light rain, dispersing into the cosmos. Chapter 69. Secrets of the Guardian. As Lianhua Zuns transformed into golden light rain and dispersed, the vast and harmonious Buddhist sanctuary gradually faded, and the suffocating aura of malevolence at the pit's bottom was entirely swept away. Sunlight cascaded unobstructed, illuminating the shattered altar. The unconscious villagers and the survivors, Randang and Tu, struggling against his injuries. Randang bowed deeply once more in the direction where Lianhua Zuns had vanished, then turned to Lin Fan, his face filled with gratitude and shame. Ba, had it not been for Captain Lin's timely summons of the Honorable One, my life would have been at stake, and the arrival of the malevolent deity would have brought ruin to our land. The humble monk felt inadequate, requiring the leader's personal presence. Lin Fan interrupted his self-reproach with a gentle wave of his hand, his gaze sweeping over the villagers below who were gradually regaining consciousness. With a calm tone, he reassured, there is no need for Master to blame himself. The Serpent Mother, possessing extraordinary cunning and S-level potential, bears no fault in this battle. Our immediate priority is to manage the aftermath appropriately. He gestured towards the villagers. Although they have suffered a loss of essence and their foundations are weakened, the final beam of Buddhist light from Master Lianhua has nourished their origins. After a period of quiet recovery, they shall be unharmed. You are gravely injured yourself and must rest immediately. I entrust the matters here to you completely. As he spoke, Lin Fan's thoughts shifted, and he contacted the Yushur Countermeasure Bureau through the system. Yushur Bureau, he my command. The anomaly in Qiongqi village has been resolved by the 10 halls. The source of the malevolence, the Serpent Mother, has been destroyed by the Guardian Master Lianhua of the Jingxin Temple. You are ordered to dispatch the highest-level medical rescue team, psychological intervention specialists, and logistical support to Qiongqi village without delay. Prioritize the treatment of all villagers. Assess the damage, and provide all necessary assistance. Furthermore, seal off the back mountain Qiongqi area, designating it as a temporary control zone. No one may approach without permission. 10 Hall's Qiongqi village incident. The voice on the other end responded with incredulity, quickly shifting to extreme reverence. Understood. The Yushur Bureau has received your orders. The highest-level rescue team is already assembling and will arrive within the hour. Thank you for the intervention of the 10 halls. After ending the communication, Lin Fan turned to Ran Deng. The personnel from the Countermeasure Bureau will arrive shortly. Master, you shall remain here to coordinate matters, ensuring the villagers' safety. Once Tai Bai awakens, have him assist you. Ran Deng clasped his hands in acceptance of the command. Fear not, leader. This humble monk shall exert every effort. After providing these instructions, Lin Fan approached the massive altar's base, seeking a relatively clean spot to sit cross-legged. While appearing to meditate, he was, in fact, communicating with the system in his mind. System, please calculate the expenditure incurred from temporarily summoning Master Lianhua. Lin Fan inquired, feeling a pang of apprehension despite his outward calmness. Received. Calculating the costs associated with the temporary summoning of Guardian Master Lianhua. Expenditure details: 1. Ultra-long distance precise spatial positioning and passage maintenance fees. 2. Temporary summoning permission usage fee 3. Energy required for Master Lianhua's temporary projection arrival. 4. Additional energy subsidy for the Great Light Purification Seal technique. Total emotional points consumed: 500,000 points. Gazing at the dizzying array of numbers on the screen, Lin Fan's lips twitched imperceptibly. 500,000 emotional points. Although eliminating an S-level threat is undoubtedly worth the cost, the expenditure still caused him a momentary sense of cardiac distress. This is truly a financial drain, he thought, unable to suppress his inner critique regarding the exorbitant summoning fee for the Guardian Master. With a resigned sigh, Lin Fan's attention was suddenly captured by the system's subsequent notifications. Special notice. The successful completion of this temporary summoning has achieved the purification of the S-level evil god projection, beyond the host permissions and energy payments. A crucial auxiliary factor was detected. The pure-hearted trait of the special individual, the stone, significantly enhanced the resonance with Master Lianhua's essence, drawing her attention. Special notice, too. Before her temporary dissolution, Master Lianhua bestowed upon the special individual, the stone, a lotus bud, known as the Pure World Lotus Seed. Once the Pure World Lotus Seed absorbs sufficient goodwill and intent, it shall bloom completely, granting permanent summoning rights for Master Lianhua, without the need for card extraction fees. Oh! Lin Fan's heart stirred as his gaze involuntarily shifted towards the stone, which was curiously observing the small, budding lotus exuding a gentle white light. He had not anticipated that the child's pure-heartedness would play such a crucial role in this summoning, even earning a gift from Master Lianhua, leaving open the possibility of permanent summoning. Lin Fan mused. However, the conditions for summoning these guardians are rather stringent. Permanent summoning requires specific criteria. Temporary summoning demands an enormous emotional cost, akin to a money-devouring beast. The system's voice remained unfazed. The guardians are not ordinary combat units. They are the manifestation of certain foundational rules and positive faith within this world, serving as vital cornerstones for maintaining world balance. Their very existence represents a form of order. Summoning them is not about control, but rather manifestation. Specific conditions must be met as the host's actions or possessed keys, such as the Pure World Lotus Seed. 7 kills resonate deeply with the corresponding rules, demonstrating that this manifestation aligns with the intent of maintaining order. Note, the current system rating is capped at S level, only due to the existing limits of spiritual energy revival within this world. The true potential and status of rule manifesting entities far exceed ordinary S-level evaluations. The system's explanation plunged Lin Fan into a brief silence. Previously, while he understood the Guardian's power, he had regarded them primarily as the 10 Hall's hidden elite combatants. It now appeared that their significance extended far beyond that. They are the representatives of world rules, embodiments of the power of order. Summoning them seems more akin to manifesting the deepest forces of the world under specific conditions to repel the invasion of the Inshu evil. Rule manifestation transcends S-level. Lin Fan murmured, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. No wonder Master Lianhua resolved the spectral serpent with such ease. It was not merely a display of brute force, but rather a correction of the Inshu's errors through the proper application of order. Such power exists on a level that cannot be measured by ordinary S-level standards. He looked once more at the stone, or rather, at the small lotus bud in his hand. Clearly, caring for this child and ensuring the successful cultivation of the Pure World Lotus Seed is of utmost importance. Lin Fan had already devised a plan in his mind. At that moment, the sound of propellers thundering through the sky reached his ears. The rescue team from the Yushi Countermeasure Bureau had arrived. Lin Fan opened his eyes, stood up, and nodded at Randang. Master, I leave this to you. I will take the stone back to the village entrance. He needs rest and care. Randang understood. Rest assured, leader. Lin Fan approached the stone, squatting down to gently inquire, Little one, would you like to return to the village with your brother for some rest? Master Randang has other matters to attend to. The stone glanced at Randang, then at the warm lotus bud in his hand, before finally looking at Lin Fan. Although still somewhat unfamiliar with Lin Fan, he instinctively felt trust and nodded vigorously, instinctively gripping the lotus bud tightly. Lin Fan smiled, took the stone's small hand, and in a flash, they vanished from their location, appearing the next moment in the sunny clearing at the entrance of Qiongqi village, awaiting the arrival of the main rescue force. Chapter 70. The stone becomes a disciple. Fusong Tree Palace. The efficiency of the Yushi Countermeasure Bureau's rescue was commendable, as several helicopters emblazoned with the Bureau's insignia thundered down onto the cleared ground outside Qiongqi village. Fully armed special operations teams were the first to disembark, swiftly establishing a perimeter. Under Lin Fan's masked guidance, they proceeded towards the back mountain Qiongqi. Following closely behind, medical teams equipped with extensive supplies and equipment began their organized rescue operations. As the professional medical personnel and logistical staff flooded into the base of the Qiongqi, they encountered a scene that, while chaotic, bore no signs of immediate danger. The villagers were gradually awakening, weak yet clear-eyed, no longer displaying the previous signs of numbness and madness. Randang, assisted by Tai Bai, was methodically directing the Countermeasure Bureau members in initial accommodations and emotional support. Lin Fan, holding the stone's hand, stood at the village entrance, quietly observing the unfolding events. The stone curiously gazed at the bustling figures in white coats and black uniforms, his small hand tightly gripping the softly glowing pure world lotus bud, while his other hand trustingly held onto Lin Fan's finger. The rescue efforts continued for several hours. The villagers were examined one by one, administered with nutrient solutions, and arranged to rest in hastily erected tents for subsequent treatment and observation. Psychological intervention specialists began to provide counseling to the frightened villagers. The ominous altar at the bottom of the sinkhole was completely dismantled by professionals from the Countermeasures Bureau, with each stone marked with talismans in preparation for safe transport back to the Research Institute for neutralization. By the time everything had stabilized to an initial degree, dusk was approaching. Randang, having completed most of his tasks, arrived at the village entrance to meet Lin Fan. His complexion remained somewhat pale, but his breath had steadied considerably. Captain Lin, the villagers are no longer in serious danger. They have lost vitality and need time to recuperate. The subsequent resettlement and reconstruction efforts will be fully handled by the Countermeasures Bureau, Randang reported. Lin Fan nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Master. How is your injury? I appreciate your concern, Captain. I am now well, and with a few days of recuperation, I shall recover, Randang replied, his gaze falling on the child Shi beside him, his expression becoming particularly gentle and complex. Had it not been for this child, with a pure heart and remarkable tenacity, brought the pure heart lotus lamp to his side, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even more remarkable was the child's unblemished spirit, which had garnered the favor of the Lotus Master, bestowing upon him the precious pure world lotus seed, imbued with supreme Buddhist affinity. After pondering for a moment, Randang straightened his tattered monk robe and approached Shi with a solemn demeanor, squatting down to meet his gaze. Shi, Randang's voice was unusually gentle. Grandfather Monk? Shi blinked his large eyes, somewhat confused. In this calamity, you exhibited bravery and resilience, harboring benevolent thoughts. You not only saved Grandfather Monk, but also the entire village. This is a great merit. Even more rare is your pure heart, which is fated with the Buddha, allowing you to receive the sacred artifact from the Lotus Master. Randang spoke slowly, his tone laced with anticipation. Would you be willing to become my disciple and train in the Pure Heart Temple? Upon hearing this, not only was Shi stunned, but even Tai Bai, who had just approached, widened his eyes in shock and envy. The Pure Heart Temple, one of the 10 halls dedicated to spiritual purification and soul protection. To enter the service of Master Randang, an A-class adept of the Pure Heart Temple, is a coveted opportunity for many extraordinary beings. Moreover, it was evident that Master Randang regarded Shurtu as a personal disciple. Shurtu, clearly taken aback by this sudden proposition, instinctively glanced at his parents. His parents, having also been rescued, were supporting each other nearby. Upon hearing Randang's words, their faces displayed a mix of surprise, anxiety, and a hint of reluctance. Randang noticed Shurtu's hesitation and his parents' concerns, smiling gently as he added, "Joining my Pure Heart Temple does not necessarily require you to shave your head and become a monk. Lay disciples are also welcome. The temple's regulations do not prohibit meat consumption." He emphasized the last 4 words clearly, with a hint of teasing, recalling how Shurtu had enthusiastically offered him cured meat earlier. Shurtu's eyes brightened at the mention of not having to shave his head and being allowed to eat meat. However, he still looked toward his parents, softly asking, "Father? Mother?" Shurtu's father rubbed his hands together, both excited and somewhat at a loss. Master Randang is a living Buddha. It is a blessing for Shurtu to be chosen by him, but the child is still young and weak. At this moment, Lin Fan interjected, his voice calm yet reassuring, "You need not worry. Master Randang will be stationed in Yushur, overseeing the southwest to prevent similar incidents from occurring again. Training in the Pure Heart Temple does not require separation from family. Shurtu can visit home at any time, and you may also frequently visit him in Yushur. The 10 halls will arrange suitable accommodations for you nearby." Upon hearing Lin Fan's assurances and learning that Master Randang would remain in Yushur, the concerns on Shurtu's parents' faces dissipated significantly, replaced by genuine joy and gratitude. They hurriedly bowed to Randang and Lin Fan, saying, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Mr. Lin. It is a great fortune for Shurtu to follow the Master. We have no objections." Seeing his parents' consent, Shurtu's face blossomed with a radiant smile. Imitating the gestures from historical dramas, he clasped his fists toward Randang and awkwardly knelt down, bowing his head and cheerfully proclaiming, "Disciple Shurtu greets Master." Good, good child, rise quickly." Randang laughed heartily, swiftly helping Shurtu to his feet, his eyes filled with warmth and affection. After years of cultivation, he had seldom encountered a disciple whose temperament and fate were so harmoniously aligned. Tai Bai watched enviously from the side, but genuinely felt happy for Shurtu, knowing that the child's future would undoubtedly be boundless. With matters concluded, Lin Fan no longer lingered. He offered a few parting words to Randang and Tai Bai, bidding farewell to Shurtu with a promise to visit him, before quietly disappearing from Qiongqi village. The next moment, Lin Fan's figure appeared in the outskirts of Linjiang City, deep within a secret base at the riverbed. As soon as he settled, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has successfully dealt with the S-Class threat, Mother Snake's golden seal, completely purifying the projection of the evil deity, saving lives, and maintaining regional order. Comprehensive assessment of task completion, S-Class. Task reward settlement in progress, acquired. Emotional points reward, 100,000 points. Special building unlock order, plaque X1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for meeting hidden conditions and successfully unlocking the new headquarters of the 10 halls, the Fusong Tree Palace. Chapter 71, Fusong 10 Halls. No face appears the core of the base was enveloped in misty, spiritual energy. Lin Fan sat cross-legged on a spirit-gathering mat, assimilating the insights and gains from his trip to Yushur. Dealing with the evil deity's relic, the Mother Snake's golden seal, had deepened his understanding of the powers at the level of rules, and his internal spiritual energy had become increasingly pure and refined, astonishingly reaching the terrifying peak of A-Class late stage, a half-step towards S-Class perfection. Before him, the system interface shimmered, and Lin Fan eagerly checked the introduction. New headquarters of the 10 halls, Fusong Tree Palace, unlocked, can be migrated and activated at any time. Fusong Tree Palace, Lin Fan murmured, his consciousness diving into the system to examine the detailed information about this new headquarters. Fusong Tree Palace, a legendary paradise within the giant tree that connects heaven and earth, supporting the world. It contains a self-circulating ecology and energy system, possessing exceptional concealment, defensive, and growth capabilities. The core of the Tree Palace can gather the spiritual energy of the surrounding heavens, nurturing its members and accelerating their cultivation. It includes basic functional areas such as a training field, alchemy room, scripture repository, and forging hall, and can be expanded and upgraded as resources are consumed in line with the development of the 10 halls. What a magnificent Fusang tree palace! A spark of brilliance flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. This was far superior to the current base at the riverbed. Not only did it provide an excellent environment for cultivation and safety, but its growth potential also laid a solid foundation for the future expansion of the 10 halls. System: activate the Fusang Tree Palace and migrate all personnel and resources from the existing base to the Tree Palace. Command confirmed. Migration commencing. The entire riverbed base trembled slightly, and in the next moment, Lin Fan sensed a subtle change in the spatial rules surrounding him. It felt as if only an instant had passed. It seemed like an eternity. When he regained his focus, he found himself in an entirely new environment. He stood within an incredibly vast tree. Beneath his feet was a wooden platform as smooth as jade. Looking up, the dome was high above, formed by countless branches and leaves radiating a gentle white light. Resembling a starry sky, the trunk naturally formed 10 grand halls, each distinct in style, yet harmoniously integrated, corresponding to the functions of the 10 halls. The Purged Hall exuded a fierce aura, akin to a blood-stained barracks. The Xuanming Hall was deep and tranquil, reminiscent of an eternal cold abyss. The Funtian Hall was surrounded by blazing flames, radiating intense heat. The Leixiao Hall featured dancing electric serpents, with distant thunder rumbling. The Yuing Hall had distorted light, lurking in the shadows. The Shennong Hall was filled with the fragrance of herbs, brimming with vitality. The Jing Xian Hall radiated a clear light, embodying peace and harmony. The Zhenyu Hall was as heavy as a mountain, suppressing all. The Tianyan Hall surrounded by celestial orbits, deducing the secrets of the heavens. The Zhoujin Hall whispered with mysterious incantations, concealing dark curses. The air was suffused with a rich and almost palpable aura of pure spiritual energy, and with each breath, one could sense a subtle enhancement of their cultivation. The interior of the tree palace was vast, tranquil, and harmonious, imbued with an ancient and sacred essence. Truly, it was worthy of the name 10 Halls. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. With this foundation, the 10 Halls had finally established a solid footing, no longer adrift like unanchored weeds. With a mere thought, he disseminated the coordinates and access permissions for the Fusang Tree Palace to all members of the 10 Halls through the system, noting that entry by those outside the 10 Halls required the approval of the inspectors. Almost instantaneously, several corresponding palaces within the Tree Palace illuminated with a radiant glow. The celestial inspectors, including Qi Sha, Qinggang, Xuanji, Yushan, Shuijing, and Randeng, were the first to sense the changes, promptly appearing via holographic projection on the central platform of the Tree Palace. Soon after, members at the Jiangling base, such as Bai Duan, Yin Quan, Ingrun, Su Shaoan, Luo Gua, and others, were also transported in, along with those stationed elsewhere, including Luo Chun, Poison Fairy, Qi Sha, Ming Lei Qi, and Wu Ji, all arriving through projections. Though transport was possible, it required emotional energy, and Lin, being frugal, deemed projections quite satisfactory, as everyone absorbed the remarkably heightened concentration of spiritual energy and the stable and intricate spatial structure of the Tree Palace. Expressions of astonishment and joy blossomed on their faces. What a splendid locale! The spiritual energy here was nearly liquid. Lei Yun inhaled deeply, arcs of electricity dancing joyfully around him. Ba, he remarked, this place is serene and rich in spiritual energy, perfect for Shidu's initial training. Randeng, holding a lotus lamp, felt the soothing aura envelop him and nodded slightly. Beside him, Shidu's small face was aglow with wonder. Wow, Master, that tree is enormous. Is this really the 10 Halls? He eagerly whispered. Randeng affectionately ruffled his hair. Indeed, that is the very foundation of our 10 Halls. With this foundation, we need not worry. Xuanji stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes sparkling with the light of deduction, clearly still lost in contemplation of the Chang'an formation. Yushan, with poise, felt the solid connection to the earth beneath his feet, nodding affirmatively. The earth's veins are stable, capable of anchoring fortune. Bai Duan meticulously examined the forging pavilion with his spiritual sense, feeling quite pleased. Now I can forge divine weapons for the members of the 10 Halls. The temperature at the Jiangling base is too low. Shire, what do you think of this place? Qi Sha, Ever succinct, replied coolly acceptable. Just as the group reveled in their new headquarters, Lin Fan suddenly noticed the absence of one individual. Where is Wu Mian? Why is his projection missing? Chapter 72. Jiao Zhuangyang Soup. Lin Fan furrowed his brow and checked Wu Mian's life status through the system, confirming he was safe. Wu Mian was a valuable asset of the Yuying Hall, possessing a unique ability to transform into a shadowy energy mass akin to modeling clay, enabling him to morph into any person or object and even split off portions for reconnaissance and eavesdropping. His absence during such a significant event as the relocation of the 10 halls was indeed peculiar. System, contact Wu Mian, Lin Fan silently commanded. After a brief delay, the connection was established. However, what resonated in Lin Fan's mind was not the expected cold or concise report typical of Yuying Hall members, but a cacophony of background noise. The clattering of spatulas, the roaring of flames, the raucous chatter of patrons urging each other to drink. In a rapid-fire voice with a thick Cantonese accent shouting, "Hey, handsome, is your oyster and pig kidney soup ready? We've been waiting forever. Coming. Why the rush? If the timing isn't right, it won't taste good. This is Jiao Zhuangyang soup. It needs to simmer slowly to be effective. Next up is yours. Boss, add another dozen oysters. Make sure they're plump. No problem. I guarantee they'll all be big. After eating, you'll feel like a dragon." Lin Fan could only stare in disbelief. Through the system, he observed Wu Mian's current perspective, a bustling street-side eatery, dimly lit and filled with animated chatter. At that moment, Wu Mian appeared as a jovial, bald chef clad in a greasy apron, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he skillfully ladled a bowl of milky soup, adorned with goji berries and fragrant herbs. While a toothpick dangled from his mouth, Wu Mian, Lin Fan's voice echoed with a hint of exasperation in his mind. Wow. Wu Mian, the chef version, nearly spilled the soup in shock, quickly responding in his mind, "Commander, is that you? You startled me. What is the matter? I'm in the crucial stage of making soup." Speak in Mandarin, Lin Fan interjected, baffled. "All right, yes, boss." Wu Mian immediately switched to a heavily accented Mandarin. "Boss, you looking for me? I'm busy making soup. Jiao Zhuangyang soup is very time-sensitive." "What is Jiao Zhuangyang soup? What are you doing?" Lin Fan rubbed his temples. "The new headquarters of the 10 halls, Qiongqi Palace, has been activated, and you haven't projected here?" Boss, Qiongqi Palace? Sounds impressive." Wu Mian explained rapidly as he served a bowl to an impatient customer. "But I really can't leave right now. Business is booming. We're full tonight." He then called out to another table, "Ladies, your grilled oysters are here. Eat them while they're hot. They're very nourishing." Continuing to Lin Fan, he added, "Boss, I'm not slacking off. I'm on a mission. Something big is happening in Yangcheng." Lin Fan maintained his composure. "Clarify what mission. And please, speak clearly without mixing in Cantonese. It's hard for me to follow." "I've always been speaking Mandarin," Wu Mian muttered, feeling aggrieved. But he still endeavored to articulate his Mandarin more clearly. "Boss, the Yangcheng Countermeasure Bureau reached out for help. There's a criminal syndicate impersonating our 10 halls and selling a counterfeit ability awakening agent." He deftly took another order for stir-fried rice noodles, the spatula flying as he continued speaking. "That drug is quite sinister. It temporarily boosts strength and speed and accelerates healing, but it actually drains a person's life essence. Several wealthy patrons have already met their demise with no discernible cause of death, as if they simply dropped dead. The Bureau has been investigating for a long time, yet they haven't found a single clue. Each buyer provided a different source, leading to dead ends and leaving them with nothing but shadows." Lin Fan's expression grew grave. "Even the Countermeasure Bureau can't find a lead? How cunning is the opponent?" "Indeed, that's why I'm using this unique method," Wu Mian justified firmly. "Boss, think about it. These wealthy patrons in Yangcheng differ from those in Jiangling. They don't frequent five-star hotels. They prefer street-side eateries where the atmosphere is vibrant and lively. A few beers in, and they spill all their secrets." He picked up a large spoon, stirring the fragrant soup, proudly promoting, "Moreover, what do they care about the most? Face and health. Most people wanting to buy that kind of potent medicine are in poor health. My Chong Good Jiao Zhuangyang soup uses fresh pig kidneys, plump oysters, and large eggs, combined with 18 precious herbs. Simmered on low heat for 6 hours to nourish and invigorate. One bowl will ensure you feel more powerful than Stallone tonight and stronger than Jackie Chan tomorrow. If it doesn't work, come back and tear down my sign. The smoothness of his advertising nearly led Lin Fan to believe he had truly changed careers to sell soup. So you've been selling pig kidney soup here for a month? Lin Fan felt his lips twitch. Absolutely. The results are remarkable. Wu Mian boasted. I'm now the hottest vendor on this street. I have my ear to the ground. Through the chatter of those diners, I have pinpointed several potential targets who may have come into contact with that particular drug. I shall wait for their next visit to rejuvenate themselves, at which point I will add a little something to their soup and follow the trail. The so-called ingredient is, of course, the unique tracking dumpling of the Wumian Ren. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was momentarily speechless, although this method sounded exceedingly unreliable. When combined with the local customs of Yangcheng, it might indeed serve as the most effective entry point. To remain undetected for a month in the bustling night market while thriving in business is a testament to the skills of the Wumian Ren. What discoveries have you made? Lin Fan inquired. I have some leads. The Wumian Ren replied, swiftly while stir-frying beef rice noodles. This drug has a wider circulation than anticipated, and those behind are likely not a typical criminal organization. I suspect it is related to Southeast Asia. Furthermore, lowering his voice, the Wumian Ren continued. I have heard whispers that this awakening agent initially emerged from a very mysterious apothecary, who seems to be anything but human. Not human? Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. It's just the drunken boasts of those patrons, claiming that the apothecary is elusive and that one must have a fateful connection to acquire the drug. And it seems he has the ability to change his appearance, looking different each time. The Wumian Ren speculated. I suspect this apothecary might be a master of disguise like myself, or perhaps not even human at all. The clues pointed towards a non-human entity or a shapeshifter among the awakening individuals of Southeast Asia, escalating the complexity and danger of this case significantly. Be careful. The opponent is likely also a person of ability, employing peculiar methods, Lin Fan cautioned. Do you require assistance? Not for now, the Wumian Ren replied confidently. Let me first ascertain their lair. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. At most, when I gather crucial intelligence, or if it comes to a confrontation, you can summon Lord Qisha or Brother Yanquan to help me maintain order. My soup is about to boil. I must take my leave. After saying this, the Wumian Ren unilaterally cut off communication and returned to the bustling night market, calling out once more. Half a dozen oysters. Pork kidney soup with extra ingredients. Enjoy your meal, everyone. Lin Fan withdrew his thoughts, gazing at the vibrant Fusa tree palace before him, and, recalling the lively oyster stall run by the Wumian Ren, could not help but chuckle and shake his head. The Wumian Ren truly was an extraordinary character. Entrusted with safeguarding Yangcheng, he seamlessly integrated into the community, becoming a dominant figure in the night market. Nevertheless, this seemingly unorthodox approach might indeed be the key to unraveling the bizarre counterfeit drug case. Lin Fan jotted down the information regarding the mysterious apothecary masquerading under the name of the Ten Halls. It seemed that the southern region was not entirely tranquil either. He lifted his gaze and scanned the assembled members of the 10 halls gathered at the Fusa Tree Palace, his voice resonating clearly in each ear. Esteemed members, this place is the new base of the 10 halls, the Fusa Tree Palace. From this day forth, this shall be our foundation. I hope everyone will diligently cultivate their skills and make the most of the spiritual energy here, jointly safeguarding the peace of this realm. We will adhere to the leader's command. The crowd responded in unison, their voices echoing within the Grand Tree Palace. Lin Fan paused momentarily, then whimsically added, Ngao dinsai kiskiviko. Get it done. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was momentarily taken aback. The crowd below could not help but display peculiar smiles. Wumian, you rascal. Chapter 73. Shadow dumplings and charcoal-grilled oysters. The inauguration ceremony of the Fusa Tree Palace concluded in a humorous yet spirited manner with Lin Fan's plastic cannonese. The members of the 10 halls dispersed, some returning to their respective halls to acclimate to the new environment, while others withdrew their projections to continue their duties in various locations. The palace was enveloped in spiritual energy, and everything fell into place. Lin Fan began to organize the affairs of the 10 halls, leveraging the advantageous environment of the Fusa Tree Palace to consolidate his cultivation, which had reached the pinnacle of A-level late stage, a half step towards S-level. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Yangcheng, the nightlife was reaching its peak. At Brother Chong's Jiu Zhuangyang soup stall, the atmosphere was still abuzz with chatter and smoke. The stout, bald proprietor, transformed into the Wumian Run, wore a beaming smile as he skillfully maneuvered his spatula, the clay pot bubbling vigorously, busy beyond measure. Yet beneath his seemingly devoted service to patrons, subtle shadow energy was quietly at work. Seizing the opportunity, while turning to fetch ingredients, he nonchalantly smeared a small, dark, soft, clay-like energy mass, roughly the size of a fingernail, onto his greasy arm. This energy mass, surreptitiously pinched off, began to wriggle in his palm before attaching itself to a plate, silently being served to a discreet table in the corner. This was the Wumian Ren's unique technique, the shadow dumpling. This energy mass emitted almost no detectable energy fluctuations, making it exceedingly difficult to notice, yet it could adhere to objects or individuals, relaying surrounding images, sounds, and even a degree of breath fluctuations back to the Wumian Ren's main body in real time. At this moment, the patrons at that table were two middle-aged men dressed inconspicuously, yet adorned with expensive watches on their wrists. One appeared slightly pale, with deep-set eye bags, exuding a sense of lingering fatigue and anxiety. The other had a flickering gaze, radiating a shrewd, mercantile air, leaning in to speak softly to the anxious man. The dumpling, like the most cunning of shadowy creatures, silently attached itself to the plate in front of them, serving as a perfect listening point. "Bosley, I'm not saying this to you, but what era are we in? Why are you still clinging to outdated beliefs?" The shrewd-eyed man, the crafty one, as the Wumian Ren mentally dubbed him, poured a glass of beer for the anxious Bosley, the weakling, as the Wumian Ren assessed him, with a tone laced with exasperation. "What age is it? Spiritual energy is reviving. Superpowers are awakening. This is the trend of the times. Just look at those awakened individuals, defying gravity, summoning storms, and living long lives. What do we ordinary folks have to compare with them?" Bosley took a swig of his drink and sighed. "Old Wong, I understand what you're saying, but at my age, can I still awaken? I've heard that awakening is mostly for the young, or those with ancestral skills or special bloodlines. The Policy Bureau and those sects would have no use for old fellows like us. It's hopeless. Narrow-minded. This is precisely why your thinking is stagnant." The Wong man wore an expression of disbelief at Boss Lee's ignorance, leaning in closer and lowering his voice. "Who told you that awakening can only depend on talent and training? That is old news. There are now channels available." "Channels? What channels?" Bosley lifted his head, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed again. Didn't the Policy Bureau already debunk that? They said there are currently no reliable postnatal awakening drugs. They're all scams, causing great harm. The Policy Bureau? Huh. Wong scoffed dismissively, leisurely munching on a skewer of grilled leeks. "Old Lee, you're someone of stature. Are there some things the Policy Bureau can speak openly about? They represent the official side, concerned with face and stability. Can truly valuable things be made public?" He paused, glancing around to confirm no one was watching, then whispered mysteriously, "Do you know about the 10 halls?" "The 10 halls?" Bosley was taken aback for a moment. "I think I've heard of them. Aren't they the mysterious figures who dealt with the monster incidents in Linjiang and the troubles on the southwest Wildman Mountain recently?" "Exactly." Wong banged his thigh, a look of realization lighting up his face. The Linjiang incident, the southwest Wildman Mountain incident. Each was earth-shattering. When the Policy Bureau couldn't handle it, who stepped in to resolve it? It was the 10 halls. Those in the know understand that many of the thorny issues the Policy Bureau currently faces are resolved by the 10 halls. The Policy Bureau merely does the menial work for the 10 halls, cleaning up after them. But the Policy Bureau needs to save face, right? How could they publicly admit they are inferior to a mysterious organization? So, they remain vague and neither deny nor confirm the existence of the 10 halls. The discourse was evidently a meticulously crafted narrative, elevating the mystery and might of the Shurdian, while deftly elucidating the official denial of the awakening agent by the Countermeasure Bureau, thus enhancing its credibility. The faceless man, Qiongqi, while grilling oysters, listened intently through the small Tuanzi, his heart filled with sardonic amusement. Humph. Hoisting the tiger's skin to call for greater authority. Now, they're dragging us Shurdian into it. This fellow has done his homework quite thoroughly. The Wong surname man continued to incite. "So, Lao Li, consider this. Just because the Countermeasure Bureau cannot produce something, it does not mean the Shurdian cannot. What is the Shurdian? It is a mysterious force capable of confronting demons head-on. Surely they possess some hidden treasures? You mean the awakening agent is from the Shurdian? Li Laoban's breath quickened, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Shoo, lower your voice. The Wang surname man glanced furtively around. This is not something to be spoken of lightly. It is a secret elixir from the Shurdian, obtainable only through connections. As for its effects, well, those who have used it can attest. After consuming it, enhanced strength is merely the baseline. Speed increases, and injuries heal rapidly. Most importantly, it is said to prolong life and improve one's constitution. At our age, what do we desire? Is it not simply to enjoy better health and live a few more years? This rhetoric struck at the core of the anxieties harbored by middle-aged, wealthy merchants like Li Laoban. Fear of aging, illness, and death, coupled with a yearning for vitality and well-being. Yet, had not the Countermeasure Bureau claimed such drugs drain life? Li Laoban nazitata. That pertains to inferior counterfeit products. The Wang surname man insisted earnestly. The authentic Shurdian elixir is gentle and restorative, promoting gradual enhancement of one's potential. Otherwise, how could it be called a secret elixir? Let me tell you, several big shots in Yansheng are quietly using it, and the results are remarkable. Otherwise, do you think Zhang Zong suddenly seemed so rejuvenated and even ran a marathon recently? Li Laoban was evidently swayed, struggling for a moment before finally lowering his voice to inquire. So, how does one obtain this medicine? Is it expensive? Expensive? Naturally. Priceless. The Wang surname man wore an expression of someone who had struck gold, but since we share a strong bond, I know a guide who can connect you. However, it depends on fate. Money alone cannot procure it. For now, return and contemplate this. If you truly come to a decision, I will take you to see the world next time. The conversation then devolved into typical banter over drinks. The faceless man manipulated the small Tuanzi to discreetly withdraw. It appeared the guide was not the ultimate source after all. The faceless man contemplated, this old Wang is merely a broker. Nonetheless, he had finally grasped a clear lead. Their next encounter would present an opportunity. He donned a renewed facade of enthusiasm and called out, "Oysters are ready. Li Laoban, Bang Laoban. Your fully loaded pig kidney soup will be ready shortly. Drink up, and you shall feel invigorated." Tonight we are 18 days later on the outskirts of Yansheng, at a private villa nestled against the mountains and waters, serene yet heavily fortified. An inconspicuous sparrow, drab in color, flitted its wings and perched upon a banyan tree beside the villa's towering walls. It tilted its small head, preening its feathers, while its beady black eyes vigilantly scanned the winding private road below and the stringent entrance gate of the villa. This sparrow was, of course, the faceless man in disguise. These fellows certainly know how to choose a place to indulge. The sparrow, faceless man, internally critiqued in his characteristic plastic Cantonese. The scenery is splendid. The feng shui is exceptional. Using it for such underhanded dealings is truly a waste. He had not been idle these past few days. By leaving a shadowy Tuanzi on that cunning Wang surname pimp, he successfully pinpointed the time and place for the next meeting, which was today at the privately owned villa named Yinshui Ju. To avoid suspicion, he chose to transform into the most ordinary of sparrows, tailing Li Laoban and the Wang surname man's vehicle all the way to the outskirts. The villa's defenses were remarkably tight. High walls, electrified fences, ubiquitous surveillance cameras, and guards with sharp gazes indicated that this was no ordinary wealthy person's vacation home. What startled the faceless birdman was an indistinct yet palpable energy field enveloping the villa, akin to a meticulously arranged formation, serving both alertness and defense, rendering usual probing methods likely ineffective. Quite formidable, not an ordinary swindler, the sparrow, faceless man muttered. Realizing he may have stumbled upon a significant catch, he patiently waited in the tree. Approximately half an hour later, Li Laoban's black luxury sedan, under the Wang surname man's guidance, slowly approached the villa's entrance. After rigorous inspections and even the use of some energy-detecting device to scan the vehicle, the electric gate gradually opened, granting entry. The opportunity had arrived. The sparrow faceless man perked up, flapping its wings and flying towards the villa's interior. Just as he attempted to cross the high wall, a barely perceptible transparent ripple emanated quietly, causing the unseen energy field to slightly ripple, generating a gentle yet firm repelling force, akin to a soft wall that gently pushed the intruding creature away. What? A biological recognition barrier? The sparrow faceless man was flipped in midair, quickly steadying himself and returning to the tree outside, cursing inwardly. Damn it. They are quite thorough. They won't even let a bird in. This formation was ingeniously designed, allowing only registered vehicles and personnel through. Any unauthorized creatures, even birds or insects, would face rejection. Forcing entry would certainly trigger an alarm. This does not daunt me. The faceless man remained unperturbed. His sparrow form was already born of shadow energy. At this moment, with a slight mental shift, the sparrow's physical form began to undergo exceedingly subtle changes, its emitted life fluctuations and energy characteristics swiftly aligning with those of Li Laoban. Moments later, he took flight again, cautiously approaching the energy barrier. This time, the repulsion sensation vanished. He passed through as if traversing a warm curtain of water, successfully entering the villa's interior. Done. What barrier? Before my ever-changing faceless man, it's nothing but a paper tiger. The sparrow faceless man proudly flapped his wings, quickly finding a densely foliated ornamental tree to conceal his form, beginning to meticulously observe the villa surroundings. Inside the villa was an entirely different realm. Pavilions and towers, flowing streams, all arranged with exquisite elegance. Yet the patrolling guards remained vigilant. He quickly locked onto Li Laoban and the Wang surname man. After parking, they were guided deeper into the villa by a stoic-looking man dressed in a traditional Chinese gown. The sparrow followed silently, landing on the windowsill of a quaint little building, using the intricately carved window lattice to deploy shadow energy for probing. Inside the small building was a room styled as an ancient tea house. Li Laoban appeared somewhat anxious, while the Wang surname man wore a fawning smile, respectfully addressing a figure seated with his back to the window, dressed in a dark linen robe, his hair meticulously arranged. Mr. Yaosher, the person has been brought. The individual referred to as Yaosher slowly turned around. The sparrow faceless man immediately focused intently. The man bore an unremarkable visage, approximately in his 40s, with a pallid complexion and calm yet profoundly unsettling eyes. His fingers were notably long and pale, leisurely fiddling with a delicate purple clay teapot on the tea tray before him. What stands out most prominently is an ancient, open medicine chest beside him, which does not contain ordinary herbs, but rather a neatly arranged collection of sealed glass vials, each emanating an eerie lavender glow. These are the so-called secret medicines of the 10 halls. Mr. Li, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, the pharmacist spoke, his voice hoarse and unremarkable, yet imbued with a peculiar penetrating quality. Your situation has been conveyed to me by Xiao Wang. As one ages, it is natural to feel weakened, yearning for strength and longevity. Mr. Li nodded eagerly, bowing slightly. Yes, esteemed pharmacist, I humbly request your guidance. The pharmacist cast a fleeting glance at him, his gaze seemingly capable of piercing through one's very soul. My medicines are extraordinary, crafted from the essence of heaven and earth, combined with ancient secret techniques. They can indeed awaken latent potentials, enhance one's constitution, and even prolong life. He shifted his tone, adopting a more grave demeanor. However, every medicine carries its poison. The potency of this remedy is formidable. It requires one's own vital energy to harness its power effectively. Should your resolve falter, or if your constitution is too frail to withstand its backlash, the consequences could range from severe illness to, well, I trust Mr. Li understands my implication. This warning, veiled as a caution, was in truth a threat and a means of selection, leaving Mr. Li pale, yet with an intensified longing in his eyes. The man named Wang chimed in. Rest assured, esteemed pharmacist, Mr. Li's health is still commendable. He has merely been fatigued from his busy business lately. And this miraculous medicine is precisely what he needs. The pharmacist said no more, retrieving a vial of purple liquid from the medicine chest and placing it on the table. This medicine should be taken once every 3 days, accompanied by warm water. During the course of treatment, abstain from alcohol and sexual indulgences, and focus on nurturing your spirit. If you can endure the power of the first 3 doses, you may hope for a transformation. Should you feel unwell, cease usage immediately and return to me. Thank you, esteemed pharmacist. Thank you. Mr. Li exclaimed, trembling as he accepted the vial, hastily producing a pre-prepared check of considerable value. The amount was so large that even the sparrows outside were taken aback, muttering, "Wow, this is truly highway robbery." With the transaction complete, the pharmacist served tea and bid farewell. Throughout the encounter, his expression remained unchanged, his words meticulously guarded, never once mentioning the 10 halls, yet subtly hinting at the medicine's mystery and power. Mr. Wang led the ever-thankful Mr. Li away. However, the sparrow-faced figure did not immediately follow. He sensed an extraordinarily peculiar aura emanating from the pharmacist, a cold, malevolent energy, and he could not shake the feeling that the man's face bore an indescribable rigidity, as if he wore an exceedingly lifelike mask. Intrigued, the sparrow-faced figure decided to linger and observe further. Indeed, after the two departed, the pharmacist did not rise. He quietly remained seated before the tea tray, and after a long pause, suddenly raised his excessively pale, elongated hands to gently rest on either side of his face. Then, to the astonished gaze of the sparrow-faced figure, the pharmacist's facial skin and muscles began to undulate and contort, as if melting like wax. In a matter of breaths, his face transformed into an entirely different visage, a younger man with a more sinister glint in his eyes. "Umph, yet another foolish benefactor," the transformed pharmacist scoffed, his voice now sharper and more youthful. "This trivial mixture of vitality and decay hardly qualifies as a secret medicine. True sacred elixirs are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals." He rose, walking to a corner of the room, seemingly nonchalantly pressing against a section of the wall. With a soft click, a hidden door slid open, revealing a descending staircase, from which a more potent chill emanated. "I must swiftly deliver this batch of vitality to my master," the masked pharmacist murmured to himself, seizing the medicine chest and stepping into the dark passageway. The hidden door closed swiftly behind him, as if it had never existed. On the windowsill, the sparrow-faced figure was shaken to his core. A transformation, a hidden chamber, a master, vitality and decay. This counterfeit medicine case indeed concealed a much greater secret. This pharmacist was merely a puppet, with a puppeteer behind the scenes. Moreover, it seemed related to sorcery. "This is dire," he thought. "This matter runs deeper than I imagined." He cursed silently, his strong professional instincts compelling him to take the risk and investigate further. It was imperative to uncover the truth within. Cautiously, he flew down from the windowsill, landing near the now-closed hidden door. The door was seamlessly integrated into the wall, nearly undetectable to the naked eye, shielded by a subtle energy barrier. Forcing entry would be unwise, as it would undoubtedly alert those inside. But this posed no challenge to the figure. Taking a deep breath, the small sparrow form began to blur, fade, and ultimately dissipate, transforming into an intangible energy mass, a mere shadowy ripple, his ultimate shadow form, a skill he had honed as the chief dark scout of the Shadow Hall. This energy mass flowed like a living liquid, silently seeping through the minuscule gaps in the wall and floor, penetrating the hidden door. The energy barrier primarily targeted tangible life forms, and thus, the defense against pure energy infiltration was significantly weakened. The masked figure carefully adjusted his energy frequency, gradually squeezing through the barrier. He successfully infiltrated. Beyond the hidden door lay a descending stone staircase, dimly lit, with a pungent, bizarre odor saturating the air, a mix of bitter herbs, the sour stench of decaying matter, and the faint scent of blood. Oil lamps burned eerily on the walls at intervals, emitting a strange green flame that cast a ghastly hue across the passage, enhancing the ominous atmosphere. "What madness is this? Why use oil lamps instead of electric lights?" He silently scoffed. The deeper he descended, the more intense the cold, sinister energy became. The shadowy energy mass stealthily adhered to the wall shadows, like a slippery gecko, moving soundlessly downward. At the end of the staircase was a spacious yet stifling underground chamber. The sight within the chamber caused even the experienced figure to feel a wave of physiological discomfort. In the center of the chamber lay an eerie array drawn with dark red, unknown pigments, surrounded by an assortment of grotesque items, desiccated, twisted animal corpses including bats and geckos, unknown bones wrapped in talisman paper, jars containing bizarre tissues submerged in murky liquids, dolls entwined with hair, skulls inscribed with runes. and numerous peculiar herbs and minerals that even the figure could not identify. At the heart of the array stood a ceramic urn, half a person's height, sealed with a yellow talisman, from which a faint black-red aura seeped, the urn vibrating slightly as if something within was gestating and writhing. A greedy, violent intent emanated subtly from within the urn. Most striking was a figure seated beside the array, a withered, gaunt old man clad in dark, Southeast Asian-style linen garments. His face lined with deep crevices, yet his eyes glinted with the cunning malice of a venomous serpent. His aura was somewhat erratic, his complexion unusually flushed, chest rising and falling slightly, exuding a B-class energy wave intertwined with decay and malevolence. Yet this wave fluctuated wildly, at times robust, at others feeble, indicating evident injuries. Master, this is the collection of vital energies. The transformed pharmacist carefully placed the medicine chest filled with checks and several small vials radiating life energy at the edge of the array. The hunched old man finally ceased his cough and slowly turned around. His visage was as gaunt as that of skeleton, with deep-set eyes fixated intently on the face-changing alchemist. Is this all you have? The old man's voice rasped like sandpaper, thick with dissatisfaction and malice. Xuanming, your recent endeavors have become increasingly lackluster. The alchemist, known as Xuanming, trembled, hastily bowing in explanation. Master, please temper your anger. The winds of change have been too fierce lately. The Yangchang Countermeasure Bureau seems to have lost its senses, conducting especially stringent investigations. And several of my subordinates have been apprehended. Those wealthy individuals have grown shrewder, and it has become exceedingly difficult to gather the essence. Difficult? Umph. The stooped elder snorted, his eyes flashing with menace. I see only your negligence. Making excuses. I sustain you and grant you the power of human skin. Not so you can fabricate excuses. The crafting of the Guman Tong Wang has reached its most critical juncture. The elder gasped, pointing at the ceramic urn. We are but a step away. Should we squander this opportunity, all our efforts will be in vain, and I shall refine your entire essence and soul into this urn. Xuanming, terrified, fell to his knees, repeatedly kowtowing. Master, spare me. I shall redouble my efforts. Get out. Within 3 days, if you fail to gather sufficient essence, you know the consequences. The stooped elder waved his hand impatiently. Yes, yes. The disciple takes his leave. The face-changing alchemist, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled up the stone steps. Waste. The elder gasped, aggravating an old injury, and succumbed to a fit of agonizing coughs, taking a while to recover. His eyes brimmed with resentment. Damn the Spirit Healing Society. Damn the Baijiang sect. They pursue me like a hunted dog. He wheezed, a twisted, triumphant smile creeping across his face. Little do they know I, Master Hejiang, am hiding right in the bustling Yangcheng, concealed beneath the very noses of the Countermeasure Bureau. The darkness beneath the lamp. Ha ha ha. Those self-proclaimed righteous folk, bound by worldly rules, dare not easily infiltrate Daxia to investigate, thus granting me a moment's respite. Nasiyai. Master Hejiang, the hidden figure, the faceless man, felt a sudden clarity. The Spirit Healing Society and the Baijiang sect were somewhat familiar to him. The Spirit Healing Society is an ancient spiritual force from Southeast Asia, skilled in communicating with natural spirits and healing emotional traumas, renowned for their upright conduct. In contrast, the Baijiang sect is an anomaly among practitioners. Although they also cultivate the art of curses, they adhere to a principle of using their craft for good rather than harm, focusing on exorcisms, healing, and blessings, standing in stark opposition to the malevolent practitioners. It turns out this injured old wretch is a black curse practitioner, pursued by the righteous forces of Southeast Asia, a figure that everyone seeks to condemn. He has taken refuge in Daxia's Yangcheng, exploiting counterfeit medicines to siphon the essence of the wealthy, all to concoct some nefarious Guman Tong Wang. Once my Gue Tong Wang is complete, Nakai's eyes gleamed with madness. I shall extract the souls of every medium from the Spirit Healing Society, turning those self-righteous Baijiang practitioners into my living corpses to repay the grievances of the past. He coughed, excitement triggering his injury, spitting a small mouthful of dark red blood. Trembling, he retrieved several fetid herbs from a nearby box, chewed them fervently, and regulated his breath. The malevolent energy surged within the secret chamber, causing the central urn to tremble violently, as if it could no longer contain its anticipation. He dared not linger, fearing the stooped elder might possess some peculiar means of detection. Cautiously, he retraced his steps, slipping through the dark crevice of the door, transforming back into a sparrow shape outside, and took flight, soaring away at the speed of his life from the eerie manor. What a murky predicament, deeper than Victoria Harbor. Chapter 76. The void of suspicion. The sparrow-like, faceless man flew for miles until he distanced himself from the ominous Yinshui residence, confirming there were no signs of pursuit before he dared to slow his pace. He landed atop a high-voltage power tower, his small chest heaving violently. Though energy forms do not require breath, the faceless man's habitual response lingered, a remnant of fear. Alas, I truly encounter a ghost, a B-grade black curse practitioner, refining the Guman Tong Wang, not to mention a notorious figure hunted by the righteous of Southeast Asia. The faceless man pounded his chest, lamenting the absurdity of his encounter. This is far beyond the capabilities of a mere undercover agent like me. He did not dare to delay, immediately reverting to human form in the shadows of an uninhabited alley, still retaining the guise of the bald, portly boss, Qiongqi, a persona he had grown accustomed to. He then contacted the head of the Special Operations Team at the Yangshan Countermeasure Bureau. Half an hour later, in the underground base of the Yangshan Countermeasure Bureau, the command center of the Special Operations Team, team leader Chen Jiahao regarded the greasy figure before him, who claimed to be a member of the 10 Halls and was dressed in smoke and grease, his brow furrowed in skepticism. He was a robust man in his 40s, sporting a buzz cut, a square jaw, dark skin, and sharp, eagle-like eyes, exuding a heavy and stable Earth-type energy fluctuation, clearly a B-grade powerhouse. You say you are from the 10 Halls? The one who accepted our commission to investigate the counterfeit medicine case a month ago? Chen Jiahao's tone dripped with doubt and hostility. A month prior, after contacting the 10 Halls, this mysterious individual had approached them with a token of the 10 Halls, claiming he could assist in investigating the intricate counterfeit medicine case. However, he demanded substantial funds and the highest level of authority, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. The Bureau had assumed they had encountered a scammer, one audacious enough to deceive the Countermeasure Bureau itself, leaving Chen Jiahao seething with frustration. Indeed, without a doubt, Captain Chen. The faceless man wiped the sweat from his bald head, unsure whether it was genuine perspiration or simply fatigue from his recent flight. His plastic Cantonese made Chen Jiahao's head throb. I infiltrated the lion's den, enduring hardships, battling wits with the criminals, and have finally uncovered their lair. The lair? Where is it? Chen Jiahao's spirit lifted. North of the city, in the outskirts, at Yinshui residence. The faceless man lowered his voice, his expression serious. It is not an ordinary fraud gang. They are hiding a big fish. A Southeast Asian black curse practitioner named Nakai, B-grade in strength, though apparently injured, is still quite fierce. He uses counterfeit medicines as a cover to collect human life essence, crafting something exceptionally sinister. The Guman Tong Wang, a black curse practitioner, B-grade? The Guman Tong Wang. Chen Jiahao's countenance turned grave. As the head of the Yangshan Countermeasure Bureau, he was well aware of the dark arts of Southeast Asia. The infiltration of a B-grade black curse practitioner, coupled with the crafting of such a malevolent item, could result in catastrophic consequences once that item was completed. Is the information credible? Chen Jiahao fixed his gaze on the faceless man. I heard it with my own ears and saw it with my own eyes. The faceless man thumped his chest in assurance. His basement is filled with sinister materials, and the urn for the Guman Tong Wang moves on its own. It is undoubtedly genuine. I rushed here to inform you immediately. Chen Jiahao no longer hesitated, slamming his hand on the table. Immediately mobilize. Notify the 1st and 3rd Tactical Teams to equip themselves with demon-busting bullets and spirit-restraining talismans. Inform the medical and sealing teams to be on standby. Alert the technical team to block all signals in the vicinity of Yinshui residence. Move quickly. In an instant, the entire Countermeasure Bureau base entered a state of high alert. The blaring alarm echoed as the well-trained Special Operations personnel swiftly assembled, arming themselves with specialized weapons against malevolent entities. Within 10 minutes, several specially modified black SUVs roared out of the base, racing towards the outskirts of the northern city at breakneck speed. Inside the vehicle, Chun Jiahao checked the equipment while solemnly questioning the faceless man seated in the passenger seat. What is the specific situation? How many of them are there? What is their defensive strength? At this moment, Wu Mianrun had also set aside his mercantile demeanor, reporting calmly. On the surface, there are approximately 10 guards, armed, but they are merely ordinary individuals, so there is no need for concern. The key figure is the black sorcerer Nai Gai and his subordinate, Zhan Wei. Nai Gai is of B rank. Although injured, his sorcery is enigmatic and unpredictable, so caution is imperative. Zhan Wei is likely around C rank, skilled in disguise and face-changing. Additionally, the manor is protected by a barrier that provides warnings against unauthorized intrusions. Chun Jiahao silently noted these details. His gaze sharp. Leave the barrier to our technical team. You are responsible for guiding us and identifying the targets. The convoy traveled in silence, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Soon, the silhouette of Yunshuiju Manor, nestled by the mountains and waters, emerged into view. That is the place. Wu Mianren pointed towards the manor. The convoy came to a silent halt a kilometer away from the estate. The technical team's vehicles began to emit extensive signal interference and psychic shielding waves. The members of the tactical squad, akin to leopards in the night, swiftly and quietly advanced towards the manor, utilizing the terrain for cover. Chun Jiahao and Wu Mianrun led the elite first squad directly to the front entrance. Breach the door. Chun Jiahao gestured. 2 special task force members approached with breaching hammers, only to be astonished to find that the seemingly heavy door of the manor swung open with a mere push. Even a lock was broken. An ominous premonition surged within the hearts of Chun Jiahao and Wu Mianrun. Charge! The squad swiftly penetrated the interior of the manor. However, the sight that met their eyes left everyone in shock. The interior of the manor was eerily quiet. The patrolling guards Wu Mianrun had seen earlier were nowhere to be found. The pavilions and terraces remained elegant. The small bridges and flowing waters continued to murmur. Yet it was devoid of life, a haunting silence enveloping the place. The air, once filled with a faint chill of malevolence, had dissipated, as if blown away by the wind. Disperse. Maintain vigilance. Chun Jiahao's face turned ashen as he issued the command. The special task force members formed pairs, cautiously inspecting each building and every corner. Wu Mianrun made a beeline for an exquisite small building. He rushed into the previously occupied tea room, which was now empty. The tea sets cold. He knocked on a hidden door, entering the secret chamber, only to find that everything inside had vanished. Impossible. Wu Mianren could hardly believe it. Soon, the squad members reported in succession. Report. The eastern guest rooms are unoccupied. Report. The western gardens are deserted. Report. The logistics area is vacant. The kitchen contains remnants of food, but has been cold for at least half a day. Report. In the underground garage, fresh tire tracks were found. All vehicles have departed. The entire manor had been deserted. Chapter 77. Sanbao Sea. The entire Yunshuiju Manor was turned upside down, with the strategy bureau digging deep into the night. The technical team exhausted various psychic detection instruments, ultimately detecting only a faint residue of malevolent energy belonging to sorcery in the underground secret chamber. The adversary had evidently been well prepared, employing sophisticated methods to evacuate cleanly, leaving no valuable clues behind. At dawn, the exhausted and demoralized personnel of the Strategy Bureau returned empty-handed to the underground base in Yangcheng. In the director's office, the atmosphere was tense. Director Li Jiangwu, a man in his 50s with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses, appeared more like a university professor than a bureaucrat. He had served in his position before the resurgence of spiritual energy, not being an awakened individual himself, yet through exceptional coordination and profound understanding of anomalous events. He held the top position in the Yangcheng Strategy Bureau. He was primarily responsible for internal administration, logistical support, public opinion control, and communication with higher authorities, while specific external actions were managed by combat leaders like Chun Jiahao. So, they have escaped? Director Li Jiangguo furrowed his brow as he set down his thermos after hearing Chun Jiahao's report. Although he was an ordinary individual, years of handling anomalous events had cultivated an unflappable demeanor, yet the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed to deepen. Indeed, Director. Chun Jiahao stood straight, his face grim. The adversary is exceedingly cunning. Their evacuation plan was meticulous, and we came up empty. Beside him, Wu Mianrun had changed out of his greasy apron, donning the tactical attire provided by the bureau. His bald head was particularly conspicuous under the lights, and he hung his head, lacking spirit. After all, the lead was his discovery, and he had personally confirmed the target's presence in their lair, only to let the opportunity slip away, leaving him quite embarrassed. B-level black sorcerer. Nai guy. Director Li Jiangguo murmured, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. This is a significant problem. Should that malevolent entity come to fruition, the consequences in a metropolis like Yangcheng, with a population exceeding 20 million, would be dire. He turned to Wu Mianrun. Mr. Wu Mian, are you certain you heard him say he hid here to evade the Ling Liao Hui and the Bai Jiangzong's pursuit? Absolutely. Wu Mianrun quickly raised his head. He explicitly stated that the righteous individuals from Ling Liao Hui and Bai Jiangzong, wary of worldly rules, dare not easily investigate within Xia. Hence he sought refuge here in the shadows. In the shadows, indeed, a clever choice. Director Li Jiangguo snorted coldly, then sighed, indicating that the righteous forces from Southeast Asia could not be relied upon for the time being. We must rely on ourselves. He turned to Chun Jiahao. What are your plans moving forward? Chun Jiahao replied solemnly, Director, I have ordered covert surveillance throughout the city, particularly in hospitals, funeral homes, and areas with recent records of abnormal deaths, focusing on monitoring unusual life energy fluctuations and the loss of vital essence. Simultaneously, we are rigorously investigating all underground drug distribution channels in hopes of uncovering new leads. Director Li Jiangwu Nuda. A B-level black sorcerer harboring such malevolent entities in Yangcheng is akin to a ticking time bomb. We must apprehend him before he causes greater harm. Understood. Chun Jiahao responded sharply. Wu Mianrun straightened up. Rest assured, Director Li, I will continue to gather intelligence on the streets to see if any clues emerge. Exiting the director's office, both Chun Jiahao and Wu Mianrun felt a weight in their hearts. With the trail gone cold and the adversary so cunning, what should their next step be? Comrade Wu Mian, thank you for your timely warning. Chun Jiahao spoke sincerely, acknowledging the undeniable value of the intelligence provided by Wu Mianrun, despite the disappointing outcome. No need for pleasantries. It was my duty. Wu Mianrun waved his hand, reverting to his earlier mercantile demeanor. Alas, what a missed opportunity. It seems I must return to my stall. I haven't opened for a few days, and the customers will disperse. Chun Jiahao couldn't help but chuckle at his antics, but suddenly had a thought and called out to him, Comrade Wu Mian, wait. Does Captain Chun have further instructions? Wu Mianren inquired. Are you free tomorrow morning? Chun Jiahao asked. I would like to take you to meet someone. Meet someone? Who? Master Huiming from Sanbao Si. Chun Jiahao explained. Master Huiming is a highly regarded monk who traveled extensively in Southeast Asia in his early years and even practiced by Jiangzong for some time. He possesses considerable knowledge of sorcery, particularly the black sorcery lineage. Perhaps he can offer us some guidance. Wu Mianren's eyes lit up. A master from Bai Jiangzong? Excellent. This visit is indeed worthwhile. The following morning, Chun Jiahao drove a standard SUV to the bustling Qiongqi Zhuang Yangtang store, where Wu Mianrun was already prepared, dressed in somewhat cleaner clothing, yet still unable to conceal his night market vendor aura as he hopped into the passenger seat. The vehicle traversed the streets of Yangcheng in the early morning, heading towards the Sanbao Si in the west of the city. Sanbao Si was not an ancient temple, but rather a monastery established at the end of the Ming dynasty, which gained popularity only after the resurgence of spiritual energy. Known for its vegetarian meals and the medical skills of Master Huiming, particularly in treating difficult ailments and exorcising malevolent influences. On the road, the faceless man curiously gazed around, his mouth not idle. Captain Chun, you look like a scholar. I didn't expect you to be so composed. Chun Jiahao focused intently on the road conditions, responding calmly. Director Li is a civil servant, but he possesses extensive experience and a strong strategic vision. Many troublesome anomalies can be resolved smoothly, thanks to his efforts in coordinating resources and stabilizing the situation from behind the scenes. Dealing with Yoshu and evil spirits is not merely about fighting. The faceless man nodded, seemingly understanding, and inquired further. Is Master Huiming really trained in the Baijiang sect? Is it true that the Baijiang sect, as the legends say, uses voodoo to save people? Indeed, Chun Jiahao nodded, taking the opportunity to elaborate. The Baijiang sect is an anomaly among voodoo practitioners. They study voodoo arts but adhere to strict precepts, using their skills only to dispel curses, heal ailments, and bestow blessings, never to harm others. Master Huiming traveled to Southeast Asia years ago and, by chance, aided an elder of the Baijiang sect in a significant endeavor, earning the rare privilege of being taught some authentic Baijiang medical techniques and methods to identify malevolent curses, thus gaining considerable insight into this field. I hope he can illuminate our path this time. As they spoke, the vehicle had already traversed the bustling urban area and was heading westward. The towering buildings gradually diminished, replaced by verdant scenery. Eventually, the car halted before an ancient temple. In the morning light, the temple's bell chimed melodiously, with incense wafting through the air. Though modest in size, the temple featured red walls and green tiles, ancient trees reaching skyward, and the three robust characters Sanbao, Si at the entrance emanating a tranquil and harmonious aura. Compared to the city's clamor, this place felt like another world altogether. Chun Jiahao and the faceless man disembarked and proceeded directly to the abbot's chamber in the back courtyard. The attendant monk clearly recognized Chun Jiahao and respectfully led the way. Outside a serene meditation room, they encountered an elderly monk leisurely practicing Tai Chi. The old monk appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, with a rosy complexion and kind features, clad in a simple gray robe. His movements were gentle and natural, seemingly harmonizing with the surrounding environment. Master Huiming, Chun Jiahao stepped forward and bowed respectfully. The faceless man hastily imitated him, pressing his palms together and managing to utter, "Amitba, good morning, master." Master Huiming gradually concluded his movements and turned to the two, his gaze lingering on the faceless man for a moment. He smiled faintly, his eyes clear as if they could see into one's heart. "Chun benefactor, it has been a long time since we last met." This benefactor possesses a unique aura, seemingly multifaceted yet with a flicker of spiritual light. Intriguing, indeed. The faceless man felt a jolt in his heart. Damn, this old monk has such sharp eyes. He sees right through me. Chun Jiahao directly stated their purpose. "Master, we have come uninvited to seek your assistance on an urgent matter." He succinctly recounted the discovery of the black voodoo practitioner Nai Kai and the matter of the ancient child king. Upon hearing the name Nai Kai, a grave expression crossed Master Huiming's previously serene face for the first time. "Nai Kai, the black voodoo practitioner," the old monk murmured, a flicker of recollection and distaste in his eyes. He has actually hidden himself in Yangcheng. Inside the meditation room, the fragrance of sandalwood lingered, and the aroma of tea wafted through the air. Master Huiming invited Chun Jiahao and the faceless man to take a seat, personally pouring them tea. The gravity on his face did not dissipate with the fragrant brew. Rather, it deepened as his memories unfolded, growing heavier like the dusk settling outside. The origins of this Nai Kai are more sinister than you might imagine. He is not a typical black voodoo practitioner, and his crimes are beyond enumeration. Master Huiming began slowly, his voice low, as if unveiling a long-buried secret. He did not practice black voodoo from a young age. Rather, he was a latecomer, or perhaps chosen. Chosen? Chun Jiahao keenly caught this term. Indeed, a complex glimmer flickered in Master Huiming's eyes. About 40 years ago, an isolated mountain village in northern Siam experienced a bizarre plague. The villagers did not die from illness, but rather from the depletion of their vital essence, as if they were being drained by an invisible force. The faces of the deceased twisted in fear. At that time, an elderly monk who was traveling and an elder from the Baijiang sect happened to arrive to investigate. The faceless man held his breath, feeling as if he were listening to a horror story. In the ancient shrine of that village, we discovered a sealed malevolent object, a ghostly child statue carved from an unknown black jade. The malevolent energy emanating from that statue was overwhelming. It could absorb the life force of the living. The dying priest guarding the shrine, just before passing, revealed that it was not a man-made object, but rather the core of a meteorite that had fallen long ago, containing an evil spirit. The ancestors had obtained it by chance and offered blood sacrifices to gain power, but ultimately lost control. Nai Kai was the only boy who survived in that village during the plague. When we found him, he was obsessively clutching that jade statue, his eyes hollow, and he was enveloped in the same malevolent energy as the statue. Chun Jiahao and the faceless man exchanged glances, both witnessing the horror reflected in each other's eyes. Extraterrestrial malevolence? This origin indeed surpasses our expectations. What happened next? The faceless man couldn't help but ask. The elder from the Baijiang sect attempted to purify the jade statue using orthodox voodoo techniques, but nearly suffered a backlash. Ultimately, we could only seal it away with a secret method. As for Naikai, Master Huiming sighed. He had long been corroded by that malevolent object, and his nature had changed. Though we took him away, attempting to guide him toward goodness and teach him Baijiang medical techniques, he displayed an alarming affinity and desire for the malevolent power contained within that statue. He pretended to comply, but secretly continued to peruse the sect's forbidden texts, eventually stealing the sealed jade statue and portions of the forbidden scrolls during a grand ceremony, betraying the Baijiang sect and disappearing without a trace. Damn! So he was a traitor, and he was chosen by an extraterrestrial stone? The faceless man clicked his tongue. For nearly 2 decades, there was no news of him. Until about 20 years ago, a black voodoo practitioner claiming to be the descendant of the Ghost Child King emerged in Southeast Asia, employing cruel and bizarre methods. Particularly adept at concocting and controlling various ancient child spirits, with an aura of malevolence reminiscent of that jade statue. He is none other than Nai Kai. Master Huaming's eyes revealed sorrow and disgust. He was no longer satisfied with merely concocting ancient child spirits. He began to forge the legendary one Tong Gue Wang, which he referred to as the Ancient Child King. This method requires a specially fated child as a catalyst, using their extreme suffering and resentment as fuel, supplemented by a vast amount of life essence, ultimately refining countless child souls to create a terrifying malevolent object with the traits of an evil spirit. In pursuit of this, he brutally slaughtered an elementary school in the northern border of Siam, resulting in the tragic demise of nearly 100 innocent children. This incident shocked all of Southeast Asia, provoking the anger of the great mediums of the Spiritual Healing Association and the head of the Baijiang sect, who personally joined forces to hunt him down, inflicting severe damage. And a portion of that jade statue was shattered. Yet in the end, this cunning villain managed to escape using secret methods, and his whereabouts remain unknown. I never expected he would evade to Yangsheng and remain hidden until now. The faceless man clenched his fists tightly, veins protruding from his bald head. To slaughter children? Damn it! Chun Jiahao's complexion darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. To target children is to transgress the most fundamental taboos. Master, what is so terrifying about this ancient child king? Why would Nai Kai go to such lengths to forge it? Amit Ba. Master Huiming intoned a Buddhist chant, his tone heavy. Its terror lies in 3 aspects. First, its potential for growth. This entity possesses B-grade strength from its inception and can endlessly grow by devouring life essence, theoretically with no upper limit. Second, its contaminating nature. The malevolent energy it emits can erode the mind, driving living beings to madness, and even transforming ordinary wandering souls into malevolent spirits under its control. Third, and most importantly, its pseudo-divine nature. Pseudo-divine nature? Both Chun Jiahao and the faceless man were hearing this term for the first time. According to the communication from the Lingliao Hui regarding the spirits of nature, it has been revealed that the malevolent entity within the celestial jade statue does not originate from this realm. Its power derives from Pukana, which is linked to the Bureau of Countermeasures and the Inshu within the 10 halls, essentially resembling a perverse rule of faith. Master Huiming elucidated that it is a Gu Mantin Wang, crafted through the art of alchemy, inheriting such characteristics. It possesses the ability to absorb both resentment and fear. The deeper the fear it instills in people, and the wider its spread, the stronger its power becomes, to the extent of distorting the fabric of reality in localized areas. If it were to be fully realized in the densely populated Yangsheng and spread fear, the consequences would be dire. The faceless man gasped, exclaiming so. The more people know about it and fear it, the stronger it becomes? Isn't this concept rather overpowered? Chun Jiahao's face turned ashen. We must stop it before it induces widespread panic. In Chapter 79, titled The Withering Seed, Master Huiming gravely nodded, his murky yet piercing gaze sweeping over the two, and he continued with an even more astonishing hypothesis. Moreover, I suspect that the essence collected by Night's Eye is not solely for the purpose of crafting the Gumantan Wang, or rather, not entirely so. He lifted his teacup, taking a sip as if organizing his thoughts. Have you ever wondered why he goes to such lengths to control those wealthy merchants using the excuse of the secret medicine from the 10 halls? The faceless man instinctively replied, for money. These wealthy individuals are the easiest to deceive. While this may hold some truth, as the creation of such malevolent entities indeed requires substantial financial backing, Master Huiming subtly shook his head, suggesting that the deeper reason likely lies in the nature of the withering spell itself. The withering spell? Chen Jiahao frowned, his understanding of the art of spells far inferior to that of Master Huiming. The master explained that this spell is an extremely insidious form of control within the realm of black magic. Those afflicted by the spell have their life essence akin to that of plants, withering or flourishing at the whim of the caster. Once the spell is cast, a unidirectional life link is established between the caster and the afflicted. The caster can not only extract the essence at will, but, more terrifyingly, subtly influence the afflicted's mind, making them unwittingly obey the caster's suggestions at critical moments, turning them into mere puppets. Chen Jiahao's pupils dilated. Do you mean that Night's Eye's control over those affluent individuals is not merely for their money and essence, but also to manipulate their connections, resources, and even their influence? It is highly probable, Master Huiming affirmed. Consider the business community in Yangsheng and even throughout the southern regions. If a significant portion of the elite is covertly controlled by Night's Eye through the withering spell, appearing ordinary in daily life, but capable of making decisions favorable to him under his hidden suggestions during critical moments, the implications would be terrifying. The faceless man gasped, a sheen of sweat forming on his bald head. This is truly catastrophic. Could it be that he intends to control the upper echelons of Yangsheng, turning himself into a puppet master? It need not be total control, but even the manipulation of a few key individuals in crucial positions would be enough to stir monumental upheaval. Master Huiming's expression turned grave. Furthermore, consider how he can so precisely identify targets who possess wealth, influence, and an insatiable desire for longevity and power. His subordinate, Zhang Wei, likely plays a role not only in siphoning essence, but also in scouting and assessing suitable quality puppets. Chen Jiahao abruptly stood, pacing within the meditation room, his mind racing. If Master Huiming's hypothesis holds true, then Night's Eye's scheme extends far beyond merely crafting a malevolent entity. He is weaving an invisible net, attempting to transform the social elite of Yangsheng and beyond into tools for his nourishment, fear-mongering, and concealment. We must act immediately. Chen Jiahao halted, his eyes glinting with resolve. We need to locate both Night's Eye and the Gumantan Wang, and discreetly investigate all recently behaving anomalously among the wealthy and powerful. We must ascertain whether they have come into contact with the so-called secret medicine from the 10 halls. But the faceless man raised a challenge. How do we investigate? These individuals are either affluent or noble. Without evidence, how can we probe? Moreover, what if we inadvertently alert Night's Eye, causing him to act rashly, leading to even greater chaos? Thus, it must be conducted discreetly, with irrefutable evidence. Chen Jiahao turned to Master Huiming. Master, is there a method to detect the withering spell? Master Huiming pondered for a moment. It is difficult. This spell is exceedingly covert, appearing no different from ordinary individuals, and even modern medical instruments cannot detect abnormalities. Only when the caster actively extracts the essence or enacts suggestions will there be subtle energy fluctuations. Unless one possesses close proximity with spiritual perception or, like the faceless man, has special sensory abilities. The faceless man grimaced. Master, my perception is solely attuned to malevolent energy. These spells within individuals are as insidious as viruses, making them hard to detect. There's another way. Master Huiming's eyes sparkled with insight. We must find the catalyst used by Night's Eye in crafting the withering spell. Every spell requires a core catalyst, which could be a special insect or talisman. By locating this catalyst, we can trace back to all afflicted individuals. Chen Jiahao felt a surge of energy. The catalyst? Where is it most likely to be found? It must be kept in the most secure hideout of Night's Eye, personally guarded by him, Master Huiming affirmed. Thus, ultimately, we must locate Night's Eye. The clues seem to circle back, yet the direction is clearer and the objective is more formidable. Not only must we destroy the malevolent entity, but we must also unearth the malignancy lurking within the fabric of society. I understand. Chen Jiahao inhaled deeply, sitting down again, his gaze resolute and profound, grateful for the master's guidance. We know what to do. He turned to the faceless man. Comrade Faceless, your previous channels must remain open. Continue to investigate any rumors at the night market regarding unusual illnesses, child disappearances, or hauntings in remote areas. Meanwhile, I will utilize the Bureau's secret channels to begin screening high-risk individuals. We will pursue a dual approach. Understood. The faceless man nodded emphatically, excitement and solemnity mingling in his expression. This mission promises to be far more exhilarating than he had anticipated. As they departed from Sambao Temple, nightfall had descended. The city shimmered with neon lights, bustling with traffic, a scene of prosperity. Once inside the car, Chen Jiahao refrained from starting the engine immediately and instead retrieved an encrypted communicator, issuing a series of commands. The faceless man leaned back against the seat, closing his eyes, rapidly recalling every fragment of information he had gathered from the night market, attempting to piece together useful clues. Captain Shun, the faceless man suddenly opened his eyes. I remember that a couple of days ago, some gangsters involved in illicit activities were boasting about their boss, who seems to have encountered some malevolent force recently. Plagued by nightmares, and suddenly turned to Buddhism, spending a fortune to acquire a sinister Thai statue for worship, claiming it to be the king of little ghosts. At that moment, I thought they were just bragging, but now I ponder. Chen Jiahao abruptly turned to him. Which boss? What does the statue look like? It seems to be a figure called Long Ge from the Xingxing gang. As for the statue, the faceless man strained to recall. They mentioned it was a pitch-black child statue, wearing an eerie smile, with eyes that seemed to move. A pitch-black child statue? An eerie smile? A glint flickered in Chen Jiahao's eyes as he immediately spoke into the communicator. Technical team, promptly retrieve all recent movements and expenditure records of Long Ge from the Xingxing gang, especially those related to Southeast Asia. Focus on whether he has come into contact with any unidentified statues. Hurry. In Chapter 80, titled Faceless Heavy Injury, the commands of Chen Jiahao swiftly transmitted through the encrypted channel to the technical center of the Yangqing Abnormal Countermeasures Bureau. A vast array of information began to be mobilized, launching a silent yet profound investigation into the recent activities of the Xing Shituan and its leader, Beiming. The results soon returned, sending shivers down the spine. Data indicated that approximately a month prior, Beiming had indeed acquired a statue of a small ghost king Buddha, allegedly from the ancient Siam royal family, through an unexpectedly emerged Southeast Asian antique dealer for an exorbitant sum. Notably, the statue was missing a corner. Since that event, the previously flamboyant leader of the gang exhibited a remarkable change in behavior. He reduced his public appearances but frequently convened meetings with gang members at his luxurious villa located on the outskirts of the city. Following each meeting, the underlings typically experienced periods of physical weakness and mental lethargy, which explained why some sought to consume Wu Mian Ren's Jiu Zhuangyang soup for recuperation. Additionally, some underlings who expressed reluctance to attend mysteriously disappeared. More curiously, the technical team discovered through surveillance that this evening, Beiming once again sent out an invitation for a gathering to all gang members. The time was set for tonight. Something was amiss. Chen Jiahao scrutinized the collated information on the screen, his pupils constricting sharply. This did not resemble an ordinary gang meeting. The frequency was too high, and the condition of the members after each gathering was abnormal. The disappearances suggested a systematic harvesting. The vitality of these young underlings was far superior to that of affluent merchants. He recalled Master Huaming's mention of Ku Rongjiang and the statue that hailed from the otherworldly realm of Yusu. It was highly likely that Beiming was no longer a mere puppet. The statue he worshipped was most probably the Gui Tong Fo in Naikai's possession. Tonight's gathering could very well be a concentrated siphoning of vitality. There was no time to waste. Chen Jiahao leapt to his feet, seizing the communicator. First and second tactical teams, assemble urgently. Target, Beiming's villa in the suburbs. Equip with top-grade, demon-breaking bullets and protective talismans. Action level, red alert. Repeat, red alert. The piercing alarm reverberated throughout the Strategy Bureau base. The Special Operations Team, having recently experienced a setback and feeling somewhat demoralized, immediately rallied their spirits upon receiving the red alert command, swiftly completing their armament assembly. Wu Mianrun donned a tactical vest from the strategy bureau. Although the gear clashed with the essence of his bald, rotund boss, the gravity in his gaze was unprecedented. The convoy sliced through the night like a blade, silently departing the base and speeding towards the outskirts of the city. On the way, Chen Jiahao succinctly briefed the team on the situation and his deductions. If that statue was indeed an otherworldly artifact, Nai Kai was likely nearby or had established some triggering mechanism. Everyone must exercise caution, obey commands, and avoid rash actions. Chen Jiahao's voice resonated through the vehicle's communicator, reaching each team member's ears. Wu Mianren sat in the passenger seat, eyes closed, a sense of unease gnawing at his heart. As they drew closer to the target villa, his apprehension intensified. It was a palpable chill of death and silence, as if the villa ahead was not a residence but a vast grave. Something was amiss. Wu Mianren opened his eyes, murmuring, "The aura of death and malevolence is thick, yet it is eerily quiet." Chen Jiahao's expression darkened further, commanding, "The convoy will disperse and park 500 meters away. Approach on foot. The drone will scout ahead." The well-trained team members swiftly disembarked, utilizing the cover of night and terrain to form a tactical encirclement around the villa. A small, silent drone ascended quietly, transmitting real-time footage from inside the villa. The visuals revealed a brightly lit interior, yet utterly devoid of life. The living room was in disarray, furniture overturned as if a struggle had ensued. Most chillingly, dozens of individuals lay sprawled across the carpet, Bai Long and his gang members. Each exhibited a pallid complexion, with skin drawn tight over bones, eyes wide open, filled with sheer terror and agony. They had clearly lost all signs of life, their essence completely drained, and where the statue should have been enshrined, there was nothing but emptiness. The sinister Gui Tong Buddhist statue had vanished. They were too late. Chen Jiahao slammed his fist against the steering wheel, engulfed in fury. The adversary had evidently completed the harvesting and relocated the malevolent idol. Assault team, proceed with caution. Technical team, establish perimeter control. Medical team, prepare for retrieval. Chen Jiahao suppressed his rage, issuing commands. Although he knew the victims could not be saved, the scene might still yield clues. The tactical team breached the villa's main entrance, entering with caution. An overwhelming stench of blood and an indescribable atmosphere of decay assailed their senses. The team members endured the discomfort, beginning to examine the scene. Wu Mianren followed suit, his gaze swiftly scanning the lifeless corpses, ultimately resting upon Bai Long's remains. As the primary host and sacrifice, Bai Long's demise was the most harrowing. He seemed entirely hollowed out, merely a layer of skin draped over bones. A young team member, clad in rubber gloves, cautiously approached, intending to inspect Bai Long's body for traces of dark sorcery. Just as his fingers were about to touch the corpse's chest, a desperate shout rang out, "Don't." Wu Mianren's pupils dilated, an acute sense of impending danger surging through him like an electric current. He distinctly sensed that within Bai Long's shriveled chest cavity, a mass of highly compressed, vengeful, and destructive malevolent energy was primed like a triggered bomb, ready to ignite. Nai Kai had left a contingency plan. Corps explosion descending. Get back. Wu Mianren bellowed, almost instinctively blurring into a mass of dense shadow energy, hurtling towards the corpse like an arrow released from its bow. In the astonished gazes of his comrades, the shadow energy abruptly expanded, enveloping Bai Long's body in a black cocoon. Boom! A dull, yet immensely powerful explosion resonated. The dark, malevolent energy erupted, mingling with flesh and blood mist. The forceful shockwave shattered nearby furniture, sending several team members who were too close flying. At the explosion's epicenter, the massive shadow energy violently distorted and trembled, its hue dimming significantly, like a candle flickering in the wind. In the next moment, the shadow energy dissipated, reforming into Wu Mianren's figure, yet his complexion was as pale as paper. A trickle of dark purple blood seeping from his lips as he staggered backward, collapsing. Wu Mian, medical team, quickly. Chen Jiahao's eyes widened with rage as he dashed forward to catch the collapsing Wu Mianren. Other team members swiftly gathered around, administering first aid. The scene was chaotic. With the malevolent idol missing and all personnel perished, even the assistants from the 10 halls had suffered grave injuries while attempting to save a life. Chun Jiahao gazed down at the barely breathing, unconscious Wu Mian run in his arms, then surveyed the scattered debris and corpses. A tempest of unprecedented fury and chill swirling within him. Nai Kai, this deranged practitioner of dark arts, regarded human life as mere straw, employing methods that were astoundingly ruthless and cunning. Chapter 81. Old Fire and Fine Soup Wu Mian began to lie down. In the Abnormal Strategy Bureau's underground base in Yangcheng, the medical center, Wu Mianren was urgently transported to the highest specification intensive care unit. His complexion was ghostly pale, his eyes tightly closed, breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible. The once vibrant and flowing shadow energy surrounding him had turned exceedingly dim and chaotic, as if it could extinguish at any moment. The head of the medical team, a physician endowed with healing abilities, wore a grave expression as he conducted a lengthy examination, ultimately shaking his head at Chun Jiahao and Director Li, who stood at the door. The injuries are severe, exceedingly severe. The physician's voice was low. The malevolent energy from the corpse explosion is extremely insidious. It has not only dealt a crippling blow to his energy core, but has also eroded his mental consciousness. His survival relies solely on the unique qualities of his energy and the protective measures he employed at the last moment to safeguard his heart. When will he awaken? It is difficult to determine if a full recovery is possible. Chun Jiahao's heart sank to the depths of despair. He gazed at the bald man in the hospital room who had bravely stepped forward to save his subordinates, now uncertain of his fate. His fists were clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into his palms. Director Li stood nearby, his expression behind gold-rimmed glasses complex. He gently patted Chun Jiahao's shoulder, his voice laced with fatigue and helplessness. Jiahao, you should return and rest. Chun Jiahao abruptly lifted his head. Director, I know what you want to say. Director Li interrupted him, his tone unusually heavy. 2 operations. 2 failures, and we have lost 10 of our allies. The pressure is immense, and it weighs heavily on me as well. But this is not solely your responsibility. The cunning and brutality of our adversary exceeded our previous estimations. He adjusted his glasses, looking at the faceless figure in the hospital bed. Now, impatience and guilt will not solve any problems. You need to remain calm and rest. Gather your strength to find a chance to retaliate. Leave this to the medical team. They're the best in the nation. Chun Jiahao opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He recognized the truth in the director's words. Yet the suffocating frustration and anger gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He entered the hospital room, spending a long time alone by the faceless man's bedside, before finally turning and leaving the medical center with a heavy heart. By the time he exited the Strategy Bureau building, it was already noon the following day. The glaring sunlight and the bustling noise of traffic contrasted sharply with the tension and oppression within the base. Chun Jiahao inhaled the air tainted with automobile exhaust. Feeling a constriction in his chest, he drove aimlessly through the streets, his mind a chaotic replay of the entire case. The affluent individuals discovered to have consumed the Kuro Rongjiang were either secretly detained by the Strategy Bureau for examination and treatment, or had been completely drained by Nai Kai, becoming nourishment for the Guman Tongwang. Countless unknown puppets controlled by Kuro Rongjiang lurked beneath the city's glamorous facade, like ticking time bombs. Initially, he had thought that locating Da by Long and Gue Tong Fo was a significant clue. However, it turned out to be a meticulously laid trap, resulting not only in deaths, but also the relocation of the statue, nearly costing the faceless man his life. Night Guy, the cunning and treacherous black sorcerer, was as slippery as an eel, always one step ahead, employing increasingly ruthless tactics. Where would he be hiding? What would his next target be? The Guman Tong Wang and Gue Tong Fo required vast amounts of vital energy and fear. It seemed all leads had been severed. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness surged within him. Unbeknownst to him, the car had already arrived outside his home. Chun Jiahao shook his head, forcing himself to temporarily suppress the tumultuous thoughts. He could not bring the negative emotions from work home. Extracting his keys, he opened the door. A warm, homely aroma enveloped him instantly. Daddy's home. A bright and cheerful voice rang out as his daughter, Chun Lele, flitted towards him like a joyful little bird. wrapping her arms around his legs. His wife, Lin Wei, peeked out from the kitchen, wearing an apron and a gentle smile. "You're back? Wash your hands. Dinner is ready. I made your favorite old fire soup." Gazing at his daughter's innocent smile and his wife's busy figure, the icy bitterness in Chen Jiahao's heart seemed to thaw just a little. He bent down to lift his daughter, kissing her soft little face. "All right, Daddy will wash his hands right away." The dining table was adorned with several exquisite Cantonese home dishes: steamed base, blanched vegetable hearts, black bean ribs, and a pot of steaming, fragrant corn, carrot, and pork bone soup. This was the essence of home, the very thing he fought to protect on the front lines. "Daddy, Daddy." During dinner, Lele excitedly swung her little legs, chattering incessantly. "The day after tomorrow is Saturday, my birthday. You promised to take me to the newly opened Super Big Dream Island amusement park. You can't go back on your word." Chen Jiahao was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had indeed promised his daughter. Recently, due to the intensity of the case, he had almost forgotten. Lin Wei chimed in, smiling. "Yes, you promised Lele ages ago. Plus, on the opening day, everyone gets in for free." The day after tomorrow coincidentally marked Lele's birthday, and it was said there would be special gifts. Everyone free? Chen Jiahao's chopsticks faltered slightly, an inexplicable sense of alarm rising within him. The combination of large public events, numerous children, and free admission instinctively stirred unease within him. "Yes, yes." Lele nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. "They play ads on TV every day. It's going to be filled with big names, giving back to the whole city, a dream come true." The day would surely be packed with people, bustling with excitement. "Daddy, you have to take me." Looking at his daughter's eager face, Chen Jiahao felt reluctant to refuse and managed a strained smile. "All right, Daddy will definitely go with you." Yet the unease in his heart lingered. What did Kai need? Vast amounts of vital energy and widespread fear. An opening celebration for an amusement park, expected to draw countless families from the city and surrounding areas, filled with laughter and joy, was a perfect breeding ground for collecting vital energy and sowing fear. Chapter 82. Lele Goes Missing. The faceless man continued to lie still. Chen Jiahao's agreement was reluctant, accompanied by a barely perceptible tremor, causing Lin Wei's smile to falter slightly. She keenly sensed something was amiss with her husband. "What's wrong, Jiahao?" The amusement park's opening day is also Lele's birthday, and there are free activities. What is the problem with taking her? Lin Wei gently inquired while serving Lele a piece of rib. Chen Jiahao realized he had lost his composure and quickly forced a smile, ruffling Lele's hair. "No problem. It's just that I didn't expect so many people. Daddy is worried about long lines. Our Lele might get impatient. I'm not afraid to wait. I want to ride the roller coaster, the Ferris wheel." Lele waved her little fists, her attention immediately diverted. Chen Jiahao hurriedly finished his meal, suppressing the tumult in his heart, and exchanged a glance with Lin Wei. "Xiao Wei, come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you." Lin Wei, puzzled, set down her utensils and followed Chen Jiahao into the bedroom. Once the door closed, the calm demeanor on Chen Jiahao's face vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and anxiety. He lowered his voice and spoke rapidly. "Xiao Wei, listen to me. You and Lele absolutely cannot go to the amusement park on Saturday." Lin Wei was taken aback. "Why not? We already promised Lele, and there is no end." Chen Jiahao interrupted his wife, gripping her shoulders with urgency in his eyes. "I suspect the amusement park's opening ceremony has significant issues. It could very well be a trap, a highly dangerous trap targeting a large crowd." Lin Wei gazed at her husband, whose eyes brimmed with worry and urgency. She understood the nature of Chen Jiahao's work, but had never seen him so agitated. Her heart raced. What is going on? Is it those things? She dared not utter words like abnormal or evil. Something far worse. Chen Jiahao took a deep breath, unable to divulge details, only able to solemnly warn. "Trust me, Xiao Wei, this is extremely dangerous. Over the next few days, you and Lele should stay home as much as possible. Don't go out, and don't open the door to strangers. Stay safe." Lin Wei looked at her husband's pale face and tightly furrowed brow, nodding gravely. "I understand. Don't worry. Lele and I will wait for you at home." She did not ask further questions. It was a trust and understanding cultivated over years of marriage. Chen Jiahao hugged his wife tightly, kissing her forehead and whispering a few words in her ear. Lin Wei's expression turned to one of astonishment upon hearing them. Then, with resolute determination, he turned and grasped his coat and car keys, rushing out of the house without a backward glance. The roar of the engine quickly faded into the distance. Lin Wei stood at the doorway, gazing at the empty corridor, her heart brimming with unease. In the office of the director of the Yangshan Countermeasures Bureau, a wave of disbelief washed over Director Li Jiangguo as he absorbed Chen Jiahao's urgent report and conjectures. What? You want me to cancel the opening ceremony of the Dream Island amusement park the day after tomorrow? Director Li sprang from his chair, his eyes wide behind his golden-rimmed glasses, his face etched with incredulity and anger. Chen Jiahao, do you even realize what you're saying? Director, I'm not joking. Chen Jiahao stood rigidly before the desk, his tone fervent. It requires an immense amount of essence and fear to concoct the ancient spirit king and mend the ghost child Buddha. A free, large-scale amusement park opening ceremony, expected to attract over 100,000 visitors with so many children. This is practically a tailor-made hunting ground for him. We cannot take this risk. Where's the evidence? Director Li slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice. Chen Jiahao, where's your evidence? Just based on your conjecture? Just because a black sorcerer might need essence? Or your intuition from 2 failed operations? Director, some things are better believed than doubted. What if my conjecture is correct? That would be a catastrophe. The lives of tens of thousands could be at stake. Chen Jiahao argued passionately, the veins on his forehead bulging. What if you want me to cancel a project worth billions, highly anticipated, pivotal for the development of the entire new district and the city's reputation, all for a mere possibility? Do you understand how many interests are entangled in this? How many people's political achievements are at stake? How many entrepreneurs are relying on this project to revitalize their capital? How many leaders are waiting to cut the ribbon? Director Li's face turned pale with fury as he pointed at Chen Jiahao. Without conclusive evidence, based solely on your potential suspicions, you expect me to request the city government and investors to cancel the event? Chen Jiahao, tell me, can you bear this responsibility? Can I bear it? But director, if something happens, the responsibility would be even greater. This is a matter of life and death. Chen Jiahao nearly shouted. The office was soundproof, yet a few administrative staff passing outside were startled by the faint sounds of their argument, having never witnessed Director Li in such a rage, nor seen Chen Jiahao so confrontational with his superior. Something happens? What could happen? Director Li laughed in anger. Fine. Even if your conjecture has a 1 in 10,000 chance of being true, what is the purpose of the Countermeasures Bureau? ISNT it to handle abnormal events? Strengthen security, increase personnel, deploy covert operations. This is what we ought to do, not to overreact and cancel the event, causing panic throughout the city. That would be the greatest dereliction of duty. The two engage in a fierce argument, their viewpoints sharply opposed. Director Li aimed to consider the bigger picture, the political implications, and social stability, while Chen Jiahao remained fixated on the potential grave risks and the intuition of the operatives. This unpleasant debate lasted nearly half an hour, ultimately ending without resolution. Director Li ordered Chen Jiahao to return and cool down, while demanding he formulate a detailed security plan for the amusement park, firmly rejecting the proposal to cancel the event. Chen Jiahao left with a pale face, slamming the door behind him. The resounding bang echoed through the corridor, causing all who heard to flinch. In a foul mood, he returned to the operations team office, forcing himself to calm down as he began to arrange covert surveillance and emergency plans for the amusement park. Yet a sense of unease only intensified. As evening approached, the dying rays of the setting sun cast a crimson hue through the window, bathing the office in an ominous glow. At that moment, Chen Jiahao's personal phone on the desk began to vibrate uncontrollably. The caller ID displayed Xiao Wei. A wave of foreboding gripped Chen Jiahao's heart. He immediately answered the call. On the other end, Lin Wei's voice trembled with panic and sorrow. Jiahao, something's wrong. Lele is missing. What? Chen Jiahao shot up, darkness clouding his vision. What happened? Speak slowly. I want to pick up Lele from kindergarten this afternoon, but the teacher said she had already been picked up. Lin Wei's voice quivered with fear. The teacher said someone who looked exactly like me took Lele, but that wasn't me at all. Chen Jiahao felt as if struck by lightning, his blood running cold. Someone who looked identical? To be able to mimic another so precisely, and at this critical moment, a name suddenly surged into Chen Jiahao's mind. Is Zhang Wei, the C-grade sorcerer skilled in face-changing, his underling. They actually dared to target his family. Chapter 83. A solo appointment. The chilling recount from Lin Wei on the phone felt like a bucket of ice water dousing Chen Jiahao, rendering him momentarily numb. Xiao Wei, don't panic. Take a deep breath and tell me everything in detail. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, his voice hoarse from restraint, his grip on the phone tightening until his knuckles turned white. Lin Wei struggled to steady her breathing, speaking in fragmented sentences. I finished rehearsal late today, so I arrived at the kindergarten about 10 minutes later than usual. When I entered, Teacher Li looked at me strangely and asked, Leilei's mother, didn't you just pick up Leilei? Why are you back? My mind went blank. I asked Teacher Li what was going on, and she said that about 20 minutes earlier, a woman who looked exactly like me came to the kindergarten, her face a bit pale, saying there was an emergency at home and she needed to pick up Leilei early. The teacher thought it was a bit sudden, but she looked like me and spoke like me, so she handed Leilei over to her. Exactly like you? Chen Jiahao's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. To so precisely mimic appearance and voice, and to acquire information about the family of the Countermeasures Bureau's operations team leader, this was no ordinary trafficker. It was indeed a Zhang Wei, the sorcerer proficient in face-changing techniques. Only he possessed such capabilities. What about the surveillance? Is there monitoring at the kindergarten? Did you check? Chen Jiahao asked urgently. We looked at the surveillance together with the teacher in the security room. Lin Wei's voice trembled with dread. The woman who took Leilei really looked just like me. She even smiled at the camera before leaving, and her mannerisms, her expressions. Jiahao, I'm scared. That wasn't Timmy at all. The last shred of hope shattered. Chen Jiahao felt dizzy, a tempest of anger and fear threatening to engulf him. They truly dared to attack his family, and they chose Leilei, who was just a child. Xiao Wei, listen. Chen Jiahao mustered every ounce of strength to remain calm. You need to go home immediately, lock the doors, and don't open for anyone. Remember what I told you at noon. You must follow my instructions. Wait for my news. Trust me, I will bring Leilei back safely. After soothing his nearly distraught wife, Chen Jiahao hung up the phone, placing it on the desk. His mind racing without a moment to formulate a plan, when suddenly his personal phone on the desk rang again. The jarring ringtone pierced the evening silence, sending chills down his spine. It was an unknown local number. Taking a deep breath, he answered the call, pressing the recording button, but remaining silent at first. After a few seconds of silence on the other end, a voice finally spoke. Is this Captain Chen? Good evening. The voice was slightly hoarse, laced with a heavy Southeast Asian accent, its tone flippant yet chilling. I hear you've been working very hard to find us lately, and you've lost something very important. It was a Zhang Wei. Chen Jiahao recognized him instantly. A Zhang Wei. Chen Jiahao's voice was as cold as steel. Where's my daughter? Ah, Captain Chen, do not be so hasty. Zhang Wei chuckled ominously. Rest assured, your little princess is quite safe at the moment, well fed and cared for. My master, Nai Kai, has a particular fondness for children, especially those with such spirit. However, her future safety will depend on your sincerity, Captain Chen. What do you propose? Suppressing his rage, Chen Jiahao forced those words through clenched teeth. Quite simple, a Zhang Wei replied casually. Captain Chen, aren't you eager to meet us? Searching the mountains and inspecting villas, you seem rather busy. My master, Nai Kai, wishes to invite you for a chat, to reminisce. The location is the long-abandoned third textile factory on the outskirts of the city's west side. You know it, I presume? The time is tonight. Remember to hurry. My master does not enjoy waiting. And come alone. Do not bring your subordinates. If we see anyone we shouldn't or sense any unwanted energy fluctuations, children's delicate skin cannot withstand much turmoil. In the background, a faint cry echoed through the phone. Daddy, save me from Leilei, his daughter. Though faint, it pierced Chen Jiahao's heart like a dagger. Fine, I will go alone, he declared without hesitation, his voice resolute. If you dare to harm a single hair on my daughter, I swear I will make you regret ever coming into this world. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Captain Chen, you truly are a devoted father. Zhang Wei laughed heartily. Then we shall meet. Remember, alone. The line went dead. Chen Jiahao set down the phone, his expression dark and foreboding. The abandoned textile factory? He knew it well. It had lain in ruin for many years, in a remote location with a complicated terrain. Their choice of venue was clearly to avoid confrontation in a crowded area and to facilitate the setting of traps. Going alone was undeniably a venture into the lion's den. Yet, with his daughter in their hands, he had no choice. He did not inform the Bureau or contact any team members. Director Li would never approve of such recklessness, and any large-scale mobilization could alert them, jeopardizing Leilei's safety. This was a gamble he had to face alone, with the stakes being his daughter's life. He quickly checked his equipment: a service pistol, a dagger, the highest-grade demon-breaking bullets, and several protective talismans gifted by Master Huiming. Then, he took the car keys and resolutely left the office, without alarming anyone. As night fell, the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds. Chen Jiahao drove his car, like an arrow released from the bow, towards the abandoned textile factory on the outskirts of the western city. Chapter 84. Confronting Nai Kai inconspicuous in a black sedan. Chen Jiahao silently slipped out of the Bureau's base, merging into the city's traffic before turning onto the road leading to the western outskirts. The closer he got to the suburbs, the scarcer the lights became, and the more desolate the surroundings appeared. Abandoned fields and dilapidated factory shadows flanked the road, and the night wind howled across the wilderness, adding an eerie atmosphere. According to the navigation, the outline of the third textile factory soon came into view. It was a vast, lifeless complex, resembling a beast lying in the darkness. The factory's main gate had long rusted and collapsed, with the courtyard overgrown with weeds. Towering half a person high, Chen Jiahao parked his car behind an abandoned gas station a kilometer away from the factory, turned off the engine, and stepped out. He conducted a final check of his equipment, securing the protective talismans close to him, and set off on foot, traversing the tall weeds and derelict structures toward the heart of the factory. His senses heightened to their utmost. He listened intently and observed carefully. The air was thick with the sense of rust, mildew, and a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. This atmosphere resonated with the feeling in the de Bienlong Villa's living room, but was even more intense and frenzied. They were indeed here. Furthermore, they might be conducting some critical ritual. It took him nearly 20 minutes to approach the main spinning workshop marked on a map. It was the largest building in the factory and the source of the most intense malevolent energy. The workshop's door stood ajar, dim light flickering within, as if candles were burning. Chen Jiahao held his breath, inching closer to the door, peering inside. What he beheld made even a mentally prepared him gasp in shock. The workshop was vast, yet it felt cramped and eerie at this moment. Dozens of individuals clad in tattered work uniforms, their faces ashen and their eyes vacant, stood like marionettes, densely packed. These were the living corpses conjured by Nai Kai's dark sorcery. At the far end of the workshop, a rudimentary altar constructed of bones and black talismans was prominently displayed. In the center of the altar stood a black ceramic urn, half the height of a person, covered in strange symbols. At that moment, the urn trembled violently, and dark red mist erupted from its mouth like a fountain, coalescing into the twisted, anguished faces of children, silently screaming, almost breaking free from the talisman's confinement. A wave of greed, ferocity, and destructive desire surged forth, palpable in the air. The king of the Kuomintang. It seemed to be at the final stages of its creation. Beside the altar, the frail, hunched figure of Nai Kai sat cross-legged, his face a sickly red, while his eyes glinted with fervor. In his grip was a skull, and he muttered incantations. A Zhanwei stood before the altar, a smug expression on his face. Holding a small figure clad in a pink princess dress, her mouth taped shut, trembling in fear with red-rimmed eyes, Leilei, seeing his daughter's terrified, helpless gaze, seized Chen Jiahao's heart, as if gripped by an unseen hand, making it hard to breathe. He forced himself to look away, analyzing the situation with a cold mind. The number of living corpses far exceeded his expectations. The aura of the king of the Kuomintang was tumultuous. Nai Kai seemed to be exerting all his efforts to push the dark ritual, and a Zhanwei was holding Leilei as a hostage. The situation was worse than he had imagined. There was no time to waste. He must find a way to rescue Leilei and interrupt the ritual. Chen Jiahao took a deep breath, no longer hiding his presence, and suddenly pushed open the slightly ajar door of the workshop, striding inside. Nai Kai, Zhanwei, I have arrived. Release my daughter. His voice reverberated throughout the empty workshop, filled with undeniable resolve. In an instant, all eyes, whether the vacant sockets of the living corpses, Nai Kai's cold gaze, or Zhang Wei's mocking expression, were fixated on this unexpected intruder. "Ah, Captain Chun, you indeed kept your word and came alone." Zhang Wei spoke first, his tone flippant, yet he tightened his grip, causing Lei Lei to let out a muffled whimper of pain. Chen Jiahao's fists clenched instantly. The seated Nai Kai slowly lifted his head, his malevolent gaze sweeping over Chen Jiahao, and he rasped a laugh, his voice akin to that of an owl in the night. "Captain Chun, you truly are a father who loves his daughter dearly. It seems we did not invite the wrong person. Enough of this nonsense." Chen Jiahao suppressed the urge to strike immediately and coldly stated, "I have done as you asked. Release my daughter." "Release her?" Nai Kai scoffed, gesturing toward the agitated urn on the altar. "Captain Chun, you see, the king of the Kuomintang is ravenous, needing pure child souls as the final catalyst to achieve perfection. Your daughter, embodying pure yin energy and possessing exceptional spirit, is the ideal sacrifice. Release her? Wouldn't that render my painstakingly crafted sacred object null and void?" Chen Jiahao's heart sank to the depths. They had no intention of letting her go. He demanded sharply, "Then why did you summon me?" "To offer you a chance at transformation." Nai Kai's eyes glinted with a strange light. "I see Captain Chun as a remarkable talent, possessing extraordinary skills and a significant position within the authorities. Should you willingly pledge your allegiance to me and assist in my grand endeavors, there shall undoubtedly be a place for you in this city of sheep, and even in the broader expanse beyond. In due time, you shall be reunited with your daughter, basking in the splendor of prosperity. What a delightful prospect that would be." As his words faded, Zhang Wei lifted a small black bowl from the altar, filled with a thick, blood-like, pungent liquid, and shook it before Chen Jiahao, proclaiming, "Captain Chun, this is the sacred liquid of decay and prosperity, specially crafted for you by the master. Drink it, sow the seeds of decay and prosperity, and you shall henceforth be one of us. Your daughter will, of course, remain safe and sound." Gazing at the bowl emanating a sinister aura, Chen Jiahao felt his stomach churn. "What if I refuse to drink?" he croaked, secretly adjusting his breath, his muscles tensing as he swiftly surveyed Zhang Wei, Lei Lei, and the distance between himself and the altar. "Refuse?" Nai Kai's expression darkened, malice glinting in his eyes as he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Wei. Understanding the cue, Zhang Wei grinned wickedly, tearing the tape from Lei Lei's mouth and producing a dagger smeared with a black-green, eerie liquid, pressing it against her slender neck. The icy touch paralyzed Lei Lei with fear, causing her tears to flow even more profusely. "If you refuse, you shall witness how your precious daughter's blood nourishes my child king, aiding it to ascend to bliss." Nai Kai's voice dripped with cruel delight. "Do you wish to hear your daughter's exquisite screams?" In that critical moment, with the dagger poised at her throat, Lei Lei, who should have been terrified, abruptly ceased trembling. She lifted her head abruptly, her eyes, once brimming with tears and fear, were suddenly replaced with a cunningness and a thick shadow energy that belied her age. Immediately thereafter, a voice thick with a plastic Cantonese accent, brimming with bravado, erupted from Lei Lei's small mouth, echoing throughout the workshop. "I curse you, you scoundrel! Is it so enjoyable to torment my mother?" Before her words could dissipate, Lei Lei's petite form exploded with potent shadow energy. She transformed into a blur, a mass of tangible shadow energy. This shadowy mass slipped effortlessly from Zhang Wei's grasp and the threat of the dagger. Simultaneously, the shadows split in two. One maintained the general outline of the little girl, while the other coalesced into a solid, pitch-black fist, emitting a piercing shriek as it descended with breathtaking speed, landing a powerful blow squarely on the bewildered Zhang Wei's face. With a thunderous thud, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, Zhang Wei barely had time to register his shock before his nasal bone collapsed, the searing pain and immense force rendering him momentarily blind. As blood and teeth erupted from his mouth, he was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into a rusted machine several meters away, groaning in agony before losing consciousness. This sudden and astonishing turn of events caught both the captor Zhang Wei and the cunning and self-assured Nai Kai off guard, leaving them incredulous as they beheld the little girl, now floating in midair, surrounded by swirling shadow energy. Chen Jiahao moved. At the very moment the Faceless One launched an assault, his long-suppressed fury and all his strength erupted like a volcano. Earthbind, he roared as he stomped the ground. His earth-based ability unleashed in full force. The entire workshop trembled violently. The concrete floor around the altar cracked and softened, as massive arms composed of hard earth and rubble burst forth, resembling chains from hell, reaching with thunderous might toward the seated Nai Kai, the violently vibrating sinister urn, and the eerie skull in his grasp. In that instant, the battle ignited in a manner entirely unforeseen by Nai Kai. The tables had turned. Chapter 85. Faceless MVP. This unforeseen twist occurred in a flash, far exceeding Nai Kai's expectations. The sinister grin on his face froze, replaced by a look of disbelief. "You are not." Nai Kai's parched lips quivered, his murky eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The carefully orchestrated trap, the advantage of holding a hostage, crumbled before him in an instant. "I curse your mother." The shadow energy, Lele, swiftly contorted and morphed, ultimately coalescing into the bald, chubby figure of the Faceless One. He brushed off non-existent dust, hands on hips, and with his characteristic plastic Cantonese accent, berated, "What is up? Old turtle, are you surprised?" Just as the Faceless One's taunts seized Nai Kai's full attention, Chen Jiahao's thunderous strike erupted. His feet grounded, he unleashed his earth-based powers without restraint, channeling them into an overwhelming force. He had waited far too long for this opportunity. The entire spinning workshop trembled as if shaken by a violent earthquake. Centered around the altar, the solid concrete floor cracked, debris flying everywhere. Countless massive arms, formed from soil, rock, and steel fragments, emerged like demonic claws from the depths of hell, possessing terrifying power to crush everything in their path. These colossal hands had a singular target. The thickest arm coiled like a giant python around the seated Nai Kai, intent on restraining him and the skull he held tightly. Other arms lunged fiercely at the violently trembling, sinister urn of the ancient Child King. Damn it! Nai Kai, ever the seasoned dark practitioner, remained unflustered. His eyes glinted with a fierce resolve as he abruptly slammed the eerie skull to the ground. Buzz! From the hollow eye sockets of the skull erupted two ghastly green flames. A wave of sinister, icy energy rippled outward, colliding violently with the oncoming earth energy. Hiss! Where the massive hands of earth met the green malevolence, an ear-piercing sound erupted, akin to cold water splashing into hot oil, the soil rapidly turning gray and decayed. As if vitality had been siphoned away, the massive hands that had been ensnaring Nai Kai slowed significantly, cracks forming upon their surfaces. Yet the relentless onslaught of earth and stone surged forth like a tide, continually reinforcing the giant hands, which remained tenaciously closed. Impossible. You were gravely injured. At the hospital, Nai Kai howled in shock and fury amidst his struggle. That was merely a shadow clone of mine. The Faceless One interjected with a scoff. Left there to deceive you. Ever since you employed that trick with the big-nosed dragon, Chun and I anticipated that you, this scoundrel, would seek vengeance. Especially you, Captain Chun. Being such a hard nut to crack, you would undoubtedly find ways to control or eliminate him. As Chen Jiahao exerted all his effort to counter the dark arts and mental assault, he coldly replied, his voice cutting through the chaos of battle. Thus, we decided to turn the tables. The Faceless One feigned a grave injury and descended